Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Ball game over. Astros win it 4-3. They continue on this great road trip after losing 2 out of 3 in Minneapolis. They have now 5 of their last 6, including 2 out of 3 here in Arlington.
Yeah, another win last night. That was good. Todd Callis on the call. Space City Home Network. Yordan Alvarez goes out, wins a game for you. That was a whole lot of fun. 4-3, the final score. Got a good start out of Mike Burrows. Maybe feeling a little bit of this heat with some good starting pitching when it all comes back. Burrows is like, I better turn my game up here and get my ERA under 5.8.
Yeah. Sorry, I got confused when you said feeling some of this heat. I was like, it's delightfully cool outside. What are you
It is
talking
nice
about?
outside, yeah.
But Yordan Alvarez,
metaphorical heat.
Yeah, Yordan Alvarez just cranking home runs out there.
Speaking of heat.
With regularity. This might have been the most beneficial back spasm in all of human history. How many times in human history, honestly, how many times in sports have you heard, oh, big man's got a back spasm? But turns out, in the days following the back spasm, he just went on a home run hitting tear.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this. As we welcome everybody in here on a Thursday, a beautiful Thursday outside, as Seth just said. It's nice and cool outside this morning. But being cautious with him, maybe there's a lesson in not letting him have played through that on Saturday.
Yeah, he had played, that was the first break he had gotten, and it came courtesy of a back spasm.
Yeah. Well, he had said he was going to get that day off anyways, but just pulling him out of the batter's box and saying, hey, man, it's game 53 of a 162-game season. And I don't know if you've noticed the back of your baseball card, Yordan, there ain't a lot of 160s under games played for you.
No, but if you go back just aside from that specific situation, as he'd been slumping and still, guys, remember how bad he was for a few weeks there? Still has the highest OPS in the entire league. Yeah. It's incredible how good he was early in the season.
It's always kind of been that way. Even his slumps, it's really funny, man. When he slumps, and he slumps from time to time, his overall numbers never dip to where you're overall concerned
he doesn't.
about
Well,
him.
last year was the first extended slump he'd ever had.
Yeah.
But also, even when before that, any of his air quotes slumps had been always hitting like an average hitter.
Yeah.
So that's how good and consistent he is.
Yeah.
But no, I'm just thinking about if earlier in the season, if you had given him a break here or there, or even in the middle of his really rough stretch there,
he played every
game.
break.
He's going to fight it. I love that Bagwell tells a great story about how just like managers would have to trick him into taking a day off, basically.
Oh, trick Bagwell.
Yeah.
That's. I'd love to know how they did that.
Bagwell just hated taking days off, and it was
likes playing baseball, man. So 2 Yordan bombs last night. My only wish, I'm gonna start to get greedy. I wish there was more guys on base when Yordan was hitting these home runs.
Yeah.
Something like he's got 20 of them now, something like that. And most of them are solo home runs. Mm-hmm. That's why he has, 20 home runs and 40 RBIs.
That's why it's awesome that he's good. He loves being the second guy in the lineup and all. But it just doesn't always work out.
It doesn't pop sometimes. When 8, 9, and 7, 8, 9 are so key. Who's on base in front of you?
It's tough. It's like almost asking for somebody who's already lent you a bunch of money for a little bit more money.
Yeah,
I know you're doing a lot for me and everything, but would you mind chipping in on the kids' college tuition?
just a little more. So that was fun last night. Yordan with a couple of home runs, including one in the eighth inning. Yeah, in the eighth inning, and they thankfully tacked on another run when the Rangers did a little Bad News Bear stuff out there, because Brian King came in and gave up a run to make it 4-3. He made it a little closer than it needed to be. But they bring the ship to shore, and once again, they get another good performance from a starting pitcher last night. Mike Burrows, a little shaky early, gave up a couple of runs in the first 3 innings, but overall hung in there and was really good. 91 pitches, just gave up those 2 runs early, 7 innings.
7 innings is that's
the key.
Espada, if you go 7 innings but you allow 10 runs, Espada thinks it was a Cy Young performance.
Oh, yeah, you could lose. You could lose 11-3.
I empathize with him. He's always, he's looking 3 days out, 4 days out with what he's going to do with his relievers, and it's always, it's tough. That's a part of the manager's job that we don't probably appreciate enough.
It is. Well, and it was horrible at the beginning of the year when nobody could even make it through 3 innings, let alone 5 or 6. But when was the last time that we've even discussed the usage of the bullpen? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's been weeks since we've discussed that.
And you got Josh Hader coming back soon.
And you got Josh Hader, who I think has just 1 or 2 more minor league appearances, and then he'll be back. So the back end starts to look a little more solidified. Can settle into a little bit different role. They've had him as much more of a leverage guy these days.
Yeah. I've grown to like him in that role.
Yeah. But I think if you ideally they want this thing to ultimately look like I think Brian King in the 7th, Brian Abreu in the 8th, Josh Hader in the 9th. In a perfect world, that's what it would look like. There's still trust levels with Brian Abreu.
Yeah, I think
he would have been in there last night.
Honestly, though, ideally for me, it would be more just it's Brian King in any high leverage situation, and it's so sometimes it's the 7th, sometimes it's the 8th, and Abreu you just work him in however you need to.
Yeah. I would like for Brian Abreu to become relevant.
If you feel better about Abreu, then sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In an ideal world, that's what it would be. So that was fun last night. There are a few things in Houston sports that are more fun that I can think of than just when Yordan Alvarez's at-bats are as must-watch as they are.
Yeah.
You don't leave the room. He's in the batter's box. I got to go to the bathroom, but I got to wait. I got to see what Yordan does. That's where we are right now. He's the last since the back spasm. Since the back spasm, he's back. He's April Yordan again.
Yeah.
It's been great. We got some good Jose Altuve news yesterday. Joe Espada, this is a tweet from, I think this is from Chandler. Joe Espada intimated that the Astros are exploring the possibility of simulating some at-bat. Okay, I got to read that again. Joe Espada intimated that the Astros are exploring the possibility of simulating some at-bats in West Palm Beach in lieu of a rehab assignment for Jose Altuve's healing at an, quote, incredible pace.
Ooh.
Altuve ran the bases, took grounders.
He took grounders,
and... wait for it, is swinging at 75 to 80% effort.
So basically, that sounds like all right. If you're up to a level of playing baseball like a lazy second grader, then that's a good spot.
That's where he is right now.
This kid, he's learning how to swing the bat. Yeah, he knows to run the bases. You want to run it in a counterclockwise fashion.
Yep.
He knows to start off.
First base,
he knows where first base is now, so he's running the bases in the proper direction.
Oh my God!
And he's swinging at 75 to 80% effort because he's a lazy second grader.
Oh my God! Can you imagine when he starts playing catch? How excited I'm going to be.
Don't be afraid of the ball, Jose.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid of the ball.
He's playing catch.
Jose Altuve is catching the ball without closing his eyes.
Ooh, baby.
Jose Altuve did not ask for snacks until the game was over.
No orange wedges.
Yeah.
Nope.
Jose Altuve knows what the vowels are.
This is good news just because I like having Altuve back. It's not nearly, I mean, I hate saying this, like it's not like bringing Jose Altuve back all of a sudden pushes your lineup up a few levels in terms of its overall potential. Like, he's just not what he used to be. This year he's been an average Major League Baseball player. So it'll be good to have him back just because he's Jose Altuve, and he's always capable of turning it up a notch.
Also, especially when the issues with his team, very annoyingly so, is how incredibly bad they are base running.
It'll be good to get him back.
It'll be good to get him back, too. Yeah. Again, the second grader.
Yeah.
When you get he's at a point in his rehab, different things advance at different paces. He's at about, a 4-year-old level in terms of his base running, but he'll get back up to his average, 5th or 6th grade level base running.
Oh, yeah. So Astros win last night, so that was good. So everybody waiting to text in, why do you guys start with the Astros? They're so bad this year. Not last night, not this series.
What are they since we reset the season?
They are 8-4.
8-4.
Since we reset the season.
Sean T. Pendergast and Seth C. Payne reset the season. Imai, is rocking a 2.6 ERA
and a whip
since we reset the season.
I did the whip numbers. Under one.
Under one. Whip. And that's after a first inning.
And whips per innings pitched. Yes.
That's right. There's no H in whip. I got to stop pronouncing that. Remember when I started, I was going to just annoyingly be the guy that pronounces the H and all those, and I started adding H's into words that weren't there.
Yeah. They're only 3 games back in the division right now, which, by the way, is led by the 28 and 29 Seattle Mariners.
We're in the second grade of divisions. We're in a division full of second graders also.
It's so bad. Right, playing against 6th graders.
Yeah.
Seattle's.
Nothing like winning the division, but being theoretically out of the wild card race.
That's what I'm checking right now. That's what I'm checking right now because
the old NFC South dynamic.
No, they've actually been in the wild card lately than in the division.
Yeah,
and they're the same. No, wait, no, they're closer in the wild card right now.
There we go.
They're 2.5 back of the wild card right now. Now there's a bunch of teams in front of them. It's the American League West is just a mess, just a cesspool. The overall American League ain't much better.
AL Central, the White Sox are in second with a 28 and 27 record.
The last wild card spot would go to one of 3 27 and 29 baseball teams right now.
There's only and by the hair of their teeth.
Yeah.
There are 3 winning baseball teams in the American
League. Yeah.
No, 4. I'm sorry. There's 4, including the White Sox, who are 28 and 27.
Who are barely a winning team.
So they're
the White Sox. That's how bad the playoff race is right now. The White Sox are right back in this.
As I sit here in the AL with 4 teams that have a winning record, I'm official. I take everything back. I don't like interleague play. I'd like to.
Let's just play amongst ourselves.
Yeah, I don't like this.
I don't even want to look at that record.
Yeah,
How's the American League doing against the National League? I don't know what you're talking about.
The old days when you just flat out didn't know how the AL was going to do versus the NL until you got to the World Series.
Yeah. Look at the Astros. The Astros are just like. They're very consistent. They're 25 and 32, not a great record. They're 12 and 14 at home, not a great record. They're 13 and 18 away, not a great record. They're like, there's nothing that really like pops that they do super bad or super well. Like no, they're just kind of average, mediocre everywhere they go. And you know what we're getting.
Because since we reset the season,
dude, they could be a playoff team by the end of the weekend.
Uh-huh.
They're 2.5 back of the playoffs right now.
That's right. They're on a tear. I wish they could play the Rangers every single day for the rest of the season.
They play the Brewers this weekend. That'll be tough because the Brewers are good at baseball. That's my assessment of things. Yeah. They're leading the NL Central right now. They're 33 and 20. With a big run differential. Holy crap, plus 78.
You know what? I feel bad. The poor Pirates, I know everybody tunes in to hear NL Central talk on this station. But, the Pirates who, have lifted themselves out of the misery, they've got a winning record. They're 29 and 27. They're in last place. And we're sitting here looking at them like they're the richest people on earth. They would be winning the AL West.
Thank you. Yes,
they would. So they got a 29 and 27, playing against much better baseball teams on average than the Astros have been. And they're in last place in the division. Man.
Oh well, sorry.
That'd be a big one. Okay, so the Brewers. It's nice. It's nice how things have changed in baseball somewhat. Some of the. Over the last couple of years, some of the paupers of the league have actually managed to, be competitive. It's not as determined by salary anymore.
No.
And so the Brewers, for those of you that haven't paid attention to divisions that actually matter, or that actually play good baseball, that's a big test for the Astros.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be huge. This will be a good weekend. Got one more tonight, and it's tonight. I know it's a getaway day, but it's 7:05 tonight is the Rangers and the Astros. Yeah, it's funny. Along those lines, I hate hearing about the negotiations between the players and the owners.
Yeah.
Because it always reminds me, like, at the end of this season that we could get a work stoppage with baseball. Mm-hmm. And I know I even put up a poll about this during the off season. Like, does the looming work stoppage ruin any of your enjoyment of the actual season going on right now? And it hasn't for me, except when I'm reminded of it. But yesterday, the Players Association submitted their first proposal to the owners.
And the owners were shocked and disgusted, I'm guessing.
The owners haven't said anything. Okay. Reportedly, the owners are going to come back with their proposal today. So it was kind of like
the way negotiations work.
yes. One side sends over their proposal. But here's where I was going with it, is that I just saw Jeff Passan reporting. It was like a 3-tweet report of all the different elements, and I'm not going to go through all of them. But I'm reading through it. I'm like, oh, this all looks very reasonable that the players are proposing. You know, raising the minimum salary to over $1 million, making sure teams. I know that's a nice minimum. Making sure teams spend up to a certain amount. If they don't, they're penalized.
A floor.
Raising the competitive balance tax significantly. All these things. And I'm like, these all look very reasonable. I think this will be a smooth negotiation. And then Passan's final tweet was like, the owners will fire their salvo with the proposal of a salary cap tomorrow. I'm like, oh, God, here we go.
The owners aren't doing themselves any favors, though, because some of the laggards in spending are competing on the baseball field.
Yeah, that's not going to bode well, maybe for saying a salary cap makes sense.
The owners can't say, "Hey, we need to have a parity, etc." So we need to have a salary cap, whatever.
It's the only sport without a salary cap.
People don't. It's one of those things that the poll that you had put out to pay off on that. What did people say?
Largely, it does not affect.
They just don't care, right? And I think that's the same thing with Nico Collins.
I don't remember the percentages.
Nico Collins getting the pay raise. I put my finger in the air yesterday to get a feel for whether people actually give a damn about it. People don't care about that stuff because usually it's my concern with any time you give somebody a raise with no necessarily reason to, other than out of the goodness of your own heart, is okay. What kind of a precedent are you setting? And it's not a huge concern as long as your GM and your coach just don't start doling out money haphazardly. But by and large, most people just don't give a damn because it's not a problem now and it's not a problem for them. And it's something that's off in the far distant future.
Yeah, I'm super interested by that stuff. That's my, I won't say blind spot, because I understand that not the average fan just doesn't want to get into the minutia of the salary cap and what it means that Nico gets this, what's the precedent that it's setting, et cetera, et cetera. Won't stop us from talking about it again later in the show probably, but we'll talk about it on a much more surface level.
My favorite self-absorbed thing you do is when you get very concerned about the TV not being on in the studio.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll reassure me. You'll be like, okay, Aaron's going to come and he's going to fix it, Seth. And I'm like, I never stare. I specifically don't look at the television. I don't avoiding distraction as much as possible.
Okay.
So it's I always get a chuckle inside when you say, "Don't worry, Aaron's gonna fix the TV."
That's self-absorbed that I'm trying to make you feel better about something.
Not self-absorbed in a bad way. Seeing things through your own filter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I know. I like that you're looking out for me.
Yeah, man.
But it's just, but I don't need you to look out.
Okay. Do you want
me.
the TV on or off?
In my perfect,
I'll leave it off.
No. In my perfect world,
yeah,
I wouldn't have it off. But I know that you enjoy being able to look up and see what's going on and everything. So I just don't look at it.
It sometimes becomes fodder for the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, it's
that's
good.
the only reason I like
it.
And
see what people are getting heated about.
Yeah.
Or
breaking news.
Yeah, for me, selfishly, I would ignore it completely. But I know I also need you to actually be somebody who's capable of paying attention.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense because I was trying to reassure you about.
I know. Yeah, and I always laugh on the inside.
Yeah, that's funny.
Well, what am I going to do? You're like, hey, don't worry, Seth, the TV will be on. And I don't want to be like, Sean, I don't care.
Yeah.
Because then I'm being a jerk.
Right.
So instead, I'll talk about it publicly
on the show and call you self-absorbed.
Self-absorbed. Okay, I should have. Ben, how should I have said that? Seeing things through,
self-absorbed is a negative adjective.
Well, the things where you see things through your own lens,
That's probably better, yeah.
Yeah, which is a normal human thing.
Right. Yeah, I would say you're maybe Sean-centric thing that you do.
Yeah, which we all do.
Right.
We're all living. I don't even know if you're a simulation or not, okay? So, not to mention me, myself.
There are days I feel like one. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Off and running here on a Thursday. We will actually be out at OTAs today. We're ready to go. We got Seth, I figure, on. We're ready to go to OTAs today. We'll have eyes on it. What are the things we're going to be looking for? And David Montgomery had some interesting things to say about his new team.
Yeah, I like this.
I do too. We will hear from the Texans running back coming up next. But first, we talked about the other day the enhanced games, that game where everybody
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
See, I like this text right here. Let's go. I'm excited for some football. So am I. I'm excited to get back out there today, man.
It is, and there are multiple things to actually get excited about in meaningless OTAs. Especially, I mean, for me, it starts in.
You got excited on your YouTube channel yesterday about a bunch of them, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I walk around excited, but that's what I chose to funnel my excitement towards.
Yes.
Yeah. The Tank Dell. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, but just at some point we're going to see Tank Dell out involved in full team activities, offense versus defense, all of that. I mean, at some point between now and the end of training camp.
Did anything trickle out yesterday that I'm not aware
I saw.
of? Yeah.
I didn't see anything.
Okay. I didn't either. I wanted some news, but nothing. Just yesterday.
Yeah.
Today's just the first day that we're putting eyes on it, but they practiced yesterday. I was looking at all the local Nugget Hussies.
Like
hitting refresh.
Leaked reports about what happened at OTAs.
Yeah, at OTAs. Well, because there are that's an important thing.
That is a big one. That's really Tank Dell, who we've seen plenty of videos of him working out and positive statements by Nick Caserio on our station. When you and I interviewed Nick Caserio at the combine or at the draft, he talked about how there was a chance that they were thinking he might be able to play at the end of last season. They can track all the biometrics and everything, and it just didn't work out. But you extrapolate that line on the graph upwards from the end of the season until now, and I'm expecting to see him out there working with the team during OTAs. Yeah. If he's not, I'm not going to freak out or panic because maybe they're just being hyper conservative about it. But that's something that I had pressed down in my brain because with a catastrophic knee injury like that, with multiple tendons and/or ligaments involved, it's dicey. Yeah. Even with modern medicine, it's still kind of dicey. But we're gonna see it at some point, and I'm excited about it.
Yep. We'll hit some other things too that we'll be looking for out there today. By the way, D'Amico Ryans meets with the media today. There are players scheduled to meet with the media. I'm assuming that C.J. Stroud is one of them. I think it'd be a bigger story if C.J. Stroud didn't do a press conference today.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well,
he's the quarterback of the team.
Last year he wasn't practicing, and he didn't do one until he practiced. So the first time he practiced, he got up and talked about it.
Yeah, and we haven't heard any rumblings of anything medical with him this offseason, right? Mm-hmm. And see videos of him actually throwing the football with people.
Right.
So I would expect he'll be one of them, but the only notifications we've gotten about it have just said D'Amico Ryans and Texans players.
What if he got up at the podium and he's wearing a Ozempic T-shirt? And he said, "This is how I changed my
soda weight loss."
Something.
That's funny.
There's got to be a few guys in the league on Ozempic. Right?
Got to be, right?
I don't know.
1,800 players.
Who knows exactly? It affects your body in multiple ways, and they don't know exactly how all the time. But yeah, for some of those big fellas, I would imagine.
Well, there's a medical reason for it too, right? Other than just the weight loss, there's probably some that are on it for the.
But it affects the way you got to be really careful about your protein intake and everything. So I don't know. I have zero clue. I'm not trying to speak like an authority. No,
I'm just saying there's in any particular group of 2,000 people, there's going to be one.
Is there a chance some of these athletes are taking a drug to improve their a novel concept?
Yeah.
Wait, it's not banned by the league. Would they still take it?
Because there's only like 5 players, right? No, there's 2,000 of them.
If you could find an example of an athlete taking a drug to improve his performance, good luck.
Make a note to Google that during the break.
Okay, so we definitely know there's guys on Ozempic.
Yeah, got to be, right? Any group of 2,000 humans, there probably is. This was David Montgomery. He was on with the guys on NFL Network, including Ian Rappaport yesterday, talking about what the aspirations are for this Texans team this year.
That's how we see it. It's Super Bowl or none. I mean, I think that should be anybody's goal when you get an opportunity to strap up, put your pads on, put your helmet on. You ain't out there for fun. Everybody want to host, want to put up the Lombardi. Like, I want to do that. Everybody want to do it here. And it feel real. Like, you got guys like Will. You got guys at every aspect of the game here on all facets being led by Coach Ryans. And, it makes you want to elevate yourself and be in a position to where you give us a chance to, take a shot at that thing. And I think that we're capable of doing it. This defense is super special in their own right. But this offense is finna be real special, too. And I hope that people are ready for it.
Okay.
Finna be real special.
That sounds like a verbal contract to the fans right there. We've been promised a special offense from David Montgomery.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 things there. One, the Super Bowl or bust, which I'm cool with. Back in the day, most coaches would say, listen, you don't be putting any comments about the Super Bowl out there in the media and everything. I don't know if any coaches say that anymore because you're trying to tamp down all the different outlets that people speak on and everything. For one, I like the attitude, but it's not like I demand that every player say it or anything.
Right.
That's what he said is true. Yeah, like teams, at least teams that are good teams, you should be thinking Super Bowl is the goal. The offense being special, like that's where I wonder if I was watching a Woody Marks interview this weekend, and I think it was on Yahoo Sports or something, and he got like 3 questions in a row about the defense, and the questions were something like this: what's it like being able to be on the same field with that incredible defense all the time? And it felt a little bit like back when Texans players every single interview about J. Watt.
I knew you were going to say that. That's exactly what it is.
Where it turns
it's
into
an 11-headed J.J. Watt.
So for offensive players now, I wonder if there is a little part of just almost every time they talk to somebody in an interview, there's all these gushing questions about the defense. You start to get a chip on your shoulder and be like, man, what the hell? We gotta get up to that level.
I'll take it a step further and say that it's not just that. It's looking at any article, and I don't know how many of these guys read or listen to the outside noise, but every summary and synopsis you read about the Texans going into this season is not just we need the offense to be great. They're basically just treating them like the kid in the house that, like, just don't burn your hand on the stove, man.
Right.
It's
a big victory if they don't screw things up.
Just don't knock the plants over again.
Yeah.
We don't want to clean up 4 interceptions worth of dirt out of the carpet, man. Like, that would bother me. Like, hey, man, it wouldn't bother me if it's like, we need you guys to play better. They know that. It's like just don't mess this up for your really smart and gifted brother and sister over here.
Just want to sit in the sidecar on the motorcycle and let the defense
what they're saying.
Drive the motorcycle.
Said it was CJ.
Have your AI machine do a little thing of CJ sitting in a goofy helmet and a scarf on in the sidecar.
Little sidecar.
Well, Will Anderson. You got to put Will Anderson shirtless with a cigarette, no helmet, just air flying.
Do we have a long break coming up then? I'm putting this together, ChatGPT. But that
I was going to put your head down and grind.
I'm going to put these graphics together. So that would bother me even more than just getting asked about the defense, because most of these offensive guys are thankful they have that defense, like the guys on that defense, aspire to be more maybe like some of the guys on that defense.
They're treating the defense like they're treating the offense like Derek Watt. They're look at this prolific Watt family. Mm-hmm. You got J.J. Watt, future Hall of Famer. Yep. You've got T.J. Watt with X number of sacks in the last year. Yeah. And Derek Watt played too, dang it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what they are. That would bother me more. So David Montgomery, and that's it. David Montgomery is one of the things I'm looking forward to seeing out at OTAs too. The new guys, right? The new guys on the team.
Well,
of the new guys, who are you most looking forward to seeing?
Okay. I guess David Montgomery.
The new kids at school.
I don't want to steal your choice, but the one I'm intrigued the most by is in this phase where there are no pads. Because Caden McDonald, I'm very intrigued by, but there's only so much you can do in no pads.
Right.
I think there's Reed Blankenship being out there and seeing actually 4 bona fide defensive backs all out there at the same time.
Yes.
Instead of 4 guys plus a random dude that you picked off of waivers.
It was funny. We did that exercise. I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before with the Daniel Jeremiah, the 12 things you need for a foundational team. And I heard the guys in the afternoon do the same thing. Yeah, they went through the exercise yesterday as well with that Daniel Jeremiah thing. And as we were talking about playmakers on defense, and for those who don't know, it's like Daniel Jeremiah says, these are the 12 foundational things you need to be a Super Bowl contender. Quarterback, 3 playmakers on offense, 3 offensive linemen, 2 edge rushers, and then 3 defensive playmakers. And as we were listing through the defensive playmakers, realizing that they had an overabundance of them. They have more than 3 outside of the edge rushers. I have completely forgotten that Reed Blankenship's even on the team.
Right.
Like
and I wouldn't classify him as one of those guys that's like big time.
Not an elite playmaker. I'm with you on that.
But he didn't have as impressive a season last year as he had the year before. So we'll see how he looks in this scheme. There's a lot of upside for him potentially. Yeah. But there were times in the second half of last season too where they had to be a little bit more conservative with Kalen Bullock than they had earlier in the season because they were playing with spare parts at times, and they just had to play a little bit more conservatively. With Reed Blankenship back there, who comes from a defense where Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator in Philadelphia, is very, very always hyper vigilant about not allowing big plays. Yeah. Reed Blankenship was raised in that environment. And it's a much more complex defense in a lot of ways than what they ask the Texans players to do. Yeah. So I think that just by having a veteran guy back there who can be the true safety net, does it free you up to use Kalen Bullock a little bit more aggressively? And that's not necessarily something we're going to see in OTAs or anything. But it takes what was already a really, really good secondary and just adds that finishing touch.
Yeah. That's interesting because maybe outside of the offensive linemen that they picked up, the two most important pickups they made, the two that excited me the most, because we did that list last week of where we power ranked the acquisitions this offseason, my top two were David Montgomery and Reed Blankenship. And that's an interesting dynamic because I think what they both have in common is because you're acquiring them, you're going to get a better version of one of their teammates. David Montgomery is going to allow you a better, more suitable use of Woody Marks.
Right.
Similarly, with what you just said, Reed Blankenship maybe gives you an even more impactful version of Kalen Bullock this year.
The thing about the offensive additions, so you bring up Woody Marks and David Montgomery, and I think what you can see potentially in OTAs is, wow, Woody Marks being used as a receiver a lot. But a lot of the additions that they made on offense were specifically stuff that you're not really going to get. They did it for reasons that you're not going to be able to see in OTAs because they want a more physical, attacking, bruising, rushing offense, and you're just not going to. You're not going to get to see whether that's the case or not.
Last OTA session you went to where guys were beating each other.
Unless we want to end up with like the Astros by the end of OTAs. It was a physically brutal OTAs. These guys need a little bit of time
getting
off.
docked draft picks by the league. Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll do headlines coming up next. Good night for the Astros last night. We got some NBA action tonight. We'll get into all that in headlines coming up next. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp, the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp. And I've got great news for those of you who've been thinking about online therapy. Maybe you didn't.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
You know how he attacked you the first time. This ball hit the center field straight away. Evan Carter back. He's done it again. Give him 9. Second time through the lineup. Give him 19 on the season. Jordan sends one to center field deep. Carter back. He's done it again. 5 bombs in 3 games. Air Jordan continues to get cleared for liftoff at DFW.
Dude, 5 bombs in this series so far, and there's still a game left tonight.
Yes.
None of these, my favorite thing about these home runs, by the way, 4-3 the final score last night. Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network. Love Callis on these Jordan bombs. He gets so fired up for them. None of these have been cheap. If they gave you bonus points for distance on home runs, the Astros would have been winning. They'd be winning these. Yeah, they would have won last night 9-3 if you got bonus points for how far. These were dead straightaway center field shots last night.
Yeah, that was
the deepest part of the ballpark.
That back spasm was the best thing that ever happened to him.
Best thing ever.
It just kind of,
that was his reset of the season.
That was somebody like pounding the top of the television.
Yeah.
And it goes, kids, televisions used to have a top to them because they were like box-like. So, yeah, you could pound the top.
There was a time where you
kids
needed...
listening right now are like, you pound the top of the flat screen, what?
There's a time when people move your television to the other side of the room.
It's true.
Yeah.
I know the 2 people to move a television. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, man.
Now you can pick it up with 3 fingers.
Oh,
like
dude.
You're pinching it
Tuck
like
it under your arm.
like it's a stack of papers or something.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, they probably have a place you just slip your fingers in so you carry it with like a briefcase.
No, they definitely do. It's a little handle on the top side there.
Yeah. So, at any rate, we say all this to say Jordan is hitting dingers right now. He's hitting bombs. The Astros win 4-3 over the Rangers. I'm not looking. Seth. I'm now at the part. I'm not looking at the record anymore. I'm going to start looking at the standings. They're within 3 games in the division. They're within 2.5. This is why the standings matter more than the record, because that is what's going to dictate what Jim Crane does with this baseball team over the next 2 months. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be we're 2 games under 500 in the middle of June, and this is probably not a World Series team. If they're 2 games under 500, but they're right there in the mix, they're either in the playoffs or they're within a couple of games of the playoffs, they ain't trading anybody away. Mm-hmm. If anything, they might go try to find something to put them even further into the mix. I don't know what they have to give up.
This team's been so weird the last 3 years, and I never learn a single lesson from it. Every year that was a miserable start here, and there's no way that it's not like last year. They're not going to be able to lift themselves up out of it.
But I think to that point, and I know this is headlines. We'll move on in a second.
No,
we'll talk more about the Astros later. But just while we're on this, I think the one thing that we actually know about this team is that Jim Crane is not just going to throw his hand out. This guy, trade that guy, and let's rebuild.
I guess, and we talked about it yesterday, is okay, really one of the biggest things is obviously more consistent offensive performance, which we've seen as of late. And then overall, what does it end up looking like with the pitchers? And, Mike Burrows, it's still, on paper, over the last 4 starts, does not look great at all. Yeah. But you saw a much better version of him last night.
Yeah, well, and when he gave up a home run, there weren't 2 guys on base.
Right, solo home runs. That's where I attempt to be a baseball nerd. Solo home run.
We can live with that.
That's what you want.
We can live with that. Christian Javier is going to throw a live batting practice on Friday. So largely the medical news with this team, we've kind of 180'd this thing, whereas everything was horrible for the first 6 weeks of the season. The news we're all getting now is this guy's got 1 more rehab.
Altuve's progressing remarkably fast.
Got good news on Altuve.
They mentioned that on the broadcast a couple times last night. What a fast healer he is.
Yep. So that's it's all good news right now on the medical front. All right, Texans, day 2 of OTAs today. We will be out there. It starts at 9:30, so we're going to rush out of here at 10 o'clock and get out there. D'Amico Ryan's set to meet with the media today, as well as other Texans players. I would expect C.J. Stroud to be one of them, just because he's the quarterback. Assuming, you brought up a good point, assuming he's practicing. There's no reason to believe he's not.
Right.
But last year, he had the shoulder issue, and he didn't do media until he was actually out there doing things.
He had Emi's same issue.
He had arm fatigue.
Yeah. That was
I am doing a one-on-one with Kamari Lassiter after practice today. I'm excited. I like talking to Kamari.
Good one.
Yep.
He's doing his softball classic.
Yeah, in June. Yeah. He's got a press conference for it tomorrow, and then he's I don't know if he's taking the baton from J.J. Watt, but
I wonder if JJ's going to be in it at all.
Yeah,
I'm guessing JJ just wants no part of all the organization that goes behind it anymore.
Yeah,
but he's him being there
would be huge for Kamari and the charity for sure. NFL news yesterday: Josh Jacobs, who we talked about at the very end of the show, running back for the Packers, who was arrested earlier this week for multiple domestic violence allegations, I'll call it. He was released from jail with no charges yesterday. Mm-hmm. So we know that his lawyer had, when he was taken to jail initially, had denied any wrongdoing by Josh Jacobs. Ultimately, no charges filed against him.
And coming off the heels of the Stephon Diggs situation, where he had criminal charges lingering forever and ever and ever, and then he gets to trial, and it looks like
very similar felony strangulation.
Yeah, exactly, exact same crime that he's being accused of.
Yeah.
We saw in Stephon Diggs, man, if you rushed to judgment on that one of Stephon Diggs, you were way off.
Yeah.
And so I've gotten to the point now where I just don't. Whenever anybody gets charged with anything, I don't you don't worry about people want to make a decision immediately, and it used to sway heavily towards he definitely did it if he's accused of doing it.
Yep.
We've seen multiple examples in the last couple of years of some guys that just flat out no, they didn't do anything at all. So we'll see. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
Daniel Jones is throwing the ball at Colts OTAs, Seth. Daniel Jones is doing little drills where his new Achilles tendon is being put to use.
I miss the days when an Achilles tendon was a death knell.
6 months, and he's back out there doing stuff. Man. Yeah. You're
There's
right.
a lot more that goes on to it on top of it.
I'll
be curious to see if he's out there week one. Oh, and Anthony Richardson was there too.
He was.
And after demanding requesting a trade, and then he almost held out. Was he not at OTAs for a little bit, and then he showed up? Whatever it was.
No, I think I don't know. I know he was there yesterday because I saw the same interview you probably did with him.
He is just nothing like. He's like a DeLorean right now.
I just don't know
not a Mandalorian, a DeLorean.
I don't know how he ever got picked. Well, I know how because people looked at 5 plays and said, "Ooh, if we could harness that, then he's like the best 5 quarterbacks all rolled into one." I listen to every interview he does. I'm like, how did this guy wind up getting picked 4th in the draft?
I'll give you 2 words: Josh Allen. The people deluded themselves into thinking, hey, this guy wasn't accurate in college, but he's a really good athlete, and we can harness it.
Yeah.
And there will be at least 2 or 3 more mistakes made where people are thinking he could be the next Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's plenty of quarterbacks for this upcoming draft. One of them will be that guy. There's 7 quarterbacks that you're seeing with first-round grades.
The thing about the DeLorean was that it was a crappy vehicle. It looked really impressive and everything, but it was a horrible.
It was
vehicle.
An excellent time machine.
Yeah.
Really good time machine.
More people know that version of the DeLorean.
Yeah.
But the other one was kind of looked badass, did not perform that well.
No, it was the door. It was all the door, the door going up.
Was that one of the first gull-wing doors, I think?
It's the first one I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I thought it was cool. That travel time. All right, those are your headlines. Okay, 9 things we're generally excited to see at OTAs.
Genuinely excited.
Genuinely
Not generally excited. Genuinely
excited.
This
is a Seth Payne list, so I'm
genuinely excited.
I will share his excitement in these 9 things that are coming up now. We've got a nice long segment coming up, so get comfy in your cars and stick with us. We'll get you ready for Texans OTAs in the offseason here. But we are just a couple of weeks away from the world's biggest sporting event coming.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's kind of fun with OTAs. OTAs are kind of like the first thing of the spring or of the football year that resemble the season. So we get press conferences from all over the country. We'll get to that a little later on in the 7 o'clock hour.
All over the place.
Yeah, a little later on this hour. Because what reminded me of it on the TV in here, they were showing Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. And they're both getting, it's that whole saga is interesting because Jalen Hurts gets asked about A.J. Brown yesterday.
Yeah.
Who didn't invite him to his wedding, reportedly. A.J. Brown didn't invite Jalen Hurts to his wedding because he didn't go to his engagement party. Seth and I we're Team Hurts on that one.
Yeah.
Engagement celebration.
You start putting attaching too much importance to that. If you attach that much importance to the engagement party, I know for a fact that marriage isn't going to last.
Yeah.
You're carried way too much about the ceremonial stuff of it and everything, or the actual relationship.
Yeah, it's like winning spring training or winning training camp. Like, we had a great training camp. And like, no.
And then remember, after the engagement party, we have the half engagement party midway between the engagement party and the wedding itself.
And at the end of the day, you're like, everybody's like, okay, you're just trying to get more presents.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Are you coming to the prelude to the bachelor party or not?
Did you
didn't
see
RSVP.
The registration the registry that I have for the pre-bachelorette engagement, child reveal, pregnancy party?
Hey, I sent you cut-ups of the engagement party for film review. Have you done that yet?
Right. So we get all these press conferences now. We'll get to that a little later on. Like the A.J. Brown things, because Rabel gets asked yesterday, among other things, about, are you looking for wide receiver help?
Yeah.
He's not going to talk about A.J. Brown. All right, so let's get to this. So you and I are going out to OTAs right after the show today. So hopefully we get to see a bunch of the stuff we're about to talk about here. But the 9 things we are genuinely excited about.
My knee-jerk reaction is to say, it's non-padded practice. Can't tell a damn thing.
It's football.
No, there are actual things that matter that I'm excited to see.
Yep.
I'm a fiend, dang it. I got to get my fix. Yep. Starting off with just C.J. Stroud in general. And you did a good job of pointing this out yesterday. There's only so many things you can tell with a quarterback. Everybody, when you're not really competing in pads on, every quarterback in the league looks good. You're going to hear about how well guys are spinning it. But C.J. does have a physical transformation. He looks a little bit sleek. Physically leaned out a little bit.
Head to toe, man.
Yeah, got his hair cut.
Yeah.
He's been operating almost every step along the way like he's a young Annapolis midshipman or something.
Yeah.
Like he's just doing everything to a T. But I'll leave this to the actual throwing mechanics experts and whatnot when they start watching the film and looking at this stuff. There were times last year where it looked like he wasn't as pristine with his footwork or his mechanics as he is capable of being. There were times where he did look pristine, but it just didn't seem to be as consistent at times. I don't pretend to be a throwing mechanics expert. I think for me, more than anything, the thing that I'm really hoping to hear is just how he handles the press conference and the questions about, whether or not they've talked about getting a new contract. Only because so far he's handled it perfectly. There hasn't been a peep of any agitation out of his camp or anything like that. And I don't expect him to say anything scintillating, but I'm just curious to hear what his response is to the inevitable question. Hey, are you trying to get a new contract?
I am too. But now that we're talking about the transformation, I'm genuinely curious. Was there some sort of epiphany? How much did that game in New England factor into what appears to be some changes? I guess the first thing would be, what changes have you made?
Right.
Because he looks different. Is he operating different? We have not gotten a major glimpse into what exactly he does day to day, other than the occasional social media posts that usually aren't even his. Yeah. It's somebody else with him working out with people in California. So I'm really curious as to kind of like how the whole sausage with say 2.0 here. What did something trigger in you? Was it that game? Was it, was it the contract?
I think there has been, he's been pretty open at times talking about, even in talking about his faith, he's talked about how he's had to get back to being on track without going into any details or anything. I feel like with CJ sometimes you hear about somebody got off track, and you with your standard athlete, you might be thinking like, oh boy, he was going on benders or something. I feel like with CJ, it's that he just missed a Bible study or something, and he feels tremendous guilt over it, and he needs to get back on track.
Yeah.
But it's a steady process for most young quarterbacks that you stack on a little bit every year, and you understand more what you need to focus on. And it does feel like, just watching from the outside, I think each of the last couple off seasons, he's cut off some of the flack, some of the fat, some of the extraneous stuff that doesn't matter, and tries to get more and more dialed in. But I'm intrigued to hear what he answers about that specific part of it.
I like this list, man. This is a really good list you got here. Okay, so CJ is number 1. 9 things genuinely excited about. What's number 2?
Tank Dell. And this is it.
Tank Dell might be number 1 for a lot of people. If the rankings mean anything.
But we're talking about the NFL, and you have to lead with the quarterback.
Got to lead with the quarterback, right. 100%.
So related to the quarterback, Tank Dell, and 100%. Yeah, in my heart, it is Tank Dell. Just to see him out there, if he's out there practicing with the team, doing team drills and everything, that's a huge already, just given how devastating his knee injury was. But then after that, if I see actual production out of Tank Dell in OTAs where they're not in pads, so you can't tell much about the line or the linebackers or the fullbacks or anybody like that. The receivers working versus that defensive backfield, those guys are competing.
They are competing.
That's as close to real football as you can get at this time of year.
I got the reminder yesterday. I saw a video of Deshaun Watson throwing a touchdown pass to Isaiah Bond, a contested touchdown pass in a 7-on-7. I'm like, that's right.
Yeah.
They actually compete at some of these positions in OTAs. And wide receiver and corner is one of them.
So now, if you're doing 7-on-7, the defensive backs are at a disadvantage, but still, just it's a competitive group he's going against, and any kind of production out of him, I'll be really excited about.
That'll be great.
I made the mistake of watching a cut-up reel, a highlight reel I had made of Tank Dell a couple months ago, and
he was so good.
Highlight rule, they delude you into thinking like, oh yeah, that's what happens every single time, but it is. I mean, the ways they've been able to use him, and when they started to have to use him kind of creatively in 2024, it does. You think about adding him into the mix of wide receivers and how much versatility it gives you as an offense. And just regardless of what his overall numbers look like or anything, Tank Dell's a guy that on a jet sweep, it affects a defense.
Absolutely.
Remember when the jet sweep took the NFL by storm, and it seemed like everybody was running 10 jet sweeps a game? The defense is caught up. They figured out exactly how they need to tweak and adjust, and now it almost feels like sometimes you sweep, great. Here's a 1 yard gain maybe. But with Tank, I mean, he's so quick that he makes the defense pucker up a little bit, and it can affect the defense in ways that it doesn't with other athletes.
It gets lost in the wash sometimes because the injury he suffered in 2024 was so graphic and devastating.
Yeah.
And it's taken a full year for him just to get back onto the radar. And we'll see how on the radar he is in these practices. So it gets lost in the wash, kind of how his rookie season ended early. He had scored a touchdown in every game for like a month before he broke that leg against the Denver Broncos. So Tank Dell was on his way possibly to the Pro Bowl that year.
Real quick, because we get asked this question all the time, there's a lot of young slot receivers on the team right now, including last year's draft pick.
Yep.
But so people will say, well, how's that affect Tank Dell? Tank's not a slot. He takes the majority of his snaps outside, and then especially even more so now. I don't want to subject him to any more physical trauma than he needs to. So it's not. He doesn't affect the slot position because he's mainly an outside receiver.
All right. So C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, number 3.
Number 3 is the offensive line, and most specifically Keelan Rutledge.
Okay.
And how many snaps has he taken at center? And I would imagine these first few days it's going to be Jake Andrews running with the ones, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But Keelan Rutledge, just by virtue of how having playing at center, might give us a clue about whether they really are, taking their time with him, or if they think there's a really good chance that he's going to be out. They want the 5 best guys out there, and he's got a chance of being the best center. So they're playing him primarily at center and very little guard.
Okay, rank these 3 things in order of how shocked you would be by each of them. Keelan Rutledge related. Keelan Rutledge running with the ones at center. Mm-hmm. Keelan Rutledge just getting some run at center, kind of mixed in here and there. Or Keelan Rutledge getting 0 snaps at center.
That would be the one I don't want to see. Yeah, him getting 0 snaps at center would be.
Would you be surprised? I'd be shocked. You'd be shocked at that one the most. You'd be more shocked by him getting 0 snaps than him being the first string center right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too.
Now the grumpy old man in me, the veteran football player.
I think the most likely is the middle one.
I don't like seeing rookies out there with the ones immediately without earning it, but I get it.
Yeah.
I've relented a little bit. You know who changed my opinion on that?
Kamari Lassiter.
No. Andre Johnson. When they started it,
also good at football.
He started immediately right off from mini camps and everything. And then I watched him play football, and I was like, oh, okay.
I get it.
You'd be an idiot to pretend that he's a second string.
But Corey Bradford.
Yeah. Hey.
Well, Corey was the number 2, I think. He was still out there. So, I wouldn't put you in harm's way talking about former teammates.
I love Corey Bradford.
I do too. All right, so offensive line, specifically Keelan Rutledge, it sounds like is the biggest thing you're looking at there with the offensive line.
Yeah. Then you brought this up yesterday that should we really just assume that Braden Smith is going to be the tackle from day one? It's an interesting dynamic because Trent Brown's been in the league a long time, played well for the Texans last year.
They're undefeated with him at right tackle.
The way normal NFL teams operate, you sign a free agent to a really healthy contract like that, he's probably going to be the starting right tackle. But who knows how they handle it.
Yep. So we'll see. All right, what's next?
Defensive fronts, and this isn't something we're going to be allowed to report on, but I am intrigued because they don't like this. They let us out there, but they don't want us to say, hey, they lined up in an under front a bunch, which they'd. The Texans don't typically put a guy on the center, a nose tackle right over the center a whole lot. And I don't think they have to change their defense because Caden McDonald's a certain type of way. Caden McDonald can run the defense exactly the way the Texans have always done it. But I wonder if with him, with a big space-eating, run-stuffing type of dude, if it does give them a little bit more flexibility and kind of open up the types of defensive fronts they run.
Yeah.
So if they start doing that in OTAs, it'll pique my interest.
I like that better than, because I'm taking a real general view of the NFL here with this, but when you hear I don't know if he's a fit for that guy's system, it seems to me like with Caden McDonald and other things that D'Amico does defensively, he looks at it more like having a new toy.
Right.
Than he does just not if this is what I do.
Right. No, 100%.
Yeah.
And I think that for some people thought, Caden McDonald's a nose tackle and the Texans don't even use a nose tackle. Why would they bother? And there's two parts to it. One is that Caden McDonald played all along the defensive line, and he could do, like I said, he could do everything Texans already do, but it does potentially, give D'Amico more options to run a little bit more of a diverse defense. It helps Keelan Rutledge out in adjusting to center.
Yeah.
If he can face that look more, where a lot of times the Texans offense, they've got all their issues to begin with, but then they go against the Texans defense that they run a lot of I'll call it even fronts, where you've got the defensive tackles are not over the center. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, for the first time in the regular season, they face actual nose tackles and all the different tweaks and adjustments you have to make in protection. It's kind of dicey. So for the good of the offense, if the defense can start running more of that, it might better prepare them for the season.
Dude, this non-padded stuff they're going to be doing the next few weeks is going to be such a tease for when training camp gets here.
Yeah.
I'm going to be so ready for a lot of these new offensive linemen to go against this defense, especially as bad as it looked last year with last year's group. They got dominated in training camp. Okay, so you skipped over offensive wrinkles.
I did?
You did, yeah.
Oh.
And that's a 4 and a 5 right there.
I skipped all the way ahead to number 6.
Yep.
Let's go back to 4 and 5.
Yes.
So offensive wrinkles in 2 specific positions.
Okay.
Tight ends.
Yeah.
Because Aaron Wilson is reported or talked about a couple times on his live stream at least that Cade Stover is going to get a lot more work at fullback.
How do you feel about that?
I feel like, okay, all right, James Casey. So they're talking about him being an H-back, where sometimes he's a fullback, sometimes he's lining up at tight end. I do like it because what's the age in the NFL? 13 personnel, 3 tight ends on the field. The Rams did it a bunch last year. Mm-hmm. I think Nick Caley was planning on doing it a bunch last year. Remember, Nick Caley came over from the Rams. The problem was that 2 of their top 3 tight ends ended up on IR within a couple of weeks of the beginning of the season.
That's right.
And you just You couldn't do it with the Harrison Bryants and the other guys you pick up off the scrap heap. So I think there's a really good chance that we see more just 3 tight end personnel out there. And I'm guessing, again, this isn't the kind of thing we're allowed to report on, I guess, until they show it in a preseason game.
Yep.
Right? Is that the rule now?
I forget what
they don't want us talking about actual formations and personnel usage and stuff, which I get.
Yeah. So we usually let other people do that.
So the other wrinkle would just simply be, and this isn't like an ornate wrinkle or anything, but Woody Marks now, because you have David Montgomery back there, Woody Marks being used more as a receiving threat. And last year,
that actually is underrated for me in terms of how excited I am about that.
Yeah.
Woody Marks' new type of usage.
Yeah, because once he was learning how to play lead running back as a rookie last year, they really, they were just trying to do everything they could to get him on board with doing that part of his job. But now you get him more involved in the passing game. It should be cool.
Well, there's probably stuff you can do by having Montgomery and Woody Marks out there at the same time, too.
Yeah.
Having 2 backs out there that are threats. So that's good. Okay, so
plus, and if you call Cade Stover a running back, let's run the old.
Let's call him.
Let's get the wishbone and the wing tee and everything else out there.
Man.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, so we're up to 6 now of 9 things we are. And thus far, I'm genuinely excited about the ones we've done so far.
Number 7 is just a complete defensive backfield. Last year, they played 6 different guys at safety opposite of Kalen Bullock.
They were a hand with like 3/4 of one of the fingers chopped off.
I can't remember. I tallied it up at one point. It was Jimmy. I included Jimmy Ward in that 6. So if you go before training camp, Jimmy Ward was the starting.
They were
safety.
Counting on him before his legal issues.
And you had C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yep.
And then at one point, I think Miles Bryant got a start in there at some point.
You had Jaden Reed.
Yeah, Jalen Reed.
Yeah, Jalen Reed. You had I always call him Jaden. Jalen Reed. You had Kevon Wallace.
That's right.
At the end of the year.
Kevon Wallace
I feel
era.
like MJ Stewart was in there starting for a little while. So that's 6 right there.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
This year, if it could just be Reed Blankenship the entire time.
You know the old saying, if you have 6 safeties, you really
don't have
any safeties. Yeah.
So I'm excited about that. And the next one, whoever replaces EJ Speed. So I'll be intrigued to see who gets the most run with the ones out there. And I think that there's 2 guys that we haven't talked about hardly at all that I think might have a really good chance to be that guy.
Okay.
One is Marte Mapu, who the Texans traded for this offseason via the Patriots. And he's...
You don't say.
Yeah. He's a really good blend of size and speed. And I think might be the most intriguing out of all of the non-draft picks. The non-rookies.
Yeah.
Wade Woodaz intrigues me because he's between him and Aiden Fisher, he brings to the most athletically. But then also Jake Mullen. Is it Mullen or Mullins?
Jake Hummel?
Hummel. It's not either of those things I said. Jake Hummel.
Hummel. Yeah.
Evidence that I haven't talked about him enough. I think he's another like a special teamer that plays linebacker and that I think might get a chance to compete for that fill-in role for EJ Speed. But I think it's wide open at this point.
EJ Speed played way more snaps than people think he played last year.
Yeah.
Right?
45% of the defensive snaps.
Yeah, I mean, that's for a rotational guy, that's a lot. All right, so that's 8. What's 9? What's the final one?
Just the rookies in general.
Yeah.
I think Lewis Bond, we probably haven't talked about a whole bunch in the 6th-round wide receiver. Sometimes it's an Xavier Hutchinson. Sometimes it's somebody that you never remember his name.
Well, of all the positions where a day 3 guy could make the team, wide receivers right there.
Yeah.
There's only 5 wide receivers on this team that have done anything in the NFL. Yeah, like if they want 6 receivers, there's a chance for a rookie or fringe guy to make the team.
The guys that I've neglected too much, I think, are Lewis Bond, the wide receiver, Kamari Ramsey, which really annoys me from a name stand. I feel like Nick has been trying to do everything he can to screw me up. Last year it was all the Jalens and the Jadens.
Yeah.
Now you draft a guy named Kamari Ramsey. You've already got a Kamari in the defensive backfield.
Yes.
And Ramsey is like, he's a defensive back named Ramsey. You think Jalen Ramsey. Which adds to all the Jalens and the J.
Tangentially, it does.
There's not a chance in hell I end up getting
screwed.
Kamari Ramsey's name correct over more than 50% of the time.
Boy, I went back and looked. I think it was Dane Brugler, the Athletic, put his top 50 players from before the season.
Yeah.
He put that list out just to go see how it all ended up playing out. Like this is from like before the 2025 college season. Like Peter Woods of Clemson, who ended up going in the first round. He was number 1.
Yeah.
Kamari Ramsey was on that list. Kamari Ramsey was like Dane Brugler's like 41st best player in the country going into last season. But as has been pointed out many times, and I think this is something the Texans probably liked about him, he unselfishly did kind of a position role change for them.
Yeah.
And it was a stock hit for him.
Yeah.
He played like nickel for them instead
he went
of
from safety to nickel,
center field.
and so he's done all those things.
Yeah.
Big surprise. I believe he was a team captain. It's almost a prerequisite.
If you're a Texan and you weren't the team captain, you are an outlier.
I think.
Man.
I'll have to fact check myself on that. But also, I mean, he's yet another guy who comes out of USC. And the USC, I feel like, and Nick would never give us a straight answer on this if we asked him, I feel like there's certain programs that he loves, like Iowa State forever. He loves Iowa State.
Yeah.
And he loves that program. USC, I think they look at it as, these are diamonds in the rough.
Yeah.
These are guys like Kalen Bullock Woody Marks is a little bit different because he played at 2 different spots.
Right.
And I think that was more of a...
I think specifically defensive guys.
USC defensive guys, they look at it as, when he gets some actual coaching.
Yep.
Imagine what he might be.
Kalen Bullock, Jalen Smith.
Yeah.
Solomon Byrd is a day 3 pick they've had who's still hanging around.
Now Solomon Bird's different because did he play at 3 different schools? And he was pretty polished and everything.
He was old, too, when they drafted him.
Yeah. But I think with Kamari Ramsey, they probably think, we get him some good coaching. Here we go.
Those are good reasons, man. I am, and we'll hit him again later before we get out and speed out of here to go to training or to go to OTAs today.
And by speed, we mean drive the speed limit on Buffalo Speedway.
Yes.
Freaking jackbooted thugs of West U police.
Well,
I'm talking to you.
I've already put my business out there that I'm a chronic red light runner early in the morning. They're already looking for me.
That's right.
Along Kirby.
The West U cops know I'm just joking.
Yeah.
They know I'm just kidding with you.
Yeah.
Crap.
They listen.
I know.
Listen. So, you mentioned this earlier because you said you did a video with those 9 reasons. You also did one about Nico Collins, and people just don't seem to be reacting to the Nico Collins pay raise with a whole ton of emotion.
I don't think there's a whole big appetite for it. It looks like it's one of those things where people hear that, you got his contract tweaked, and I think that there's a certain nerdy side of it where you think, all right, boy, is this setting a bad precedent? I talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
I guess if you wanted to be really juicy and Bijani, you'd say, Casario's too soft. He doesn't negotiate hard enough or anything. But I think largely I'm not worried about it just because this is the kind of thing where a precedent is only a precedent. You only have to follow that precedent if 2 parties agree to it. And I think this is what happens every single time you give somebody a pay raise based on merit. Is you go down that slippery slope of saying, now everybody's going to want one, which is true.
Yeah.
That's human nature. There's going to be guys on the team that think, you did it with Nico. Why don't you do it with me? The tough part of it and the hard reality of it is that at some point the GM and the head coach say, you're not Nico.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Would you like to go watch some film? We can do it. I know we've done it already, but I know we've told you and critiqued you and everything, but we'll show you exactly why you're not Nico Collins.
Yep. Okay, so Cody Stutes, who he's got his own YouTube channel and Houston Football with Cody Stutes. Cody does a phenomenal job. I think he does a really good job with what he puts out to his subscribers. He had a piece yesterday that he wrote, and the headline was Texans handed out an unnecessary bonus to Nico Collins. Mm-hmm. I've seen more neutral and positive than I've seen people as overtly negative as Cody is on this.
Yeah.
And Cody acknowledges some of the dynamics of things. He's not ready to tear people's heads off over it. But this is definitely the strongest opinion that I've seen that the Texans should not have done this.
Right.
So I'm going to read a few sentences from this piece, and let's see if Cody's got a point or if you want to counterpoint him on these, okay? So the headline is, Texans handed out an unnecessary bonus to Nico Collins. Here's the first sentence that I'm conveying to you here. This served no benefit for the Texans. Only Collins benefited from the cash.
Right. Which is true if you're looking at a ledger.
And this was a pure raise. There was no year tacked onto the contract.
It didn't improve the salary cap position or anything. And I think that's where it gets into the squishier side of things of, all right, the culture and what do you reward in this culture and how do you treat your veteran players and all of that. And I think that's where the hard part for the GM is always balancing out the human side of football with the cold, hard spreadsheet side of football. And I think that you can make a bunch of arguments about how the Texans do benefit from this. For me, really what it is that, and the thing that I always am impressed by with D'Amico, and Xavier Hutchinson said this in that podcast that he did a couple weeks ago. He said, Xavier Hutchinson said something similar, something along the lines of he's never seen somebody who's as consistent as D'Amico in terms of living out, like living the way he preaches and just like taking what he says at face value and abiding by it. And I think that's from top to bottom. They want to reward guys who do things the right way and who produce on the football field. And it's an incredible example to the younger players on the team. So D'Amico understands better than most people, I think, that human beings, they learn by imitating. And it's just any more complex than that. The way he teaches and the like technique and everything is he shows examples, guys imitate those examples. And the way guys conduct themselves in the building, guys imitate. And so I've been on so many teams where the head coach is up at the front, and I can imagine Bill O'Brien's the meetings went exactly like this, and he's laying out a path and telling the rookies how they have to operate. And this is what you need to do. Follow these rules, and you'll be great, and you'll get a big contract, and we'll win a Super Bowl. But then the rookie leaves the meeting after seeing 29 PowerPoints of the way he's supposed to operate. And 3 of the highest paid guys on the team are just like
Nick
freakishly gifted athletes that are just better than you because they're better than you.
Yeah.
You know? And like who's the rookie going to listen to? Is he going to listen to the PowerPoint presentation, or is he going to see what's in front of him in flesh and blood and call a guy that doesn't do anything extra or anything he doesn't have to do a vet?
Yep.
Like in my mind, that's a vet.
Yep.
So D'Amico is really good at doing that.
Yep.
Most coaches are not. It basically like rewarding the behavior that he wants. And I think that's what they're doing with Nico. Is
100%
we're going to reward the behavior you want. And if other guys operate that way and they end up being as good as Nico, then maybe you end up getting a random pay raise as well. But there's very few guys that operate like to a T the way they want them to, off the field, in the weight room, on the practice field, and are also a top 5 guy at their position.
That's the big thing at the end. You have to be good at your job, and Nico is. Hey, a couple more sentences here from Cody Stutz's piece, where the headline: Texans handed out unnecessary bonus to Nico Collins. Collins has not replicated his 2023 breakout season. Almost every per-game metric from the past 2 seasons is lower when compared to the stellar 2023 season, end quote. I will acknowledge, I didn't want the quote to get too long. Cody does acknowledge that the play around Nico kind of decreased over 24 and 25. It's not all on Nico.
No, and I think that's like some of the same excuses or explanations you might make for C.J. Stroud. I think you can also say for Nico Collins, it's a sum total of what's going on. And Nico is still very much a driving force for like the good things that they do or are able to do. It's not always borne out in individual statistics. In
stats, it's exactly right. My counter to that would be: is there anything in watching Nico Collins in the games he was out there? I understand injuries have been an issue, but in the games where he's out there, did any of us come walking away from NRG Stadium that day saying, "Boy, something's wrong with Nico"?
Right.
No, like play to play, he's looked like the same guy for 3 years now.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing about the actual performance would be the games that he's missed to injury.
Yeah.
And that's
availability.
So as we talk about all of this, though, too, there's what we don't know. There's things we don't know. And Cody alluded to this. Okay, was there a chance that it was going to disrupt chemistry because Nico was disgruntled or something? Who knows? Nico's never going to show any kind of disgruntlement outwardly or to the media.
No.
He just doesn't operate that way. So we don't know that. But we also don't know what were the conversations they had when they gave him the extension the first time, where they did it very early in the process. And, Rosenhaus is the type of agent that has a good relationship with GMs and everything. Was there some kind of a casual conversation about, like, okay, look, we're going to do this. We'll do it early. We understand that maybe if we had played it out longer, it could have been more, whatever. But, like, let's revisit this in a couple years, just maybe tweak it a little bit. Because they didn't reset the market. He's still the 11th highest paid wide receiver with his contract.
Yeah.
So there might have been an understanding that they might modify it.
We'll make it right.
Yeah.
We'll make it right. Well, and Cody kind of alludes to that with one sentence here towards the end. I'm kind of skipping around now, but the Texans ripped up their well-negotiated deal with Collins for a reason not clear to people outside the building.
Yeah.
End quote. And you're right. It isn't clear to people. It is definitely, if whether you're for or against what they did with Nico, the impetus for it, we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't. And no, we're gonna have Nick on next week on Wednesday. Maybe this is something we ask him about. Is, hey, tell us how you arrived at giving Nico Collins this pay raise out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Because I brought this up yesterday, that just the timing of it is very interesting. That they agree to this the day before the first really important voluntary thing.
Yeah.
Nico doesn't strike me as a guy who would miss the voluntary stuff, but he also, he's a human being who $17 million tacked onto your deal is a lot of money.
I wonder, what if it's, I just hope that we'll ask Nick and he'll say, well, you know what, fellas?
We're not getting a good answer.
Fact of the matter is, actually, that what we did was we told him he has to wear a Guardian cap every game, and
that would be something.
and he said, well, I don't want to sacrifice that swag without being remunerated for it.
Yeah.
The whole damn team needs to be wearing Guardian caps.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn. Look at your best players last year. Nico Collins, Jalen Petrie, two of your best players. You missed time due to a total of 6 games between the two of them? 6 and then the half games added in? Even more than 6 games due to concussions.
Your quarterback?
Oh, that's right.
Him too? Well, Titus missed. Titus isn't here anymore.
9. Yeah, and Titus, after Titus in the offseason had said about he wouldn't wear a Guardian cap because it just doesn't look good, ends up missing time with a concussion.
That felt like the football gods getting angry with him at that quote. Oh, really? You don't think it looks good? Here's a concussion. You are cursed.
Jalen Petrie wearing the Guardian cap is a good step in the right direction in terms of normalizing it.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it made the Rasheed Rice hit look even more momentous in some way, that he had the Guardian cap on.
You got beat by the guy with the Guardian cap?
Oh, my God. He turned him into just a bowl of Jell-O, dude. He was quivering on the ground.
Is that Mark Kelso or Jalen Petrie?
Mark Kelso. He had the big kazoo helmet, right?
Mark Kelso had the big kazoo, but another one of the Bills did, too.
Did BB have one, too?
I think BB also wore one later in his
Kelso
career.
had a huge helmet.
Yeah.
Huge helmet. A lot of people weighing in on the Nico thing here. Where is it? I disagree with Cody completely. This is holdout insurance. You just bought a policy that prevents Nico from holding out this training camp or next. God forbid you keep one of your big stars happy.
Yeah, the holdouts have lost their luster because of the way the CBA is right now. Once a guy's under contract, it's really rare for him to hold out.
They can't waive the fines anymore.
Yeah, like teams used to kind of, there'd be a holdout and the team would say, okay, Liz, we're not going to fine you, we'll make this right.
Yeah.
They're not allowed to do that anymore.
No.
So usually when there's a holdout now, it's usually a guy that's on his franchise tag, which means he's not under contract.
Right.
So he's not getting penalized for it.
Yeah.
But it does happen. I'd be surprised if Nico were the one to do it.
Yeah. I would too, except it would keep the tradition alive of Texans wide receivers. Like Andre held out at one point for like 2 days, and then he just couldn't stay away.
That. Yeah.
And then
and DeAndre held out for a day or two.
Yeah. They both found out they kind of really like football a lot, probably, or just maybe it wasn't going to work, the holdout that they were doing. But that would keep the tradition alive at the very least.
There comes that point too in the season in a holdout if it gets extended where you end up. If you don't show up, then you end up in the same situation the next year because you lose that year of your NFL experience.
Yeah.
So you just go right back to square one.
Yeah, the contract.
I mean, people do it, but it's rare.
Okay, we have someone on here that's insistent that Nico and CJ don't get along. Nico and CJ don't get along. Just trust me on this.
Oh.
Okay.
I'll trust you, buddy.
Yeah. Is that why?
That's one thing I love doing is going up to random strangers and being like, "Hey, just trust me."
Yeah.
And then tell them something crazy.
Particularly the ones that are on a text.
Yes,
those are the ones that I really trust.
Sometimes
the
I
most.
put a mask on and I'll walk into a bank and I'll tell the teller, just trust me.
Just trust me.
Just put some money in the bag
Right.
and just trust me on this.
Trust me. Not going to
trust
shoot
me
you.
that I have a gun in my jacket.
Yes.
And give me that money. Just trust me.
Did it really work back in the day when people would stick their finger in their pocket and just point it like, through their, like they did on TV when they were robbing banks?
That's the kind of situation where when you're watching it, you think, well, if I were the bank teller, I would totally ask them to produce the weapon.
Yeah, show me the gun, man.
Yeah, but in real life, you probably...
Oh, I'd be shoveling money into a bag. I would cave. How many seconds would it take me to cave in a bank robbery?
Yeah, which option? Okay, which is most likely to give me the option where I definitely don't get shot?
Okay,
by either an actual pistol or a finger pistol.
Okay, rank the 610 hosts in order of how quickly they'd cave in a bank robbery as a teller at a bank situation. I would be first for
you think
sure.
You'd be first?
Oh God, I would be.
You
Yeah,
know what
yeah.
I think honestly,
not my money.
You know what I think honestly would be least likely to cave is Ron.
Me too.
Ron would.
I was gonna say, I think Ron would fight.
And Ron would keep arguing after he'd been shot 7 times. He would be like, he would have the satchel of cash clutched to his chest. Ron would bow up. Ron's got that switch. People might not realize Ron gets upset. There's a switch where you see a look in his eyes.
Yeah.
Where like he ain't gonna take no guff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I think I would be the worst. I think Reggie would be number 2. I shovel money into a bag. Reggie just doesn't want any of that heat.
Yeah.
And then I'm with you. I think Ron would be.
I feel like on any given day it would depend with me. I could either be least likely or most likely, depending on how my biochemistry is that day.
Yeah, or if you went to Twitter right before you went to work that day.
Yeah, if somebody angered me on.
Right. Seth went down with a fight. Why? He was in his mentions before he went to work.
Some guy started a tweet with "You do know."
The robber.
If the robber says, "You do know I have a pistol in my jacket," I'm like, "You condescending piece of crap! How dare you condescend to me?"
Oh my God.
You do know that.
That's great.
Guys, it ain't that complicated.
I got a gun.
You do know I got a gun.
You're going to give me the money.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, I mentioned it earlier. OTA pressers. We have a couple of them here. The big one everybody was wondering is, would the New England media show any stones in the Mike Vrabel press conference? We got our answer. And I don't think any media cord would have been asking directly. But we have Mike Vrabel's answer when he was asked about balance in his life and his family. We've got that for you coming up next.
Mokaram injury lawyers, I don't know if they handle the scenarios we were just talking.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Two things happening on the text page right now. People telling us to just trust them on things. We're not trading Jordan. Just trust me. Just trust me. The other thing is people chiming in on which 610 host, or I'll say personalities, because Tyler Milner is getting some love for the one who would cave first.
Oh, really? Is that love?
Giving up the money. Yeah. Some acknowledgement for caving. T Mill just wants to get to the bar, man.
Yeah, but plus I feel like you're being a model employee. If there's one thing I've learned from social media, it's a lot of places are like have a strict policy. Listen, don't be a hero. All right.
Yep.
So good job, Tyler Milner. You were an employee of the month for standing by while Sean embezzled money from the company.
Right.
Yeah.
People love the visual of Ron clutching to the money with 7 shot holes.
Ron is the least likely guy to comply.
He ain't giving up, man.
Ron would stubbornly hold on to every bit of that. And that could have been, it wouldn't have mattered if he might have been the least, Ron could be the least satisfied bank employee. Mm-hmm. Like, just he hates the bank, can't wait to get a new job. But when some bank robber comes in and tries to take this bank's money,
competitive situation.
Be warned, bank robbers, if you still exist, that Ron Hughley is not the teller to mess with.
If you get to a bank and Ron Hughley is the teller there, he ain't caving for you.
No.
All right? You better have a real gun in your pocket, not your finger poking the pocket of your cardigan sweater.
I've seen bank robberies have gone way down, haven't they?
I would think so.
Like everything, it's just so hard to get away with it anymore.
Cameras, everything's traceable.
Yeah.
Got all that dye that explodes in your face. That's what happened to me when I robbed a bank.
Yeah.
That's what happened. All that dye exploded in my face.
The bang for the buck, so to speak, is also, I know the penalties and the jail time and everything is really severe compared to other ways to steal money.
Yeah, that's how I always look at things. What's the return return on the investment here?
I'd like to get into stealing some of that crypto. Feels like that's the... Right? Because then if you steal the crypto, nobody can track it, right?
Way less guns involved, too.
I gotta learn how to use a computer, and then I'm gonna steal some crypto.
That's the first thing I'm gonna do. Steal some crypto, search some porn.
Hey, Ben, do you know anything about this?
No.
I need to steal some crypto so I can pay the fee in Texas to watch movies.
You're right.
Don't say the P word.
No. Yeah,
John and I have been advised to clean it up a little bit.
Yeah. Adult features.
Yes.
Okay, so let's clean it up and talk about Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini.
I'd love to clean it up.
Yeah.
But the subject matter is what it is.
All right, so I have two answers from Vrabel's press conference yesterday. I want to run these through the filter here. He was asked, do you anticipate missing any more time the way he did with missing the draft because he was seeking counseling?
I mean, I can only tell you I'm going to be there today, but I can't tell you anything other than I'm going to be out there today in full force. And I mean that because, who knows what's going to come up? I'm not even, anything could happen. And so I'm going to focus on today. But in the excitement that we've had and that we've built so far, and the conditioning that we've tried to incorporate into our practices and the weightlifting and all the things that are critical.
Listen, Ben Vol, it's a really good question. You've seen how many pictures TMZ has in the holster.
Who knows what could come up? You guys don't even know. You guys only know about one relationship.
Honestly,
you guys think I'm going to be tied down to just two women?
If we take that, like if we take that answer to mean more than it probably does, it was I think that was Vrabel.
He meant injuries and et cetera.
And he's just like, if you watch the press conference, he's just trying to get through this thing, man. And anything that got asked that was even in the realm of a Rossini type question, whose name never came up specifically in the press conference.
Yeah.
But all the questions were sort of these dancing around it. You'll hear another one here in a second. He was trying to move on to just the X's and O's and OTA 101, talking about what's happening out of practice and not what's happening in his personal life. That answer is hilarious right there. If you take that answer just like literally and like that he is actually talking about his extramarital stuff going on, that's somebody who doesn't know when the next shoe is going to drop.
Yeah.
Like that there's more, like that's an crap. There's way more stuff out there.
There's probably something out there somewhere.
There's
you
definitely
just got to accept
more
it.
stuff.
Yeah, like people, like we've talked about this. People take pictures of celebrities all the time, and I'm not a celebrity. Like I'm a minor local celebrity, but I was on a flight into Houston a few weeks ago, and a guy was videoing me.
Yeah.
He was taking a video of me.
Yep.
And I don't think it was because he was impressed with my good looks or anything. He recognized me, and he was sitting there, and he was kind of doing that thing where he was trying to be he was holding his phone at an angle that was not conducive to reading.
But he was
trying to pretend like he was reading, but it was like down at his belly button. And okay, he's taking a video of me. I don't know why he couldn't just take a screened picture or anything.
Right, he's sitting there holding it.
Yeah. And I don't know what he was waiting for me to do. But that's just me.
You're right.
So when you're Mike Vrabel, and you're in Nashville cavorting around with another sports celebrity, there's a lot of video and footage of him out there that most people have just decided to sit on.
Yeah, well, and the big caveat too, especially when you're as sloppy as the two of them have been with this whole thing.
Yeah.
The pictures and videos that have surfaced, they kind of carry a message of they're not all that careful with how they've gone about this.
Yeah.
They're out of bars and things like that.
I cannot wait until the first opponent does a touchdown celebration where it's two guys interlocking their hands.
I've already made the promise I'll donate to their charities.
Yeah.
If they do that. I promise. I'm making that promise.
If you care about
here.
the children.
Yeah. You'll sell with your locking fingers.
You're one of the most selfish people in the world if you don't do it.
If you don't do it. Okay, this is the one that got the most traction because it's the one where he actually mentions his family. How's the balance going that you talked about between your work life and your family life?
When we spoke to you last, you were talking about the balance of family and football. Just how would you describe how that process has been going?
Oh, really good. I think that's, again, I appreciate my family is great. I love Jen. I love the boys. I love, my personal friends. And then, this spring is focused on really the coaching staff, the players more importantly than the coaching staff. But I just, seeing the coaches in the second year, how smooth the conversations are. Hey, we love this play. How do we make it better? And then these guys, they go out and they find ways to make it better. And then we have conversations, and then we decide on a few things.
Okay, Ben. He went on for 2 minutes about what OTAs are all about.
And the question was,
how are you handling the balance between your family and your football?
I like the. I don't know if I've ever heard, but when asked a question about your family, saying, "Oh, I love my family. I love my kids,"
and then just moving
on. Why would you have to say that part of it? Like, I feel like there's more to it than isn't that a given? That's a little bit of a. If what you're accusing me of is of not loving my family, well, I gotta tell you, you're wrong on that. I love them.
I love them so much. Yeah. I'm going to spend 8 seconds mentioning them. 2.5-minute answer.
Yeah,
that's how much I love them. It was the most boring, rambling.
That's what it's going to be.
Answer.
Yeah.
He was just trying. That was the one question that veered into that extramarital relationship realm. That was the one question. And you could see exactly what he was doing. I don't think it was a stupid tactic. I think it led to just verbal diarrhea.
He's just going to keep giving this the stiff arm, the same way he's given the stiff other things. Sean, you're supposed to stop this.
You're supposed
Sean. I mean, jeez. Well, you lead me into it. You're like
that audio?
You're a temptress. You're like the Rossini of stuff I'm not supposed to say on radio.
You're showing you verbal leg. Yes. Yeah. Did you see Tony Farmer, the Mike Florio of this story, trying to worm his way onto Ted Johnson's show?
Yes, Tony Farmer has been reporting a lot of stuff on this, and he's very critical of the media who's covering it, especially in Boston.
Very critical.
I guess Ted Johnson and his co-host must have been tearing into Tony Farmer.
They were. I think I texted with Ted last night just to see if he had seen Tony Farmer's tweet, because Tony Farmer did tag Ted on it, and I think the feeling with Ted, I think the feeling with a lot of people, honestly, the feeling with me with Tony Farmer, as much as I enjoy the salaciousness of the Vrabel Rossini story, this guy's just totally over the top, man.
Yeah.
And I think the feeling up there is that he's just beating a dead horse. So this guy is now, this Tony Farmer was on Twitter begging Ted Johnson and his co-host for, quote, at least 10 minutes on your show.
I'd love to come on for at least 10 minutes.
At least.
A demand, It's just like, I'm going to need at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, when you're asking time on somebody's show, you should be convincing them that you're not going to waste their time.
Usually what they say is, usually people say,
no more than 10 minutes.
I only need you for 10 minutes, or just give me 10 minutes. He's like, I need at least 10 minutes.
This effing guy's like, this is the floor of what I need, and I'll need more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like no. It's like if somebody who's about to be hanged, saying like, could we use a different? I'd like a hemp rope, actually.
Can I get 2 meals?
Yeah,
please. So that was a little fun with the Vrabel press conference from yesterday. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Is anything more fun than this particular thing going on with the Astros right now? Anything in Houston sports? Get the text fingers ready here to send in 713-572-4610. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
What's the position the OG will be? Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know how he attacked you the first time. This ball hit the center field straight away. Evan Carter back. He's done it again. Give him 9. Man. Second time through the lineup. Give him 19 on the season. Jordan sends one to center field deep. Carter back. He's done it again. 5 bombs in 3 games. Air Jordan continues to get cleared for liftoff at DFW.
That's one of those things. Jordan Alvarez with 5 home runs in the 3 games so far. So even the game they lost 10-7 the other night, Jordan hit 2 bombs in that game. He, of course, had 1 on Monday. He had 2 last night. He wins that game for them last night. Jordan Alvarez and Mike Burrows were the 2 biggest reasons they won that game. Burrows was really good for 7 innings, 2 runs, and Jordan Alvarez with 2 just massive straightaway center field bombs. That's one of those things, and I know if there's a Ranger fan listening right now, if they were to play this up in Dallas, they would say I'm crazy. But I've been there before. Like that's one of those things that even when you're the home fans and it's an opposing guy coming into your stadium, you just got to sit back and watch and marvel at it.
Right.
Man.
Well, no, I think there's it was kind of, look, you're going to hear the loudest and most obnoxious of Yankees fans, but even with Yankees fans in Jose Altuve, there's that grudging respect of just, here we go again. You know, you had multiple Yankees fans who are trying to get other Yankees fans to stop booing Altuve. Like, yes, it's one of the great things about baseball. There is an ability to almost kind of admire the greatness of the guy who's consistently doing you in. Yep. And you just have to accept it. So sorry, Rangers, but you just have to. You got
to sit back and take it, man.
You got to sit back. Thank God. And by the way, thank you to the Rangers, because I don't know if you guys know or not, Rangers fans, that the Astros were kind of in a funk. And even the fan base was in a funk. I cannot tell you what you have done so far in these 2 series for the mental health of our city.
Oh, this one and the one the Astros won a week or 2
when
ago.
When we restarted the season, it was at the beginning of the Rangers. And ever since they started playing the Rangers, it's been a completely different baseball team.
It's been nice.
What's the record since we reset the season?
8-4, Seth.
8-4.
8-4. Yeah.
They are
You're
well
welcome.
into they're playing like a 100+ win baseball team ever since they started playing the Rangers.
I like this because 8-4 is a number where you just divide 162 by 3.
Yeah.
Multiply times 2. They're on a 108 win pace right now in those 12 games.
That's a pretty good baseball team. Yeah.
It's a damn good baseball team. They probably got a little bit of pitching, I would imagine.
Yeah. So like we're kind of, you can read too much into 12 baseball games, obviously, but it's this has been fun. To win baseball games, but to see a more balanced attack. And on a given night, it feels like, hey, the bats might show up, or hey, the pitcher might actually not be a bum. Like,
right.
Imagine that, a non-bum pitcher.
And you're going to get Hunter Brown and Josh Hader back here pretty soon.
Yeah.
The reinforcements. The reinforcements are coming on the pitching staff. Now, they'll get Jose Altuve back also. We brought this up earlier, and I don't want to jinx it. Even Javier, there's been good news on him. He's going to throw a bullpen tomorrow, I think it was. There's been, there's still Yiner that's sitting out there on the IL. If you go to the IL and you look, you're like, oh yeah, there's like 3 guys on there. Like, hey, I forgot all about that guy.
Yeah.
I've forgotten about Yiner because Christian Vasquez has been pretty damn good, even with challenges lately. Vasquez has been pretty damn good. So this has been nice. The other thing that would be good about them getting back into the playoff hunt would be that Jordan Alvarez, who if he were having this season that he's having right now for an actual good baseball team, I think would be the runaway leader for MVP of the American League right now.
It feels less like over the last 12 games at least. It's felt a lot less like this is going to be a Mike Trout with the Angels type of season. That we saw so many times.
Fingers crossed,
Mike
man.
Trout MVP on a 500 baseball team.
Yeah.
That it just and it helps too that we've seen the Astros 2 years ago in a spectacular fashion be a completely different baseball team by the time you got to July. And it's it really, I feel better talking about the injuries now than I did when it was really miserable, and you feel like I can't excuse everything due to injuries. But now, if you're some of the guys who are replacements are performing well, and you're getting some of the injured guys back, so I'm more willing in hindsight to excuse it because of the injuries.
What are the things in Houston sports that are on the level of like a period where Jordan is on the heater that he's on right now? Because we talk sometimes about like what are the things in Houston sports that you just have to. Well, you got to put things down to watch. Like right now, a Jordan Alvarez at bat is at the top of a list. Like
I would say, there was in terms of it's just so unique because he's such a majestic power hitter.
Yeah.
And he is still leading the league. I didn't check it this morning, but he's leading the league in OPS despite having such a rough stretch there.
He didn't do anything to damage it last night.
I can't imagine there was anybody. I'm just trying to figure out if it's somebody that could have surpassed him or something. But I'm guessing he's still the leader in that.
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know, in terms of intrigue and just getting excited about, it looks like Jordan's going on a hot streak here. I mean, Framber's quality games start.
Yeah.
That was one of those, you know what? The question of the day yesterday was like, what's a stat that, or a couple days ago, is what's a stat that people care about that's not, that you don't care about at all? You just don't get it. I was a little bit like that with the quality starts because it was one of those things that you kind of talk about, but until you find out there's such a thing as a quality starts streak and record, all of a sudden you start caring about it a lot more.
Right.
But it made it fun because once you started caring about it, it was every consecutive time that Framber added one to it.
Yeah.
It was cool.
I would say in Houston sports, and I know he's a very polarizing person right now. Rocket went out in such a blaze of non-glory.
A very hardened streak where he was scoring 20 plus.
No, I'm talking current Houston sports. Of just like things that you sit down and go, man, I as a fan, I am just blown away by this. Like a Kevin Durant, 40-point night. Yeah. Where he's just knocking everything down in the mid-range. He's pulling up from three and knocking things down. Like a Kevin Durant heater is on that level for me. I know it may not be for a lot of Rocket fans right now because people seem to be upset with Kevin Durant or trade Durant, whatever the case may be. But that's definitely one of them. I would say things just like we talked about Nico a couple segments ago, like a Nico Collins slant route.
Yeah,
Nico Collins on that little slant route where CJ takes 2 steps back, hits him in stride, and then he runs over 4 guys to go get 16 yards after the catch.
I think with if we're talking current athletes, and like CJ will never be able to go back and do this again, obviously, but it was really his rookie season. I think sometimes people outside of Houston don't remember necessarily that it was really the second half of that season where it started to feel like, oh, wow, okay, we got something brewing
The
here.
Tampa game,
he threw 5 touchdowns.
In Week 9, and he brought them back with 46 seconds left in the game.
Yeah.
Took him the length of the field, and he threw for, I think, 470 in that game, something like that.
It's 470, yeah.
Yeah, in that Tampa-Cincinnati back-to-back weeks. Because the following week they went to Cincinnati with a healthy Joe Burrow. That was a season Burrow missed games, but he didn't miss the Texans game that year. And CJ stood in and traded blows with Joe Burrow, and they went on that last-second field goal in that game.
So if you think about it, I mean, we'll make it real easy. Think about this in terms of back in the old days with the 16-game season. Yeah. The second half of the season, if you take those 8 games, he 2,308 yards passing, so that's like a 4,600-yard season in the old
16-game season.
14 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, so that's like 28 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. It's
really good.
It was the sum total of the second half of that season was what really felt like you really have something here.
Yeah.
Like rookie of the year as a quarterback is nice and everything. You look at the numbers on the season, and it's not necessarily something that looks great as a veteran NFL quarterback.
Yep.
But the second half of the season, he was operating like a really, really good veteran NFL quarterback.
He was, and that's where that damn concussion in that Jets game, like the two things that kind of I feel like short-circuited the Texans a little bit that season. Not to relive 23 all over again, but the Tank Dell injury in the Denver game and the concussion in the Jets game.
Well, and that is the concussion in the Jets game. It put you into that mode of? Well, he did. What did he miss?
He missed 2 games.
He missed
the Tennessee game the next week. That was the Case Keenum game.
Uh-huh.
And then he missed the Cleveland game. That was the game where they were shuffling Keenum and Davis Mills in and out, and they were losing like 36-7 at one point.
Yeah.
And made it look closer than it really was. And he actually came back, CJ, and played pretty well after the concussion.
No, he did.
That was
right. I think you thought that was where we kind of talked about that. That was the moment of maybe hitting him on that TV.
The TV on the top of the TV. Slapping the TV. Yeah. back in the day, so people are weighing in on the text page now of things like this. And I'm just talking current, but if people want to talk historically, and this was fun too, that streak, I forget how many consecutive games it was, the streak where James Harden scored 30 or more points.
Yeah.
Over the course of months.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And that one was fun too, because remember the narrative outside of Houston, or at least what they were trying to push, was that James Harden was selfish. And it was, no, he's the only NBA player out there. Like, people would be shocked and aghast when you would point out the number of times that he'd led the league in assists and whatnot. People were desperate to paint a narrative of, James Harden just being out there selfish, just trying to hog the ball all to himself.
Yep, that was the season after the 65-win season.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at it right now. James Harden recorded an iconic 32-game streak. This is AI telling me this. 32-game streak of scoring at least 30 points from December 13th, 2018 to February 21st, 2019. That was when Chris Paul was still on the team, but I remember Chris Paul being injured for a big chunk of that, so Harden kind of had to take matters into his own hands.
He had to basically just do everything on his own.
Yep.
Because I remember one of the big commentators, it was like a big revelation, and he acted like he was breaking news when he said, I talked to Harden, and he said he doesn't actually want to be scoring all of these points because he doesn't want to have to. And people were like, yeah, whatever. And I know, dude, it's just, this isn't complicated.
Yeah.
You do know that it's him and 4 backups out there.
Yes. People weighing in. The Texans defense during the 10-game winning streak last year.
Yeah.
They like that stretch.
That is, boy, and I'll tell you what, too. There's a lot. The best defense I was ever on for like 3/4 of the season, we were awesome. We're the number 1 defense in the league in a lot of categories back in 1999. Then we had a bunch of injuries at the end of the year. But that first 3/4 of the season, it was so much fun to step on the field. It felt like you were about to go beat somebody down.
Yeah.
It just, like, you would walk out on the field and be like, oh, it's going to be so much fun to pummel this team.
Yeah.
And every single series, it was just such an awesome feeling to be part of a unit like that. And I feel like that's how the Texans defense feels every time they step out on the field. It's like, obviously sometimes it doesn't go that way, but your feeling is there's no way in hell these guys are going to get 3 yards on this drive. We're just going to squash them. We're going to suffocate them.
Do you like? I know we've talked to you and I talked a little about this schedule, the schedule. But the day after it came out, you and I weren't doing the show together that day, and I can't remember. Do you like the fact that they're playing Josh Allen and Joe Burrow at home the first 2 games of the year?
I do. Yeah. Well, I like the Bills. I got excited about the Bills just because they've made Josh Allen the worst version of himself every single time. Yeah. Joe Burrow, I hadn't thought too much about it. I don't have any grudgery against Joe Burrow, I guess.
No, I don't know. I like Joe Burrow.
Yeah. I like Josh Allen too, but I also want to squash the dirt.
I want to squash Joe Burrow too.
Yeah. But I just feel it a little bit more in my bones with Josh Allen.
That makes sense. You have family members that are Bills fans. That might be part of it.
Maybe I'm just tired of them hearing about it.
You might be hearing about it.
I get tired of going to like Thanksgiving dinners and having to tell 10-year-old boys how Josh Allen actually sucks.
Right.
I'm like, hey, that's a nice Josh Allen jersey. Let's go look at his numbers versus the Texans.
Week 5 2 years ago against the Texans. Yeah.
I like to really deflate these kids.
Yeah. I like it. I think seeing what the Texans 2026 defense is all about right away, right out of the chute. They've got. I always like the opportunities for my team to be the story.
Yeah.
And I think if the Texans go 2-0 to start the season against those 2 quarterbacks, and people are going to say, well, Cincinnati's not that great. I mean, Joe Burrow's good. The team's not that great. Cincinnati is favored in 15 of their 17 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
They're still well thought of in, I think, the power ranking community and the odds-making community. Anytime you got an elite offense but a bad having an elite offense and a bad defense is more impressive to people in general, fans and whoever, than having what the Texans have, which is a great defense and an okay offense.
There are a few teams that just kind of signed a bunch of free agents in the offseason to improve their defense, and I think people are looking at it on paper and thinking like, oh, okay, well, now they're going to be a complete football team.
You're cured.
I mean, like Dexter Lawrence comes in, great move. I mean, they spent aggressively. They traded aggressively for Dexter Lawrence. Really good run stuffing defensive tackle who also he can rush the passer too, but it's his run stuffing that people are talking. He was on one of the worst run defenses in the league last year with the Giants.
Yeah.
It takes more than just a Dexter Lawrence.
Right.
So it's not just a given that because you signed a few guys to bolster the defensive line, they're all of a sudden going to be a respectable defense.
Right.
To go from worst to respectable, it's easier said than done.
Yep. I'm trying to find the tweet from yesterday about
I do like. I got excited by the Bengals because of that dynamic. Is okay. The Texans want to improve their rushing offense.
Oh, yeah.
Their interior offensive line has been really a big concern the last few years. So I like that they're going to face Dexter Lawrence in week 2. That's a nice big test for him.
Yeah,
Literally
for sure.
large test for him.
For that interior offensive line, no doubt.
The Texans defense last year, as you look up your stat, I talked about that feeling of just going out and being pissed off if the offense even gets a first down. They were first in the league in creating 3-and-outs, 29.4% of the time. So
that's
almost a third of the time, like 1 out of 3 times they're stepping on the field,
a crazy
they're forcing
number.
a 3-and-out.
Wow.
Wouldn't it be awesome to have an offense that could take advantage of that? You know, like, oh, hey, the defense hasn't had a chance to recover yet, and we're right back out there. And no.
I think deep down, this defense feels like they kind of relish the position the offense puts them in.
It's fun. That's another part. That's another fun part of it. Is I
think they'd like to win a Super Bowl.
No, you do get that feel of like. How do I explain this? Because it's not a negative feeling towards the offense. But if your defense is playing really well and the offense is struggling, you do take a certain amount of pride in, like, I don't care. Like, I don't care what it is. Yeah, we'll take care of this. Yep.
I can't find the stat I'm looking for, but I can give you in generality, as long as we're talking about the beginning of the Texans schedule. It was the numbers that Joe Burrow has when he has both our Chase, when the three of them are together. Because they've all had sort of the, especially Burrow himself, obviously, but they've had injury issues with those three. The numbers are insane. Like if you extrapolate them out over like a 17-game season, it's like 5,800 yards passing. It's over 50 touchdowns. It's insane numbers. So that's the only thing about catching them early is that the banged-upness of them is they're more likely to be banged up if you caught them in week 11 or something like that.
Joe Burrow manages to have medical issues 365 days a year.
That's true, yeah.
Training appendectomy in training camp a few years ago.
Well, the one a couple years ago where he went down with a calf and it looked like his season was over.
That's right.
Like they cut out.
It looked like an Achilles or something.
Yeah. He got carted off.
Yeah.
So he's he ain't afraid to throw a scare into people in training camp.
And I bet we used to have our Instagram OTs, and we worried a little bit that the offensive line was a bit too much into fashion. I gotta imagine in Cincinnati that's one of those things that you grumble about and you don't necessarily want to lean into it. But like, God, I wish Joe weren't so into fashion.
The Met Gala.
I wish he doesn't, especially when he first gets drafted. I'm a guy from. Was it Eastern Ohio or Southern Ohio? What is it? When he took up for the plight of the beleaguered region that he's from.
Yeah,
whichever part of
somewhere in Ohio.
Kind of felt like, oh, he's a blue-collar guy. He's one of us. And then all of a sudden you see him and he's wearing a 12-inch high leather collar. Does he have eyeshadow on? What's this guy doing?
With a backless jacket.
Yeah.
Like you can see from his shoulder blades all the way down to the small of
the Met Gala to Cincinnati.
I don't want to see the small of your back. I want to see the small of her back.
I think it's Southeast Ohio.
I think it's
I remember him bawling his way through his Heisman Trophy speech.
That's
talking about Southeast Ohio.
Bawling his way through his Heisman Trophy speech from his time at LSU.
About a bunch of guys who are probably like, why is this guy crying?
Yeah.
Crying a bit too much for my liking, son.
All right. High school level pugilism on the internet over the last couple of days. Couple of things happened. I want to run them past the audience here. Inbounds or out of bounds for either of these things. We'll discuss coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we were the good.
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, you can tell a lot as to where somebody's star is, what their level of celebrity is, by when something happens outside of the studio, something happens outside of the broadcasting ecosystem, like something happens out there in the wild, in real life.
Yeah.
How viral does it go when they're involved?
Mm-hmm.
And if yesterday is any indication, something that you and I have sort of speculated on is like, Kendrick Perkins is becoming kind of a big star right now.
I think he is.
Yeah.
I think he has both name and image recognizability.
Yeah.
Maybe above it. I would say maybe more so than when he was an NBA player.
Oh, much more.
I mean,
much
because
more so.
like obviously he wasn't always necessarily the featured guy they're talking about watching games back in the day. But now he's front and center on your television very frequently. And he goes viral a lot. On social media.
And he gets played a lot on this show because he says things that cut through.
Because he knows how to just say, he says crazy stuff as a very well thought out strategy because it goes viral.
Well, even if you close your eyes, you know exactly who you're listening to.
Yeah.
And he's got that kind of voice. So I say this because my timeline yesterday, Seth, was flooded with a video from several different outlets, same video from several different outlets of Kendrick Perkins going ballistic on somebody at an AAU basketball game. He apparently he's not the coach, but it's his AAU program. He's I guess you'd call it. I'd have to ask Lopez. He used to do
like
it.
The chief sponsor of it or whatever.
Yeah, like the owner of it, the equivalent of the owner of it. And his son, I believe, plays on the team. And it was an AAU game. And, well, I'll let Kendrick Perkins describe. Because the video, go out of your way to find the video. It's an angry version of Kendrick Perkins. He was on McAfee yesterday. And McAfee asked him about it because it had just dropped right before Perkins went on there. And Perkins explained.
It's my organization, right? Young Perkins Global. And we're in a tournament. It's a heated game, 17U. They're going back and forth, whatever. We end up winning the game. All right, cool. Well, the other team, they had this like 7 foot, 400 pounds.
Jeez.
After the game, he comes and he body slams one of my kids that play for my team. So I stay seated, then I get up because everybody running around, the players, they about to fight. So as a responsible, owner of the organization, I get up and I'm like, hey man, y'all need to chill, X, Y, Z. I'm grabbing my players. I tell the coach of the other team, I'm like, hey bro, get your players, I got mine. He pop off. And I ain't getting nothing. Who the hell are you? I'm like, bro, just get your players so I can get mine. We get up out of here. He said it. He got smart with me again. That's when I got pissed off.
Yeah,
I'm like, bro, who the hell are you talking to? Man, I'm talking to you. So then all of a sudden, boo, 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 boo. Now, what people didn't see was after that, we had a little exchange. Yeah, they held us back or whatever. Held him back, held me back. And then afterwards, we dabbed up. He said, my bad. I said, my bad. And we kept it moving.
Yeah, so they never show that part. We don't want to see the guys make up.
It was I watched it once, kind of as I was otherwise distracted. There were no punches thrown. Or
there
anything,
were
right?
no. I don't know if the players
other
ended
than
up.
the original incident that he's talking about.
Yeah, maybe some pushing and shoving.
I saw a lot of people having heated opinions about whether Kendrick Perkins was in the right or in the wrong, and it's one of these things where whenever you pick up midway through some kind of an altercation, I have zero clue.
Yeah.
Like I have zero clue who's at fault here or what's going on or what led up to it.
The thing, he's not a coach of the team.
Yeah.
So he was out on the floor. He owns the team. Owns.
I imagine he's allowed to be sitting there on the bench or whatever.
Yeah, it sounds like he was sitting courtside maybe.
Yeah.
But him, that I guess would be the thing. Like, you're not a coach, you're not a player. You do have a fiduciary relationship with with the team itself. Should he be out there? Somebody who's not a coach or a player be running out on the floor?
The other thing you never know too is
start finger wagging.
I would did the opposing coach actually see what happened that set Kendrick Perkins off?
That's a good question.
I don't know if you know this or not, Sean, but sometimes when people get really heated in big group situations like that, not everybody always has all the information, and they don't make rational decisions about it.
Now that you mention it,
for me, I was honestly a little underwhelmed because I had seen people making comments about it before I actually saw the video, and I was like, okay, it looks like they got in an argument of some sort. Can we stop calling arguments fights? Can we stop saying? Can you stop putting in the title "fight"?
No, I know.
And I look at it and I'm like, these people are having a heated discussion.
It is. You know what though, Seth? It just pops so much with Perkins out there because he's just such a gigantic human being.
Yeah.
You know, everybody that's holding him back is like a foot shorter than him. It's like
that is one of those situations where you're kind of like, you're kind of like, what are we gonna do if this guy really freaks out?
Right, like if Perk wanted to escalate that, he just starts swinging his big paws at people. You know,
I've been like back when I was a large man, Sean, like an impressively large man, not just a large hunk of middle-aged whatever. There was a time when my brother and his friends tried to attack me to force me to do something, and like it wasn't like violent or anything, but I was kind of shocked myself at they tackled me and how easy it was for me to just stand up and throw them off like a giant.
Was that
I was almost like watching myself do it. Kind of just like stood up and I threw one off the right side of me and one off the left side of me.
That had to be a big moment for you.
It wasn't. It was kind of just fun because I wasn't even angry. I was just kind of like, have you ever seen sometimes like boy, all right, gonna get into ornithology here, my middle-aged bird watching. You ever see a red-winged blackbird attack a crow?
Yeah, I watch YouTubes
I know you watch
of it all the time. I find YouTubes. That and 30,000 hornets versus 5 bees.
Red-winged blackbirds are kind of like vicious little, very protective of their territory, and they'll go on the attack with crows or hawks even. They'll attack these, and the crows and the hawks are always kind of just like. All right, okay. All right, well, listen, I'm leaving now, okay? All right, fine. But they're not genuinely worried about it. That's what you're like when you're a man the size of Kendrick Perkins.
Yes.
When somebody tries to attack you, if they don't have an actual weapon, you're kind of like, all right, I'll just, I see that you're upset. I'll just go, oh, no, you jumped on me.
You and I were ranking earlier the 6'10 personalities in order of how quickly we would give up the money in a bank robbery if we were the teller. And I volunteered. I would be number one. I would be scared bleepless. I would be shoveling money into the bag. Here you go, sir.
Yeah.
You said Ron would be at the back end of that. Like Ron would take 7 bullets before he gave up the money. You know who else would take 7 bullets before giving? Whoever that coach was that was getting heated with Kendrick freaking Perkins.
Yeah.
It took him Perk was saying, like, who are you talking to, man? He's like, I'm talking to you. Like, it sounds like this guy was pretty damn belligerent in that whole thing.
Well, according to Perk, yeah.
According to Perk, guy wasn't scared, man.
What was the other?
The other one. Did you see the video? I'm asking you and the audience because some of the audience may have seen it, but I'll try to describe it here. 2 what looked to be high school wrestlers, maybe junior high, wrestling in a match, and they're down on the mat. One is face down on the mat, the other is on top of him, chest to back on top of him, and the referee declared
time runs out.
Time runs out.
Match. Yeah.
Time runs out. He wins the match. The wrestler on top takes his 2 hands, and they have to get up off the mat now. He puts his hands on the back of the head of the kid who's on the mat and pushes up hard.
Yeah, and it shoves the kid's head into the mat.
Pushes the kid's face into the mat to get up, and then walks away with his arms in the air because he just won. The kid who just had his face shoved into the mat hard, walks up and sucker punches the kid from behind.
Hits him, cold cocks him,
and knocks him the F out.
This is where this is where I stand on situations like this.
Yeah, I need your adjudication on this.
The kid who won and shoved the kid's head into the mat got what he deserved, but at the same time, the kid who got his head shoved into the mat shouldn't have cold cocked the guy from behind.
So it was not a proportional response?
It's not a proportional response.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I'm team cold cock kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was BS, man. You just won. Be a better sport.
I never.
Lesson.
I'm never a fan of cold cocking anybody. Just because
like sucker punching,
because people die. Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, I like even. It's just.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
somewhere Rudy T is like, Sean, you're a jerk right now.
No, there's a guy I know from my wife's hometown who spent 15 years in jail because he killed somebody in a fist fight.
Oh.
And he didn't sucker punch the guy, but it was he's a good, like, it was the classic, like, normal teenage stuff that happens. And
you'd never guess this guy goes to prison for anything.
Right. Yeah. So especially cold cocking somebody from behind.
Okay, I had somebody reply to me with that because I tweeted. I said I validated the punch, but now you're making a pretty good point.
Yeah, and his wasn't a His was like, it was like they were in a fight.
It was a real fight.
3 kids getting in a fight with 3 other kids.
Yeah.
He didn't cheap shot him or anything.
Yep.
But yeah.
So I had somebody reply to me saying sucker punch is never a good way to do it. And I said, well, it was kind of a sucker move to. I'm sure the kid who got his face shoved into the mat wasn't expecting to have his face shoved into the mat. He said, no, good point. Both are sucker moves. What he should have done was come around and square up with him.
Right.
If you're gonna
Confront
fight,
him on it. Yeah.
If you're gonna fight, then fight.
Yeah.
You know, be the better man.
Well, that's the whole thing too. Is like, all right, if somebody does something dirty to you, you don't respond by being dirtier and cold cocking the dude.
All right.
I'm not like, I understand the guy's response. I could totally see myself doing it. I could totally see myself, but I can't sit there as an observer and say, oh yeah, that's the right response.
Yeah. See, I did.
Yeah. I know.
Of course, I've been in like 2
punched in the head. I'm gonna tell you something about getting punched in the head, Sean. It's never fun.
No, you're right.
It always hurts more than you expect.
It's always fun when it's somebody else's head.
It always, usually, when somebody really connects, Sean. It's a feeling of like, why did I not expect that to hurt as much as it does not hurt? It's not the hurt, because the hurt comes later. It's like the bloatier, like the way it just kind of unsettles the foundations of reality.
Yeah, I get you. You were talking about telling kids up in Buffalo that Josh Allen sucks because he sucks against the Texans.
Yeah.
Text message. Seth explains to the kid how bad Josh Allen is, then knocks the ice cream out of his hands and tells him, now go cry.
And the kid says, hey, your quarterback's the one who cries. I got it. Take it. Oh, he got me.
He got you.
He got me.
Sick burn.
Oh.
Sick burn. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, I saw a graphic on social media yesterday, Texans related. It had Will Anderson doing Will Anderson things with the list of left tackles the Texans are facing this year. So I want to put a little card together here, Seth. Who are the main eventers that you're looking forward to seeing Will Anderson go against here? Who's the mid-card? Who's the semi-main event? Who are the guys we're most looking forward to watching who I think might win the Defensive Player of the Year this year? Who are we looking most forward to him going against? OTA is going to be underway here in about an hour. Seth and I will be out there a little later on today. Get you guys all up to speed on that. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, you want to have a beautiful long retirement? No fist fights or anything, right? No, nobody. You know.
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I went to YouTube and I put in Red Wing Blackbird attack in YouTube, and the first thing that comes up, I was hoping for it to be attacking other birds. I like those kind of nature videos where the animals attack each other. The first video that comes up, red-winged blackbird attacking pedestrians in City Place.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a bunch of people like trying to shop, or they've got their purses and backpacks, and these birds are just flying in and swooping at their heads.
Yeah, they're tough little bastards.
Yeah.
They ain't scared.
They would not give up the money.
They're like that guy who was a lot smaller than Kendrick Perkins, but he's like, I'm not going to, what? You think I'm scared of you? Get the hell away from my territory. Down. He was like a red-winged blackbird. Yeah.
So I got to get a little better with my search, probably, to ask for other animals that they're attacking.
You know what else is, everybody who tuned in to listen to Hummingbird Talk this morning?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you one thing about hummingbirds. An alpha hummingbird is a badass little bastard.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. It's cool and fun to watch. They're just, except they got so much working against them from a PR standpoint. Because they're so tiny.
They're tiny, and they got a little...
But when they fight other hummingbirds, they're vicious.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. No, an alpha hummingbird that protects his feeder he will fight, and he fights all day long.
Okay.
All day long.
Ben, big book of business ideas, cockfighting ring, but with hummingbirds. Can we get that done? Can we put little razor blades on their wings? They're hacking each other up. I think we're onto something there. It'd be unique. I like that.
No, I was trying to look up something about hummingbirds the other day, and this woman on a shut up, Ben. Just quit laughing, quit scoffing and laughing at me. And this woman on a Reddit thread was like, "Hey, I've got a alpha hummingbird that won't let any other hummingbirds eat at my feeder. What do I do about it?" I'm like, "You take it in.
Yeah,
it's awesome because that same alpha will keep coming back year after year.
You breed it with other hummingbirds.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want the hummingbird? Do you want the progeny of the hummingbird in your neighborhood to be weaker and weaker year after year? Do you want them to be a bunch of offshoots of this little bastard?"
This was on a Reddit thread.
Yeah.
Did you reply and say, this is the stupidest question I've ever heard?
No. I would have replied, which I never do on social media anymore. Very rarely. I just don't get into things anymore on social media.
Yep.
Even positive. It's a time drain. So other than like answering questions that people might have for me.
sure.
I would have told her like, no, just make form a connection with that alpha.
Absolutely, yeah.
And he'll come back year after year until he dies in like 5 years max, but still.
But if he's an alpha, you know how many other hummingbirds he's...
We've had the same alpha at our hummingbird feeder for 5 years.
Really?
We call him Little Bleeper. Because he's... I would call him Ty Domo. But Brandon didn't like the reference.
He's the brawler, the hockey
player who was like 5'8" and Ty Domi, excuse me. Yeah, he was like 5'8", but was a badass enforcer.
Yes.
Yeah, because he's little, he's squatty, and he's got a mark on his wing, so we can tell that it's him.
Okay. And
he's been there for 5 years. You know,
ain't nobody eating at that feeder.
But then it's every winter. You wait, he goes off to South America or wherever, and you don't know if he's going to come back.
You're going to miss him. You're like Tony Soprano with the Ducks. Mm-hmm. You sob when you see him flying away. He's not going to come back.
I've already figured it out. There's a couple. What I'm hoping is that one of his sons comes back.
Yeah.
Or maybe ultimately, maybe one of his sons kills him.
Yeah.
But if he looks enough. If he looks enough like
we'll name him Kylo Ren.
If he looks enough like little effer, then we can, I can fool Brandy into thinking that's him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Brandy, he's 17 years old now.
She listens to the show. She's going to know you're true.
No, we've had discussions about this.
Okay.
Now, they can live like 10 to 12 years, I think. But it's rare.
All right. Seth Payne, hummingbird expert. Did not see that coming today.
I'm a staunch supporter of the hummingbirds.
Big fan of the hummingbird, yeah. All right, big fan of Will Anderson, too, right? Big fan of
hummingbird
Will
like he is.
He is the hummingbird of defensive ends.
Float like a butterfly, defend your feeder like a hummingbird.
That's it, man. Texans Fan Battle Podcast put this graphic up the other day, and this got me excited because I love Will Anderson. He's my favorite player on the team. I like Will Anderson. The list of left tackles going against Will Anderson this year, and I know they probably move him. Daniil and Will don't always. They switch sides from time to time. Of these left tackles, Seth, I don't know if you're looking at the list or not.
I will be soon, Sean.
I'll tell you the two I'm most excited about on this list. The two that I have that would be main events anywhere in the country, Mean Gene. Laramie Tunsil, for obvious reasons, and your guy, Jordan Mailata.
Oh, yeah.
You were marveling at Jordan Mailata all Super Bowl week. Mm-hmm. You would not shut up about what a large individual that person was.
Yeah, and a hell of a swell dude, too.
You talked to him.
We have something in common. We both know Jeff Stoutland, obviously.
Oh,
he was
right.
his offensive line coach, and he was really – I saw an interview with him where he was really emotional about how much Jeff Stoutland meant to him.
Yeah.
And the Eagles, as they tend to do, they do all these things that seem dramatic and
yes.
and it's the wrong thing to do, and then lo and behold, they're in a Super Bowl again. So, but yeah, that's a big one.
I had the three I put main event level because I'm booking this like it's Will Anderson at WrestleMania. Laramie Tunsil for just the sizzle of him going against his former teammate. And hopefully destroying him. Jordan Mailata, just because he's a massive, massive human being who plays for what's been the best offensive line in football. And those are two big road games for the Texans in cold weather. You're going to need the defense to come up big. And then Rashawn Slater was the other one. I believe Houston's own Rashawn Slater of the Los Angeles Chargers.
That sounds right.
Yeah. He was out last year when the two teams played. We didn't get that matchup last year because he and Joe Alt were both done for the season.
I would add Tyler Guyton from the
Cowboys. You put
just
that
because he was one of the ones in their release video. They had the three Tylers on their team.
Yeah,
he was one of them, and they took some shots at Houston.
They did.
Yeah.
It's bastards.
Basically said that Houston doesn't. They basically said Houston doesn't deserve an NFL team.
Okay,
this is a weird thing to say about a team that's been better than your team throughout its existence.
They've been around for 25 years now, too.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see the video, but it's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you'd elevate Guyton to main event level. The other ones on here that I had that I'm intrigued by, Ronnie Stanley with the Ravens, who's not what he used to be. But he's still a name.
Yeah.
And it's the Ravens. It's presumably the Ravens with Lamar Jackson. So that'll be, you'll need a big game out of Will there.
I would say Spencer Fano with the Browns because at that point, who knows who's playing quarterback?
Yeah, week 10.
You got a rookie offensive tackle, and versus either it might be Deshaun Watson, it might be what the hell?
Shedeur Sanders.
Thank you. So you couldn't even realize
you're the only human being who would forget Shedeur Sanders.
I know. No, and it's not out of disrespect.
No.
It's just this is the point in the morning when all of a sudden my brain, I probably just had a stroke. Shedeur Sanders or whoever else it might be.
Other names on here that are interesting: Andrew Thomas from the Giants. He's been a Pro Bowler lately. Deion Dawkins. He's out there a lot talking and doing things from the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
Deion, that's the opener.
But he's on.
He's just very out there. He's very public.
I want to say he had didn't he do something? I thought he was really complimentary to the Texans at one point. This year in a podcast.
He was.
Look, if you look at the Bills last year, their offensive line. I think one thing, as impressive as it was in a performance by the defense, their O-line was really banged up, and they got taken to the woodshed. By when you have a banged up offensive line going against that defensive line, that's going to happen. So I'm guessing there's a whole lot of Bills offensive linemen circling that game on the schedule, wanting to come in and be better than they were last year. It'd be awesome. It'd be awesome to give them the exact same thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
And so we don't have to wait long for that one.
No, that one's that's week 1, baby. That is week 1. Tommy Togiai named the most underappreciated Houston Texan in an article on NFL.com yesterday.
I would say that's accurate, especially since people going into free agency, people were acting like the Texans didn't even have a starting defensive tackle next to Sheldon Rankins.
Right.
That was listed as a huge gaping hole, and they need to do something about this because they only have one. Now, before they signed Sheldon Rankins, they said they had 0 defensive tackles. That was extreme disrespect for Tommy Togiai, who's one of the best run set. But he's not a run set. He's a better pass rusher than people probably think. But he was one of the most effective guys in the league versus the run last year.
Yep. He's definitely not underappreciated in that building. He's
a guy we're waiting to see if they give him another extension this offseason. That might sneak up out of nowhere. Remember, last year they did it in season.
Well, he would be a guy that I would look at that. I know Nico Pro Bowler and All-Pro. I'm just talking about the dynamic of the Texans rewarding guys whose contracts are severely undervalued.
Yeah.
Tommy Togiai, for what he did last year. Now, Nico's got a much bigger body work. I'm not saying Tommy Togiai is Nico Collins, everybody.
Well, but
I'm just saying the behavior of the team.
Yeah.
Tommy Togiai at $3.3 million for this coming season is a bargain.
Well, but it's also he's going to be a free agent afterwards too. So it's not like extending somebody before his deal is up or something.
Right.
That would be a move I think they should
extend him
to try to lock him in.
Yeah.
Now, if they're looking at it and they're starting to look off into the future, and man, they've committed a lot of money to big money contracts, that might be one where this might be one of the tough decisions they have to make where, hey, Tommy Togiai is looking at the money he might get in free agency, and are the Texans willing to do that when they just drafted a defensive tackle very high in the second round?
Yeah.
They signed one in Logan Hall in free agency. Would they give Tommy Togiai a contract?
I'm very curious about this with you. Because you played the same position Tommy Togiai played. And let's say that the two, I'm not going to get deep into numbers, but the two scenarios are you extend with the Texans, but it's at a hometown discount, or you test the market after this. You bet on yourself and test the market after the season. What would you do?
I would take the money if they threw it, especially if I'm in Tommy Togiai's situation. And let's leave any sentimental attachment out of it or anything. Just from a standpoint of, all right, the financial part of it. He's never had a gigantic contract yet.
Yeah.
And I mean, a guy that wasn't drafted high and making league minimum, even though the league minimum is a lot these years. Until last year, he got a little boost.
Yep.
I think if somebody throws you really respectable money and you don't think of yourself yet as a guy that's like, oh yeah, I'm going to get a lot of money on the free agency market. You think of it as I could, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
That first contract, I take it. I take the financial security.
He's had one really, really good season.
Right.
You know?
But the biggest thing is injuries. If I have a bad injury and then I'm sitting out there in free agency and I turn down an opportunity to get, I don't know, like $20 or $30 million guaranteed or virtually guaranteed,
something like that,
then that's it for me. It's that after you.
If I'm Tommy Togiai and the Texans offer me $20 million guaranteed, I am driving 100 miles an hour to the stadium to sign that contract.
I think that's why I'd be a bad agent, at least in terms of, I'd be a good agent because I would care about, I would tell my clients, listen, more money is always great, but first let's get to, look, you've got money to where you don't have to do anything for the rest of your life. You can take care of your family. You can do all these things, and then we'll get greedy after that. But let's just be sure we get that first part knocked down.
Yep.
Because the downside of not accepting this, and this is where ego comes into it, because then you listen to too many motivational podcasts and what have you about just always striving for achieving more and being this and believe in yourself and all of that. Sometimes you gotta listen. Some things are out of your control. All right, you tear your knee apart or anything.
Yeah.
The way the agents think about this, and this is why Andrew Brandt always pisses me off. Andrew Brandt thinks that players worry too much about injuries because it's rare that a guy has such a bad injury that he doesn't get a good contract after that. That's easy to say when you're an agent, and he's a former agent who has 100 clients. Yeah. Because for the agent, only 2% of my guys are going to have a devastating injury like that.
Right.
If you're one of those two guys, it's pretty damn devastating.
It alters your life.
So it's let's just try to keep your priorities in order here.
Yep.
So I say all that to say, lock Tommy Togiai down, lowball him, and maybe he takes it.
Yeah.
Don't call it a lowball, but
All right. What does it sound like when James Harden stabs a former teammate in the heart with his performance in the Eastern Conference Finals? You'll get to hear coming up next.
What's the position the OG will be watching closest with Texans?
Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so James Harden disappointed a lot of people, man. There were obviously
in the playoffs?
In the playoffs, especially Seth, this is going to sound crazy, late in the playoffs.
In an elimination game?
Now that you mention it, yes, it was an
elimination sweep, I guess. The entire
well, once they coughed up that 22-point lead,
yeah,
it doesn't always play out that way when some team does something so cataclysmically bad, and then the entire sporting world goes on.
The knee-jerk reaction that always annoys me is people are like, "Well, it's too deflating. They can't recover from that emotionally."
Right. Can they ever come back? And sports just doesn't work that way. It worked that way in that series.
Yeah,
Cleveland was done in that series after they coughed up that 22-point lead. And James Harden was abysmal in that series, especially in the last game. No points in the second half, 2 for 8 from the field, didn't hit any three-pointers, turned the ball over 5 times. He had a couple games in this series and in other series where he had more turnovers than field goals made.
Yeah.
He was just bad in the postseason. And it sounds like they're going to run it back with him. They're going to give him, he's going to opt out of his deal. He's going to get a new contract that's a little more team-friendly, and they're going to roll it back in Cleveland. That's neither here nor there. This segment's more about the reaction to James Harden. Prior to that series against the Knicks, at some point early in the playoffs, Patrick Beverley made a proclamation, or he was power ranking his top 2 guards of all time, top shooting guards of all time.
Yeah.
And, of course, he has Michael Jordan and Kobe. Everybody's got Michael and Kobe as the top 2. And then he had James Harden 3rd and Dwayne Wade 4th, and a lot of people went nutso over that. Because Dwayne Wade has come up big in playoff situations.
Yeah.
He has won rings. He's been a finals MVP before. So this was Patrick Beverley making his case for James Harden.
You're the only probably top 10 shooting guard who didn't shoot 30% from the 3 career-wise. Like, you shot 29%. Russell Westbrook, we make names about him. He shot 31. Andre Drummond shot 31. You shot 29, and it's not a diss. I think it's a flex. I think that you didn't even consider.
Pause for a second, Ben. He's talking about Dwayne Wade right here. So it's Harden versus Wade is the argument. He's talking about Dwayne Wade being a bad shooter.
Top 5, top 3 shooting guards of all time without having a 30 clip is a flex. Like, a guard who can't shoot and still can be like that legendary, that historic is a flex. It's a flex. But the game has evolved. James Harden did play against better players than you played against, right? That's also a fact, right? James Harden has never missed the playoffs. You've missed the playoffs multiple times. That is also a fact. You did it in the East. James Harden had to run into Golden State, the same team that was getting Bron ass up out of there. The same team that was getting, the King James, same team that was getting Bron ass up out of there. It was getting James Harden ass right up out of there.
Okay, so that was Patrick Beverley, I think, prior to the playoffs.
Right, yeah.
Definitely prior to this series that they just got swept in, the Cavaliers.
And then at times during this playoffs, he was telling the haters to all shut up. They got proven wrong about James Harden in the playoffs.
James would have the occasional
because
good
the
game.
Cavs advanced.
Yeah.
So, even though he didn't have good games in the elimination game. Right? Even though they won the elimination games, they didn't.
The one game James had where he scored like the last 7 points of the game for the Cavs, boy, Beverley was on there. Beverley was on vacation. He had the bucket hat on.
He
said
had everybody's
Stoerner
awful
eyes.
quiet. All quiet.
Yeah.
And it's like everybody's response was, no, we're not being quiet. We're saying, look, let's wait and see what happens. And we've been through this before, Patrick Beverley.
Yeah. So that was Beverley's initial hypothesis there. And obviously he was talking about Wade. The one funny thing about that, and then we'll get to Beverley yesterday. He's a different Beverley. The one funny thing about that is he makes it sound like Dwayne Wade played in the 70s or something like that.
Yeah. I think when he said that he played against better players,
East
he's talking about
West.
Eastern Conference versus Western Conference.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I don't think about that with the NBA. Like once
I do. Well, I mean, because it was a big talking point with LeBron and just all the.
That's true. Yeah. I guess. So this was Patrick Beverley yesterday on his stream.
I made my statement. I'm not gonna reopen that hatchet. I mean, it looks awful though. It has me looking completely awful. It has me looking like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I can't believe Beard did me like this. Can't believe it. Can't believe it because they wanted this. They've been wanting to put this on his legacy for so long. You feel me? Regardless if he watching the internet or whatever, they've been wanting to put this on his legacy for so long. So like, they can and they can say it. They got swept, right? They really got swept. So now I have to look at myself in the mirror like, man, what is my feeling for, I don't know, comparing players? Am I wrong? Like, for real, am I wrong? how the Cleveland Cavaliers play, I gotta look at it like, man, Pat, I think you was kind of off with that one, and that would be fair to say. So I'm here for it. I'm here for the criticism. I'm here for the slander. I deserve it.
Okay. He sounds like somebody very new to media right there to me. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Did I have an opinion?
Yeah.
My world has been shattered.
Okay, so this is the difference, though. I think that by the old rule book, that might have made sense to say, like, hey, man, you got to stick by your opinion. I actually think him being willing to, like, openly and kind of transparently, kind of have that dialogue online is actually a great way to handle being in media these days. Like,
what are you saying? What he just did?
Yeah.
I agree.
And at the same time, I'm going to say, all right, look, this can't be Pat Beverly. You cannot be swayed by this one instance because this is what's happened with James Harden consistently through his career.
Yeah.
That's the part where what you need to do is sit and think in terms of the way you evaluate players. Oh, like, how much are you ignoring? Because what just happened is exactly the same thing that's happened to James Harden consistently year after year after year throughout his entire career. It shouldn't be that much of a surprise to you.
No.
That's the problem.
No.
Yeah.
No.
But he's like, you know what? I was wrong.
He was. I like.
There's no way. I would say, like, for you, like, what you're saying is he has to not worry so much about whether he's right or wrong. I think there's no rule book anymore into the way you should operate on giving sports opinions, how you operate on social media or anything, because there's an audience for anything and everything. Mm-hmm. And I think as long as you're interesting, like, that's the one major rule that still sticks is if you're interesting, there's a market for it.
No, and I'm not saying, and I find him interesting. I found him more likable after that video. Yeah. I share your opinion on him handling it that way. He just seems so distraught on something. That's the pep talk I would give.
You got to get over you're going to be wrong.
You're going to be wrong on a lot of stuff. That's the only thing I'm saying is like
for his own well-being.
Yeah, like he was
you're going to be wrong a lot.
He felt like Harden like personally stabbed him in the heart.
Yeah,
he said like Beard. I can't believe Beard did me that way. So I would say to him, and
that's a good step towards becoming a media giant.
He
did make it about me.
Yeah,
you know. Like
oh no. His star is still rising. There's no question. Just the one bit of advice I would give him is don't worry about being wrong. Unless it's an act.
You can change your opinion, but just don't be so devastated that. No, but that's part of the process for him. You can watch him realize that, like, oh yeah, this whole predicting what's going to happen in sports is actually kind of difficult.
Right.
I almost feel like there could be people making money off of how hard it is to predict these things.
He's sitting there going, look, right, exactly.
He's like, no, he is there. He's every gambler that all of a sudden realized that I'm not as smart as I thought it was when it came to handicapping.
He's every gambler that won their first 3 bets and thinks like, God, this is an easy way to make money.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Whoa.
You just choose the horse with the funniest name, and they win the race. Duh.
It's worked for me every time. How long have you been doing this? 2 days.
Yeah.
So the other thing that's strange about Beverly having this strong take on Harden and resisting all of the talk about him being a playoff choker and him not coming up big in big moments. Patrick Beverly had a courtside seat to the genesis of this reputation.
Yeah.
He was with the Rockets from 2013 through 2017. He was I don't know if I can't remember Beverly for the postseason in those years, but he was on the team, which means he was around the team when James Harden was not in the game for the biggest comeback in the history of the team. And then the next series had like 13 turnovers in the elimination game against the Golden State Warriors.
Right.
He was there in 2017 when Harden refused to shoot in the first half of the game against the Spurs because he seemed upset with something, and they would go on to lose by 40 in an elimination game against San Antonio at home with no Kawhi Leonard in that game. You were there for those things, Beverly. You were on the team. You were on the roster. You were getting a paycheck from the Rockets for all of these things. What in the hell are you talking about? Like, So, anyways, I like Pat Beverly. I just...
2000.
What are you looking up?
I'm just looking up various games in which the Rockets were eliminated each year.
Yeah.
Let's see. Go 2014.
That was the Chandler. That was the Damian Lillard.
That was the Damian Lillard one, and he played well in that game. The next year versus if it was the next year after that.
That was
versus the Warriors.
That was Golden State. Yep.
He was 2 for 11 on field goals,
and he had 13 turnovers.
And 0 for 3 on
He was awful in that game. Yeah. Awful against San Antonio.
No, I know. I'm just like, it's amazing. It's amazing how often in some of these elimination games he has exactly 2 field goals, because he was 2 for 11 in that Spurs game.
Yeah. 2 for 8 the other night.
Yeah.
Against the Knicks.
He's going to get his 2 in.
Yeah, he's going to get those 2 field goals by hook or by crook. All right, so hey, nope. The Pettycast we normally do on Tuesday. This one is so good. We're going to play it now, but I might keep it and play it again next Tuesday. You've seen this celebration that the San Francisco Giants outfielders have been doing after wins.
Well, I've seen different versions of them.
Yeah.
They're doing it involves a lot of pelvic thrust.
Yeah, a lot of pelvic thrusting. The 3 of them get together, and I'm sure there's something in a video game or something that they're impersonating that I don't know about.
They're impersonating a Key and Peele
that's
sketch.
what it is, a sketch, yeah. So the 3 outfielders on the Giants, if any of you have missed this, the San Francisco Giants, after the game is over, after a win, they all run together, get together with each other, and they kind of do a hip thrusting motion at each other, like in a triangle. So I had seen somewhere where the team asked them to stop doing it. So the other day, one of the outfielders did a hip thrusting motion where it was almost like a mime of knocking the other 2 guys over with his hip.
Yeah, like they were standing away from him, and
5 yards away.
Yeah, and he thrust his hips towards them, and they fell down.
Something invisible knocked them over.
There's a Key and Peele skit where there was a player that just kept getting flagged by the league for pelvic thrust.
Okay, okay, so that's what they're paying homage to, and you can take it or leave it. I guess it's up to you. But you know who's not taking it? Will Clark, one of the most bitter former athletes of all time. Will Clark, former San Francisco Giant all-star first baseman, was on a podcast yesterday. He is not a fan of the hip thrust on a bad baseball team.
Go to dance where they're doing a pelvic thrust or something like that. I'm like, what the is this, dude? You're 20 and 30. You don't have the luxury of doing that kind of bullshit out there. It looks chicken shit, all right? Go back, high-five each other. Nice job. We won one. Now let's keep it going. Let's keep the train running. But the train has been off the tracks a little bit. I hate it just because it's stupid. You don't do it from a losing team. You haven't even earned the right to do it because you're losing.
It's a lot of cursing. Ben, how long was that cut? 30 seconds. He got at least 6 or 7 in there. That's a pretty good ratio right there of curses to seconds on the cut. Yeah, Will Clark, not a fan of the hip thrust.
It's based on the character Hingle McCringleberry and the Key and Peele
from the Key and Peele
sketch.
Okay.
Yeah, where they were doing. I read the first time I saw it. I didn't get it at all. And what the hell were they trying to accomplish? Whatever. When I found out it was a reference to Key and Peele, it makes it funnier, except at the same time still wildly inappropriate.
Yeah.
Like just because it's a reference to something, it's also not necessarily appropriate for
think of the children, man.
In a day game, you're doing this, especially.
Yeah,
a day game when the kids are out there.
Mm-hmm.
You got teachers with kids on a field trip, and they got to explain about Hinkle McCringleberry.
You just made it a long bus ride back to school, man. When you're doing that stuff,
then you got to go. You got to watch Key and Peele skits.
Here's what it is.
The next day at school.
Oh my God, dude! Will Clark is not happy with them at all. By the way, Seth, we kind of hashed out the viral video of the 2 high school or junior high wrestlers, whatever they were, where the one kid who won the match pushed up on the other kid's face to get up.
Yeah.
And then the other kid who had his face pushed into the mat got up and sucker punched the kid and knocked him out cold. Sucker punch kid is getting a lot of support on the text page. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Eye for an eye.
Yeah, but that's not an eye for an eye.
Totally warranted is what somebody said.
All right, how is that eye for an eye? Like, please explain to me. Like, you knocked the kid out. Like, please explain to me eye for an eye. It's not like one decrepit eye that hasn't worked since he got shot in the eye with a BB gun for your good eye.
Okay.
Like, that's not a proportional response.
Okay, would you have been satisfied with this solution? Okay, this is from another texter. I think the kid that got his face shoved into the mat should have knocked the other guy the F out, but I think he should have tapped him on the shoulder, made him turn around and face him, and then knocked him the F out.
Yeah.
Would that have been more acceptable?
Maybe I guess so.
More, yeah.
You should never, there's almost nothing that warrants cold cocking from somebody from behind.
Right.
Like that to the point where you knock them out, unless it's something where you're like it's an actual like crime situation or something,
Your
or you're
life
defending
is in
yourself
danger.
or something.
Yeah.
Like it's that's the whole.
I'm with you on that. The kid who shoved his face in the mat definitely deserved some sort of retribution.
Yeah.
Because that was a BS move.
I guess part of it's out of just concern for the kid himself. It's like, man, like manslaughter's a thing. Like
the kid delivering the punch.
The kid that delivered the punch. Yeah. Like I just out of protection for your own good. Just understand. When you see, you ever watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? There's a scene there where Bruce Lee is kind of talking big and everything, and Brad Pitt plays a stuntman who's sitting by, kind of chuckling at him because Bruce Lee's saying that he would be able to beat Cassius Clay in a boxing match,
right?
And Bruce Lee says something like, "I'd love to fight you, but my hands are lethal weapons. If I hurt you, I'd go to jail." And Brad Pitt's like, yeah, it's called manslaughter. It's the same for everybody. Okay, there's nothing like anybody gets in any fight and somebody dies. Yeah, you go to jail for manslaughter. So that's what I would say. As no matter where you stand morally on it, I don't like seeing kids put them in a situation to be to end up having to go to jail for manslaughter.
Right. Yeah. This one says if you're truly in a fight, anything goes. But I think your argument would be.
They weren't really in a fight.
They weren't in a fight. Yeah.
I think a lot of these people didn't actually watch the video.
It could be.
Because they were not truly in a fight. The guy was walking away from him. And I'm not excusing that kid.
Yeah.
I can hold two things. That kid had what he had coming to him, but also the kid shouldn't have given what he had coming to him.
The sucker punch.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have sucker punched
It's
him.
not an eye for an eye in
he
that.
He shouldn't have sucker punched him. If he wanted to get some little revenge, come around the front and say, let's go.
Yeah.
Yep. And he knows it's coming. All right. If you're a head coach, or I would say anybody...
you know what you also don't know? We don't know what happened in the match leading up to that. There's a chance that the kid who smushed the kid's head into the ground actually gave that kid what he had coming to him.
That maybe like the kid who lost
had been
the match.
wrestling dirty or something.
And gave him a shocker or something like that.
There's a chance that kid had got what he had coming to him.
That's true.
And it's much more. If that's the case, then the head smush into the ground, unsportsmanlike as it might be, is probably more of a proportional response.
I'm glad we workshopped this.
You can't ever watch these videos without knowing exactly what led up to everything.
Yeah,
you just never know.
Sure, you can. You're just wrong a lot of the time. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Advice to management out there: don't always get snowed over by this guy, because this head coach might be getting snowed over. We'll tell you what it is coming up next. Houston Powder Coaters. If you have anything metal, anything, and I'm talking to you residential folks out there that have patio furniture that's
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Final segment coming up next. We'll revisit, if you missed it earlier, Seth had the 9 things he's extremely excited about for OTAs. I don't know that there's another show in the city you can come to and get 9 things that I'm
genuinely
excited about for
I don't
OTAs.
know, you know, people scoff it like, they're out there running around their PJs.
Not you.
Yeah, I get excited about what kind of PJs they're wearing.
That's exactly. Hey,
got some Transformers underoos out there.
Some dinosaurs that I see right there.
Yeah.
So we'll do that in the final segment, and then Seth and I are going to be out of here quick to get down to the practice facility and check things out today. So we talked about this earlier. The OTA is going on around the league, so we get to see what's being said in other or OTAs, I should say, in other cities around the league. This was Nick Sirianni yesterday. They've got a new offensive coordinator. I think they've had a new offensive coordinator practically every year that Jalen Hurts has been in the league at this point.
I almost feel like my sneaky sly suspicion with the Eagles is that they know that Jalen Hurts has some limitations as a passer. So the way you combat that is you just reinvent the offense every couple of years. And you kind of, so you don't have tendencies necessarily, and you find different ways to do it.
Yeah.
But you still, because Jalen Hurts does a lot of things really, really well, but he's kind of an unconventional, unorthodox even by dual threat quarterback standards, he's unorthodox.
Yes.
You know.
Yep. Sean Mannion is his new offensive coordinator, former backup quarterback with the Falcons, I believe, back in the day, if I'm not mistaken. But he's the new OC. Here was Nick Sirianni talking about the new OC for the Eagles, Sean Mannion.
When you do that, you build that trust with people. And Sean's here at all hours of the day. I'm not sure I've beat Sean in here yet this year, and I'm not sure I've left earlier than him, or I've always left earlier than him to this point. Like he grinds and he does what he's supposed to do and works really hard at his craft. And so like you admire that, but that takes time and that's built. And so that's what we're working on right now. Again, all this is a process.
So he's been in coaching since 2024. He finished his career playing Sean Mannion of the Seahawks in 2023. So he's new coaching profession.
Yeah.
Very new to the coaching.
I was going to say when I saw that because he did a press conference the other day where he was lauding Jalen Hurts. And I'm like, you weren't a player, or you were a player not that long ago.
Right.
Like, he was a player pretty recently.
This is his 3rd year in coaching.
At all.
Right.
Okay.
So, I mean, he's a quarterback, so theoretically he's a little ahead of the curve,
Sure.
et cetera, all that. But I think the funny thing there is that I think especially for a guy who was a player, you know, sometimes like the hours that guys work, a lot of times as I get older and older, the more people brag about hours they work, I can't help but think like how inefficient they must be.
That's where
because there's something that now there are guys like Belichick who worked incredibly long hours and was incredibly efficient. Like it was something actually productive he's doing every minute of the day.
Yeah.
It wasn't some of these guys that brag about their long hours are sleeping in their chair for an hour. They're they're on the phone a bunch and everything. They're at the office
listening to Payne and Pendergast, possibly.
Yeah, being at the office for 18 hours is different than working for 18 hours.
Correct.
But some football coaches do it. But I think especially for a guy that's only 3 years out of coaching, there are a couple. It's okay to play the game of just showing that you're willing to put in the hours.
Okay.
And then B, he still has a lot to learn as a coach.
Yeah.
You know. So the fact that he's a former player and he ascended so rapidly, he can't run the risk of being the guy that's going to change the way coaches coach, and I'm only going to be here for 6 hours a day.
It's funny, though. My question is, does Nick Sirianni strike you as a head coach who would be easily snowed over by first guy outside of league?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That's what I thought when I heard it yesterday, because we know some of the things that Nick Sirianni
the first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
You did say that.
It's one of those tough things to learn about yourself. Talk to you guys, you kids out there in your mid-20s. It's that you gotta find what kind of a workaholic you are.
Yeah.
Because some people, the hardest thing to learn is that, okay, wait a second, if I actually step away from this and go for a walk, I'm gonna be a lot better when I get back.
Yeah, the results are gonna be better.
Some people fight against that.
Yeah.
I fought against that for a long time.
Yep.
And you realize, okay, like, how do I pack the most productive hours into a day, but not getting to the point where it's actually harmful to me.
Yeah.
And it's tough in football because in a lot of cultures, you don't get that latitude. It's like, you're an 18-hour-a-day guy, and that's what you are.
It's baked into football still.
Yeah, but there are a lot of guys. I would guess the majority of football coaches who work 18 hours days really are genuinely just really inefficient and could get a lot more done if they worked fewer hours.
You're probably just at a very basic level. You're probably more tired than you should be.
You just turn into a drone.
Yeah,
and they do. You can see some of the offensive coordinators because it's on the offensive side of the ball more than defense that guys do it. You can see where their eyes get huge bags under them by December. Yeah. And like it's cool that you think you're grinding at 2 a.m.
Right,
but you're coming up with horrible ideas and you're making bad decisions in the game. Like what is this work accomplishing for you?
What week of the season was it when Bill O'Brien screamed in the crowd? It was like week 14 or something like that.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, the week after, having probably grinding 20 hours a day to play the Patriots.
When did the Wildcat happen? The Wildcat was late. That was in the playoffs. They love because they fall in love with the story of the play that somebody came up with at 2 a.m.
Yep.
Like that's the lore. Like, oh yeah, they came up with this play at 2 a.m. Everybody wanted to pack it in, but they decided to stay for a half hour longer.
Yep.
And they came up with that play. I would say for every brilliant 2 a.m. play, there's 379 boneheaded 2 a.m. plays.
100%. You know what's weird? So yesterday about this time, I think it was during the toss when Luke Morrow and Chris Partee were in yesterday for In the Loop. And we got talking, I forget how we got on the tangent, but about how you had to be rich to have a home computer like back in the early 80s.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was because my phone heard us having this conversation, but I got a tweet got algorithm to me yesterday of the 10 things that Gen X thought were for rich people only.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because I thought I had a friend.
You and I are Gen X, right?
Yeah. I had a friend that had a VHS machine, and I was blown away and now this was like maybe when I was like in 5th grade or so, before it was super commonplace.
Yep.
And I remember just being so confused because we were watching an old episode of Dukes of Hazzard or something, and I didn't understand what was going on. I was like, but I don't. Looking back on it, I was a dumb kid. Like, it took a while for him to explain to me.
You were watching
I think a kid couldn't explain it to me because I was like, why? But it's not, I don't know, Tuesday at 8. Why? How are we able to watch this?
Okay, here are the I'll rapid fire these. Here are the 10 things. A phone in the bedroom.
More than one phone in your house?
Yeah. I remember when my brother and I got to share a phone.
Yeah, your dad must work at Kodak. Yeah.
We had our own number. How about that?
I didn't know you were that kind of rich kid.
Dude, we had
you had a dedicated line?
Yeah, for me and Kevin. Yeah.
That's
658-2039.
Your dad made bad financial decisions. That's ridiculous.
Cable with HBO and Cinemax.
That was huge. Yeah.
If you had we didn't have all the pay channels, I will say. We didn't even have cable till 9th grade because the neighborhood we lived in, we didn't have above ground
utilities. Oh, so it's harder for them.
They had to dig to give us cable
TV.
TV.
Your neighborhood was too rich.
No, it was too new.
Yeah,
it was
underground
new.
Utilities is a rich kid thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
You didn't grow up at 4 Winterset Lane, man. You don't know what it was like.
You ain't never been to the cul-de-sac. Don't ever come to the cul-de-sac.
That's right.
You wouldn't understand the cul-de-sac.
You wouldn't understand the trials and tribulations of Winterset Lane.
Cable television in general. We got that my freshman year in high school, and I thought we were the richest people who had ever lived. I felt like I was living in the future. It was awesome.
Call waiting or caller ID.
That just wasn't a thing.
We never had
until
that.
I think I was in college.
Yeah, we were busy signals all the time.
Yeah.
Finished basement.
Oh, yeah. That wasn't, that probably depends on where you grew up.
Yeah.
Because a finished basement can mean a lot of different things.
People like, what the hell's a finished basement?
Right. Yeah, but if your dad had like a bar and a TV and a couch and everything in the basement, that was pretty badass.
We didn't have that. We had a TV down there. We had carpeting, and we had a pool table.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how finished. Because everybody it's easy to throw a TV down in the basement.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to finish a basement. Okay, fridge with ice maker.
Okay, I'm going to disqualify that one.
We never had one of those.
We never had one of those. We had trays.
Yeah.
But a second fridge was a huge indicator for me. If you had a garage fridge. I had a friend, Tyler Tilling, whose parents were both teachers, but I thought that teachers must be the richest people in the world because they had not only did they have a fridge in their garage,
right?
They had an RV.
Whoa!
And they got to go places in the summer in RVs. And I thought when I was a kid, I was like, man, someday I hope I'm as rich as these two teachers.
You like to have two fridges
and an RV. Are like, my God, if I could become a teacher and meet another teacher, nobody will probably be the richest people in the state.
It's funny. How old were you when you were friends with him? And
I was like 8th, 9th grade.
8th or 9th grade, okay.
I remember that I was in 8th or 9th grade when I went to his house and saw
I feel like you were only just a couple years away from your hypothesis about them they've got to be dealing drugs on the side.
That's true. Yeah.
Like in 8th grade, you thought teachers were really rich. By like 11th grade, you're
I didn't know they had. I thought they were extra rich because they had all this laboratory. They had all this lab equipment in their RV. Yes. I was like, my God! Not only do you have an RV, but a scientific laboratory.
Wow!
Oh, my God, you're rich.
What are these hazmat aprons doing hanging in the garage? All right, real quick, a couple more. Vacations that involved flying.
That's a big one because I think that people don't realize. I saw this stat the other day. I didn't fact check it, but that the average American takes less than one flight per year.
Yeah.
So flying is way more rare. If you're somebody that flies a lot of time, you forget because you're surrounded by people who fly all the time. That very few people actually fly all that often. So yeah, vacations that involve flying is like people that flew to Disney World instead of driving in their Dodge Omni. I had to sit in the way back of the Dodge Omni underneath the hatch. Yeah, like that's big time money there.
Yeah, we didn't take our first flying vacation as a family until my senior year in high school. We drove everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think I ever took a flying vacation with my family.
Yeah.
Partly my dad was on the no-fly list, but, you know.
But other than that. Then home computer, which we hashed out yesterday. 3 other ones real quick. Going out to eat at a sit-down restaurant.
Oh, yeah. I saw one of the big things right now is, like, people feuding Gen X versus Gen Z, talking about how kids, the boomers screwed over everybody, and all these Gen X people are saying, listen, kids, you're complaining about not being able to afford fast food. We went to eat fast food, like, once a month at best.
Yeah.
You know, it was kind of a special occasion.
It was a reward, yeah. Name brand cereal.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't have like you'd get the actual frosted flakes.
My mom ended up doing well for herself in life, like in her second career. Yeah, but I go to her house and it's
generic.
Yeah.
It
was when I was playing. Like she made it anyway. Like and I was able to throw out too and everything. But But she never got off the generic brands.
That's good.
It's Wegmans brand everything.
Wegmans, yeah. Last one, Nintendo.
Yeah, that was huge.
Nintendo was big.
Yeah, Nintendo. I felt like Nintendo though was one of those things that that was affordable. That felt like a more affordable perk for.
Yeah, for me, like for my age, it was Atari.
Our theory in wrestling, my brother and I had a theory in wrestling, was that the reason the poor kids were better wrestlers, because we were pretty poor right up until that. My mom got a promotion my freshman year in high school. Yep. Was that rich kids lose a wrestling match and they go home and they can play video games, where poor kids lose a wrestling match and you just go home and think about how much it sucked to lose.
I don't think that's that's a valid theory to me, man.
We were kind of conflicted when all of a sudden my mom had a little bit of money. Rich. We're like, we're gonna suck at wrestling now. This is kinda. Not my brother. He was awesome. But I kind of was like, screw wrestling.
Well, I guess I'll have to become.
I'm gonna go. I gotta go fight Mike Tyson.
Right.
You guys can wrestle.
Yeah.
Why would I wrestle?
So how did it end?
Why would I wrestle another adolescent boy when I could fight Mike Tyson?
So how did it end for this Seth kid? He went on to make millions of dollars playing professional football.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday.
Real quick on this one, because I saw this the other day. It was somebody had asked, what are something that only rich people and poor people both know? And my favorite response was the price of copper, which is that's something that nobody really pays attention to, the price of copper, except really rich people and people that are out stealing copper.
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast, the things that we are genuinely excited to go check out in about 20 minutes at OTAs. We will have that for you coming up next. I'm genuinely excited about Dr. Ben Salento and Texas Sinus and Snoring, because he fixed my snore.
22. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Conversations that cannot be brought on the air. So,
did you get my copper reference I was making there? About,
I did about the
once people steal copper.
Once you explain the stealing copper thing, yeah, because it's
rich people and poor people know the price of copper.
Yes, yeah. Copper pipe, big.
But Ben pointed out that in The Wire, the show, they steal a lot of copper wire.
They do. Yeah. Well,
is that why it's named The Wire? I always thought it was named The Wire because of surveillance.
It's surveillance is why they call it The Wire. Yeah,
but there is a big part of that show where people are stealing copper wire.
Well, in The Sopranos, if you remember, there was an episode where Tony gets into some scam where he's buying these rundown houses in a bad neighborhood, and he's got a scam going with HUD, to do
Housing
the loans.
and Urban Development.
Yeah, and Tony comes into the assemblyman who he's in on the scam with and says, "Hey, man, we got a bunch of crackheads living in these houses. Got to get them out of there because there's probably $30,000 worth of copper pipe that we want to get out of these houses before we go sell them."
Oh yeah,
and so that's where that's when I hear copper getting somehow stolen.
Ben, what are the best places to steal copper? Copper pipe, copper wire.
In your experience,
other than pennies, probably because those are zinc though. Yeah,
construction site.
A construction site.
Oh yeah. That's good. That's good.
So I told Ben, I was talking to Ben about this as we were standing next to each other at the urinals, and he was taking a whiz. I was just standing next to him, and he was talking about how that was a big part of The Wire, and stealing copper stuff.
Yeah.
And I said, oh yeah, that's something my wife and I got to do this weekend. I was talking about. Why? Or we want to start watching The Wire. Ben thought I meant that we were going to go out and steal copper.
I think either would apply.
It feels like it would be a great way to keep the spark alive.
Keep the spark in your marriage. Probably a lot of. There's probably a lot of cardio involved.
Yeah.
It's a chance for you and Brandy to work out together. Mm-hmm. Spend a little time.
She would dust me as it came to running away from a.
She's fit.
I'm just Rottweiler bait, really, more than anything. She'd be free and clear.
Rottweiler bait. All right, so what are the things that you are genuinely excited about? There's so many, I don't know that we're going to get to all of them.
Right,
Seth.
okay, so first and foremost, C.J. Stroud, just seeing him, hearing him talk, he probably will give a bunch of good, bland answers to some of the questions about contract or anything. But this time of year, when hope springs anew, that I'm excited just to see him with his haircut and his physique and throwing the football. Number 2 item on the list would be throwing the football to Tank Dell. So seeing Tank Dell out there is really probably the biggest thing that I'm hoping to see during OTAs. I don't know if I will, and I'm not going to be down in the dumps if they choose to be super careful with him and they don't put him out in team drills or anything, but it would be just nice to see him back out
What's the least that you could see Tank Dell doing that would have you excited?
Oh,
because obviously if he's out there running routes against DBs,
it's anything either 7-on-7 or team.
So that's
I guess
the minimum.
7-on-7 is the minimum.
If he does 7, if he participates in 7-on-7, that's the minimum he could do that would get you excited.
Yeah, I'll be like, okay, that's a big step in the progress.
Right.
Whatever the equivalent in is baseball. That's a live batting practice or something. Yeah.
The thing that would bum me out the most with Tank would be seeing him working out separately from everybody else. Mm-hmm. 1, because he'd look lonely over there.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for him. But 2, it would also indicate that the best case is they're being cautious with him. That's the best case.
What if we saw him like sitting Charles Barkley like on an exercise bike eating a McMuffin? Just that would be really depressing.
That would be.
What if he like all of a sudden put on 20 pounds in the
boiler?
last few weeks or something? And he's just coaches are trying to cajole him into doing something, and he's just like
Someone told him his legs were too skinny, so his solution was to just sit on the bike and eat an Egg McMuffin. All right, so C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, what's next?
Keelan Rutledge and how he's used. If he's getting a bunch of snaps at center, I'll start to think, okay, this is where they're going to see if they can get him on the field as a center. They like having their 5 best guys on the field, and right now they've got 2 veterans at guard, and that makes the most sense. So I'm curious about this, but I just want to see how full bore they're committing him to working at learning center.
You said earlier when I asked you this question, you would be more surprised if he got 0 snaps at center than if he were the first team starting center.
Yeah, that would
so you
surprise
definitely
me more.
You're anticipating he's going to be doing some center things.
Right now, that was an either or. So I don't anticipate him being out there as the number 1 center right off the bat. Yep. But I think he's going to get a boatload of work.
It'll be somewhere in between. Mm-hmm. That's what it'll be. All right, so there you go. So offensive line. What else? Anything else on the offensive side?
Number 4 and number 5, the offensive wrinkles.
Mm-hmm.
So number 4, the tight ends and how they're using Cade Stover, because Aaron Wilson said that they're planning on using him more at fullback, whether you want to call it H-back or whatever it is. I'm guessing he's going to play all over the place this year, and they see him as that guy. And then Marlon Klein as a receiver. We're not going to be able to tell much about if he's developing as a blocker until they put pads on. But I think the addition of Foster Moreau, drafting Marlon Klein, you still have Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover there, and Dalton Schultz, obviously. I think that they really want to run a bunch of 3 tight end sets this year, their formations, and I think they want to lean into that personnel grouping. So that's kind of the intriguing part of it for me.
Okay, I'm looking at some video that Aaron Wilson has put out from practice. He's got videos of guys walking out to the fields. CJ's in a ball cap, and he's chuckling and laughing with some of the coaches. Looks good. Okay, what do we read into this? Ooh. This video I'm looking at right here. It's
Cade Stover number change.
26-second video. Texans receivers Nico Collins holding a helmet in his hand and a hoodie up. Tank Dell not holding a helmet in his hand. And Brevin Jordan, who's rehabbing from a patellar tendon injury, with a helmet in his hand.
I don't know. Okay.
Tank. Well, here's a visual. Like that tells me Tank probably
unless somebody else has Tank's helmet.
Unless somebody else has his helmet. But I'm just saying, the visual of that. So, my immediate reaction is, Tank's not going to be doing stuff out there today.
He's got his arm taped up, so I don't know if that's is that because he's planning on.
Is it tape or is it like a sweatband? Or something?
It might just be a sweatband.
Yeah. But
okay. I don't know. I think he makes CJ carry his helmet. That's
CJ wasn't even carrying his own. Well, CJ didn't have a helmet.
Wait. Does Nico actually have 2 helmets? Is he carrying Tank Dell? No, he doesn't.
No. He's got. It looks like he's got gloves in there or something.
Boxing
like that.
gloves.
Maybe
they probably do a little hand fighting.
They do look like boxing gloves.
They're probably they're sparring gloves. They're probably working on hand fighting.
I don't know, man. I guess we'll find out. Tank looks in good spirits. He's dapping everybody up.
Yeah,
and he's walking fine. But, okay.
Okay, we'll see.
We'll see. Okay, what else? Sorry, I interrupted you.
Devastating blow of the season.
I interrupted you. Tank Dell is not carrying a helmet out to practice.
But I also said I'm not going to read too much into it if he doesn't. So number 5, the offensive as we're on the offensive wrinkles, would be Woody Marks as a receiving weapon, and they're going to throw him the ball in these practices. I just want to see more and more of it, and more than we did last year. Now that David Montgomery's there, so that's something I expect to see. It's not going to be a huge revelation, but it'd be nice to see them starting to hopefully work on what it might become.
Okay.
This one, exciting than nearly anybody else, and I don't think we're allowed to report on it. But I am intrigued with the presence of Caden McDonald as a wide body run stuffing type of defensive tackle. If they add to the number and variety of defensive fronts that they use. So I've said all along that they don't have to change the defense at all. That Caden McDonald can play and do everything that they already do on defense. Because some people thought like, oh, he doesn't fit in this defense. He does, but he also might bring a skill set that allows them to maybe add to it. And maybe they do have him lining up over the center a lot more than they've done previously with defensive tackles. So, but they don't like us reporting on actual
formations
stuff like
and combinations of guys and whatnot.
So I'll give everybody a wink on the radio, so you guys can hear me wink.
Tune in on YouTube. That's why you got to tune in on YouTube.
No, I wouldn't do it on YouTube because then I'm violating what they want us to do.
That's right.
The complete defensive backfield.
Yep.
Reed Blankenship being back there means that you've got 5 actual starting caliber defensive backs in the backfield instead of 4 really good guys and then 1 revolving door of a random person,
busted thumb,
Kayvon Wallace or whoever it might be.
The hand that is the secondary.
Linebacker, and who plays when they're in their 4-3? Who's playing in place of EJ Speed?
Yep.
Is it Marte Mapu? Is it Jake Hummel? Does Wade Woodaz start getting reps with the ones right off the bat? I think that's going to be an open competition right from now through August. It'll be fun to watch and see how those guys operate.
I am rooting for Woodaz.
Yeah,
because he's the rookie. Like if he makes that type of impression and he's in there, you got him for 4 more years on a cheapo deal. He's not a journeyman or anything like that. And then, speaking of which, you're looking forward to seeing the rookies.
Yes, all the rookies in general.
Yeah,
and like we've already seen the rookies, so it's not like all of a sudden one of them's going to show up fat and out of shape.
Yep.
They've been in the program. But I think Fabechi Wiwu, we haven't talked a whole lot about.
Yeah,
and like I'm intrigued to watch him as a guy that isn't going to be able to show what his calling card is in non-padded practices because he's a big, physical, stout dude.
Yeah.
But he also moves better than you expect.
The day 3 guys I'm super interested in. I'm interested in Kamari Ramsey and Lewis Bond.
Yeah.
There may be spots on the team for these guys. Hey, John, do you have a second? Can you come around here and look at something here? I want to get your initial reaction when you see this video that Aaron Wilson took out of practice here. So here comes Nico Collins. All right. Here comes Tank Dell walking with Nico. Here comes Brevin Jordan. Okay, what jumps out at you about that picture right there?
Tank Dell is not wearing a helmet.
Yep, or carrying a helmet. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought too. Yeah. And I proceeded to then read into that Tank's not doing things out there today. But Seth kind of talked me off the ledge a little bit. CJ might be carrying Tank's helmet.
You can't talk me off the ledge on that. He ain't doing nothing today.
You don't think is that when do they start actually having him do team stuff?
See, I think that's part of the story. To your point of what y'all are talking about right now. I said this the other day. OTAs are the most unimportant thing in football. Because it's going to matter to a lot of people if he's not doing anything. Even though in 2 weeks he might be able, or whenever they come to minicamp, he might be able to do everything. It's just right now it's going to matter.
No, I guess for him, I wouldn't be surprised if they're being really careful and conservative with him, but I look forward to seeing the milestones.
Yes,
so it's a notable milestone when he goes out and does stuff with the team for the first time. Yeah. It's a notable milestone the first time he catches a ball and Derek Stingley is covering him or something. So I think that part of it is the intriguing part too.
I'm not gonna lie, it's just cool to see him in a uniform.
Yeah,
He's wearing the jersey.
That part warms my heart.
Where are his ankles taped?
I can't see on this video. I can't see because the video cuts off at the base of their shorts.
This is what we do.
Yeah, it's May. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Seth and I have to get out to OTA, so I want to do the question of the day with you guys. You're listening to KLTM FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Luke Morrow in for Reggie Atatula. Hi, Luke.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you as well. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Tell us what the question of the day is.
Did y'all see Drake May was asked by a reporter, hey, are you thick?
Yeah, and you know what my gut reaction was? Like, why the hell didn't I pull that audio? I watched the clip. It was really funny.
With 2 C's? Are you thick?
With 2 C's, yeah, with 2 C's.
Yeah, but then he did the thing that's really starting to annoy me with Gen Z, which he said that's more of a pause.
Yeah.
Like they got the young guys got to say pausing and everything that might hint at all about anything sexual.
So the question of the day is, what's something you can say to a guy that you definitely cannot say to a woman?
Oh, okay, that's a good one. You know what?
If I asked my wife if she was thick.
Yeah, yeah, that might go a certain way.
I'll say something that you might say to a guy, but you don't want to hear a woman say to you.
Okay.
Go deeper. Like if you're spotting a guy on squat or something,
what
deeper.
Are you doing?
Deeper.
Yeah.
You flip the roles there. And it's like
didn't expect that.
No, me neither. Me neither.
I don't know where you got these lofty expectations from, but
I will say, like with a guy, like if there's some sort of blemish or something like that, it's one of your boys.
What's that on your face?
Yeah, what's that on your face? Can't do that to it. Yeah. Like if he has a cold sore or a zit, like bro.
Yeah.
But if it's a woman, you do that. You can't. Yeah.
One of the running jokes my wife has with literally everyone in our family is since the day we got married, if she cooks something and she goes, well, how is that? I will say, it's great.
Yeah.
Great. I never, but you can tell a guy, man, this tastes awful.
Yeah.
I just, and she actually wants, she wants
the honest
feedback.
Yeah.
But I'm always like, it's great.
That's true.
It's terrific.
That's a good one.
Why don't you just try opening up to her and being honest the next time?
Why start now?
Why are you afraid of this?
Why start now?
Yeah.
How does it make you feel when she asks you to tell her?
John knows. That's how John knows. I would tell him if the OG sauce was terrible.
You would tell me.
I would tell you. Like, the sauce is swill.
It is
trash.
awesome.
That'd be one of the worst moments in the history of my life if I told John that. I'd be like, hey, you know what? You should just try to just be honest, see what happens. It like ends their marriage.
Oh, yeah,
Like, all of a sudden it leads to like
41 years down the drain.
What else have you been lying to me about?
Bobby Smith said it.
You know what? I'm a case study. Hey,
if your marriage if your marriage collapses as the only divorced guy in this studio, right? Luke, have you been married before? Okay. Lovie Smith hit the nail on the head. That sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Yeah.
For all parties involved. I think my ex-wife would agree with that.
This is the second marriage I've ruined. My dad was one of the few parents who was honest enough to tell his kids that, yes, we were the reason that Mommy and Daddy got divorced.
Because of you.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Oh, my God. All right, we're headed out to OTAs.
Hey, we're looking forward to seeing everything.
Yep, for sure. And have a great show.
Thank you, sir.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies. I'm going to need you to carry my helmet up.
Okay. I got you, Tank. All right. We are done. We are out of time. Luke Morrow in for Reggie. John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. You can join the conversation over the next 4 hours on the text line, 713-572-4610. Also, get to us in the YouTube and Twitch chat. By the way, my answer to the question of the day, I'll save it for 40 minutes, but it happened on the air yesterday.
Oh, really?
So call that a tease in case anybody missed it.
You made a woman mad?
It wasn't me. It was somebody else during Crosstalk later in the day that I never thought could be pulled off, and they did it. So,
okay, that's a tease.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later on.
That's a tease.
But it's an exciting day to look.
You're awful in that dress.
OTAs began yesterday, but it's almost like, if a tree falls in a forest, no one could be out there.
Yeah.
I didn't see any clips even from the Texans themselves online. It's almost like it didn't happen. Today feels like the real start of it. As Sean said, him and Seth are heading out there. D'Amico's going to speak at 11, so in an hour. We're going to get some players, including C.J. Stroud, so we'll should have that audio for you throughout the next couple of hours. So it feels like today is really the start and the real excitement of all this.
Yeah, no, this is and this is not like one of those crazy teas. Hey, stay tuned and
Right.
blah, blah, blah. No, legit. Lots of Texans news, information, obviously analysis of some of the things. Our guys are going out there, Sean and Seth. and we'll have other people out there. So, yeah, you definitely want to hang around.
Yeah, and we'll keep you up to date throughout as they'll be on the practice field for about the next hour, and then, of course, the audio beyond that. But let's start with the Astros. We'll get to plenty of Texans throughout the next 4 hours. But let's begin with the Astros, who got another victory last night. They have now won, 5 out of 6, and are creeping a little bit closer to a playoff spot. But the story last night with the win against the Rangers, I think, is just simply, one, I do want to give credit first. Mike Burrows did pitch well. That was good to see. We can talk more about him in a moment. But Jordan has just been on a tear, and I heard the fellas this morning joking about it, that the back spasms apparently must have been the best thing for him because, back-to-back multi-homer games, he has the best OPS in the league. He's swinging the best bat in baseball.
One of those, like when, and you're probably too young for this, but maybe your back is hurting, and then you kind of get up a funny way, and it pops into place. You're like, hey, that pop scared me, but I can actually do toe touches now. Yeah. That's kind of what it was with Jordan. I'm telling you, man, this was one I actually thought of, like, you're going to think I'm nuts, but almost like Victor Wembanyama-like. Like, what are you going to do?
Right.
What can you do? I mean, what is it, 5 home runs in 3 games?
Yeah.
5 home runs in 3 games. They actually gave him the Barry Bonds treatment toward the end of the game. I believe it was a tied ball game, runner on first, put up the 4 fingers, walked and put the potential go-ahead run on second base, just so he would not swing the bat.
Right.
That's freakish.
Yeah. That's almost part of the concern. Is like last night you have Taylor Trammell, who's my guy. Know him personally, but he's batting cleanup. You know? So like you have Jordan, and then it's like, okay, but what else do we have around him? Because to your point, teams can start to pitch around him and intentionally walk him, kind of like Bonds, where famously was intentionally walked with the bases loaded. Because they're like, we'd rather give up a run than face you with the bases loaded. Jordan's almost on that level. In fact, Chandler Rome had the story last night of they call him Barry in the dugout.
Yeah.
I think it's Spencer Arrighetti that kind of started it, comparing him to Barry Bonds, saying him and Barry are the 2 best pure power hitters, or just pure hitters in general, they say, in baseball history. That's how good he's been. Fastest Astro to 20 homers in a season. And it's also why I've been saying the last couple weeks, it's become a conversation on these airwaves about if the season continued like it did at least for the first, let's say, 6 weeks, should the Astros trade Jordan and get a king's ransom for him? This is a guy, I don't care how bad you are, I would never get rid of a guy like this, because even like last night, if you get a pretty good pitching performance, he's good enough to carry the whole offense. You'll win extra games, even if you're a bad team, just by simply having him in the lineup.
I don't think you can discount ticket sales.
That's true.
People, there are very few players where people say, I want to go see so-and-so. I'm buying tickets because of so-and-so. And back when, when the Astros weren't real good or just starting to get good, and Roger Clemens was pitching, the place would fill up, even though they were, scuffling. At that point, they got to be real good, but scuffling, sort of 500-ish team. For nothing else, just ticket sales. But when it comes to baseball and wanting to see and wondering if this team can do anything, is he enough? Is he enough? And because I'm thinking about this last night, he was enough. I mean, he just truly in that particular game against a struggling Rangers team, he sort of tipped the balance a little bit. But is that going to be enough? Because you start to see, maybe if you squint real hard, you start to see, well, maybe the pitching here and maybe the bullpen there and maybe this guy or that guy. Christian Walker's having a hell of a year. But is that enough to give you hope, or is it just going to be Jordan?
Yeah, I don't think it's enough. I think it can be enough, like we saw last night. It can be enough. He'll win you some extra games just by himself for the course of the season. It's like the stat war. How many wins does this guy bring more than the average person? And Jordan will bring you maybe half a dozen wins over the course of a season. But if you're talking about ultimately trying to be a good team, I don't think it's good enough to go win a division. Or if you are fortunate enough to get to the playoffs, I don't think you can simply just rely on Jordan. They do need Altuve, obviously, to come back and play like a version of his former self. Christian Walker needs to continue to swing a hot bat. Because when you look at this lineup, I mean, Jeremy Pena is still working his way back. But right now, it's kind of just Jordan and Christian Walker are about it.
Yes.
And then, every once in a while, like Christian Vasquez will have a good game and come up with a big hit. But if you look at OPSs, those are really the only 2 guys. And then Christian Walker slightly above league average. Shoemaker slightly above league average. But the only two guys that are having like exceptional years at the plate right now are Walker and Alvarez, and I think you need more than two bats in a lineup because, as you were saying, I mean, you pitch around one of those guys, and I don't know who else you're really fearing in the lineup right now as it's currently constructed.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And by the way, I think it's a pretty important game today with the Rangers. By the way, they have a 4-game set against the Rangers today, simply because as hot as they are, 5 out of 6, and clearly, you know, they already clinched the series against the Rangers. They're still 7 games under 500. On the other hand, just 3 games back. So it really makes you think, like, is that going to be enough? Do you want it to be enough? You know, in terms of long term, we talked about that the other day. But then there's the starting pitching, and you start, as I said earlier, you kind of squint and you go, well, Hunter back, and he's a stud.
Yeah.
Mike Burrows, for as big of a struggle as he's had in the win-loss column and ERA column, the guy eats up innings. Mm-hmm. You know, he ate up, even when he's not pitching well, and he pitched really well last night, he eats up innings. Spencer Arrighetti is a legit number 2. Tatsuya Imai, it depends on what you see. You know, what are you seeing right now? You seeing a guy that's maybe showing progress, or you need to see more? So you got, you know, potentially Hunter Brown, Arrighetti. Okay, we're good with that. Tatsuya Imai, we'll see, and then Burrows, we'll see in terms of he can translate, you know, eating up innings into actual success. And then the bullpen is looking better.
Yeah,
you know, the bullpen, and you've got Josh Hader coming back. I've liked Enyel De Los Santos since the first week of the season. He just seems to have something. He got the inning and 2/3 save last night.
Yeah.
Kai Tang is doing well. So everybody's looking at the same thing, but kind of seeing different things.
Yeah. Where are you on? Because we get the good start from Ime on Monday, are certainly better for him. Mike Burrows, that was one of his better outings this year. I don't want to be like the wet blanket. Part of me is, though, like, well, maybe it's more so having to do with the Texas Rangers. Mm-hmm. They've had a struggling offense, and they're as bad as the Astros are record-wise. And in fact, when you look at the Astros, they've started to play better the last 2 weeks. It started with that series here at home against the Rangers, and now another series against the Rangers team this week is helping. So, you know, they are 4-1 against the Rangers. That's helped propel them up the standings or in their record. So my point being, do we provide a grain of salt this week because it's the Rangers, or are you starting to feel different about Burrows, Ime, and therefore this starting rotation right now?
I think the answer might be yes for me. I in my heart of hearts, I don't think they have enough to do it. But I've thought that before, and they've done it. Mm-hmm. I just don't feel – I mean, let's also keep in mind, you know, kind of the heartbeat of this team. Carlos Correa and Jose Altuve are not around. Correa for the season, Altuve for probably, you know, a good month. That you can't discount that. I mean, in terms even in the pitching around, you know, a Jordan conversation. So, but as much as I'm like, I don't think so. I also like, well, let's see what Hunter Brown looks like. Let's see if the bullpen can stay fresh, and that's been a big thing in this series. Mm-hmm. They've had guys go deeper into games, and the bullpen has stayed relatively fresh. If that happens, and then you get just a couple of guys stepping up, maybe Jeremy Pena, you know, maybe I don't have high hopes for Cam Smith, even though I know you talked about this yesterday. He hit a home run that is still going, I should say. But I can squint and maybe see it, but in my heart of hearts, I don't quite see it yet.
Yeah, my whole thing all along is look at the record instead of games back.
Yeah,
because the games back is just shows how bad the division is. Mm-hmm. I mean, right now Seattle's in first place; they have a losing record. They're 28-29. There's not a single team in the AL West that has a winning season so far. A's are 2 games under 500. The Rangers are 5 games, and then you get to the Astros, who are 25-32. And so it's easy to be like, hey, we're only 3 games back from the division. But I mentioned this the other day. If you zoom out, it's also like, yeah, but you have the 3rd worst run differential in the American League. You have, I think, like the 3rd or 4th worst record in the American League. So as close as you are to the top of your division, at least, you're just as close to the bottom of the American League. So I know it's a bad division, but I think we have to continue to look at that record. And even though they're playing better baseball these last 2 weeks, still, like you said, 25-32, they're still 7 games under 500 and have only been playing 500 baseball since I think it's
3 weeks, 2 weeks.
Yeah, like if you they started I think 8 and 15. So if you take away the first 3 weeks of the season, that's still a pretty big sample. So that's still like 6 weeks of baseball. They're still only playing 500 balls, so it's not like they're winning at a 65% rate here for the past month. It's still been 50-50 for about 6 weeks.
And I'm there with you, but I'm also kind of feeling this is a weird place to be with the Astros right now. You know that meme where that woman does the scowly face and then goes, raises her eyebrows. That's kind of where I am. I'm like,
true.
I don't even know what that meme is called, but she's like, ooh, and then she goes, well, maybe, or the Alonzo Mourning, or the
Alonzo Mourning sitting there mad. They say, oh, well, I guess that's not too bad.
I'm the Alonzo Mourning when it comes to the Astros, because even as much as I agree with what you just said, the counterpoint is there's only 3 good teams in the entire AL. There's only 3. That's it.
It's sad.
Everybody else is average to below average. You've got, obviously, the Rays and the Yankees. They're way out there. Guardians, and then after that, third place in the AL East is below 500. Second place in the AL Central is 1 game over 500. Then there's this division, American League West, where the leading team is a game under 500. There's only 3 good teams in the entire American League.
And I'll continue to push back on the Yankees because they have 1 win against a winning team all year, by far the fewest in the league. So I'll continue to say they're a little fugazi and just beating up on all the other bad teams in the AL. On the text line, someone said the Astros are progressing. Don't forget we swept the Cubs. That's true, but also don't forget you caught the Cubs during a 10-game losing streak.
They're in the middle of a 10-game losing streak.
So, and again, I apologize. I don't want to be the wet blanket and everything, but it's just that I still need to see more. This last 6-game sample is not enough for me. You've played well against the Rangers, but the Rangers are also the team right next to you in the standings. They're 5 games under 500. Yes, you swept the Cubs, which was really impressive on the road, but again, they're in the middle of a 10-game losing streak. Maybe you caught them at the right time. We'll see. We'll see if this continues.
Yeah.
But there is reason to be optimistic because Hunter Brown, Josh Hader are returning, and they are playing better baseball. Also on the text line, someone said, I'm going to the game tonight. Jordan's going to hit 1 or 2 bombs.
I mean, at this point, it's a good bet. Have you seen his slash line?
Yeah, it's absurd.
312, 422, 663, and a 1.085 OPS for the season. For the season. Against the Rangers, isn't it like 1.4 something? His OPS?
I believe it.
Yeah.
You hit 5 homers in 3 games. That's going to do something like that. It's crazy. The series finishes up tonight in what should be
And they're coming home.
Yeah, against the Brewers. So there you go. We were just talking about it. The Brewers are our first-place team. They're having a good year, and unlike the Cubs this past weekend, they're still playing good baseball. So that will be an interesting test this weekend. The Brewers are 33-20. It's the third-best record in the NL. And it's at your place here in Houston, so that's going to be an interesting test this weekend. But tonight you get Arrighetti, 7:05 first pitch. Spencer Arrighetti, who I don't know if he has enough innings to qualify yet, but he does have the second-best ERA in baseball, and he's also like third in wins. He's won 6 of his 7 starts. And he goes up against Nathan Eovaldi, who is always a solid pitcher and has pitched well against the Astros in recent years, so should be a fun game tonight.
It should be, and then come right back with the Friday game against Coleman Crowe, who is relatively new to the starting rotation, but has a great ERA.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, and the Brewers, they have a good starting rotation, good pitching staff on the other side. By the way, the text about Jordan, we've gotten to this point now where it's expected that he hits home runs, and it reminds me of, anytime I can, I have to fit in a Seinfeld reference, but it reminds me of when Kramer visits the kid in the hospital bed, and he promises him that Paul O'Neill will hit 2 home runs.
1, he'll hit 2.
Exactly. Yeah, and then he tells Paul O'Neill in the clubhouse, he's like, it's hard enough to hit 1. You tell him I'm going to hit 2. It's similar. It's like, oh yeah, Jordan.
Yeah.
He's going to hit 2 homers tonight.
I mean, it's actually in play at this point.
It is.
He is just a freak.
Yeah. Also on the text line, so on May 28th, you're saying the Astros don't make the postseason.
I said both for the record. I said, maybe not.
They might make the postseason. All I'm saying is I still don't think they're a great baseball team. They might make the postseason because right now you need a losing record to win the division and therefore be in the playoffs. They could go, theoretically, if this continues to play out, they could be 80-82 and be a playoff team. So they might be in the playoffs, but I don't think just simply making the playoffs.
Do that make you feel better about the team, though, if they make the playoffs?
It doesn't for
or
me.
at least the future of the team.
Well, that's the other third layer here is, is the tease going to be just like, boy, we should have seen this coming.
Are you trying are you just trying to get to the playoffs and say you made the playoffs?
Are we going to be here in August saying, we should have seen it coming, should have been more of a seller?
Yeah. That's my whole point. If you only want to make the playoffs this year, then yeah, they might accomplish those goals. But I think expectations should be higher for the organization.
I think the thing is, too, that the division's so bad, they could probably sell a couple pieces and still make the playoffs.
That's true. Do both.
So I would consider that.
Set yourself up for the future and still go win the division. Yeah, I referenced it the other day. It's kind of what the Tigers did last year. And, again, like the Tigers.
Well, they're stinking now.
Yeah, they're miserable this year.
The Tigers did it. I think the Guardians did it at one point where they were still in the playoff mix.
Right. Yeah. Tigers made the playoffs. Was that last year? Maybe it was 2 years ago at this point now where they were sellers at the deadline and then surprisingly made the playoffs.
Yeah, I think a couple years ago, the Guardians did that. They gave away one of their starting pitchers. And it's just like, what are y'all doing? Are y'all trying to win right now?
Yeah.
It was super confusing, but it worked out.
Yeah, I think it was the Orioles traded their closer at the deadline, but then bought back a couple other pieces. So, yeah, you can be – it's become a new trend. You can be a buyer and a seller at the deadline.
Yeah.
The Astros progress. But the deadline's not till August. So, let's give this still another month or two and see where the Astros are. Just currently, right now, remember, still 7 games under 500. Coming up, but Jordan is just doing incredible things. Coming up, we'll hear from plenty of Texans folks today, we imagine. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans, C.J. Stroud speaking to the media. But David Montgomery spoke yesterday. What are his expectations and thoughts for this team in 2026? We'll get to that when we come back here in The Loop.
All right, guys, let's talk about the world's biggest soccer tournament. It is here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
The CEO way out of
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 6.
It is in the loop on what I would say is the official, unofficial start of OTAs. It began yesterday, but no one could be out there today. There's actually media members with boots on the ground. D'Amico will be speaking to the media in about 35 minutes. CJ Stroud, a few others will be talking. Today is really the start of it all, and it's an exciting time getting ready for the upcoming season. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig on the steel wheels, and you can join the conversation. 713-572-4610 on the text line.
We've got eyes on them.
That's right.
We've got eyes on them today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So we'll keep you posted on anything and bring you some of that audio.
Mm-hmm.
But before we do so, before we can move forward, let's go back to yesterday with David Montgomery, because I thought some of this was interesting. He was on with the NFL Network, of course, new running back for the Texans, and they were asking him about the upcoming season, his new team, the offense, all that sort of stuff. And let me see. Let me pull up these these clips here. This was the first cut here. David Montgomery was talking about his new offensive coordinator and his role in the offense with NFL Network. We'll play these clips and react. Here's what David Montgomery had to say.
Most excited about kind of to showcase like my other abilities elsewhere on the field, on the side of the ball. So, Coach Cayley let me know every day, like, it's on. Like, you here now, it's time to go. And, I'm excited for that opportunity and be able to take full advantage of it so I can help this team and help us get to the Super Bowl like we gonna do.
Like we gonna do, which everybody likes to hear that. This one to me was more just confirmation. We've had a few discussions here or there. They're going to split it, he and Woody Marks, but it does seem he's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's going to be the Hellcat.
I was about to stop you. You think they're going to split it?
No.
Or he going to take
most of the split, but not 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah,
about
clearly
60-40, 70-30?
I would say 60-40 at the best. What do you think?
I was going to say 60-40 off the top, but it might be more of like 2/3, 67 to 33.
Yeah.
Every backfield now, of course, is split, so you're not going to get all the touches.
I was going to say about 70-30, depending on what Woody do.
I could see it.
If Woody come in, it's like, whoa. Like, if he played like he played last year where you can't take him off the field, then I can see that kind of going 60-40, close to 50-50.
I don't know about that. We'll see. And by the way, part of the reason it's a good day to be a Texans fan with all our reporters and other reporters and everybody over at OTA. We're gonna get a taste of that, at least a smidge of a taste. We talked last week or earlier this week about some of the things, and they were talking about it on the morning show as well. Sean and Seth. What are some things you want to see? One of the things we're going to see is like, not necessarily they're going to split it 60-40 and that's that, problem solved or that's a wrap or whatever. But we're going to see just how they approach the run game. And it seems clear to me that this is confirmation when he said, every day Nick Cayley says, let's get it. This is going to be a run team.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
By the way, I just crunched some numbers. Montgomery, just for curiosity's sake, Montgomery's last year in Chicago, when he was the full-time starter, he had 61% of the carries. And then his first year in Detroit, just over 50%. And then obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs passed him by as the main starter. So, and he's a little bit older now, so we'll see exactly. If you do go on X, you can go to Jonathan Alexander's Twitter feed. He actually just tweeted out a video within the last few minutes of C.J. Stroud throwing a pass to David Montgomery and then him running it into the end zone. So
Super Bowl, man. There we go.
Well, according to David Montgomery, he's already making that claim. Yeah. Here was, speaking of that connection, Stroud to Montgomery. Here was David Montgomery talking about his new quarterback.
Yeah, I think CJ is a very, very he has a rare arm talent, super talented. With his arm. I mean, we were out I got here a couple weeks ago, and we going out throwing passes and stuff. I'm like, hey, he can really zip this thing. So, and you can tell he's a little younger, but he definitely takes charge and control of the offense, and it's super, super good to see that he is who he is. He carries himself the way he does. He makes everybody want to lead him. Follow him. So, just to kind of be around him, to see him, watch him from a distance from where I was, but to actually be here with him now and see how he taking the reins and seeing how he kind of bringing everybody along. It's super, super special thing to see and be a part of. I'm just excited to be here for it.
This one was a little more interesting to me, simply because here's a guy that just comes in, just 2 weeks ago he said he got here and is just in awe of the throws that C.J. Stroud can make, his arm strength, which often hasn't gotten as much acclaim as his accuracy, just raving about him. And it got interesting to me because, clearly the players, and we've said this before, the players just, they line up with him. They think the world of him. They admire his skill set. And yet, here we are watching him oftentimes. Obviously, he's had some good numbers here and there, good games. Wondering why are they still not letting him go, or why is he still not embracing? This is clearly a coaching and system thing. And if you didn't think, depending on how much he buys in and wants to maybe compromise a little bit of that, it's still going to be the story.
100%. Yeah. I made the case last Thursday on In the Drive with B. Scott about that, putting the blame on specifically D'Amico Ryans. I got a lot of pushback on the text line. It was not a popular take, which I was surprised by.
Hating-ass Luke.
That's right.
At it again.
Tends to happen pretty often. People push back on my ideas. But yeah, it's funny because I was listening to Seth and Sean this morning as I was getting ready, getting dressed and coming in. And they brought up a game that it's almost hard to think back to and think of like, oh, yeah, that was the same guy in offense when his rookie year against Tampa. He had 470 passing yards, 5 touchdown passes, led them back to a victory in the 2-minute drill. And it's like, oh, yeah, this offense did do that at one time, throw for almost 500 yards. I could never, in the 2 years since, I'd have to look at what C.J. Stroud's highest passing yards is. But they have gone in such a different direction that it seems unfathomable that they would ever try for 500 passing yards in a game, this upcoming year.
I want to put a pin in this whole this comment. It seems not like a big deal, but let's just remember this: players consistently say everything short of wow when they talk about the things that C.J. Stroud can do, and then he gets in games. And it's not always wow. Again, you got to be fair. He does have those moments. He's had them this past season even. But in terms of like the whole, the breadth of his production, we're not saying wow. To me, that goes to system and coaching. Like, is it really an oil and water kind of thing?
Yeah, I think so. And it's not even like, like with Cam Smith, it's like, well, they talk about he's the best guy in the batting cage. It's like, well, how come it's not happening in games? Maybe there's a mental block there, or he's just a practice player. But with Stroud, we saw it, at least in his rookie year, in games where we see those flashes, we know it's not like a mental thing or he's just this great practice player. He's great on an empty field. We've seen what he can do in games, so we just haven't seen it enough.
I just feel like it's easy, and I've been, as I think all of us have been as guilty as everything. It's like we put so much on Stroud. Like, come on, man, buy in, and he does. He needs to. This is the offense. Yeah. What's with the body language? What's with the facial expressions? I think to a large degree fairly put a lot of it on Stroud. I think it's unfair to put all of it on Stroud.
I'm with you on
that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
One more clip with David Montgomery before we run. This was him on the offense, his new offense being quote unquote special. Here's what David Montgomery said.
Yeah, I mean that's how we see it. It's Super Bowl or none. I mean, I think that should be anybody's goal when you get an opportunity to strap up, put your pads on, put your helmet on. You ain't out there for fun. Everybody want to host. Everybody want to put up the Lombardi. Like, I want to do that. Everybody want to do it here, and it feel real. Like, you got guys like Will. You got guys at every aspect of the game here on all facets being led by Coach Ryans. And, it makes you want to elevate yourself and be in a position to where you give us a chance to, take a shot at that thing. And I think that we're capable of doing it. This defense is super special in their own right. But this offense is finna be real special, too. And I hope that people are ready for it.
Oh, we're ready for it.
Certainly ready for it.
We're ready for it.
I might get pushback. I might be the wet blanket. I hate when people put these comments out there, though, because it just sets the bar higher. Like, I used to cover Dabo Swinney at Clemson, and every quarterback he would say, like, this is the best quarterback I ever coached. And then when that quarterback's struggling, it's like, hey, you said he's the greatest quarterback. Like,
what's going on?
Yeah, so when David Montgomery, we've been dying for offense, and it's hasn't been good enough the last 2 years. So when you say, like, hey, it's going to be special, just wait till you see it. And then if they struggle the first couple weeks, it's like, oh, what happened to this great offense you promised us? I just feel like it puts additional – I mean, there's already plenty of pressure on the offense to begin with, but it just ups the bar when it's May. We don't have to be calling it a special offense before you even get on the field for OTAs just yet. I feel like it just ups the bar unnecessarily.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, special – it really doesn't even need to be that special. It just needs to not win as many games by a field goal. Just be good enough to win comfortably and be able to move the ball and – put the ball in the end zone and red zone and all that stuff.
Yeah. So, but David Montgomery, he's excited. He's talking highly about his new team, and he's out there today. Catch it from C.J. Stroud. We'll hear from some of the Texans. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and should hear from Stroud later on today as the OTAs continue on. Hey, coming up, time for the question of the day. So I know this was Well, let me tell you the question. It's what's something you can say to a guy that you definitely cannot say to a woman? Let us know, 713-572-4610. I know this is because of a question to Drake May, but I have to be honest, I think it also applies to something that happened during Crosstalk here yesterday. So we'll talk about that coming in. Send in your messages. We'll get to those next here on In the Loop.
Just how big was Tatsuya? .22. Sports Radio 10 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
What's something you can say to a guy that you definitely cannot say to a woman? 713-572-4610. Let us know. The answers are already pouring in. I feel like this is almost therapeutic for some people.
I got to get something off my chest.
Yeah. Frustrated that why can't I say, or why do I get in trouble when I say this? So let us know. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig on the other side of the glass as well. Keep sending those in on YouTube, the text line as well. We'll get to the best answers. But this comes up because Drake May was asked a bit of an odd question, huh?
Literally asked if he was thick with 2 C's. Are you thicker this year with 2 C's? Did you hear the audio?
I didn't hear it.
and I feel like Drake May.
Did they mention with 2 C's?
Yes. Yes. Well, I'll send you the link. But a reporter said, which, by the way, even Drake May recognized that's not exactly how thick with 2 C's works, right? Yeah. That's more about a woman. Wait a minute.
I do wonder, was this a black person asking this or a white person?
White person. Drake, are you thicker this year with 2 C's? And then he said pause, which I don't even know if he used pause right there either.
Yeah, I don't think it applies.
Yeah, but definitely if you asked your wife or girlfriend, hey, are you thicker? That might not go over so well.
It's true. I actually learned that the hard way. It would be like I thought it's a good thing or a compliment, and I use that phrase in talking to my significant other, and she still brings it up of the time I called her that, and I was like, oh, I thought it was a compliment. I'm sorry.
You said thick?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a bold move right there. Yeah. I got to hear what happened yesterday.
Okay, yeah. So my answer to this question would have been something that actually happened yesterday, so I guess I was wrong. I guess you can say it to a woman. It's a whole thing. When we had the crosstalk with the drive, I asked them a question, the same question I had asked Chris Partee earlier in the day. Do you ever wear a T-shirt twice without washing it in between? Because that's what I had done yesterday. So it was a good day for you to miss.
It sure was.
So I asked Ron, and it led to a whole thing with him and Clint. Ron thought it was ridiculous. He really came down hard on me. Clint came to my defense. Clint says he does the same thing. He'll wear his shirt twice without washing it. Not necessarily all the time, but just you grab a shirt, you're on the go, whatever, he'll wear his shirt. Then Clint took it so far to say he'll wear underwear if he has to. He doesn't do it on the norm, but if he has to, he's out of underwear. He'll grab one off the floor that he wore maybe only for a couple hours yesterday, throw him back on. So this became a whole debate. And Figgy, you might have already walked out by this point, but it became a whole debate, and then the boss lady walked by, and Clint said, oh, let's ask her. And
please don't.
Air, he asked her from the hallway, do you wear your shirts twice without washing? And then he asked, do you wear your panties twice without washing them? And I thought, how could you get away?
Lord.
And I don't know if I should be sharing this on air again because I'm going to get somebody in trouble. And then he took hold of like the sales staff back there asking more women, and I thought, this is unbelievable. You guys, you got some real stones on you.
And this lasted for like an hour.
It was the whole show.
After this show.
Yeah. They were still talking about it at 5 o'clock.
Just to watch. I certainly would not have participated asking women if they wear their underwear twice.
Right? Without washing? I could never. They told me to go ask Jesse. I said, nope, absolutely not. I'm not asking any girl that question.
Yeah. We had a whole discussion in the hallway about all the stuff they might wear twice and don't wear twice without washing and all that stuff.
Good Lord. Yes, that fits. That is an answer to something you can say to a guy that you definitely cannot say to a woman. I'll tell a guy, man, you're looking rough today.
Yeah.
Don't you dare. Yeah. Don't you dare.
It's true.
Yeah.
I'll also tell a guy to get the hell out of here. Just get the hell out of here. You know, and they're like, what? And you go back and forth. Don't tell a woman to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
That's a good one, too.
What about you guys?
One that you cannot say, I think you can't ever, you could tell a guy, man, you all right? You looking stressed.
Yeah.
You can't say that to a woman.
Well, you can, but it's about a 2.5-hour discussion that you're committing to at that point.
Exactly. So that's why you can't say that to a woman. Also, you can't say, you looking tired, man.
Oh, God, no.
You can say that to a guy. You all right? You look tired.
Yeah.
I caught myself one time. I think I said it to somebody around here one time. I think me and her cool, but I was like, you all right? You look tired. And I thought about. I'm like, oh man, good thing she was a cool person. She didn't take offense to it. Boy, I shouldn't have said that.
The one I always get, it happens still with my significant other, but because I can be very zen. So it's always like, don't worry about it. Whenever I say that,
don't say calm down.
Yeah,
God, no. What are you thinking?
It's okay.
Calm down.
Yeah, or I'll say like, take it easy. I think is what I usually say. Yeah, take it easy. It's fine. Or settle down. I'll use settle down.
Oh, you are just asking for it. Settle down and take it easy.
Yeah, because when it's something that's not that big, like, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
She's still with you.
Yeah, there's a lot of other things I could point to. I don't know why. I don't know why she deals with it. But yeah.
Texter brought up one that is a double standard because they say it to you all the time, but don't you dare say it to them. Shut up. Women say that to their guys. Yeah. Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
Try saying that to them.
Yeah.
That's a double standard right there.
Yeah. Or what about this one? No, you should start working out.
Oh, God, no. or even, yes, when they're fishing for encouragement, hey, I'm thinking about joining Planet Fitness. They really want the encouragement, but then they don't want you to actually say it out loud.
Too much encouragement.
Like, like, hey, I'm thinking about joining Planet Fitness.
Yeah, let's go.
You should say, yeah, you should. Yeah. Then you're done.
Yeah, that's true.
But they really want you to say, yeah, you should.
Yep.
What are you saying? What do you mean? You think I'm fat?
Mm-hmm. Or what about this one? I think you're acting a little too emotional.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the magic word is hysterical. Don't ever use that word. Now you're just being hysterical. Good Lord, that's 4 hours.
I like this one on the text line. You're going to eat all of that?
Or, damn, you was hungry.
All these things
you can do that to your boys.
Oh, 100%.
Every one of these you can say
you
to a
tore
guy.
that burger up, boy.
Every one of these.
You can't go to a woman, damn, you tore that burger
up. Are you starting to lose your hair?
Yeah. Yeah.
Guys don't.
Yeah.
And then immediately that turn. Or color. I think guys will tell you.
Damn, you got a lot of gray hair.
Yeah.
The fellas be like, yeah, getting that little salt and pepper. You know what I'm saying? You can't say that to a woman. You're getting a lot of gray hair.
Yeah. By the way, I'm always so naive with the coloring of the hair for older women. And I always just assume it's all the natural hair color. And then one day one of my mom's best friends stopped coloring her hair and she just showed up and was all gray. And I was like, oh my gosh, that was a hair color the whole time? You were coloring your hair?
Yeah.
I just always assume the best.
Mm-hmm.
Natural hair color.
That was a thing for a while, going all gray for women.
Right.
And that kind of disappeared because I don't think it really didn't take.
Why don't you go tell a woman that?
Add that to the list.
Why y'all stop going all gray?
I told my wife at a restaurant last night I thought she looked miserable. That did not go well, says the 713. You look miserable.
Yeah.
You know what we're finding here? You can pretty much tell a guy anything.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, obviously not everything, but you can say, actually, when I came in to figure wearing a scarf and it's up, it's not just around your head, it's kind of up.
Yeah.
I almost said, man, that looks like a Santa Claus hat. Which you wouldn't have been offended.
Yeah, I would have been offended for
you
that,
would
man.
not have been offended.
Yeah, man. Screw you, buddy.
This show is over.
Santa Claus D.
But try that with a woman. That kind of looks like a Santa Claus hat. I spent $300 on this hat.
Yeah. Stop whining and handle it.
That's not something you want to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you wearing that thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling the guys earlier, and my wife is a terrific cook. You guys know that. But every once in a while she'll say, "Do you like this?" Or I think I might have put too much blah 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 into this. And I always say, "Nah, man, it's great. It's great." I've never told her that a meal was not good. And it's to the point where it's become like a running joke with her. She's like, I can't even ask you.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, you can't. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, that's true.
What are some things you can really be kind of harsh with your wife without her being upset?
Well, we've been together forever. And
I feel like you got some where you could just be totally honest and she's totally fine with it.
Well, the one thing I still don't do, and this kind of leads to the answer, is when she asked me about, does this look good? You never say no. I mean, I don't care how long you've been married. I don't get I mean, I guess I shouldn't say never, but a lot of times it's like one of those things they're looking for encouragement, but they don't really want it. But when it comes to shoes, I'll tell her. Like she goes, those, sure. These are these, those for sure. That kind of stuff I can always
See,
tell.
I feel like I guess I'm blessed in a way because I could tell my wife if I'm not really feeling the outfit.
Oh, yeah?
Where she'd be like, thank you for telling me. She'd go back and change and try to do something else.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes she had 2 outfits and I pick one, I'm like, I don't know about that one. And she'd be like, all right, thank you. Because I guess
that's good, though.
I guess the running joke in my family is everything look cool. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm cool with everything. So now I'm starting to speak my mind a little bit more.
Yeah, that could be dangerous territory you wander out into. I like this text that came in, and now, of course, so many more are coming in to push it down. Here it is. Someone said on the text line, your sister looks good.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Can't say it to a man, can't say it to a woman.
Boy, that is so good.
My wife tried to set me up one time. She had a cousin who, and for those who don't know, my wife is a little bit on the heftier side, I guess. And she had a cousin that was probably around her same size, and she was like, "Hey, is so and so bigger than me?" I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know.
I can't tell. Like, I have no idea. Like, y'all had to step on the scale together or something. Like, I ain't about to answer that.
Hell no, I'm not answering that.
And that was acceptable? She didn't want you to say, of course you're not.
Yeah, she was just, I think she set it up like, am I bigger than her?
The biggest setup that women do, and my wife still does this, is when they see another woman that's attractive, like what you are in land, she'll go like, oh, she's really pretty.
Yeah.
Literally, I'm like, nothing. I don't say anything.
Right. Sit in silence.
Literally, don't make a sound.
See, the thing is, when that happened to me, I was just like, and she know I'm being funny about it.
Yeah.
And she's like, she look good, don't she?
But like if she said she's really pretty, yeah, she is. Well, then that's a thing. If you say, no, she's not. She's like, oh, you're just being blah blah blah. I just literally say like silence, nothing. Don't ask me if she's pretty.
Yeah.
Don't ask me if she's pretty.
I think you've had enough to drink tonight. Can say it to a man, can say it to a woman. If you don't want to stop the car on a road trip, just tell her to go pee in the woods.
Oh, no.
Man, she might smack you.
That would be a no.
Boy, you better take me to a rest stop.
I'm still laughing about Clint.
It was unbelievable. It was so funny.
He was asking women if they wear underwear twice in a row.
Without washing it.
Go back on the YouTube tomorrow and check it out, man. It was very entertaining. It lasted. So, you know how you do the toss?
Yeah.
And I usually go home by my desk and all that stuff. I want to say it was about 2:18. It was still going on, man. And then I tapped in at 2:30. They were still talking about it. God, like, man.
Yeah, I kept listening yesterday because obviously the conversation started because of my action, so I wanted to hear what everyone was saying.
Yeah.
How crazy am I? So I was listening throughout the day. Yeah, they were talking about it still until the 5 o'clock hour. I mean, it was like the biggest topic yesterday.
Yeah.
Polling different people.
Yeah, I think Show was really just shocked. Some of these answers, man.
I am.
Yeah, he was.
So, Lopez, would you wear a shirt? Like a T-shirt?
Oh, I meant to answer that.
Twice without?
No, what I usually do is, I'll give you an example because it happened this week. I wore like a dress shirt I think we went out to dinner. I wore it for like an hour and a half, 2 hours or whatever. So I wore it the next day. But that's like an hour and a half, 2 hours, just a little brief.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the limit for me.
Yeah, I think everybody's on the same page with that. I mentioned with the dress shirts, too. I kind of do it. I put it back on the hanger. If I go to church or something, I put it back on the hanger if I ain't really do
it was just church. Like I said, a couple hours at the most.
Yeah. But I think Ron, hopefully I ain't misspeaking for him, but I think Ron was totally like, hell no.
Yeah.
If I wear it briefly, I'll wear it
but
again.
That didn't happen.
Yeah, no, he was a hard no.
Yeah.
Like, could not wear it twice without washing it.
Yeah, I can't do the T-shirts without. I got to throw it in because
T-shirts for sure.
I sweat and all that type of stuff. I just throw it right in the.
Yeah.
Hey, coming up, we'll try to hear from D'Amico Ryans. He'll be talking to the media here shortly over at the Texans OTAs. So we'll get to that, as well as some around the NFL type of stuff. Keep sending in those answers to the question, by the way. That was fun. We'll catch up with the head coach of the Texans coming up on In the Loop.
Yeah, we will. Right now, you got to catch up with Louis Flory and Ability Trees. If you've used him before, you know the story. If you have not, you will love it because Ability Trees and AbilityTrees.com is going to make your trees
Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Reggie's out today. I'm Luke Morrow, filling in alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. But we can still go around the NFL as we wait on the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans. We'll be talking with the media here in the next couple minutes over at OTAs, and we'll bring that to you once they're ready to go. In the meantime, let's talk about a few things going on elsewhere in the NFL. I saw a headline, Daniel Jones throwing at OTAs.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about this yesterday with Patrick Mahomes, who was already out there and throwing at OTAs. I mean, I guess for both of them, I thought they'd be out till like mid-season. It seems like recovery time with these injuries now is so sped up that these guys are already out there throwing the football. Maybe both Jones and Mahomes, but more importantly, Jones in this division. Maybe they'll be ready to go by week 1.
I mean, I guess you got to start thinking about that. I'm with you. I didn't think Daniel Jones would even be, out there per se. To training camp and then ramp up from there into the season and come in at some point. Mahomes, to their credit, they were actually, telling the truth when they were talking about he's, definitely going to be available. Either way, both those are pretty, more than pretty large, simply because you mentioned the division, but Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs this year, I think they've been making a lot of good moves. Just beginning with the offseason, they've been making a lot of good moves. And if your goal as the Texans, is Super Bowl, and it is, then those are two teams, especially the Chiefs, that definitely going to have to get your attention.
Yeah, certainly. And for the Chiefs, obviously they had a down year last year. I wouldn't bet on them having down year, back-to-back years.
Mm-hmm.
That was the time Mahomes was down. By the way, D'Amico might be asked about this, but as we go around the NFL, there is a Texans thing that we probably should have mentioned sooner. It was brought up in crosstalk, but Tank Dell was at practice but did not participate at practice at OTAs today. How big of a – trying to find the best way to phrase it. Like, how big of a checkbox was OTAs for you in the Tank Dell return? Were you hoping to see him out there? Is it still such a long runway to the season that it's not that big of a deal? Like, how would you frame the fact that Tank Dell is not back on the field just yet with his teammates practicing?
The way I would put it, it's not nothing. It's definitely something. Now, how important is that something? Well, that's open for interpretation. I expect him to be available at some point this year. I don't know about you guys. I think even when he's available, how good is he? I mean, you have to remember that was a complete blowout of the knee. All the L's.
Oh, yeah.
All the L's were torn. And so, it's not nothing. You wanted him out there now. You didn't expect it, to be honest. But let's go. Now we got, after OTAs, you're going to have minicamp. Then you're going to have camp. And that's when it really starts to get important.
Continuing to wait on D'Amico over there at OTAs as we continue to go around the NFL. This one was a funny one from Minnesota with their OTAs. Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy and their relationship. And how they see things differently. Figgy, are you able to still?
Yeah.
Okay, because I know you're obviously busy with the whole D'Amico thing, but let's quickly get to this audio.
Tyler, could you describe your relationship with JJ to this point?
It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy, so any way I can help him, obviously, I feel like, I've played 7 years now, going on 8, so I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know, we both want what's best for the team.
Has he been receptive to hearing criticism?
Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that, so it's been good.
JJ, what's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room, kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
Okay, there's awkwardness.
Absolutely.
we know there's awkwardness.
Even just any time you have
stories,
right?
Completely different.
Anytime you have to repeat the question, you know that it's a yes. They're just trying to think of a way to say no.
Yeah,
so he's like, awkwardness? No.
So you're asking about awkwardness.
Yeah.
Awkwardness, huh?
Yeah. What does that mean, really?
What is awkwardness?
Yeah. So definitely awkwardness. And it is funny. Kyler Murray, talking about, being a bit of a mentor. And then JJ's like, no, we're on opposite ends of the room. And like just relying on the coaches to teach us. And, we're competitors. We're competing for the job with each other.
Not only is there awkwardness, it might be more awkward than we even imagined.
I'm sure it is.
Just because of the way, Kyler Murray was actually kind of humble there. Like I don't consider myself a veteran, but I'm going to try to, lead him. He clearly acted like he's the starter.
Yeah,
I'm going to help him.
What it sounded like, he gave a veteran answer.
Yeah.
Where he's trying to keep all the noise out.
Yeah.
Try to make it seem like everything cool. And it's probably more like how JJ think it is. Where I'm kind of curious if they even had a conversation with each other.
That's fair. Because JJ actually said we're just sitting next to each other.
Right.
That's kind of what he said.
Yeah.
Well, not even next to each other. He said like opposite ends of the classroom.
Just
or whatever
imagine somebody asked me about somebody that work at Odyssey that I don't really connect with.
Yeah.
And I might give the Kyler Murray answer, but in reality, I probably don't even talk to that person.
Well, they have a cubicle on the other side of the room of me. They're there, and I'm here.
I might be sitting here talking about that person great, helped out a lot, and da 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 da. In reality, I don't even speak to that person.
Right. No, that's definitely something else to watch right there.
Yeah. Also, obviously they're just being honest, or at least J.J. McCarthy's being honest. Kyler Murray might have given like a PR answer. But if I was the Vikings communications staff, I would also try to get these guys on the same page.
Where was the coaching on this?
Yeah.
Where was the PR coaching?
Right.
Hey, you're going to be asked about such, this and this.
I'm actually shocked they had both of them talk like that. Usually it's kind of like, all right, let's hide J.J. McCarthy a little bit. Let's have one quarterback talk and all that stuff. It seemed like it was kind of back to back.
Well, I feel as if
they the chance to, hey, Kyler Murray said this, or
Yeah, you're right, but I also feel you have to have them both talking, if nothing else, for football reasons and to appease J.J. McCarthy. I mean, am I wrong? I mean, Kyler Murray's a starter, right? Do y'all agree? I mean,
I agree with that.
Yeah, Kyler Murray's a starter.
Do you feel like this is a JJ thing though? Like this being this second year, or is this a second or third year? I can't remember.
Third year, yeah. He didn't play his first year because he was injured.
To me, it just seemed like somebody that's not really a seasoned veteran. That's just being too honest, I guess.
Yeah, no,
because he could have easily said, yeah, man, he's a good mentor. He could have easily lied and said, yeah, everything good. He's a good mentor and I'm here to learn type deal.
Yeah. No, I think that's more than fair right there. They had to appease J.J. McCarthy, but Kyler Murray, who's been criticized for several things that he's said and the way he's acted and stuff, I thought he handled like absolute.
Did this, but I was going to say, I don't know if he's even the right leader for the young quarterback. Where quarterbacks was it Eli? There was or maybe Joe Flacco back in the day. There's a quarterback where it's like, we've heard it from multiple guys. It's not my job to prepare a rookie. I could see Kyler Murray being more of that type. But to your point, he actually did a really good job with the question. However, it might have been a bit of a lie. Maybe he's not actually helping JJ so far. Along similar lines, Matthew Stafford was talking about Ty Simpson, and he said, I'm trying to share as much knowledge as I can. I sent him a text after he got drafted and said, really enjoyed watching you play at Alabama. You were just wearing the wrong jersey. Stafford, obviously a Georgia guy. So that's another one where we'll see what Ty Simpson has to say. But Stafford, immediately, it's a nice move for that veteran quarterback to reach out, to the young guy right away.
Maybe they sitting on the opposite sides of the room.
They might be. Love to hear from the actual rookie.
No, look, I actually thought of something else I'm going to ask you about here as we wait for D'Amico Ryans to join us, and you'll hear that live here on Sports Radio 610. But you're right. I mean, that's how a good, true, crusty veteran, should respond. Just give the kid a hard time.
Yeah, certainly. That's a quick run around the NFL. We're waiting on D'Amico Ryans, so we'll take a break here, come back, and hope to have the head coach of the Texans on the other side over at Texans OTA. So stay tuned for D'Amico Ryans here on In the Loop.
Yep, and if you're
live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
It's In the Loop. Let's jump right to it. D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the Texans, following practice today at Texans OTAs. Here he is stepping up to the podium and talking to the media.
Good afternoon.
When you look at the overall practice, having everybody all together, rookies, vets, what are you thinking of the team so far at this stage of the offseason?
Yeah, so far for where we are in our offseason program, I think we started off to a good start, have some really great practices. Day two, but it's good to just be out there, have everybody on the field practicing, going through some team drills, doing actual football, because I believe you get better at football by doing football. So having an opportunity to do that, our guys are taking advantage of it. Both sides being very competitive, offense and defense. Both sides are making plays, which is good to see from my perspective. And we're in a much better place than we were a year ago at this time. So I'm excited about the growth for where our team is, and I'm excited about the depth that we have and all of our young guys.
Best follow-up of C.J. Stroud. Talking about all season. I just think he looked out there. What are you hoping for from him?
CJ's doing a great job all off season. It's probably the first time he's had a full off season. He's been dedicated to the work. He's done a really great job of, first and foremost, just being here, being accountable, owning the reps, doing a great job of communicating with the staff, with the players. He's doing a great job of just taking more ownership of the offense. So it's just excited to see what this season entails for him, because he's having a really great start to it, being here in the offseason.
Nate, you say that you're off to a better start this year than last year. Why do you say that? What does that look like?
Yeah, for us as a team, I feel like we're much further along with our installs, what we're able to install in year two of the offense. Now going into year four of the defense, we're just able to speed things up when it comes to an installation process, and our guys are able to absorb a lot more, mentally. So when you can do a lot of the things that we're doing now today, it's just we're light years ahead of where we were last year.
Before you go on, look at OTAs. What is the main thing you want to accomplish before you guys go to camp?
The main thing I'm looking for out of our OTAs is really offensively improving our pre-snap process. We have to speed up the way in which we operate, speed up the communication, the loudness of our communication. It's all things that we control. Our guys are doing a much better job of that, so we're already improving in that area. Defensively, it's being consistent, not letting up of the intensity at which we operate. Guys just being intense, bringing our young guys along, making sure they understand schematically what we're asking them to do and seeing if they can do it. So just overall, OTAs is really focusing on the fundamentals of what we do as a team.
What have been your impressions so far of David Montgomery, and what are you hoping to bring?
Yeah, David Montgomery has been an outstanding addition for us when it comes to just his approach to the game. A veteran guy who's come in and he's dialed in mentally, physically. He's in really great shape, takes care of himself. I think he's really a great addition for Woody, Jawar, British, all the young guys in the room. You see a guy his caliber and what he's been able to accomplish in the league, a lot to learn from, a lot for him to share with those guys. And I see that room has improved, drastically by adding, David to our team.
D'Amico, what are some of the unique challenges of the center position as far as the way you guys use it, and how valuable is that it has played for you guys last year?
With the center position, we have lot of guys who can play the center position, so being able to move different guys around, get different guys in that position to see, who's going to come out on top. So we have a lot of good competition. We had a lot of good depth to our offensive line. They've done a great job this offseason. Coach Pop has done a great job with them, and it's shaping up to be really nice. You can't tell much until you put pads on when it comes from an O-line, D-line perspective, but we've taken strides tremendously when it comes to the communication up front. So I'm proud of what I've seen so far, and I'm excited to see where it's going to go for us.
How important is tight end play in this offense? And there was obviously an emphasis on it in the offseason. What are you seeing in the tight end room right now?
Yeah, for us, it's an emphasis on every position. Every position on our team has to improve. And our tight end room, we added Foster. Foster's brought great veteran presence, leadership. He's done a great job of he's just a football guy. You talk about a guy who knows how to have fun at practice, lighten up. You talk about a guy who brings joy to the room. That's Foster. He's done a great job of working with Marlon as well. And adding Marlon, getting Brevin back, got some young guys who are truly young at their position and still have a lot of room to grow. So I'm excited about the growth potential of the room from the tight end position.
Coach, I know it's just the first day of OTAs, t-shirts, shorts, no pads, no tackle, but there was a lot of competitive juices flowing out there. As a coach, when you're back standing at that, how impressed are you by the fact that these guys are ready to get out?
For us, being day 2, and from where I stand, it's very impressive to see that's the back and forth nature of our team, to see guys barking at each other, see the competitiveness of our team. And I told our team in our team meetings, I know everybody in our room is competitive. You wouldn't be here if you're not a competitor. So we have a great competitive spirit, great competitive fire on all sides of the ball, all 3 phases, and that's what it takes to build a really good team. You got to come out here and you got to compete in a smart, controlled manner in OTAs, but you can still compete, and that's what the guys are doing today. A lot of back and forth, not just one side dominating the other side, but a lot of competitive plays going on, and that makes me proud as a coach.
You got late session there where Will Anderson Jr. really gets after the offense. There was a 4 or 5 play stretch where he kind of wrecked the whole deal. What have you seen from him this offseason? How does he kind of raise the level out there when he gets after it like that?
Yeah, Will continues to wreck practice. I'm probably going to have to sit him out here soon because we have to be able to actually practice. So he just keeps wrecking practice. So just keep doing that, keep causing havoc. That's what he does. And I was showing guys that's what he does on Sundays as well. So it's no surprise with Will is the guy for everyone to watch of the intensity at which we operate. That's how Will Anderson plays. That's how I want everybody to be.
Is it possible, real quick, that he can take this thing to a different level already? Is it possible there's more?
There's definitely more for Will. On the field, he's always, fine-tuning his craft. He's working extra, as always, with Rod and with Frank before practice, working on the small intricacies of hand placement and those things as a pass rusher. But where I've seen him take another step this year is just his leadership of being vocal, right, as a leader for our team, like being that guy. He has no issue bringing the team up, letting everybody know, hey, this wasn't a good day, let's pick it up. Or he does a great job as well of encouraging guys when he sees it done the right way. So him taking that step as a vocal leader is where I've seen his growth already happen this year.
How your staff and your players have been able to cope with everything that is going inside the stadium with all the work for the World Cup being so close?
And with the World Cup being here, I would say the World Cup has done a great job of working with us, and I know it's going to be an awesome event here in Houston of the World Cup, and everybody can't wait for it to happen. But they've been gracious. They've been working well with us, and I'm thankful for their partnership and how they work with us through this transition. There was a lot going on here around the stadium, a lot of spaces and things have to be moved around, but they've been outstanding to work with.
Hey, what's been I know it's still early, but what's been your impression of the young guys and how they're working in and adapting to everything?
I feel like all of our young guys are really up to speed in what we've been able to do a great job of taking advantage of the additional time that we have with the rookies to teach them what we do, how we do it, and the rookies have picked it up really well. We got a really smart group of rookies who stepped in, and at times you don't even know they're rookies because they're not making the normal rookie mistakes. They're fitting in just fine. It's always some technique and small things to clean up, but they're fitting into what we do, especially culturally. Like, we got the right guys with the mindset. We got the right guys. They're going to be physical. They're smart. They're tough guys. So it's just a matter of them continuing to get reps. And the more reps they get, the better they'll get this year.
Dimeco, how do you feel about the growth of both Channing Higgins and Jalen Nolan and this offense going into year two?
Yeah, when I look at these guys in the offseason, our receiver position, Higgins has done a really great job of taking advantage of the offseason, really coming back in shape. He's looking bigger, stronger, faster, which is what you expect for a second-year player of his caliber. He's definitely, taking advantage of it. And I'm really excited to see what it's going to look like this season. I know he's going to have a really good year based on how he looks right now. He's in shape. He's ready to roll. Jay Noel's done a really great job as well, improving at his craft and how we're able to move him around different areas. Doing a great job, as a kick returner. We're punt returner. We're emphasizing him, working on getting vertical. He's doing a really great job of working on those things as well. So both guys are taking the necessary steps to improve.
At this point in your coaching career, where it feels like you're kind of to the point where you can mentor a guy, the news that Jordan Hicks, who you mentored as a player, what's it like for you to kind of go from, when I was a vet, kind of took him under my wing, to now he might get into coaching and he's going under your wing? Do you feel kind of like more of a veteran coach now?
For having Jordan in with our, Bill Walsh Diversity Fellowship program, I'm fired up to have him in. I know just from being around him as a player, I know he's capable, very capable of coaching or doing whatever he wants to do. But I just wanted Jordan to come in and just get a taste of coaching to see how he would like it, and he's already done a great job. I see coaching his future. He's always been a very smart player. A guy I knew when I saw Jordan, when we drafted Jordan there in Philly, and first day he suited up and started doing drills, he looks way better than me, so I'm probably out of here. So I'm happy to be able to, have a guy in who's played a long career, and he's taken the little that I was able to do in mentoring him, teaching him about some leadership. He's taken that to the new heights. He's helped a lot of guys there in Philly, also in Arizona, Cleveland, everywhere he's been. He's been a stand-up guy, tremendous young man, great family man, so I'm happy to be able to have him. Happy to also have former teammate Darren Sproles, who's here with us for the program. You talk about an outstanding player, but so humble. 15-year career guy who's done it at the highest level. I could never cover this guy ever in practice. He's an outstanding talent, but he's here working with our running backs, our returners, and he's already had an impact.
Seeing Brevin Jordan back on the field, could it mean for you guys? Have you had any special conversations with him? Is he on a pitch count at all? And then also an update on Tank, when he might be able to practice.
Brevin's out. He's rolling, doing a great job back to where he's been, always here, big smile on his face, excited to practice. We're easing him back in. He had a really big play yesterday on a choice route. He got to the proper depth, broke one of our safeties off, and had a really nice play. So, it was exciting, right, to see him just back on the field. We know how devastating it was for him to go down, and to see him back working is very encouraging. I'm proud of the work that he's put in. Tank is still working off on the side. When that time is, set for him to be back, he'll be back out there.
Tell us what you like about Marte Mapu.
Yeah, Marte, what I like about him, he's a very smart linebacker. Smart, he's long, fast guy, but Marte does a really good job of being where he's supposed to be in position. He's communicating. We're moving him around. He's taking some reps at the Mike linebacker spot, so he does a really good job of communicating. And he's also taking some spots some reps at the wheel linebacker. So smart guy who you're able to move around at multiple spots. He's done a really good job on special teams as well. So just a very versatile, athletic linebacker. Still a young player who think he's played in 3 or 4 different schemes already to be so young in his career. So hoping he just settles in with what we're being able to teach him. Coach Billy Davis done an outstanding job of working with him this offseason. Marte's type of guy. he's always, we have to kick him out, so he's always doing the extras, the film, the recovery, body maintenance. He's a true worker. So I'm proud to see how he transitions and how he looks during training camp.
Unfortunately, injury to EJ Speed creates some competition there too for some of these other guys who are already competing for spots and for their niche. Just how do you see it, and how tough a loss is that to have EJ go down?
Yeah, the competition is high at every position. Unfortunately, we won't have EJ for some time, but we'll see how that recovery process goes. I'm hopeful that we'll get EJ back at some point this year.
Would after the World Cup bring? Do you plan on any of the games or checking it out at all?
I've not planned on going to any World Cup games at this time. Got a few family vacations planned, so excited about that. But I know it'll be, outstanding time. If I get the opportunity to go to a match, I definitely would like to.
Hey, Coach, right here. This is year 4 for you as head coach. I'm really curious to hear how your process has changed and evolved from coming in 2023, now coming into 2026 in the summer. How you've changed, and also how you've seen the process change for guys like CJ, Henry, and other guys that kind of came in that class with you.
Yeah, the unique thing about being year 4, I look at every year, I just start over. Right, so I start over. I always analyze everything from the standpoint of doing what we're doing, from a practice schedule standpoint, from a rep count, like what are we doing? So I always just look at it with a fresh set of eyes, not just kind of rinse and repeat just because we did something in 2023 doesn't mean that we're doing that right now. Our team has definitely changed a lot. Coaching staff has changed. So as a coach, I think I'm always growing and evolving, because that's what the game does. The game evolves. So I'm constantly looking at different schemes, looking at different things we can add and tweak to our offense, to our defense, to make us as successful as possible.
You did sooner, or wish that you didn't do maybe earlier on?
Now, for me, and I think everything is I couldn't have asked for a better, 3-year start. So everything is gone, way better than I could have ever hoped for. So I'm thankful. I'm blessed with the people that I get to work with. It's just I'm blessed, thankful for this opportunity, and looking to continue to grow it, to make Houston a very special place, which it is already, but we're trying to do something very special here, and we got the people to do that.
Take those last two in the back. You briefly touched on it, like having to evolve your scheme. I'm sure team offense is really going to be studying you all, since you all had so much success last year. As a defensive play caller and defensive mind, how do you compare against that when you know teams are trying to figure out how to stop you?
Yeah, for me, it's no different this year, just because we had success last year. Every year, all offenses are the top defensive in the league. We've been that for past however many years. We've been a top defense, so a lot of offenses are going to study us. They're going to try different schemes, different type of plays to try to beat our defense. But for me, I'm looking at the same thing as well. So schematically, I don't believe you ever just stay the same. You have to tweak, you have to adjust, you have to adapt your scheme, because offenses are doing the same thing. So we're not just sitting back and resting on what we did last year. I don't believe in that. Last year is over. We got a lot of new guys here who have to get up to speed with what we're doing, but we have to kind of fit and tailor our scheme to what those guys do best, and that's what we'll do this year.
Last one, DJ. Turn it on.
How have you just kind of seen the other receivers outside of Nico develop throughout this offseason to try to complement what Nico also brings as an awards?
Every player is different, so I don't look at the position as someone needs to complement Nico. My message to our guys is, how are you executing exactly what our coaches are asking you to do? So it's never about complimenting one guy or another. Let's execute the right way. Let's coach it up the right way. And everybody, if you excel the proper way, if we're running the offense right in the manner in which we should, and our quarterback can go through, progress, whoever is open should get the football. But you got to be doing the right thing, even if you're on the backside of a concept. Are you doing those things that you're supposed to do?
Thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you, guys.
There you go, head coach of the Texans. D'Amico addressing the media today after practice there at OTAs, talking to the media for nearly 20 minutes there. Some interesting stuff, plenty to react to. What stood out most to you? Let us know, 713-572-4610 on the text line, or also YouTube and Twitch chats. When we come back, we'll give you our takeaways and react to what we just heard from the head coach. Our reactions to D'Amico Ryans coming up next here on In the Loop.
Just how big was Tatsuya Imai's performance in the Astros? 610-222-2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Now, I'll tell you what's poppin'. Texans OTAs off and running, and the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, speaking with the media as we just played last segment for nearly 20 minutes. I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie, alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig on the steel wheels. And we'll get to all the stories of what's poppin' in the sports world throughout the country. But let's start here with D'Amico Ryans and what we just heard. We were both jotting down some things, but let me start, I guess, just with the general question. What kind of stood out most to you from what you heard as D'Amico addressed the media for the first time here heading towards the 2026 season?
Yeah, a couple things. Of course, the big question being C.J. Stroud. He kind of mentioned both parts of the C.J. Stroud story that we think, and I think most people think, is the biggest thing. Number one, he said early on when he was asked about it, I think it was the second question, C.J.'s done a great job all season. He's dedicated to the work. He's being accountable, more ownership of the offense. That, obviously is what you want to. And a couple of comments later, he said, when asked about some of the things they want to do, we need to improve the pre-snap process, speed up the way we operate, our communication, things that we can control. Well, both of those things are about C.J. Stroud. So they know they're impressed with how he's come into the building and how he's been around. But that being said, it's not something that you can just assume is going to fix everything, that we need to do with all these other things as well.
Yeah, and I also thought what was interesting, and someone brought this up in the text line, was he said it's the first time CJ has a full offseason in the NFL. Obviously, I get last year, and he didn't throw it at OTAs and was dealing with stuff. And I get when he first came into the league, but I couldn't remember. Was something going on after his rookie season in the offseason? I would have thought that would have been a full offseason. But if not, then obviously that's an advantage, too, that this is the first time for CJ that he can have a full offseason here, that he hasn't had the luxury of being able to do so far.
Well, you can also maybe interpret it full offseason. Well, no, that's not even true.
I wonder, is this
with the offense? But
yeah, that's what I thought he was kind of getting at. He did say it later in the audio where he was saying, I guess this offensive scheme, I guess.
Yeah,
so
maybe that's what.
Maybe he talking about that.
That's where I was leaning as well. And then
probably
the other
need
thing,
to make that a little more clear.
I was confused by that.
And I'm curious what jumped out to you guys. But the other thing for me is just like if you're around D'Amico Ryans enough, if you hear him enough, you can kind of pick up when he really, really means something. He just has that little kind of steps up, his voice, his inflection changes and everything. He loves him some Foster Moreau, man. He loves him some Foster Moreau and Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess we got to throw his name back in there, man. Because if he's good to go.
And it would be so big for this offense. And then the other thing, Jaden Higgins. I mean, he went on about Jaden, bigger, stronger, faster, taking advantage of it, really excited based on how he's looking. So, yeah, just the personnel aspects of it as well.
That was a big thing with Jaden Higgins, because that's what I've been beating it to death this offseason. But that's still my greatest concern, is the weapons in the passing game for this offense. We know about Nico Collins, but who else is there going to be? Who's going to step up? So he's obviously high on Jaden Higgins, and bigger, stronger, faster. Really excited to see what it'll look like. He said he's going to have a good season. He's in shape and he's ready to go. So that stood out. Obviously, right off the bat, what he said, much better place than we were this time a year ago. Much further along with installs. We can speed things up. And I remember talking to an offensive coordinator in the past, and he said, first year with the offense, we only use the first, say, 35 pages of the playbook. And then, year two, we're up to, the first 80 pages. So, the fact that they had that season last year, and then D'Amico is saying, we're already further ahead this year than we were last year. Obviously, that seems promising, especially with year two of this offense.
And it's not even just, the scheme, whether it's offense or defense. It's just how they do things here. And I think that's huge. He did say, they're always analyzing. I think he used the term, I don't want to just rinse and repeat, which obviously, everybody can appreciate that and like that. But in terms of year 4 and some guys that have been here now 2, 3, 4 years, just the way they do things in the building, I think it speeds up the process as well. There's a routine, there's a way, expectation. And he went so far as to talk about, these rookies, it's not even just what they bring. It's just the guys that have come in fit what we do. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. By the way, people have said after his rookie season, C.J. Stroud went to Japan and Europe with Micah Parsons. He still had a full
that's
offseason.
still an offseason.
He chose to.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what D'Amico was saying. Like that this time, it's actually it's football all offseason, all
Maybe
year
he
round.
stayed at I guess the stadium, Reliance Stadium, the whole time or something.
I think that's big. They love that because he has been here a while.
Yeah, maybe he was there a little early.
The biggest other thing from D'Amico was about players' health, and I don't know if you want to save this to get more into it later on, but when he addressed Tank Dell and EJ Speed, Tank, he just kind of said, when the time is set, he'll be back out there. And that vagueness still to me is like, what, how?
Yeah.
No, we've heard that before.
Yeah.
That, and see, he said that, but then with Brevin Jordan, he said, "Oh, he good to go."
Right.
Yeah. No, I actually said he's rolling.
Yeah, he's rolling. Yeah.
I'm like, all right.
So that one kind of
there was a difference there.
Yeah, big difference.
And how about the way he went on Marte Mapu? The acquisition from New England at linebacker, because that was another big question. With the EJ Speed injury, and he talked a lot about the competition and how they're all hoping for that. But at the same time, like he can play different positions, et cetera, et cetera. I thought, that's a name to watch, that's for sure.
And it sounded like that was a question from our own Seth Payne.
It was.
Yeah. And then lastly, from my perspective, at least for the time being, with EJ Speed, and somebody brought this up on the text line, didn't sound promising. They said originally the timeline was 4 to 6 months for EJ, but he said, D'Amico Ryan said, we're hopeful we'll get him back at some point this year.
Yeah.
So that sounds like this might be a season-ending type of thing. Like they're hoping he just returns at some point, but he might not. And I was surprised by that because, initial reports are 4 to 6 months. 4 months is the end of September. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more serious than that after the surgery. So D'Amico speaking for about 20 minutes. We'll have more reaction throughout the afternoon. And by the way, we'll have C.J. Stroud coming up in about 12 minutes, the quarterback of the Texans, speaking with the media today. So stay tuned. For that, we'll hear from the Texans quarterback, who's actually throwing this year at OTAs as opposed to last year. But let's bounce around here on what's popping. We'll certainly circle back to the Texans and spend a lot more time on them this afternoon. But elsewhere in the sports world, the Thunder and the Spurs tonight, Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals, 7:30 tonight on NBC and Peacock. First off with this, do you think the Spurs force a Game 7, or you think it comes to an end tonight?
I think they can, and I think they will. It was a weird Game 5 there. Just the way it was called, which is getting a lot of attention. Man, this flopping thing is just taking over the NBA.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, it shouldn't. Every show, every talk show, every TV, talk show, et cetera, is talking and debating this whole flopping thing. That should not be a topic of discussion during a finals like this, with two really good teams where the ratings are through the roof, big time stars, the MVP and the future MVP in many circles,
the runner up.
The runner up. It should be about other things. I think the other night just came down to they kept Wembanyama out of the lane, and they got a lot of calls. There were a lot, and I'm not saying it's bad calls. Some people are, but they got a lot. It was a lot of whistles. I'll put it that way. And if there's a lot of whistles, that goes right toward Oklahoma City.
Yeah, it does. I am going to take the Spurs tonight at home. I think they force a Game 7, but I don't know if I feel confident about it. What do you think, by the way, talk about that other game. What do you think about Victor Wembanyama apparently, ordering a hit on the
Code Red?
Yeah, a couple of guys.
You want him on that wall. I think it was absolutely what he did. I'm not going to – I mean, I don't have any inside information, but it sure looked like –
it happened immediately, too.
To both of them.
Yes, he talked to both of them, whispered something, and both of them hit a hard foul on old Jerry McClain.
And he was just like –
killing them, too, man.
Well, in that game, he was killing them for sure. But Plumlee didn't even hide it. In fact, it was upgraded to a flagrant 1 after the game. Here's the thing with this. Is that dirty? I mean, it's not clearly something you would want to encourage. Hey, foul him real hard.
Right.
But everybody else talks about the NBA. The playoffs are a totally different thing. It's so physical, and you got to establish yourself. And I don't think anybody wants to be. Put it this way: if there wasn't nothing done, and Wembanyama just kind of meekly went to the bench after not really establishing himself in the lane, wouldn't some people be calling him soft? And all that. Whereas now they're like pushing back because the Thunder, which is another point of discussion, and I think Stephon Castle's talked about it. We don't have the same luxury as they do of being as physical defensively. Well, this was them kind of pushing back. Like, it wouldn't be encouraged, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't know if it should be encouraged, but I'm fine with it. I don't think they're dirty, or I don't view Wemby any differently or anything. If you go out there and you try to hurt somebody, that's a different story.
Exactly.
But if you go out there, you just give a little hard foul, I'm okay. It's part of the game.
I think it kind of looked bad because you got some guys that came off the bench that don't get any minutes.
It was like hockey.
And hell,
exactly.
who was the one guy? I forgot.
Mason Plumlee?
No, not Mason Plumlee. The other dude. Is it Bismack?
Oh, Mac.
Biombo.
Yeah.
I didn't even know he was on the damn team. And you come in doing that, that would worry me just a little bit because I don't want him doing that to any other stars.
And McCain was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, he got fouled twice
to the floor.
Yeah, so I just look, I'm not trying to be soft or nothing like that, but I don't want I want the Thunder doing that if Wemby is in the game or anything like that. I don't want nobody to potentially get hurt.
Yeah.
So I think my issue, if it was somebody that was already starting and you committed a hard foul, I don't have an issue with that. But don't get me no dudes off the end of the bench come in and hurt my starter.
Yeah, the big bruisers come in and beat up some guys.
Yeah, I might take issue to that.
Yeah, that's fair. Speaking of the flopping and the fouling and everything, we had mentioned this, I think it was last week, that Dylan Brooks was promoting like a board, tongue-in-cheek board game. It's like Operation, except it's SGA, and you're trying to get the basketball from him, like with the tweezers, without being called for a foul. Anyways, I saw the headline that they sent. SGA, was it him himself sent us?
And is it representation?
Okay, sent a cease and desist to Underdog over this. I thought it was a little lame. I thought it was pretty funny, the video with Dylan Brooks. Laugh at yourself. Come on.
I thought it was hilarious. Clearly, this is something that SGA is very sensitive about. And I guess, we need to be fair here. If he did not, grant his permission, clearly within his rights to send that C&D to Underdog, but I'm with you. Lighten up. This was fun.
This was funny.
It kind of made me think because I thought maybe him and Dylan Brooks were probably cool.
Yeah.
But to me, it kind of show you maybe they not as cool.
Maybe
as
they're not.
Thought.
Maybe they're not.
Who give a damn if they both Canadians and both played for Team Canada? Maybe they not that cool like we thought.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe not. And then real quick, last thing. Adam Silver said the league's going to start using AI.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see this headline.
There is a lot of pushback on this already, like, AI to help officials with calls. Well, click on the link and read it. Because what he's talking about, Figgy, is what we're seeing now at the French Open, which, by the way, a couple of big upsets already in the French Open, but that's neither here nor there. Line calls, out of bounds, who touched, they're mostly line calls. Who would not want that? Like, rather than stopping the game.
Yes, right.
And going back and there was their little stare into the camera thing, and after further review, no, immediately. They do it in tennis like in milliseconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why would you not want that?
Yeah, let's make the game fast.
Yeah.
I hate when they challenge stuff, to be honest.
That stuff especially.
Yeah, they go to a commercial break, and then when you get back from a commercial break, they still looking at it and trying to figure out, man, let's speed this thing
Speed
on,
it up.
man.
It's one thing if the ball went off of Holmgren's foot, and they want to challenge that and then get a technical foul, which is kind of weird. But anyway, that's one thing. But the line, in or out, it's there. Use it.
I'm with you. Yeah. I think the NBA is the one with the worst reviews. Like they just some of them take forever. So if you could speed it up and do something quick like that, where it is there's no judgment to it. Absolutely, use AI, speed it up. Let's get the right call.
By the way, Adam Silver did say he really enjoyed the officiating. I think he said they've been pretty good.
You're going to hear that in Buy or Sell. You're going to hear that in Buy or Sell at 12:40.
Awesome. That's coming up. Game 6 tonight, 7:30 tip-off. The Spurs are down 3-2, but favored by 3.5 tonight at home against the Thunder. We'll see if we get a Game 7 this weekend there in the Western Conference. Hey, coming up, we'll hear from the quarterback of the Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud, speaking to the media at the Texans OTAs today. We'll hear from him next here on In the Loop.
What's the position the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports 10 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie today alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Thursday. 713-572-4610 to text the show. You can always get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. As I've been saying throughout the day, OTAs started yesterday, but today really feels like that start because people can actually be out there today. The media was able to watch some of the practice. Seth and Sean were there. And then most importantly, the guys have been talking to the media. We heard from D'Amico Ryans last hour. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud here in just a moment. A couple of just quick updates from the actual practice today in case you were curious. As we mentioned earlier, no Tank Dell. He was there, but was not practicing. He was on the sideline. We got our first scuffle, at least reported scuffle of OTAs. Offensive lineman Jarrett Kingston got into it with some defensive linemen, apparently. On the first play of 11 versus 11, evidently, I guess Petrie picked off C.J. Stroud. But overall, Stroud. Sound the alarms.
Continuing on from them playoff games.
That's right, on his first pass. But at least Stroud's out there and throwing because obviously he wasn't last year and no sort of holdout or anything.
By the way, Petrie was up at the podium too. Somebody said he looked like a white Power Ranger. I can't unsee it now.
Yeah.
That's good. Hey, that was the best Power Ranger.
Yeah.
And then according to Jonathan Alexander, he thought offense won the 7 versus 7 drills, but defense won 11 versus 11. However, in the 11 on 11, and of course these guys, it's just the start of things. They're not in pads. But that's the quick rundown, the news and notes from OTAs today with the media out there. With that said, C.J. Stroud, like I mentioned, was actually out there throwing, practicing with his guys today. Also spoke to the media. Here's what the Texans quarterback had to say a few moments ago there at Texans OTAs.
What's up, y'all? How you doing? Good, and you?
All right, I'm curious, with the additions you all made, particularly on offensive line and with David, what do you think about those moves and how do you hope this helps the offense evolve?
Yeah, I'm excited, to have the new guys. I'm grateful, that we're, beefing up the O-line and, we got some guys in here who've played a lot of meaningful ball, and they want to compete and they want to help me, and they want to help this offense. They want to help the Texans. So, I'm very excited to have them, and, I think we're trending up. We're getting better, and, we're attacking a lot of the things that we need to. So those guys are doing nothing but just adding to it.
Has anything, talk about how your approach to the offseason has evolved now you're going into your fourth year to help you master all the storms and whatever adversity comes to the season. Can you talk about that?
I think, as anything in life, you grow as you continue to do it. So going into my fourth year, I've been able to, I've been playing football my whole life. So every year I get better at something. Every year I learn something. So it's been a joy. Like I really do enjoy what I do. I love what I do. So I don't really. I think I've learned, every single year, every off season, every season, something new and something that I can take, not only just for the next season but also for life. So.
CJ, during the offseason, how much did you get a chance to study more of Nick K's offensive system and how were you able to incorporate that coming into this season?
I watched a lot of our self-scout, just try to, fix some things, try to introduce some things that I'm used to, that I've done in my past, that I like to do, so we can do that a little more. But I think we're both growing, we're great, creating a better relationship and, growing as an offense, and just trying to make it the offense for the 2026-2027 Texans, and trying to doing things that everybody, is good at, and doing things that, we've done in the past. So, we're growing in that area.
learned something new? What already have you learned coming into this season, or things that feel different coming into here?
I mean, I don't think different. I mean, you just grow and evolve. I learned a lot. I can't give you just like specifics, but I would prefer to keep those things to myself. But I just grow as a man, grow as a man of God, grow as a teammate, as a leader, as a son, as a brother. Just every single aspect of my life, I try to learn and grow, and never try to think that I've arrived or that I've just failed enough to where I can't get back up. So, it's just things I try to get better at.
Along those lines, CJ, in terms of specifics and things you're proud of this offseason, and at the end of the season, as you took stock and you were very introspective about it, talking with us, what are some things that you committed to this offseason to kind of get to where you are right now, progress you've made? Thank you.
Just being me. I didn't really switch anything crazy. I mean, I just kind of, got back home, got to work, and just, stayed around my tribe and my village, and, just focused on, my family, my friends, and just getting myself away from football for a while, then picked it back up and, decided to work hard. So I think every year, every offseason, I kind of attack it better, and just because you're young, you really don't know better. You don't really get an offseason in college. So, you get to the NFL, you have to learn every year, like, what's for you.
How have you just kind of gone about, obviously the last time you played, obviously the standard you set for yourself, how have you allowed that moment to what you've been able to put in this offseason?
I think I'm a motivated person regardless of how we ended or how I did. Of course, that definitely, helps. But, I mean, I learned in my life, man, you got to learn to let failures go, let successes go. Just as quick as you would do a win, you got to learn from it and move on. So that's what I did.
CJ, Meek was talking about installing the offense. You guys are light years ahead of where you were last year. Do you feel that same way? Where does that show up, and how much of a difference is that going into the training game and then the season?
Yeah, I think, as anything going in a year or two of a system, you learn more, you can operate better, you know how to coach guys up. So I think we've taken a huge step from where we were last year to where we are now. Even at practice, we're competing, and you got guys who want to play ball, who want to, do the right things, who've been here all OTAs. So, we just, I think the culture is, starting to, pick up on offense. We're, getting it together.
Last one, CJ, I know you've been thinking about it for some time, but what made you finally go through with playing here? What do you think about the different reactions?
I honestly didn't see the reactions. I mean, I was told that people thought I was, like, depressed or, like, that I was, like, I wasn't. I was doing okay. But I've been thinking about cutting my hair for a long time, and I was actually going to do it months prior, but I just didn't know how it fit. So nothing really too serious. I mean, I'm kind of used to this haircut. It's how I grew up. The dreads were kind of a new thing. So, but I hate everything in my life. It's so public. And people just have narratives, but it's the life I've chosen to live. So it's all good. But yeah, I like my haircut.
Well, when I said that reaction, I meant like from the people you interact with on a daily basis. I'm sure they were like, oh, it's different.
The team, like people who've met me in the recent 3 to 4 years, they're like, dang, you look different. But my brothers, my sisters, my mom, my dad, my close friends from home, they're all like, oh, it looks like you. Everybody says I look younger, so I hope that's true. So I try to grow a beard, so it's a little scruffy, but I'm getting right.
How much of a challenge has the contract been? Is it easy to kind of just put that to the side? You saw Will get paid, and I know you're eligible for the extension. Is that something that you just put behind you, or what has that been like, kind of balancing that, or thinking about it or not thinking about it?
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge. So I'm, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year, and go from there. Thank you.
Well, there you go. C.J. Stroud, quarterback of the Texans, talking to the media just a few moments ago after practice at OTAs today, and That was the big one, maybe there at the end, asking about the contract.
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. And then just walked off immediately afterwards. I had pulled the video up, by the way, just before we get actual responses and whatnot, because they did ask him about the hair. And when he has the hat on and everything, I mean, to me, he looks like a completely different person. I know, Figgy, you were mentioning even just like thinner in the face and everything.
Yeah. Nah, he looks good. Like
yeah, he does.
Yeah.
But he just looks so, it's almost like unrecognizable. Like, who's this guy at the podium?
I think in the past, I think we often talked about his poofy face a little bit.
Yeah.
But he got a slim face and all that stuff. He looked completely different.
Yeah, he really does.
And I know we say that all the time around this time.
Actually looks slimmer.
Yeah, no, he do. Yeah.
He does.
Yeah, well, certainly, worked himself into better shape this offseason, lost some weight, was eating better, so on and so forth. But to the more important stuff of what he actually said. Let's first start with how they ended it, because that's probably the most important thing. We've been talking about it with the whole contract and whatnot, and he was asked there at the end, what'd you think of that and anything else C.J. Stroud just offered up?
Well, that was interesting. He said, which is an expected answer. I let my agent handle it. But then he said, if it's time to do it, then it is. And he said, I've held up my bargain. I've held my bargain. I think what he meant to say is, I've held my end of the bargain up, which is telling. Like he thinks, yeah, man, I've done what I need to do.
I've been a solid quarterback.
Yeah, and I wish he had said it right, because now we have to kind of just piece it together. But what he really was trying to say there is, I've held my end of the bargain up. And then he said, he'll be the quarterback. How did he end it this year? And we'll see where it goes from there, which is basically what Nick Caserio said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and obviously,
happy to be with it. Yeah.
Right. And obviously, obviously it's the case. And we'll see what happens as the year goes on and into his future.
This year.
Yeah.
Look at Lopez trying to pick it apart.
Hey, we picked apart Nick Caserio saying the exact same thing. Like, he's the quarterback this year.
Lopez over here. This year, huh?
I mean, am I wrong?
Those media people are off.
Am I wrong?
Well, similarly along those lines, I don't want to read too much into it, but I thought his first few comments stood out a little bit, where he said he for this offseason, he did some time self-scouting, and he's been working on some stuff from his past that they can try to do.
Yeah.
And then he also said at a different time that when they asked, what about this offense? And he said, doing things that we are good at and we have done in the past. I feel like, and again, maybe I'm reading too much into things, but I feel like when you listen to some of C.J. Stroud's comments, if you kind of read between the lines, I feel like they're almost his, I don't know if I'd even say passive-aggressive, but kind of his complaints about the way the offense is run and how he wishes things maybe would be a little bit different.
No, absolutely, because even down to I'm trying to find it because I wrote it down myself, what you're talking about. Trying to do things he's done in the past.
Yeah.
Not like they're trying to reach a happy medium here. It basically is what he was saying, like, yes, I'm embracing the offense, want to do it, watch myself a lot. We're both growing, trying to do things he's done in the past, doing things that everybody is good at. That's what he said. So that is not reading much into it. That is absolutely, he wants to be able to do some things that he's good at.
Yeah. And then the other thing that stood out to me was, of course, when asked about last year's game, and he didn't give anything too meaty, but he just said learn from it and move on. So, this is the first time he was speaking to the media since, I believe, first time since after that performance in the playoffs against the Patriots. And, didn't offer up much. Just said, I'm moving on, which I wouldn't expect much else from him when trying to reflect on that performance.
And back to the contract thing, Figgy, we all know this is not a small thing in terms of between the ears for him. Will Anderson got paid. He was actually, in fact, that's how the question kind of got in. They got into the question there. And, for him to say, if it's time to do it, then it is. And I finally found the quote from Will Kunkel. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and go from there. And he said, I've held the bargain up, which of course means I've held my end of the bargain up. I don't think it takes, you don't have to squint a lot to understand that that's not exactly a real comfortable, happy place for him right now. He wishes it were different. Put it that way.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He's saying I've done my part, and I'm sure he feels he should be rewarded for that. And and saying this year, someone on the text line said I felt like CJ emphasized the this year part.
Yeah.
and not committing beyond that.
So it's not just us media people reading into stuff.
See,
That's right.
Figgy?
Y'all doing it too. Y'all part of the problem.
But ongoing story. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Do you think this is going to be a thing all year?
How can it not be?
Yeah.
How can?
Do you think it's something, because I'm not sure if they offered him anything at this point. Do you think it's something that they didn't offer him anything? Like, I'm not saying he should be the highest paid quarterback in the league or anything, but you don't think they should at least offer him some type of contract?
That's a really good question. And
because that will be a little bit offensive to me.
That's what I was going to say.
Because
like,
this ain't no Sam Darnold type of quarterback. I feel like he's a franchise type of quarterback that you can sign long term.
That's why it's a good question, because you would think they, clearly they've had some discussion. I mean, they haven't just ignored it, whether it was the agent initiating David Mulligeta or the Texans. I mean, they've had some discussion. But when you ask the question, do you think they've offered something? Even the Texans know if they offer a particular number or years or whatever, that it's probably going to be viewed as an insult.
Yeah.
And so do you even offer anything?
It's true.
Yeah. But I feel like they should make it clear that we want to get something done. Because if he felt comfortable enough where they're going to get something done, I don't think he would say I held my end of the bargain up or anything like that. And they just trying to find the right number. But I wonder if they even talked to him at all about this, or is this?
I know they've talked to him.
Is this truly a prove-it year for him type of thing?
But an actual offer, I wouldn't be surprised if there hasn't been, because everybody would know. Like, come on, we can't offer him.
Yeah, because if he didn't offer, he kind of going in blind a little bit.
Right.
Because how do y'all really feel about me at this point?
Right. Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I haven't really thought of. It reminds me of Michael Scott in The Office when when Dunder Mifflin's buying out the Michael Scott Paper Company. And he want to hear first offer, right? And he turns to Pamela, like, always say no to the first offer. He's like, what's your second offer? And they say whatever it is. And he's like, that's insultingly low. I can't imagine what your first offer was. But it just reminds me of that's probably how it would go with CJ and his agent. Like, that's insultingly low. We don't want to even hear what else you were thinking of. Hey, so that was CJ Stroud talking to the media here just a few moments ago at Texans OTAs. We heard from D'Amico Ryans earlier, as this is the first practice open to the media today. We'll have more thoughts and reactions coming up on the Texans. But when we come back, it's time to confess some things. We'll have our lunchtime confessions next here on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we were the good
Raider, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Is it wrong if I confess I love black funerals?
Wait, what?
I love black funerals.
What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah, I think the context is important.
What's wrong with that? Not that they have them. I don't want to wish anything upon anyone.
You know what? This Saturday you should pop up at a black funeral.
I popped up at a black funeral yesterday, and it was awesome. Obviously
Grab
very
some
sad.
popcorn and all that
Rest in peace. Very sad.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah. It was. There were some tears shed, and it was emotional. But man, they're awesome. They are just awesome, and it got me thinking, guys. I was going to say Figgy, but that would have come off sounding even worse. So it got me thinking, Figgy and guys. Culturally, I've been to obviously different cultures' funerals. I would rank them. Black funerals 1, Hispanic funerals 2.
Really ranking funerals.
Coming up next, power ranking different funerals.
Well, I did holiday tears. We should do funeral tears. I think 1, Hispanics 2, and then everyone else 3. I haven't been to a whole other than white folk, but but Hispanics have a knack for the fake fainting. Where like they're really emotional, they're crying, and they just kind of like lean on their daughter or their son and kind of act like they passed out, but they're not really.
Yeah.
They just kind of and a lot of wailing. Hispanics have some good wailer. My mother was a great wailer at a funeral, like just the ooh, all that stuff.
You're saying these are good things? This makes for a fun funeral?
I'm just breaking down funerals here. But the one I went to yesterday was obviously a very close friend's grandmother, and very sad, and all that. I'm being very serious now, and she was a great woman. But I started looking around and the hats and the colorful themes.
What was the theme?
Yeah, they have themes. The theme was hats and pink. She had a pink casket, a pink full-length gown, and a gold in the casket now, and a gold like cowboy hat on. And I was like, this is obviously sad, but this is next level here. And then a lot of people, a lot of the women had the big hats, and the guys were wearing a pink tie with their suit or a pink shirt. And it's not bad, is it, to say I love black funerals?
I think we could become really creative when it comes to stuff like that. We like to bring our people out in style.
It was, man. We're like I said, the Hispanics, a lot of wailing. Some mariachi funerals.
Really?
Big time.
Okay.
Pretty good.
My dad and my brother had mariachis at the funeral, and that took it to another level.
See, the black funerals I always been to, especially if they have it at a church, it always feel like you in church. So you'll have the choir just singing, nothing sad too much.
Yeah.
But it's like a celebration, to be honest. And then the preacher, they'll say some good things about the person, funeral and all that stuff. But then they get to preaching. They get to going. What's the guy from Coming to America? The preacher from Coming to America.
Oh yeah.
But how and that type of thing. And then they try to get people saved and bring their life to Christ and all that type of stuff. So it's like a full blown church service.
And I like this callback real quick, Luke, from my holiday tears. The 713 basically remembers that. He says, obviously Lopez thinks Irish funerals stink.
Yeah, probably so.
No.
I was going to say, because that would be that would also be on the list. And like the tradition, I don't know if they actually do it or not, but they would put the body on like a pool table and just put like the money on their eyes, and they'd all drink around them.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that's a real thing or not, but Irish funerals, because not to be stereotypical, but obviously they can be drinkers, so those are usually fun.
They go to the pub afterwards.
Yep.
Yeah. But I think what you said, Figgy, is important. Like, it's more of a celebration of life instead of just like something that's more doom and gloom, and that's what can make it for lack of a better phrase, a little bit more enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
And then age is important too. You know, if it's an older person who lived a great life,
very important.
Yeah, then you can have a nice celebration. Younger person's really sad, then it's
Right.
very different.
I done seen some funerals that went viral. None that I went to, but
Mm-hmm.
I know y'all seen the funeral with the guy. I guess he was. I think he got buried. I don't know if he got buried in his car. He was sitting up in his car.
Oh, I did see that. Yes,
I seen that one. I seen one in a club, like an actual club, and these black folks, by the way.
In a club?
Yeah, it was a club. It might have been a strip club for all I know. But they had him sitting up in the club. And I'm just like, man, that is too much.
Yeah.
Like sometimes.
I think I've seen that, yeah.
Look, to speak as a black man, sometimes we go a little too far. Like, all right, man, what happened to the church or the funeral home, man?
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I'll keep it real simple today. I usually, use this opportunity to just complain or rant, but this one's real easy. We wound up at Whole Foods last night. We had to get a few things, and we're usually not Whole Foods shopper. Actually, the reason why we always go to Whole Foods is because we have to return stuff for Amazon.
Yeah.
So we're at Whole Foods all the time because they do the returns. And so we had to get a few things, and while we were there, I was like, oh, I know I already had dinner, but when they put the mushroom pizza out, mushroom and caramelized onions.
Yeah.
We had to get a slice for our second dinner.
Yeah.
It is the best pizza in town. No disrespect.
I haven't had it.
From Whole Foods?
From Whole Foods.
Really?
It sounds crazy. And I can be a bit of a pizza snob from, the Northeast, New York style and New Haven and all that sort of stuff. And I've tried a bunch of places around here, and there's some solid ones. But it's the Whole Foods, it's that specific
It's thin,
one.
I'm guessing.
Huh?
Thin crust.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And it's not bad either. Like, it's a good size. If you do the whole pizza, only like $16, it's a pretty good deal. But if you're ever at Whole Foods, get their mushroom and caramelized onion slice, and it's like a white sauce with it too.
Oh,
It is so good. I don't know what they do, but it's the best pizza I've had in the Houston area.
We mix in Whole Foods here and there, just really because it's kind of close to our house. And for what you said, Amazon stuff. And I love their buffet. I mean, their buffets are just top notch. Everything's usually good there.
Yeah.
Their
It's
soups
just-
are good.
Just it's a little pricey.
Yeah.
Now, when y'all go, do y'all actually have a cart? Do y'all go in with a cart?
They have the little bitty ones, the little half cart things.
I think I might have took a cart at Whole Foods one time, maybe.
Yeah.
And I only had maybe like 3 or 4.
You just get
things
the
in
basket,
cart.
the little hand basket.
Yeah, I'm like, nah, I'm not filling this cart up. Every time I go in there, man, I'll be seeing people with like a bucket.
Full, yeah.
I'm like, man, you got money. Like, it's no way in hell I'm filling my cart up at Whole Foods.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we're only getting a couple of things real quick.
You lucky if I get a basket.
Right. I'm with you. Never a basket.
Yeah.
Oh, and then to make it really add some teeth to the confession, I will confess that usually at the self-checkout, I'll be honest with you, I might not scan everything when I do a self-checkout because I'm doing the work. That's my payment, okay? I'm the cashier. So we'll take we'll take an avocado on the house. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's
Yikes, that's a confession right there.
I'm about to dump
That's one. That's one when they're going to start knocking on the door.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I've been watching the Western Conference Finals in the Spurs versus the Thunder, and Jared McClain, you kind of been going off, man. I felt like that kind of looked like a bad move for the Sixers. Just kind of gave him up for nothing.
Yeah,
but he been kind of balling out, and it was the game was coming on NBC, and I think they showed a replay of him making the basket.
Right.
And in the camera, they show his nails, which he paints his nails, and I think us Houstonians kind of know about that with Jalen Green being here. But they showed his nails, and Mike Tirico actually said something about it.
I know where you're going.
He said he painted them because I guess to prevent him from biting his nails.
Yeah.
I gotta confess, I'm calling cap on that.
I
man.
did the same thing.
That is a lie.
Yeah.
He is not painting his nails, going all out like that.
Yeah.
Because he don't want to bite his nails.
Yeah.
I'm calling that a bold-faced lie, man.
Figgy, I thought the exact. I said he did not paint his nails.
I'm
because
like, I never heard that story. This brother going around with his own fingernail polish.
It was one of them was gold, one was red, and all that. Like,
there's so many videos out there saying he like stripes, he like polka dot, and all this other stuff. You ain't doing all that because you don't want to bite your nails.
Dude, I might have even said it out loud. I was watching the game. I was like, oh, crap.
I never heard that story. story. That's similar to the whole Mike Tirico is an Italian.
Yeah.
Like, I never heard anybody else say that.
Yeah. And where do you stand on that?
On Tirico Italian?
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe, but the last name sounds pretty good. So
Yeah, but no, I'm calling it a bold-faced lie. And by the way, him balling out like this, I really enjoy people posting his dance videos saying, hey, this is the guy that been busting the San Antonio Spurs ass. Because he do a lot of dances, TikTok dances, and, you know, they could be a little zesty. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not hating or nothing like that. But they're like, this is the guy that been busting their ass right here.
Yeah.
No, I kind of been enjoying Jared McClain a little too much.
No, I liked it, but I was right there with you.
Have you noticed every time he make a shot and they pan to him, he's sitting there just cheesing away?
Oh, big time.
I'm like, man, he out there having a good time, man.
He's loving life right now.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I've got to know one thing when it comes to Texans OTAs, really NFL OTAs. I noticed this the other day, and I forget which team it was. And I noticed it today between C.J. Stroud and Graham Mertz. Graham Mertz, you know, the third-string quarterback. There was a video of C.J. Stroud, and he had the complete handshake already down with Graham Mertz. You know, doing this with one arm, that with one arm, spinning around, whatever they were doing. How do they get – when do they practice these handshakes? This is the second day of OTAs, and he's got handshakes with, I'm guessing, just about everybody on the offense – like that are all unique to each other. Do they have like their own little private pre-camp so they can practice their handshake? Did you know? I think it was an Eagles. I think it was an Eagles practice, and Jalen Hurts, somebody had like this real, complex handshake with a running back, like a second teamer. I'm like, how? When do you do this?
Yeah, I don't get it. I can never keep them all straight. I forget even the practice. I don't know how they remember all these things. I don't have any handshakes like that with anybody in my life. So, yeah, I'm with you. It's crazy. I don't know. Maybe they FaceTime or something, or they're sending videos on TikTok and get this all figured out. But it's beyond me.
I was thinking that. I'm sure it's probably easier in the NBA because there's less players. But I just saw that recently. Somebody was going down the player line, and they had a different handshake for everyone. Single player. I'm like, dang, even the players that don't even play.
But I got to find that video. I'll send it to you. It was C.J. Stroud and Graham Mertz. It's one thing, okay, you got one with David Montgomery. New guy, starting running back, you did your deal. You practiced a handshake. Graham Mertz?
Yeah.
and literally everyone that he was shaking hands with already had it unique, and they are in the second day of OTAs, and he's already got those down.
Yeah.
And then, again, he's not alone. It's around the league.
That's a talent. I wonder, maybe somebody need to ask this question to one of the players. Have you ever messed up on a handshake or forgot a handshake?
Or I want to know, when do you practice these? When do you implement and practice these?
That's right. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud spending too much time on handshakes and needs to spend more time in the playbook. That's the problem. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. I don't get it. With all this practicing and just being able to memorize it, I don't know. But
need to memorize the playbook. See that?
That's right. Less handshakes, more studying the playbook. Our time confessions, though. Coming up, it's time to play a little buy or sell. We'll run through a few topics, let you know if we're buying or selling them. Pretty straightforward. We'll do it next here on In the Loop.
Just how All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm in for Reggie, Luke Morrow, alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Get to a little buy or sell here in just a moment. By the way, Seth has returned to the studio after being at OTAs today. I think I just saw him walking down the hall with a Whole Foods bag. So.
Oh, well, he can afford it.
That's right.
I actually like Whole Foods. I really do. But, you pick your spots.
Yeah, you got it.
Or do what Luke do and just get one on the house.
That's true.
One for me.
Yeah, that's right. Slip out the back door. Hey, time for a little buy or sell, as you guys do here this time each and every Thursday. We'll run through some topics, let you know if we're buying it or selling it, of course. What do we got?
All right, let's start with the most timely ones here. We didn't mention this earlier when we were talking about D'Amico Ryans, and I think there's a buy or sell in here. Talking about Will Anderson. He said he just keeps wrecking practice. And that's not the buy or sell. This one is. Probably going to have to sit him out here pretty soon. You buying that? Would D'Amico Ryans, Mr. Defense, always about all gas, no break, you think he would sit out Will Anderson?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm definitely selling. I think he loves it. I think it's part of the problem. We talked about it last year during training camp. I think it's part of the problem for the offense. It's just how good and disruptive that defense can be. I get the idea of wanting to pull back the reins on Will Anderson to make it a little bit easier to work on things offensively. But will D'Amico do that? I don't think so. He might say one thing at that podium. I think, on the practice field or in the coach's room, I think he loves that Will Anderson is so disruptive.
I'm selling it too, man. Remember, this is a former defensive player. Like, he ain't holding nothing back from practice.
Yeah.
So the offense can finally get something going. And I know he's the head coach and he wants everybody to be good. But nah, man, these are bragging rights.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, right? I actually will intent. I'll buy the thought processes that are behind a decision like this, because their whole the only thing that kept them away from the Super Bowl was their offense. Big problem was their offense was C.J. Stroud was shell-shocked. A lot of that shell-shocked nature happened because he couldn't get plays off in practice sometimes, and we saw it during training camp last year, and clearly, there were some I'll buy that D'Amico Ryans may want to consider, hey, how about we run 2s versus 1s this series or this segment of practice or whatever. But I don't think he's ever going to do it. I just don't think he has it in him to take the gas off the defense, So I'm ultimately going to sell too, but I think his heart is in the right place,
right? Yeah,
in terms of what he wants to do. All right, you buying or selling this one, and it's from C.J. Stroud today. He was asked about his contract or lack thereof, extension or new contract after Will Anderson received his. Quote, "I let my agent handle it. When it's time, do it. My job is football. Whatever happens, happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and go from there." Are you buying that he is just, my agent will handle it? I'm just about football. I don't think, my agent will handle it.
Yeah, I might split hairs. Like, I would buy that. I think the agent is handling the majority of it. But would I buy C.J. Stroud is not thinking about it or not having conversations with his agent, or he strictly is all about football? No, I don't buy that part. So I think it's certainly pretty much towards the front of his mind. I'm sure he's talking about it with his agent, friends, family, all that sort of stuff. But then, like, the nuts and bolts, when it comes to, like, actually negotiating all that sort of stuff, I think he will leave that to his agent. He tells his agent what he wants or what he's looking for or how he feels, or maybe if he's frustrated, then the agent is that liaison that deals with it. So I guess in that regard, like, I am buying and selling at the same time. I think technically he will leave it to the agent, but no, it's not like it's out of his mind. Like, oh, no, my agent, that's all my agent's dealing. I'm just focusing on football. I find that hard to believe. I think it's always going to be part of kind of everything he's doing, or as he performs, thinking of, like, okay, this goes towards my next contract, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Luke on this. I think, just for the segment purposes, I'm a buy it, but I do think in the back of his mind, it's kind of like that natural reaction of, damn, they don't want me. So I think he is probably thinking about that part of it, like, damn, why they ain't offering me no contract? But I do think he just, he ain't going to let that linger. He just going to focus on getting better and then let it play out at the end.
I'm selling it, and this may come as a surprise to you guys. I'm selling it without blinking an eye. There is no way. There is absolutely no way. If your second contract in the NFL is not your number one priority, they'll tell you about winning and team and all that. But realistically,
most get that second contract.
If it's not number one, it's 1A. The second contract, especially at a really visible position, and especially when Will Anderson, the guy you were sitting next to at draft night, already got his and his $50 million. I think he said all the right things. I would have advised him to say the same thing. But I'm telling you, this is sell. Like, this is important to him. Very, very important. Especially at the end, he said, same thing we talked about it earlier, that Nick Caserio said. I'm excited to be a Texan this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's got to be I would imagine it'd be the biggest thing on his mind. So, like I said, I'm sure all the actions, everything, performance, all that sort of stuff will play out with all, like, everything he'll do is in regard to trying to get that next contract this year.
All right, you buying or selling this? Mike Vrabel, we're familiar with his work on and off the field. Well, maybe not too familiar with all the work he does off the field, but he had his first availability at Patriots OTAs and was asked about work-life balance. Quote, "Really good. I appreciate my family. I love Jen. I love the boys. I love my personal friends. Work-life balance, really good. You buying that?"
No, I'm not. I'll sell it. Honestly, I would sell it for probably just about every NFL coach, because just how much time these guys spend at the facilities and everything. And then what we know about Vrabel, that when he does have some downtime, he chooses to spend that elsewhere than maybe with his own family. So, no, I'll say the work-life balance is not great. I'm sure his wife isn't very happy with it, or hasn't been very happy with that balance either.
No, she hasn't.
Yeah, so, no.
Depends on how he's balancing.
Yeah, and also, I just thought it was kind of, I know they were talking about it this morning too, but I also thought it was kind of lame, like his answer when they asked about it.
Then he diverted.
He didn't even answer the question, and it went into OT. He spent 2 minutes talking about practice, all that stuff. So that was kind of lame. But to strictly answer the question, no, I'm selling that.
Yeah, I'm selling it too. I just don't believe it. And like Luke said, it's tough to balance family and work, especially in the NFL like that. And I just think he tried to say something to make it seem like, hey, the family is doing well.
Yeah.
Here, let me make sure I mention my beautiful wife's name and the kids. So I think I don't think I'm not rolling.
All right. Are you buying or selling this? James Harden, after they got eliminated over the weekend, quote, they dominated us, but genuinely I feel like we're the better team. Cavaliers versus Knicks, by the way.
Yeah, no, selling that. Yeah. Yeah, it's such a I don't know what the word is. It's such like a loser mentality to get swept and then to sit up there afterwards and be like, yeah, but we were the better team.
Mm-hmm.
They just caught us on an off day or whatever it is. I mean, even Jabari Smith, I hated his comments of saying the same thing about the Lakers in the first round. Like, yeah, but we're the better team. Like,
that's right. Yeah.
Go out there and actually win the games if you're the better team. Like, show it on the court or on the field. That's why we play the games.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always such a lame attitude. And I always reference this. We had a friend growing up who we'd have mad, and he would intentionally choose like the Browns or whoever the bad team was, so that if he lost the game, he could say like, "Well, I was the Browns." It's like, yeah, that was your choice, and it reminds me of this too. Of like, you could have played better. You're not the better team. If you're the better team, you would be up 4-0. So it's such a it's always a lame cop out when people try to claim that after just getting curb stomped. And so no, they were not the better team. The Knicks clearly were the better team, and it was lame that Harden tried to say that.
I think he actually believed this bull crap, man. I guess I could buy it. I'm buying it. I think he really believed this because he said some other things. I don't know if you got that in buy or sell, but he said some other things though about his defense.
Oh yeah,
and I just been like, man, I think he really felt like he did good defensively this whole postseason.
Yeah, I didn't put that one in, but he did basically say that. Figgy, and I'm kind of surprising myself. I'm kind of with you. I think he believes this, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's his issue. He genuinely believes they're the better team, and that's why you can't win in the postseason. You just accept. It's very, very strange.
And he felt like he wasn't an issue defensively.
Right.
And I ain't no James Harden defender. I don't think he's the only reason why they lost the series. But game one, he is the reason. He is probably 1A reason why they lost that game like that.
Yeah, it's like the friend of yours who's had like 10 failed relationships and like, I just keep picking the bad ones.
I can't find the right one.
Yeah, I think honestly that game one, if they would have took James Harden out with 7 minutes left and benched him for the rest, probably would have won that game.
Sure, I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah.
Actually, and maybe this says a lot, we're going to stay with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Kenny Atkinson. Analytically, we won 2 of 3. Does he really believe that?
I think he does. Yeah, I think he does. Because I think coaches obviously nowadays, like this is the whole thing with analytics. I think people do, the analytical nerds, for lack of a better phrase, I think really do buy into this of like, they point to all these numbers that they won all these different categories, but ultimately, of course, lost the game. But you feel like you outplayed them or you checked the boxes. You did what you felt like was most important. I do think Kenny Atkinson believed it. It was also the phrasing too that I really had the problem with. It wasn't like he said something along the lines of like, "Oh, we outperformed in these
areas,
and we very easily could be up 2-1," something like that. But to actually say like we won or we're up 2-1, he was so like confident or so firm with it.
No, y'all are misrepresenting. We won.
Yeah,
we won 2 out of 3.
We're up 2-1 in this series. So yeah, I think he definitely believed.
Was he being hacked by Daryl Morey or something, man?
Daryl Morey has said that.
I honestly, just like the similar one, I kind of believe he believes this.
I'm with both of you guys.
I don't know what they was talking about in them locker rooms, but for some reason they felt like they were the better team and they felt like they won 2 out of 3. And I think he did mention some luck being on their side and all that type of stuff.
We had bad luck or something like that.
Yeah. And I did think they had some bad shooting nights, but y'all didn't. y'all.
Yeah.
The Knicks outplayed y'all.
I'm with both of you. I'm actually buying it. And again, kind of like the James Harden thing, it's kind of the part of the problem or the problem.
Right.
You got a head coach that says analytically we won 2 of 3. Look at the freaking scoreboard.
Yeah.
I mean, what is the problem here?
Which is probably why James Harden then goes up there and says like, we were the better team. My coach told us like all series we outplayed these guys.
Yeah. All right, one more here for you guys in buy or sell. Adam Silver was asked yesterday about the Spurs-Thunder series flopping and such. Quote, The officiating is incredible.
No, it's selling that it has been incredible.
Yeah.
No, I'm selling, and that's such a strong. That's another one, kind of like Kenny Atkinson. It's such a strong phrase to use.
Mm-hmm.
You could just say like, "Oh no, the officiating, like they've done a good job this series," but to say they've been incredible is just so over the top in your praise. I don't think he truly believes it. I hope he doesn't. They do like the 2-minute reports and all that sort of stuff, and I'm sure there's been issues in all of these games. So no, it is a pretty big issue, and it's kind of reminiscent of the James Harden era with the drawing all the fouls and everything. But when these are supposed to be the biggest games of your season, and most people's takeaways are the officiating or the flopping or SGA working his way to these calls, it's not a good story for the NBA. So Adam Silver really, it's something they really need to consider and not believe. I hope he doesn't believe that this has been a amazingly officiated series.
Right.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. I think he could have used any other word. He could have said, it's been good, but we can improve. We can always improve on things and stuff like that. The way he said it's just like, come on, man. Like, what are you watching?
I'm with you both. I think that was just a very commissioner-like answer.
Yeah. How did you feel about? And I was cracking up watching the Spurs game when who was it? Mitch Johnson, their head coach.
Oh yeah.
How he tried to challenge something.
Oh, they got a technical.
Yeah, he thought he was challenging, and they started playing ball.
That was the ball that went off of Holmgren's foot.
Yeah, he was just like, all right, we're gonna challenge this,
and he turned around, and started walking back.
Yeah, like I called it in real time, like, oh, he about to get the technical. Like, I ain't about to get the challenge call, but I'm gonna get this tech.
Yeah, you're gonna get my money's worth.
Yeah, you might as well.
Even that alone, I'm just like, man, what are y'all doing?
Yeah.
No, it's bold to call it amazing. Really, for any league, anything. Like, it's always our biggest issue in the playoffs with the NFL too. Like, it's part of the deal. The referees are never going to be amazing, or they're never going to be perfect. They're going to screw up calls.
Right.
That's just being too optimistic about it. By the way, I always love the autocorrects of D'Amico Ryan's names that come in on the text line. And the latest one that made me smirk a little bit was Tamika.
Tamika.
Yeah, instead of D'Amico, we got a Tamika.
Who named Tamika?
Yeah. Okay, coming up, speaking of those Texans, which teams are legitimately in the Super Bowl contender tier this year? Does it actually include the talk about that next here on In the Loop?
What's the position the OG will be? Slay here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Are the Texans a legitimate Super Bowl contender this year? I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Thursday. Heard from D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud earlier. If you ever miss anything from the show, you can always find the podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Use the rewind feature on Odyssey. Just make sure you continue to catch up all the way through. You can always go back on YouTube, or the shows are archived on YouTube as well. Plenty of ways to catch up on things. 713-572-4610 to get in touch with us on the text line. You can also join the conversation on the YouTube and Twitch chats. By the way, Figgy, you something a segment kind of tongue-in-cheek, mocking Mike Vrabel of mentioning his wife and saying beautiful wife.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see, you might have talked about it, did you see the study about people on Wheel of Fortune and how they described their significant others?
No, I did.
I did not.
I saw this week. It was a fan of Wheel of Fortune, went back through episodes from 2010 to 2019.
Oh, my God.
And he documented how each contestant described their wife. Did they just say my wife, or did they say my amazing wife, my gorgeous wife?
Let me
my
guess. I haven't
wife?
seen this. I'm going to say beautiful and lovely are at the top.
I don't know if he categorized it by that.
Oh, okay.
But where he's going with this was then, this guy had a lot of free time. He watched all these episodes, he tracked this, and then he went through like the public records to see if these people have gotten divorced since these episodes.
Goodness gracious.
Wow.
And he found that people that use the complimentary words were 3 times more likely. Hold on, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. During the introductions, were far more likely. 3 times more likely to get divorced within the next 5 years. Based off of his study.
Man, what's this? You got this guy name?
I don't. People are just calling him a fan of Wheel of Fortune.
Whoever this guy is need to get a job, man. You did all that digging?
For over 9 years.
Only his first name,
10.
Joey.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joey need to get a job, man.
That's nuts.
He said nearly 2,000 episodes.
So not only you watching 2,000 episodes, you looking at everybody that said my lovely wife.
Introduction. And then you go into public records.
Yeah.
Man,
and then he went through it.
Yeah, he ain't got nothing to do.
He's like literally nothing. That's it. That's what he does.
He already had me at watching 2,000 episodes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? 15% got divorced compared to 5%. And then he even broke it down by winners. Mm-hmm. So theoretically, I don't know, maybe the smarter people, and the people that actually won, or they get the money. But even looked at the winners of Wheel of Fortune and their divorce rates, and I think it's 17% compared to 7. I guess it's a little higher amongst the winners. Actually, do get divorced.
Break down some football or something, man.
Right. So, anyways, I saw that this week, and when you said that beautiful wife mocking Mike Vrabel, I was like, oh, I just read about a study about this of people who use those phrases.
Now I got to stop saying my beautiful wife.
Exactly.
So I don't get a divorce.
That's right. So, anyways, next time you watch Wheel of Fortune or any of these game shows, keep an eye out on that. See see how they're describing their significant others. I saw this article. Obviously, today we've been talking about the Texans and OTAs, and it's an exciting time. But I saw this article from NFL.com this was Dan Parr. So, again, whenever we talk about these things, it's one man's opinion. Mm-hmm. But Dan Parr is the senior editor, and he covers the NFL for NFL.com, and he did a ranking of the top 8 candidates to dethrone the Seahawks this year as defending Super Bowl champs.
Okay.
So Super Bowl candidates, because like Colin Cowherd always does this thing of no matter how many good teams you think there are, there's really 6 teams that legitimately can win a Super Bowl each year. Mm-hmm. And he always does his tiers. So this is a similar thing of like there's only X number of teams that legitimately can actually go and win a Super Bowl this year. Are the Texans part of the group? Before we go through this list, do you guys feel like the Texans are a legitimate Super Bowl contender in 2026?
I would be offended if they're not. How many is it?
8.
If they're not one of the 8, I'd be offended.
Right. Figgy, would you put them in the top 8?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I would as well.
Yeah.
I mean, last year, I know we've talked about this ad nauseum, but last year they should have been in the Super Bowl, let alone be a contender. So here's the list on NFL.com. We'll go through them from 8 to 1 and see if anything stands out of being ridiculous that they're ahead of the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
Number 8 on the list is the Kansas City Chiefs, with Patrick Mahomes supposedly going to come back healthy.
Feels about right, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Down year last year, but a lot of moves.
Right.
Where they rank? You said?
Eighth.
Okay.
Chiefs. Yeah, they start the list. I feel like they always, as long as Mahomes, until he's truly washed up, I think they always have to be in the conversation.
That kind of got me nervous about the Texans now if they got them at 8.
Well, that's fair, but they've also won multiple Super Bowls. Even though 8 to me would be offensive if they were the same old Chiefs last year, but they weren't. There was a drop-off, and they're aging and all that. So I think it feels about right.
I think it's going to be hard for me to believe that the Texans got a better chance over Patrick Mahomes-led Chiefs.
Yeah, if the Chiefs are only 8, if they're only 8, then the list must be pretty strong.
Yeah.
Well, 7, see what you guys think of this. They actually have longer odds than the Chiefs, but they're 7th on this list, the Detroit Lions.
That almost seems, I guess that
kind of seemed about right.
Yeah, but I was going to say maybe a little too high. But
I guess me personally, I'm not sure what that offense going to look like because they lost Ben Johnson last year and didn't look right.
Yeah.
No, they finished in last place, I think, technically. I mean, I know they had a pretty good year. They were like 8 and 9
that was
or something.
A crazy division, too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually, so the Lions actually would be a team I'd probably take exception to. And
it is
that they should not be on the list, or they should not be ahead of the Texans, because anyone that's listened to this station or listened to me on here knows I've never bought into Dan Campbell, and I thought losing Ben Johnson and then even Aaron Glenn would kind of expose them, and I think it did last year. They also lost a couple of their linemen. The offense wasn't the same, like Figgy said. They changed offensive coordinators now for the second straight year. I have questions about the Lions. I think people are still too wrapped up in Dan Campbell and what they were with Ben Johnson 2 years ago. So I don't know if I'd have them on the list, but they're 7th on this list ahead of the Texans, or at least so far.
Right.
Number 6, this team actually has the longest odds of these 3 teams we've mentioned so far. Denver Broncos.
All right, now I would start to get a little nervous here in terms of like where the Texans are, because the Broncos, by all rights, you can easily make the case should be higher than the Texans. Quarterback a little more proven last year, coming along. Defense, very, very good. Certainly, had the better season last year. Coach, of course, offensive minded.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's close, but I think you can easily make the argument that the Broncos should be in the Texans.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't have an issue with this, but to my earlier point, it kind of got me nervous because I don't think they got the Texans ranked higher than the Broncos, and I'm kind of shocked that I would be shocked if they got them ranked more than the Patrick Mahomes Chiefs, just for the love fest alone.
Right. Yeah. I think the Broncos are pretty comparable to the Texans. But with that said, number 5 on the list, not your Houston Texans, it's the 49ers.
See, it's an NFC-heavy league right now, too.
It is, yeah.
See, I'm not even sure about that. I feel like that might be a little high for them because their division is kind of tough, too. I don't have them higher than the Rams and the Seahawks. So I feel like that's a little bit high. They kind of been taking a step back a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, still,
maybe it's the Shanahan thing.
Yeah, the Shanahan effect a lot. They've certainly got some skill players, etc. Yeah, Texans aren't on this list. I can feel it. I can feel it. Yeah.
Number 4 stays in the NFC. This team has the best odds of any team I've mentioned so far. The best Vegas odds, that is, to win the Super Bowl. Philadelphia Eagles are number 4.
That's a little bit shocking to me, right there.
I'm not. I'm feeling like, well, shocking in the sense of where they were, and there's always a little bit of disarray, but the talent is unquestioned. Like the ability on both sides of the ball, I think, is almost unquestioned.
Yeah, they getting rid of A.J. Brown. I know they drafted the receiver, but they getting rid of A.J. Brown pretty soon.
Or are they?
Yeah, I know. They said post June 1st, Monday. We'll see.
Yeah.
Number 3, back into the AFC. Could it be the Texans? The Buffalo Bills, ranked 3rd on this list.
Texans are not on this list, man. Unless they're number 1.
They got to be like 9th.
Bills, clearly, what'd you say, 3?
Yeah.
Clearly at 3 is perfect for them.
This next team, everyone is really high on them. I guess I'm the outlier. It's the Baltimore Ravens are number 2 on this list.
You're not a complete outlier. I get the skepticism, but what you're betting on is a proven MVP quarterback. and some proven talent and a hell of a running back.
Yeah.
So it has all the pieces. It's just they haven't been able to prove it.
Maybe they trying to find like another Seattle Seahawks type of run or something like that with it, because this is an unproven head coach.
Right.
Yeah, that's true too.
So, like, I'm shocked that, he got that much pressure on him.
I know. They have the highest win total in Vegas, too. Vegas thinks they're going to win the most games in the league this year. Well, that's how they set the betting line, at least.
Yeah.
And then number one, if you're still holding out for the Texans, I have bad news. Number one is the L.A. Rams.
Where was Seattle?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Sorry. This is to dethrone Seattle, so I guess they left Seattle off the list.
Okay.
So that might make Seattle number 9 theoretically, and therefore the Texans wouldn't be in the top 9 either. The Seahawks would be on this list, but the idea is which team could overtake them this year. So those are the 9 teams listed for all intents and purposes. None of them are the Texans. Do you have a big issue with any of those teams I mentioned? Who or how many should the Texans
Okay,
be
so
out of?
let's do the 9. Seattle 1.
Yep. Let me scroll back up.
Rams 2.
Oh, yeah. Go in that Rams 2.
No problem. I get it. Bills 3.
It was the Ravens were next.
Oh, Ravens.
Yeah.
And then the Bills.
And then the Bills.
And then
the Eagles.
I might have a little bit of an issue with the Eagles.
I like their talent. Talent a lot.
Honestly, I might have a little bit of an issue with the Bills a little bit, man. Like, I'm not sure what – I mean, I know you got Josh Allen, but I'm not sure that confident.
Yeah, that's more matchup. Texans have been able to match up with them terrifically well. If you're talking about specifically the Texans, then yes. And who's after?
49ers.
You have a problem with that one?
I kind of
You think the Texans should be ranked higher than the 49ers?
I will rank them higher than the 49ers, especially if you're going by like division or AFC, NFC. I think they have a better chance.
I'm not too far off from that. I think you're onto something. I might put the Texans ahead of the 49ers.
I think they're at least comparable. Same with this next team, Broncos. Like, if you're going to put the Broncos 6, the 49ers 5, I feel like that's the company the Texans should keep.
Yes.
But obviously they're not on this list. So 49ers, like I said, were the next team, then the Broncos, and then the Lions, who, as I've already mentioned, I think the Texans
are better, should be there ahead of the Lions.
Yeah.
And all due respect to Patrick Mahomes, should be there ahead of the Chiefs. So at worst, 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Because you can argue Broncos, all that stuff. I get it. I get the argument both ways. Yeah, that's probably going to be something to talk about in the old locker room. I wonder where they would be like the next one, because
I wonder if they even top 10.
I know. Well, based off of this list, that'd be the best they could be, would be number 10.
Yeah.
And this is just one source. Of course, this is just NFL.com. Somebody said, Colin Cowherd is an idiot. I don't value his opinion at all.
It's not Cowherd.
Yeah, this is not from Colin. I was just referencing that he does something similar.
Just don't even mention his name.
It's true. That's true. My bad. That was my mistake. No, this is from NFL.com, though. And they ranked who they believe were the top title contenders this year, and they left the Texans off the list.
Yeah.
It is something, though, if I speak out of both sides of my mouth, if you were to ask me, like, where are the Texans in terms of top teams in the league, I would say, if you ask, are they top 9? I would say, yeah, definitely. But then when you do jot down the list, like, it does become a little bit harder. Now, as I said, I would put them certainly at least ahead of the Lions, and they should, at minimum, be on this list. But as we do run through it, I was like, oh, yeah, you know what? I get it. The Eagles. Okay, yeah, the Rams. Like, the Bills. So I can see it. But I'll also say at the same time, when you look at the AFC teams, like, I think there's bigger questions for those teams. The Ravens, as Figgy said, first-time head coach. He's never coached before, and the Ravens didn't make the playoffs last year, and we still have questions about Lamar.
And they lost some people, man. They lost their best center, and I don't even know if they replaced them.
I mean, when you look, that's a really good point right there. Just on the AFC alone, when you just look at the stability in the organization, you could easily argue, and I'm talking about not just stability as in having a good program, so to speak, but just from relational stability. Well, the Patriots are kind of rocking right now, but they're used to rocking. Yeah, they're used to some controversy. Bills, pretty stable, I would say.
Yeah.
Outside of that, Ravens, you mentioned it, Figgy. Some of the other teams in the AFC are just still they're flailing around trying to find themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Bills will have a new coach as well. And obviously he's been there running the offense, but he's never been a head coach before. We don't know how that's going to go. And they had a defensive head coach before, and yet the defense let them down in big spots.
Mm-hmm.
Now without the defense, like how's the defense going to be this year?
Yeah. Ravens, you mentioned.
Right, Ravens.
Steelers.
New coach.
Yeah.
Which
Steelers aren't even on the list. I wonder where they would have the only other two teams here that I'm looking at would be Jacksonville. I wonder if they would be up ahead of and Chargers.
Do you think?
That's a good question.
I wonder. Do you think this have? I hate to bring this up, but do you think this have anything to do with the quarterback situation?
Oh, sure.
How they feel about the quarterback?
I don't think that's an unfair question at all. I think he's ranking
because
it certainly doesn't have anything to do with the defense.
Yeah, because say what you want. Like I think they probably are better than the Chiefs, or have a better chance than the Chiefs, but you can't argue with the quarterback situation.
Right, yeah. No, I don't think that's unfair at all.
Same thing with the Ravens.
Yeah.
They probably could beat the Ravens, but when you look at the quarterback situation, I wonder if they just taking that because the Ravens, I just don't understand. That's a new head coach. You lost some of your tight ends. You lost your center. They lost a lot of pieces.
Yeah.
So I don't get that one.
Yeah, I think it certainly is about the quarterback. To your point, I think they're certainly a better team than the Chiefs on paper. But you have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid over there. It's like that boogeyman factor you always talk about the Astros. Like you can never count out Mahomes and the Chiefs, even though they had a down year last year. Ravens could be similar with Lamar. Bills obviously have Josh Allen. But yeah, it's just these teams. I feel like the top teams in the AFC have more questions or maybe bigger questions than the Texans. Obviously, the Texans have to figure out their offense. But as we've already talked about, Ravens have a new coach, first-time head coach. Bills, first-time head coach. Broncos, their quarterback, Bo Nix got injured. Like, I don't know when he's going to be back.
Yeah.
The Chiefs had a down year, and Mahomes is coming off an injury. I think those are bigger issues than the Texans hoping that their offense will be better in year 2 of Nick Caley. And so it's just interesting to me that you look at the AFC, and they're not the only source. Even if you go by the Vegas win totals, those are the teams that are ahead of the Texans as well that Vegas believes will have better years. And I don't necessarily disagree, but at the same time, I'm still
you can state
a
strong argument to be skeptical.
Yeah, you can poke holes in those other teams, I think, even more so than the Texans. But nonetheless, I saw that list. I thought it was interesting. Felt it'd be worth talking through. So anyways, coming up, it's time for Figgy's Mixtape. What do we got going on today?
Man, so I'm going to call this a Throwback Thursday. Got a great interview from Sean Pendergast from back in the day, back in 2007, where he did a little funny bit and kind of got the interviewer a little bit upset.
Perfect. I heard about this forward to it. I was hoping I'd be able to hear it somewhere somehow. So looking forward to it. We'll do that next to a Figgy's Mixtape here on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday, Throwback Thursday to everyone out there. Shout out to Sean Pendergast. So I was listening to Payne and Pendergast yesterday morning, and he mentioned how back in the day he interviewed an actor back in the 80s, I want to say, named Willie Ames. So that's Willie Ames with two M's.
Two A's.
Two A's or two M's? Two A's?
Yeah.
Two A's, okay. Willie Ames, the actor from the 80s. This was early on in his career, to the point I think Sean said this was his second week ever doing radio. So this was an early Sean Pendergast.
Yeah.
And this is why Sean is the best. So he talked about, and if you was listening to Pendergast, you heard this. He was talking about how they tried to do a little thing, I want to say every Thursday.
Yeah, they were going, or two, whatever it was.
Whatever day it was.
They were going to interview B-list and C-list actors or stars.
Yeah, stars from the 80s. And his name popped up, and they tried to get him. They booked him and all that stuff, and then they realized this was not the actor Willie Ames. This was Willie Ames with one A,
who I think played the banjo or something.
Yeah, he was somebody that was playing. I guess he had his own band or playing in the band, played the banjo or something like that. So rather than canceling the interview, they decided to roll with it and interview him like he was the actor Willie Ames. And this was Sean Pendergast and John Harris. So John Harris was part of the crime too. He's part of the bit too. So I'm gonna play this. Get your popcorn and just relax and listen to this entertaining ass interview from 2007. I was in high school during that time.
Oh man.
So here's Sean Pendergast and John Harris. Yep, that John Harris. Doing an interview with a fake Willie Ames.
As promised right now, and as we've been promising throughout the show and throughout the week, we are joined right now by Willie Ames. Willie, how are you?
Good. How's it going?
Doing fantastic. I guess my first question, a lot of people are familiar with your work as Tommy Bradford back in the 80s. Which of the Bradford sisters, this is the question that weighs on me, which of the Bradford sisters was the hottest one?
Oh, I have absolutely no idea.
You have no idea?
No idea.
Was it Susan?
Susan.
Wasn't Susan Bradford one of the hot ones?
Sure.
Were you on? But you were on the show.
What show?
8 is Enough?
Oh, I was never on that show.
I'm reading your Wikipedia biography right now, and it's telling me you were on 8 is Enough.
No, I was never on that show.
Did you? Susan was the hot one.
Susan, did you ever have relations with any of the daughters while you were on the show?
Never had any relations with the daughters.
Okay, well, let's move on to a little bit later in your career. When your role, it was a big shift for you, your role as Buddy Lembeck on working alongside Scott Baio on Charles in Charge. What was that like? What was it like to work alongside Scott Baio?
I have absolutely no idea.
And Nicole Eggert, too. I mean, that must have been fascinating.
Willie, I'm looking at your Wikipedia biography right now, and I'm seeing 8 is Enough. You were on there for 6 years. Charles in Charge, you were on there into the 1990s.
Okay, I was never on those shows.
You were never on those shows. Okay, well, you've done music though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you've done music. I understand back in the day you had formed a band in California, Willie Ames and Paradise. How did that go for you?
Actually, well, currently I just have my solo work, just Willie Ames.
Ah,
there we go.
So Willie Ames and Paradise, the band, prior to going on to 8 is Enough, that's kind of how they found you. They found you, Willie Ames and Paradise, the band. You're doing just solo work now.
Yeah.
Okay. How have you been able to channel some of your musical skills? How were you able to channel that into your role as Bible man?
We 2 minutes in.
From 1995 to 2004.
I'm not. I was never Bible man.
Willie, I'm looking at the biography. I'm seeing 8 is enough. Charles and Bible man.
Willie, did you and Scott Baio get a chance to hang out a lot after hours?
I've never hung out with Scott Baio.
I mean, he's single. I mean, he's the guy you definitely would want to hang with, I would think.
Willie, hang on. Willie, you are among friends here, okay? You don't look. If you hung out with Scott Baio, if
I've never hung out with Scott Baio.
Had some relations with the Bradford sisters, it's all okay.
Okay, I have no idea who the Bradford sisters are.
You're sure? Okay. You were recently on Celebrity Fit Club on VH1.
I personally was not.
You were, because I saw the video, and you blew up at the trainer one time, and in a very famous episode. What happened there?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
It's okay. I mean, did he kick your ass?
If he did, I would honestly tell you, but I have no recollection of that.
I know that you did a lot of drugs in between Charles in Charge and your role as Bible man. Does it affect your short-term and long-term memory sometimes?
I'm sure a lot of the marijuana smoking could affect long-term memory.
It sounds like it does, because you don't remember one damn role that you had back in the 80s or the 90s.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of growing up in the 80s, actually.
Really? I mean, well, you grew up before our eyes. It was touching. Adam Rich, what was he like? He had the most annoying bowl haircut and was really one of those kids you just wanted to smack around a little bit. Was he like that off camera, too, or was he a little bit more enjoyable to be around?
Yeah, actually, I have no idea who Adam Rich is.
Yeah, there go the drugs again.
Was Dick Van Patten a good role model as a father? I know he only played your father in the show, but was he a good role model for you?
Not for me personally. I don't know who that guy is.
Mm-hmm. He is still going on, man.
I got a theory on this, but go ahead.
You don't know who Dick Van Patten is. Your TV father for 6 years, and you've disowned him.
What about Grant Goodeve? I know he was your older brother, and you didn't see him much when he moved out of the house. And his baseball career.
He broke.
He broke. Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about. You guys know I'm Willie Ames, the musician, right?
Right. Willie Ames, the musician from Willie Ames in Paradise. But we're obviously our audience is a lot more interested in your exploits as an actor.
I think you guys have the wrong Willie Ames. Like my name is spelled Willie.
Right.
Ames.
Ames. Right. That's what we have. So I want to go back to the thing with the trainer, because the Celebrity Fit Club show was one of my favorite shows. I TiVoed every night.
Hey, you guys have the wrong Willie Ames.
When Abby came on board as the stepmother, did you feel like
you guys have the wrong Willie Ames?
Did you feel like maybe she was kind of infringing on like your dead mom's territory a little bit?
Go to willieames.com. WILLIEAMES.
I would. We don't have internet access here. We're going to get it sometime in 2008. When Ralph came on the show, did that kind of feel like it was the beginning of the end?
MySpace.com/WILLIEAMES.
Really, when Ralph Macchio shows up at the party.
You're talking to Willie Ames, the musician. I was born in 1981. I'm from San Diego, California. I've never been on any of these TV shows that you're talking about.
Ralph Macchio. If Ralph Macchio or Ted McGinley show up on your show, it's time to just pull up the 10 sticks.
Listen out there, I'm sorry, but I'm not the Willie Ames you think I am. I'm Willie Ames, the musician.
Zapped. We were talking about Zapped earlier.
Great powers. Unbelievable.
What was it like to have powers to be able to mentally, telepathically take off women's clothes? Because I've talked about that all day today.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to have to cut out. I'm not the Willie Ames you thought I was.
Man.
All right, so I got a theory on this. Clearly, he was taken aback by them, kind of messing with him. But I think there was this whole interview had like an arc and then another arc. Clearly, at one point, you could tell he's like, well, they're messing with me. I'm going to mess with them back a little bit. Because he never really said until the very end. Then he finally did get mad and said, that's enough,
Yeah, I don't know. That's a patient guy.
That was 5 minutes until he said, hey, y'all know I'm not that Willie Ames, right?
That is crazy. Yeah, he's a perfect mark for it. And if that was me in that scenario, even just that he was just answering questions. And, like, honestly answering them himself instead of saying, like, that's not me or I don't know what you're talking about. He was like, I know, I never hung out with Scott Baio before.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so weird. I don't know why he continued to go along with it. I found his Facebook, by the way, all 50 states, Canada, and Australia as a banjo player. So he's still doing his thing, I guess.
So I'm looking up Luke Morrows.
Oh, boy.
Did you know there's several?
I know.
There's several Luke Morrows. There's one that's class of 2031 that threw a perfect game and is being recruited heavily.
Yep, that's me. And then
I
didn't tell you guys about my perfect game.
There's a Luke Morrow that died about a month and a half ago.
That's not you.
Shout out to his wife Pamela and daughter Hannah. There is a Luke Morrow that is an author.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then there's you.
Yeah, and then there's me.
Yeah.
I got a text one morning. I woke up to a text a few years back from my cousin, and he said something like, please tell me you're not in – I grew up in Connecticut. I think he said something like, please tell me you're not in Connecticut. And I was like, no, why? What's going on? And then he sent me the article, and there was another Luke Morrow, same age, that got busted for, like, selling drugs in the area that I grew up. Yeah, same age. So in the article, the newspaper article, it just says, like, Luke Morrow – 32, whatever it was at the time, has been arrested for selling, like heroin. I was like, oh, great. And this happened in the area where I grew up. Random people are going to see this article in the paper and think this was me.
Yeah.
That's the closest I've gotten to being confused by somebody else.
I was actually confused by somebody one time because, my real name is Edward Gilliard.
Yeah.
And somebody reached out to me because they thought I was their nephew, and their nephew name was Edward Gilliard. And it's hard to find somebody with my last name in general. But somebody apparently got the same name as me, Edward Gilliard. The thing is, they don't have a middle name.
Right.
So I end up talking to this lady. I'm like, nah, that's not me. Like, I have no idea who that is. And we end up staying cool because we got the same last name.
Yeah.
And come to find out, she like a celebrity hairstylist, I guess, like a makeup artist. She do hairstyles and stuff for movie sets, like real famous movie sets.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So we end up staying cool with each other. I'm like, I don't know if we related for real, but we.
Now, you may think that Edward Gilliard, and I think you're right, is much more difficult to find.
There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them. Edward Gilliard is a wide receiver for the Newberry Wolves, Division III football.
There we go. No idea who that is.
Yeah, Division III football. Now, John Lopez, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting a John Lopez.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all, there's one that's a really accomplished sculptor. Like really accomplished sculptor, and I'm like, that guy's got his stuff together.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You could go around doing radio interviews pretending to be him.
Yeah. We need to find another Sean Pendergast, another Seth Payne, and just create a whole different show with just different names.
That's a good bit. I'm glad you dug up that piece of audio. I heard him talking about it, and I was like, oh, I would love to hear this. That's funny.
Yeah, shout out to Sean Pendergast for that, Jim. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Today is National Hamburger Day.
Get out.
Yep, today National Hamburger Day. So send them in 713-572-4610. What's your favorite? Who got the best hamburgers? And I ain't talking cool, Whataburger or In-N-Out type of deal. Somebody actually came up with a list of the best burgers, and this is from Burger Beast.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go down the list real quick. At number 6, they gave me 6. At number 6, they got Outback Steakhouse.
Yes, that's a good burger. I've had it. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I might have to go there, not for the steak, and get me a burger. I might have to try that. Number 5, they got Denny's.
I do love a Denny's burger.
Really?
Yeah.
I
can't remember having one. Yeah.
I love a diner burger, and I know Denny's is not a diner, but it's like the closest thing you can get in a lot of places. And they do a good job. The burger's good.
Yeah. They got Chili's on here. Number 4.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, solid.
Number 3, they got Cheesecake Factory.
Haven't had it there.
I never had.
But everything they do is pretty good.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever had one, but I like the whole menu.
Yeah. Number 2, they got Cheddar's.
Come on, man.
I don't think I've ever been to Cheddar's.
I've had a Cheddar's. It's all right.
I've never been to Cheddar's. Yeah, and number 1, Buffalo Wild Wings.
Really?
I guess so, yeah.
I've never had a burger at Buffalo Wild Wings. You know why? Because it's Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah.
It's a wing place.
Yeah.
I always thought the food was pretty overrated at Buffalo Wild Wings. So I don't know if I've ever had a burger, but I doubt I'd have it number 1 on my list.
Papa's has a good burger. A little more expensive.
Really? Okay.
Real good burger. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. I like this is a spot downtown. I forgot the name of this spot. It's in Edo. Dang, I forgot the name of the spot, but it's a local spot. Got pretty good burgers as well. So happy National Hamburger Day.
Now I'm gonna have to have a hamburger today.
I know
it. Real quick, I get y'all out on this. It's the Mixtape and Loop Sports Radio 610. So I ran across this little article. Maybe it's an article or maybe somebody on Reddit, but it said a bride gets married in robe, slippers, and hair rollers to show her husband what marriage life would be like.
Come on.
Are you down with this?
No.
If you look down in my segment over here, you can see the picture of them standing there. It look like he's in some gym shorts and some type of little
Yeah, I see it now.
hoodie or something like that. Look like you're wearing gym clothes and sneakers.
She has got the whole robe, those big rollers, slippers.
Is this doing too much?
Yes, it's doing too much. I mean, it's you guys have been married, and I've been married a lot longer. You always remember exactly what she looked like when she walked down that aisle. Like, never forget it. You gonna remember this? You gonna remember this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little too much. And look, I didn't have a wedding or anything, so it was a long situation. We moved down here, and then we had to go back up there to Cleveland to actually get married. And so we found somebody that can, marry us. And so we pretty much got married in the dining room because we was hitting the road to come back to Houston.
Yeah.
So and like you said, Lopez, I remember exactly what I was wearing, and it was like some jogging pants.
Yeah, looking like this guy.
Yeah. It's a picture out there too somewhere, but yeah, I think you're right. I think they doing too much right here.
I like I saw like the headline or the idea. I kind of like the idea in the sense of the idea of like, I would love you. Like you don't need all the makeup. You don't need all that sort of stuff, like natural beauty. But then I saw why they were doing it. And as you said, it's because like, get ready for, this is what married life's going to be.
Nah, man.
That's lame.
Yeah.
Put a little effort into not only the wedding, but even afterwards, the married life.
It seemed like she did too much just to get dressed up like this.
Yeah, right?
Like it'd be one thing if you was just in a little regular dress or something like that, but you could have did a little better than that.
Yeah, it's lame to say this is what you're marrying. This is what the rest of your life's going to look like.
Yeah.
No, I don't like it. I don't agree with it. By the way, in regards to the whole Sean Pendergast thing, there was so many texts have come in. I lost it now. Somebody said, here it is. In 2012, Megyn Kelly from Fox News called a phone I had to do a live TV segment, but I was on the toilet and canceled it. I have no idea what that means, but it just sounds funny.
He was going to get interviewed by a network?
I don't know if they called the wrong number.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was supposed to go on, but had to cancel the interview because he was on the toilet. I have no idea. And he said a phone I had.
Yeah.
Not even like called myself.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Man. Anyways. Yeah, provide us more context. I'm very intrigued by that text. Coming up, we'll put a wrap on this Thursday. We'll catch up with the fellas from the drive. Also, we haven't talked about this at all, but we got the initial proposal from the Players Association of Major League Baseball for the CBA coming up to try to avoid a lockout after this season. Let's talk about that when we come back here.
All right, let's talk about Kalshi and the world's biggest soccer tournament.
877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm Luke Morrow in for Reggie alongside John Lopez and Figgy Fig. We'll catch up with the fellas of the drive coming up here in a few moments. See what they got going on. Also, we'll get to this first proposal from the MLBPA. This is sadly going to be a big story to follow here for the next, 6 to 8 months here as we work towards the expiration of the CBA and they try to avoid a lockout, though everybody feels like the lockout is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Just a matter of how long it will be. So we'll get to that in just a moment. As Figgy said last segment, today is National Burger Day. And so thank you to those unprompted that just sent in their favorite burger places around here. If you are going to go get a burger, the most common answers: Tornado Burger, Langford's, Champ Burger, and Rodeo Goat.
Rodeo Goat
That's
is
what I was thinking about.
excellent.
Rodeo Goat.
Rodeo Goat is excellent. Yeah.
Those are the 4 most common responses.
I need to try Champ Burger, man. I keep hearing about Champ Burger.
Yeah, that one got a lot of Champ Burger.
Yeah.
So if you are in the market or in the mood for a burger today, maybe check out one of those places. It's usually always like the greasy spoon type of spots that have the best burgers.
Yeah.
We went to it's called Loaded Burger. I think there's a few of them around. We went there a little while back. It's pretty good.
Bun Slut got a good burger too.
What's it called?
Bun Slut.
Oh yes, that one I know. Yeah.
Langford Grocery getting a lot of love.
Yeah.
I've heard that before, too.
Yeah, I'll have to remember that. I have to go try that. So, yeah, hey, thanks for those texts. Booze Burgers, Burger Bodega, Beck's Prime, of course. So a lot of them coming in. Appreciate y'all. 713-572-4610 on the text line. So Jeff Passan had this yesterday after we had gotten off the air yesterday and figured before we go today, might as well touch on it. The Players Association of Major League Baseball made their first proposal to Major League Baseball yesterday in the collective bargaining process. And he highlighted some of the bigger issues or some of the bigger things they're hoping for. Just to run through these quickly and get your thoughts. A competitive integrity tax. So that's for any team that does not spend at least $150 million.
Yeah.
I'll run through these first, then we can talk about them. Increase the minimum salary from $780,000 to $1.5 million, which seems like a pretty big jump.
That is.
Increase in base CBT threshold from $244 million to $300 million. And then changes to revenue sharing system that would distribute more money from local television revenue, but decrease the amount distributed from stadium revenue to incentivize teams to win and draw larger crowds. So they would the players would get more from the TV, but the owners would get more from in-stadium. And then lastly, free agency. Well, I shouldn't say lastly, but the last one I'll mention, free agency for players who are 30 at 5+ years of service. So those are some of the things. Also, arbitration jumps from 22% of players to 44%. They were proposing that. Which one of these stand out? What do you kind of like the most?
Well, okay, so that's the MLB Players Association.
Yes.
MLB Players Association. MLB today had their sort of proposals reported, and this is where, look, man, you've been in the game. There's going to be a lockout.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think you'll disagree. Today, MLB proposed a hard salary cap to MLB PA officials as part of the next CBA. The proposed salary floor beginning 2027 would set at $171.2 million. Ceiling would be $245.3. So let's look at the two things here. The Players Association want the competitive integrity tax, which I love.
Yeah, me too.
And I don't think if you're a baseball fan, there's any way you would not love that. But the owners ultimately, have the votes and, have the proposal for their side anyway. So that could be a slight issue, maybe not as big as some of the others, like the salary, the base salary jumping from $780 to $1.5. Then in the middle there. So a lot of this on the surface, you think, well, everything's negotiable and maybe they can figure something out there. Hard cap, Non-negotiable from the player's perspective. That is the one thing they've done right. So, I mean, I hate to be doom and gloom here, but I mean, we are not just pointed toward. We're barreling toward another lockout, and probably who knows how long, but barreling toward another lockout just on those two things alone.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
and I think it might. I mean, I hope it doesn't roll all the way into what would be next season, but I do think it's going to be a bit of a long, drawn out process.
Do you feel like they need a hard cap?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I think, honestly, the biggest part, which is what the players are asking for, the biggest part for me is the floor. I think there needs to be a floor because there's teams that are pocketing too much of the money.
No, I do. That integrity tax I like.
Yes.
The hard cap, I mean, the MLBPA is just going to say no. We can talk about everything else, but that's a no. Right. The last time they proposed a hard cap was in 1994, and the season was canceled and the World Series was canceled.
Right.
That's how staunch they are on that.
I will say, though, in what the league put forth in that salary cap, I'm actually surprised. Not that the players would be for it, but I am surprised because what they set the floor at, what, $171 million?
$171.2 million would be the floor. The ceiling would be $245.3 million.
Yeah, I think the ceiling's a little too low.
Yeah, they're definitely too low.
Yeah.
But
the floor is not bad because the total payrolls for this year, and I think there's only like 12 teams that are hitting that right now. So that would force almost 2/3 of the league to spend more.
Yeah.
But I do think the ceiling should still be a little bit higher because we already have teams. Obviously, if the other teams are spending more, that would take down the spending of some like the Dodgers because there's only so much money to go around for these players. But nonetheless, we have teams that are already a handful of teams that are already higher than that. So I think the ceiling's a little too
And
low.
I'm looking at some of the reactions from MLB writers as MLB has proposed this hard cap, and Ken Rosenthal's saying that just not a good answer. There will be a work stoppage if that's the case. If they stay true to that. So yeah, and not exactly a good couple of days if you're a fan of baseball.
No, I don't think so. I think it's only going to get worse. And I mentioned this the other day with you too, but like the owners can point to this year of saying, we have these teams like the Brewers and the Rays and the A's who are able to field competitive teams without having to spend all sorts of money. And I think that speaks towards like, let's have a salary. We don't need to spend $400 million to field a good team like the Dodgers. We're seeing teams that can spend only $100 million and field good teams. So we don't need to spend all this money on the players. So yeah, it's gonna get. I'm sure it'll get ugly the further we go. But this is the first steps in the process. The players put out their proposals yesterday. Major League Baseball responded today. And away.
Hey, look, there's nasty Clint Stoerner.
Yeah.
Dude.
Oh, it's fresh, baby.
Oh, it is not.
You ain't ever. Are you really gonna do this, Lopez?
Never worn Andres
Lopez, don't do this.
I haven't done it.
I mean, you're ruining it.
Isn't it crazy how he comes at you
there is no way on God's green earth that you ain't ever pulled that drawer open and realized you ain't got no drawers in there.
Then I go free and easy.
And you got a pair that maybe you just wore to church or something a couple days ago, sitting right there. You ain't picked them up, sniffed them, and thrown them back on.
Nope.
Lopez. How about socks?
I don't remember socks. Maybe socks.
But socks and drawers are completely.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm just seeing how far y'all take it. You take it all the way to T-shirt. He's taking it to socks.
Here's the thing. Like a dress shirt, and this happened to me just this past week, so that's why I remember it. I wore a dress shirt to go out to dinner. We were out about an hour and a half. I put it back on the hanger. It's just an hour and a half on a dress shirt, right?
As well you should,
I showered before dinner, wore it the next day.
Correct.
That's different from underwear.
well, look.
Or a full work shift.
Okay.
And then
look. I think we've got it. Luke, this is such a great idea. This thing's got legs, man. It was crosstalk yesterday. Just birthed this beauty. Lopez. I don't like. I want to be clear here. Now, not to say face because I obviously don't give a damn. But I want to be clear here. If I've got a pair of underwear that are laying on the end of my bed, the bench at the end of my bed or something, I didn't work out in them yesterday. I didn't go all day long and wear those drawers are there. I put them there because they didn't need to be put in the dirty clothes or straight in the washer if I worked out and sweat. So. Clearly, I'm not talking about a dig through the laundry and pull a pair out of the damn laundry bag, stick my nose in it. But If I still got a little hint of laundry detergent, absolutely. If I smell more detergent than I do ass, yeah, we putting them back on, baby.
Catch that, Tyler?
We gonna make it roll. We gonna ride with
Catch that, Tyler?
That's right. Yeah, Tyler was not here for the conversation
Tyler,
yesterday.
Clint will throw back. He will sniff some drawers. If he's towards the end, he's run out of drawers in his drawer. He will then sniff some drawers to see if
that's pretty foul.
They're all right, and then we'll wear them again.
I'll throw them right back on. You bet you. I'll wear a pair of drawers. I'll wear a pair of drawers. Every time, put them right back in my top drawer when I get done.
Luke couldn't go with him. Every time someone says, "No, man, I can't."
I just don't believe it.
John Lopez, are you serious? You've been sitting here telling me you've never.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
There are a lot of people on the text line that went with him.
I don't believe that any of y'all have never put on a pair of drawers that didn't come out of your clean drawer, your clean underwear drawer. Yes. I don't believe it. I will never believe it.
I will go.
You don't have to. I will never believe it.
You don't have to.
Even if it was in an emergency situation in a pinch,
I would just go without drawers. Clint.
That's the point.
Nah.
Yeah, I would just go without
clean
drawers.
shorts or pants and nothing.
Now I will say this, Clint.
There was a
the
day
scenario
when I did a lot of free balling, but later didn't have underwear.
I still won't go with you, and I want to address something because I generally don't put you all in the crosshairs, but I got to address something with Luke.
ITL in the crosshairs, baby.
I like that. Now the scenario that you proposed yesterday, which I think is still different and should not run into things. I still claim you get down to about two, 3 draws. Somebody's got to do a load of laundry.
Exactly. Okay. Sometimes life happens and you don't.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Too much. But the scenario you created of sometimes you'll get up and take a shower, you'll put on some drawers, and you'll walk around for
sit on the
couple
couch,
hours, and
out.
then you'll go and work out. But you say you work out in different clothes.
Yeah. There's a girdle inside my workout shorts.
That scenario has never run into, hey, I'm going to get up, put on some new drawers, and then go take those drawers off to work out in something.
Yeah.
That is, I guess I can understand that, although I would just put on new drawers. But I guess
No.
I guess I could understand
I would
that
smell them to see if they're dirty, and if they are dirty, you throw them away. If they're clean enough, put them back on.
But I think most people just work out in the drawers that they got on.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't typically do that. But there is another scenario where if I've got a pair that I think may or may not be clean, and I'm fixing to go work out, instead of getting one out of the drawer, I'll check them out and go work out in them used ones.
I just can't get to let me sniff these drawers.
Oh, yeah. Put your nose in it, man. You'll be all right.
I wanted to get to Luke, though.
Yeah.
Real quick.
You ever sniffed a G-string? You ever sniffed a thong? Not yours, not a female's. Have you ever sniffed?
I think we understand the difference.
not if we're just talking about like the actual.
Something tells me there's a difference.
There is no difference if we're at the actual act.
I've never owned.
I mean,
the only sniffing of those items I've never had. They weren't for me.
The caveat is, I've smelt other folks' drawers, but just not mine.
Yeah, well, those other draws didn't have penis, but I do want to address something. My man, I cannot relate to this. Hey, my man said sometimes when I'm over at that Whole Foods, man. You know what, man?
That's right.
I go in there and if I'm in the self checkout, man, sometimes I might give myself an avocado in the house. He said I don't run through and swipe everything when I'm doing self checkout because I'm doing all the work. Hold on, Luke.
That's right. Kind of hoping to suppress that a little bit.
Hell no, man.
You avocado thief.
Hold on,
you apple thief.
Hey man, I could never. I feel like they're all watching me every time. When I'm in HEB and them jokers are standing there, I feel like they all watching me. I feel like there's a camera right now. I feel like I got to swipe everything. My man over here with his card trying to figure out which one am I going to bypass. Talk about an avocado in the house. Hell, man, that has never crossed my mind.
You're going to go to jail for stealing an avocado. What's your plan of escape if you get caught?
Oh, my fault.
I just miscounted?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, I've just played dumb, I guess.
Damn,
man. I mean, the easiest ones, like, you might have a bag of 4 avocados. You just punch in 1 out of avocado.
You're stealing 3. You're a thief.
I might.
You're a thief.
Hey, man.
No. I'm an employee. I'm doing the job.
He said, I'm doing the work. So
it's kind of like getting free dinner if you're washing
He said, an avocado in the house. I'm good.
I really didn't want to speak of this ever. But here we are.
No, man. Come on, man.
He's going to get frisked next time he walks into Whole Foods.
I was waiting for knock on the door.
Hey, real
even ass. I mean, of all things, it's still an avocado.
That was just hold on. That's the only thing that he's told us that he did not run through. I think he's escaped a tomato. I think
no doubt. Grapefruit,
bacon bits.
Bacon bits.
I just want to know. I want to know off air how big you go.
You think it's different to just to snake an avocado than to get like a soda off out of the shelf or something? Is there a difference, or you just?
I don't think there's a difference. It's usually the cheapest item though that I would let fly.
I tell you what, man.
And never at a mom and pop.
I never viewed you as being a thief.
It's not. It's. He said, "I'm doing the work." He's tipping himself. He's giving yourself a tip.
Exactly.
Man. Yeah. I ain't never thought about that, Lopez. Hey man, I feel like there's cameras every time.
You gotta exaggerate that you're scanning.
If I ever get arrested, y'all, it's gonna be robbing a bank. It ain't gonna be stealing an avocado from Whole Foods.
You bring up a good point.
Big bang.
There is a line. They're like, where do you okay, that's too much?
Yeah. No, there's not.
No,
you
I'm
just
saying,
check out.
Once you commit.
You check everything out.
Of course, but once you commit, he said avocado good. What's bad?
But I'll be honest with you. I feel a little different on the story if he went ahead and scooped up an avocado for himself, or he just let that bag of pellets that he ran through and just kept that on the cart and didn't hit them pellets for $25. I feel a little different than that avocado.
Hey, did y'all know you can roll right out of Whole Foods with a $25 bag of pellets on your cart if you want to?
I'm telling you, if he went over there and got 8 paper towels and he just bypassed them paper towels, that feel a little different than
avocado.
Faking up that avocado.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. They're not going to say anything over an avocado.
Well, it's not whether somebody says anything or not, Luke. You're a damn thief. You got a conscience? You got a conscience?
Said I'm doing the
As
work.
the text line said, it's the employee discount.
He is justifying that stuff to himself. And that boy said avocado.
Wow. That's what old Jameis Winston tried that. Jameis Winston tried that employee discount.
That's true.
Didn't work out real well for him.
Lobster.
Still following him.
Hey, he tried to bury that confession talking about that damn pizza.
That pizza's real good.
Yeah, also, by the way, when I'm in the self-checkout, I run out there and avocado on it.
Yes, that's right. I might go to the food bar, grab a few olives, too, walk around the store. Why not? Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing.
Oh, man, that's good. That's good.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. I got to get out of here before
get arrested.
Yeah, before I get in trouble. The Drive is now live.
That's right. The Drive is live.
24 Greenway Plaza. He's driving a 98 Chevy stepside extended cab.
98 Chevy stepside.
With Kentucky plates.
Hey, Clint, we got to build on something that they were also talking about. And Lopez peeped it out as soon as they played CJ. C.J. Stroud spoke today.
Yeah.
And boy, did he speak. And he is now making me backpedal a little bit on some things that I thought that was happening. I thought that the Texans and C.J. Stroud and David Mulligetta were under an understanding and had a conversation. The way C.J. Stroud dismounted that presser today, I don't know if I believe that they've had this said conversation. So if you missed that, we are going to let you hear that in just a second. But Tyler is back, and it feels like that beard is really coming in.
Yes, sir. How we doing, boys?
There is no way Megan has not said anything about that. Really?
She hasn't.
I think she's changed her heart then. I think she likes it.
You just came back from a little 4-day vacay, man.
Yeah, I think
I tickled her a bit, man. That's, you got the go-ahead, man.
Okay.
I think the frequent barber trips to keep it, shaped up and everything, cleaned up as I grow it out, I think that's distracting her, but she hasn't said anything.
Yeah, it's coming in thick now.
I mean there is
it's coming.
Tyler, there is. I'm gonna be honest. I'm looking at you right now. I've told you this before. I've always viewed your beard as more on the lumberjack side.
That's fair.
And
Absolutely.
what you got going on right now with that thing cleaned up, I could see where your beautiful wife would either not realize that you're not lumberjacking, or she would just actually lean into it and like it. It's lined up well. It's cleaned up. The neck's cleaned. That's nice. That's a good look, man.
Thank you, sir.
It's a good look. It's starting to take that shape on that little point on the chin too. Starting to get long enough on the chin.
I just want him to come and fade it down a little bit right.
It's coming. It's coming.
Really,
it's
but
coming.
not take out, but just
Look,
fade it down.
he got one. He keeps a dirty bay fade. Now he's going fade. He'll turn it down. He'll turn it down once he gets it rolling.
Yeah, trying to get the length right now on the beard, and then we'll work in the rest of the beauty of it.
You got that good dark hair with that light skin too. You got the lineup is going to show. I'm jealous.
It's a journey.
I'm jealous. The red and gray on my pale skin doesn't really show the line like that does. That dark hair is a nice line, real nice line.
I got to enjoy while I can. It's going white quick.
That's all right. You sprinkle a little. Ron's got a little sprinkle of gray in there.
Oh yeah, I'm just letting it ride, baby. I got some.
I was trying to zoom in on a picture from this weekend of Ron's golf game, and I was trying to follow a ball he hit via the picture because we never found it. And I was zooming in. When I swiped it over a little bit, I got zoomed in right on Ron's chin. Got some grays in there, bub.
Oh, I know it. Yeah, I'm gonna let it ride, baby.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm not dying
it. Little salt in that pepper. I like it.
I'm not dying it at all. Yeah, I like it coming in. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I like it. All right. The drive is live, and we are back in full force. Shout out to Mid-C, a.k.a. Old Sea Bass. We enjoyed Colin coming in, holding it down.
Oh, Shelter C.
Shelter C, man. We found out that he has never flown commercial. Tyler, he's never flown.
Never been on a plane?
Well, he's been on a plane with Sam Houston State. Charter. But he has never.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yep. Yep, that's Shelter C, but we enjoyed him. He held it down, but good to have our guy back, T-Mill from vacation. And look, OTA started today. We heard from a lot of the big guns, and including C.J. Stroud. You'll hear from some D'Amico too, but C.J. Stroud had several things to say, especially. The end of his presser really jumped out big time, Clint. Here's C.J. Stroud speaking today at the presser.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge, so, I'm whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
So he was hit with, Clint. Hey, Will Anderson got a new deal. We're seeing Nico got new money. Aziz, a lot of guys got new deals. You're up for the contract to get a new deal after year 3. Are you? Is that something that's front of mind? And my man said, maybe let the agent handle it. And if it's time to go, it's time to go. I play football, but he said I feel like I've held up my end of the bargain. I think that's what he meant to say.
That's
right?
what he was trying to say.
That's what he meant to say, but we got it. I held up my end of the bargain, and I'm excited to be a Texan this year, and we'll go from there. See, Clint, I was under the understanding because showing up to everything, and he seemed to be in, and hell, even at practice today before we heard from him, he's dancing around with D'Amico and stuff. Him and Graham Mertz, for some reason, got a handshake. Like he seems to be all in, and maybe he is. But Clint, that didn't sound like they were on an understanding of, yeah, man, I'm not getting paid this year. Now that sounded like when it has to happen, it has to happen.
Yeah.
And so I had assumed, fellas, that this had been kind of squashed and not a non-story. It still very well may have nothing to come of it, but it is clear. C.J. Stroud believes he has done what he needs to do, and I'm with him, to get a contract extension like everybody else did. And he didn't just say, oh, no, I shut the door. Like he said, I'm excited to be a Texan this year, and we'll let my agent handle it. And his agent is aggressive. And so that was something that really jumped out.
Well done, C.J. Stroud. Well done.
You like it?
I absolutely love it. I mean, the whole thing, the entire press conference from C.J. Stroud, I thought was spot on. And I'll tell you this, I thought he bowed his neck in a professional manner. I thought he had a spine in a professional manner. I thought that. I thought the messaging was really clear of where he stands and kind of how he views the future, and he did it all in an extremely professional manner. That was the dismount, which I thought was beautifully done. To your point, my man simply says, look, I feel like I held up my end of the bargain. I'm going to let my agent work this thing out. And then he took the play out of Nick Casario's playbook.
Yeah, he did.
Right? He took the call out of Nick Casario's playbook and said, look, I'm looking forward to being a Texans quarterback this season. And walked off. I thought it was. I thought it was
he
so
did. He
well
dropped
done.
the mic on that, didn't he?
Absolutely, absolutely. I thought it was so well done. You could tell him and David Mulugeta obviously have discussed how they're which makes perfect sense. They've discussed how they're going to handle this in the media, and I think you have options. At this point in time, given the position that he's been put in, I think the quarterback has options. I think when you're wired the way C.J. Stroud is, I expected him to be more good soldier and just avoid it and kind of be uncomfortable with it and not really address it. I thought it was great. I thought it was big backbone. I thought it was I know who I am. And we'll see after this season what happens. I thought it was so well done. I can be a big fan of this cat now. This CJ Stroud, hey, it starts with that haircut and that ball cap, clean boy, clean. I like it. And then the way he handled that, come on, man, that was big time.
Do you? And obviously you like the way he handled it, because I would say going into today before his press conference, thought, all right, man, the Texans and CJ have an understanding, and I people have Lopez has asked us this. Multiple people have. Do you think there's going to be any issue with them contract wise? I was like, no, they seem to have an understanding. Does this change your thought process hearing the way? Because the way he described that, it is not clear that he is accepting of. I am not. It's not my time to get a contract. No, he believes. He has done what he's. Do you sense at all that this could be something? This could be.
Well, no, I think it's transparent. I think it's obvious. I mean, yeah, there's been a conversation. I don't know if it was a conversation, but there has been a reason given to why he doesn't have a contract yet, and I think in that meeting or in that conversation or in that communication, however it took place, I think it's very clear that D'Amico, and probably more so Nick than D'Amico, but definitely Nick, has said, we're going to get through this season. You're going to be the quarterback for one more season. They've made it a point, and I think he's reiterating the point that they've made to him is, hey, man, we're going to do this thing for one more year for sure, and we'll see what happens beyond that. I think that message has been relayed very clearly. Now, did it come from David Mulugeta, or did it come from the Texans, or did it what is the who initiated the conversation, who's steering the ship? I don't know, but I just love it's something beautiful, Ron, about not being an asshole. I can't say that.
No, you can't.
I can't say the H part of that. There's something about.
Did I beat you? I got there.
I don't know, but
there's something about not being an a-hole. How about that? Is that better?
There you go.
And not being a child, right? And not being deflective. There's something about standing up there with your chest, acknowledging that this is a difficult question and it's going to be a difficult topic that's discussed, and he's probably going to be asked to repeat it over and over again. There's something about standing up there and confidently knowing what you're going to say, communicating that message, and not worrying about what Nick thinks or what D'Amico thinks or what. No, this is just the reality. And there's something about that to me. That's kind of the piece for me that CJ's been missing. Not necessarily, and this is obviously a one-off, but just in general, that's the piece that I think CJ is missing, is just the ability to just confidently communicate, hey, man, if y'all want me for one more year, you don't want to commit to me long term, cool. We'll see what happens in a year. Not just to kind of hawing around. And I love the CJ Stroud we got today on several fronts. That's obviously the biggest one with the dismount over the contract, but several fronts.
Yeah, a lot of people making comments here. We'll get to some of the things people are saying that they like what CJ did. Some people don't like what he did. We'll get to that. Also, we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans as he talked about where he this is this year compared to where they were last year and how much of a help that potentially could be for this season. We'll discuss all of that. Texans OTAs, baby. CJ's out here showing his ass. And Clint saying, "A-hole."
God bless, brother.
What's the position the OG will be watching closer? The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, there's some people on the text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well, commenting on this. On YouTube, our guy Cornbread, frequent listener, he said it's called leadership, people being professional and still coming to work and being an example for his team. On YouTube, on the text line, as some people are jumping in with their thoughts on CJ. So you're cool with what he is saying and what he and how he said it. I'm good with it, but he's got to play better in the playoffs, and then they'll give him a contract. Well, yeah, clearly, I mean, he's accepted what's happening. And yeah, we know he's got to play better in the playoffs. But I think he certainly has a great case to feel, as he was saying, that he's done his end of the bargain. I think he certainly has a case presented that he can present, and David Mulugeta, that he deserves a contract based on everything he has done in the history of what happens at that position. But yeah, hell yeah, he's got to play better. He's got to play better.
Well, he's got to play better. None of it matters, right? Yeah. I mean, ultimately, none of it matters. I think that's the truth. I think D'Amico Ryan he spoke about Will Anderson and about how Will Anderson at practice, he's not afraid to call guys up and tell them, hey, that's a crappy practice. We got to start this thing over. Like, I don't think CJ's ever going to be that guy, right? I don't think I don't think that is the case, right? But what CJ has to do, right? And this is an outsider's view. Take it for what it's worth. But there has to be. You got to have a backbone, man. You got to have a spine. You can't let people just push you around. And in this instance, we're talking about sports, right? We're talking about the contract. He cannot. I don't care whether you deserve it or doesn't. You can't sit up there and let people. Oh well, he's our quarterback for one more year. And then you get up there and you go, I'm just thankful. I just thank the Lord that I got another year here. I'm just so thankful to be a part of this team. Like at some point, CJ Stroud has to put his foot down and be like, yeah, we'll see what happens in a year. Damn it, right? There's got. I mean, I'm saying it from a point of like, if you're going to be a leader of men in a huddle in a locker room, at some point you got to be that dude. At some point. Even if it's just for yourself, even if it's about a contract, you've got to be that dude that at some point stands up to the machine and says, no, man, yeah, I think I've held up my end of the bargain. You know what? It didn't end well, but I've held up my end of the bargain. And, hey, maybe you can say, hey, I understand where y'all are at right now, but damn it, I held up my end of the bargain. I feel like I've been slighted. But, hey, I got one more year as a Texans quarterback. We'll see what happens. Like that, to me, that you got to be that guy. And maybe it's hey, he's been young the first 3 years and now he's kind of growing into it. Maybe the contract thing has pissed him off enough to where he bows his neck a bit, but you got to be able to bow your neck, right? You can't be everybody's friend. You can't be a yes man. You can't be a good soldier. You can't be everything starts and ends with I'm thankful to be here and I thank the Lord for the opportunity. Like everything can't be that. And it just, to me, these are the kind of moments with CJ that, and I know I know people want to minimize it, and it seems simple, and it seems like it's not a big deal. I think it is a.
It can be there, but
deal.
You also probably want to just add this in too. You just add it in. Hey, I know what I've done. I deserved it. I deserve it. I know what I've done. All right, and regardless of what it's probably some cats in that locker room like, damn, CJ, man, they ain't pay you. They ain't. Like honest guy, gut feeling. Tyler, jump in on this too. Gut feeling. Do you think the Texans have even presented him an offer?
I don't think an actual offer has been presented, no. I think there might be some sort of understanding with Mulugeta that's been spoken, like, hey, perform this year, do what we're expecting this year, and you don't even think, that's what I'm saying. So you don't think there's probably a number. Like there hasn't even been like, hey man,
maybe we could do an extension at 50 per.
I don't think so.
You don't even think there's That's why, for him, again, you sit there. This is a guy talking about. I feel like I've held up my end of the bargain, and damn it, y'all didn't even slide me nothing.
Yeah.
Not even.
Well, even if there was, I don't think it was a number that C.J. Stroud would even I would venture to say that they would find it disrespectful, even if they did offer. Like Mulugeta would be better off not even telling his client. You know what I mean? That's something that. Yeah.
But I think there is a difference of them even saying, yeah, we would commit. Like, I wonder if they even said we don't even know that we want to even commit with you at a bargain right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we won't even commit with you at a bargain right now. That may be because that could be how he.
Well, you risk the. I mean, CJ. I don't think that they're stupid. I don't think there's some non-negotiables that CJ hasn't shown or just flat out doesn't possess that may be non-negotiables for D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. On and off the field. I think there's probably a couple of things that they would consider non-negotiables, but I don't think they're stupid. I think they understand that there's a chance that if he comes into his own and or maybe they put the right leadership around him, all of a sudden his weaknesses or his voids are minimized and he's able to just go play football, that this kid – talent-wise, has the ability to be one of the best passers of the football in the league. Like, I don't think they're stupid. So I do wonder of, did they sit in the office and go, hey, man, we're better off saying we got to see another year before we offer you $60 million. Is that easier than going, hey, man, we think we want to offer you some of that Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones type of money. We want to offer you that. We give you about 45. You know what I mean? I look at if I were in their shoes, I would rather go say I got to see another year. I need to see you develop before I pay you 55 or 60 than lowballing him. Because if you lowball him, it's over. I got to believe it's over.
But I'm just from his perspective of damn, they didn't even got nothing even on the table of a fault of an extension. They just gave this brother 50 and Will Anderson. They just gave everybody. They didn't even. I'm just talking about from their mind space. I can understand how you're saying they may be going about it. Text line also coming through. Ron and you, I'm guessing Ron, you and the excuse makers, apologists, are the only ones late to the party. The street's been trying to tell you. Get ready for Davis Mills to start this season. And I would say to that, get ready to be in Bill O'Brien Texans. Here comes the general. I mean, he's worse than Matt Schaub. I'm just saying, if now I don't know if you're saying that and to say you think Davis Mills it should be the way they go. I'm just telling you can go ahead and take championship aspirations and flush it down the toilet if Davis Mills is going to be the answer.
D. Mills gets it done!
I've continued to watch that Tampa Bay Buccaneers thing. That's where we are right there. You just keep rolling. Sean King-esque right there. Davis Mills. Just keep rolling. Yeah, that can't be. That can't be it may happen, but your chances of being able to compete for a championship drop to me in a major fashion with Davis Mills as the quarterback. So, hell, that may be it. That may be something that happens. But I don't know. Overall, though, are you surprised from the vibes he's given?
CJ?
Because he's given. Clint, absolutely. He's given it feels like if you watch the video, he feels like, hey,
yeah,
it's almost like, hey, y'all all know there's a chance that I could be picked. Oh, baby, I'm good, baby. Yeah. I'm good.
No, look, there's this is where I think it pays to cover the team on a daily basis. Obviously, I think if I were a national guy and just watching all quarterbacks and dipping my toe in the water every now and then in Houston, I would have heard that and been like, yeah, it's good, man. Starting quarterback, that's right. Going to the fourth year, that's what you ought to. That's the attitude you ought to have. There's so much more to it than that. And if you're covering this team on a daily basis and you're covering this team honestly, you're not buddies, you're trying to be friends with everybody, or you're not fans of everybody. Like if you're just covering it honestly and listening, there is there's clearly more to that story than just, hey, man, year 4, yeah, man, developing into a mature veteran quarterback. No, there's a little something there, and it's good to see it from CJ, man. I'm proud of him. That's big time.
Yeah, we're hoping to see CJ develop into the star that we've seen him to be and we think he can be, but there is no hoping with Yordan Alvarez. that dude is a star, and he had an MVP-esque moment yesterday. Even though they're 7 games under 500, he had an MVP moment, and I just don't know what Skip Schumacher was thinking. I really don't at all. We have got to relive Yordan Alvarez as he single-handedly beat the Texas Rangers last night. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Jordan. Payne and Pendergast.
DrCool.com. You've got box fans on everywhere. Everyone in the house is in their underwear. DrCool.com. Yep. DrCool.com. It's cool. Ice pack on your head to stay cooled down. Sweating so much you've lost 6 pounds. Yeah. DrCool.com. All right. DrCool.com. That's cool. 24 hours, 7 days a week. Experience text to fix your AC. DrCool.com. DrCool.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ball game over. Astros win it 4-3. They continue on this great road trip. After losing 2 out of 3 in Minneapolis, they have now won 5 of their last 6, including 2 out of 3 here in Arlington.
There it is. As the Astros are, as we talked about it earlier this week, they are putting themselves in a space to do what it is they need to do. All right, and that is put themselves in a position where many of these guys that they want and need to get back, the Josh Haders, who could be coming back soon as he is in AAA, Sugar Land, Hunter Brown, obviously the big one. Altuve supposedly was taking swings. They went to that Jose Abreu place to
Florida Gulf Coast,
potentially take some swings.
FGC
is from the Florida Penal League. He's take some swings there. So these guys may be getting back, but they needed to put themselves in a position where it mattered when they got back. And Clint, yesterday, there are, I think, multiple stories and places you can go, but I mean, nothing more than Yordan Alvarez. This guy is insane, Clint. And I want to get to Skip Schumacher because I honest to God, I don't know who the Rangers owner is. I think Jerry Jones should come over and help too, but he should be fined. I'm not going to say the man should be fired his first year. He should be fined. How he allowed Yordan Alvarez to beat them. But this guy, what's he got? 5 home runs in the series, 2 last night, including that one in the 8th inning that gave them a lead that they never gave up. As he hit that ball, I mean, he hit 2. I don't even know why Evan Carter's running backwards. He hit 2 that just drove out of the park. He hit another ball that became a single only because he hit it too hard and it bounced off the wall. And the right fielder is playing up against the wall any damn way because he's afraid. That was in baseball. In baseball, and Clint, Tyler, you've watched it. Many of you have watched it. In baseball, it is hard to have the Vince Young moment like Vince Young had against USC, where it's like, damn, sorry. It's hard to have the Johnny Manziel moments where
yeah, it's a great example. Much better.
Sorry, Clint. It is hard to have the Cody Dick moments where you just get a guy that just takes over the game. It's a former Arkansas quarterback, guys. Casey, damn it. I thought I had it. Cody Dick's good too.
I was wondering. I didn't know if that was the old Arkansas quarterback or if that was old boy that plays Grady. I didn't know where you were going with it.
Dick, not Grady. Casey Dick. No, I mean it's hard to have that in baseball, but he just took over. He just took over the game.
Yeah,
and he only hits. You can kiss my ass with the MVP has to play in the field, and he only hits. Like it was insane what he was able to do.
Well, he's just putting on a clinic, man, because it's a lot of these times you watch these guys that hit, bombs, or they're always barreling it up, and you wonder, like, boy, how can y'all just keep making mistakes to these guys? Like, you just keep pitching in their wheelhouse. I mean, it is clear watching him, right, that it's like you mentioned the manager for the Texans, for the Rangers. The 3-0 pitch that he hit out, the second one I think it was to dead center. He was like, man, the plan was to not give him anything to hit. The plan was to, hey, if you walk him, no big deal. He said it was a great pitch given the plan.
No, it was not.
But I mean, and I'm paraphrasing. I mean, like, it was a great pitch given what they were trying to do. He said that guy went down there and got a pitch and somehow hit it out of the park at 110 miles per hour, wherever the hell it was. Like, it was the only. Where I'm going with, it's an opposing manager saying the only approach when this guy's hot and he's swinging it the way he's swinging it right now, Yordan Alvarez, the only approach with Yordan Alvarez is to stand up and have your pitcher, old school, your catcher put his hand out and intentionally walk him by throwing balls so far outside off the plate that he can't get a barrel on.
You don't even have to do that now. You can just walk.
You can just walk him. Yeah, I want him to stand up and hold that hand out.
That last at bat he had, Clint, he didn't even make it to the box. They had already sent his ass down.
Yeah, the last time I saw that, he went down there and he was laughing with the first base coach. Yeah. But yeah, like The truth of the matter is like there's no reason, especially in the second half of games where it's a close ball game, like there's no reason to even let him step into the box. Like literally just point your hand to first base and let him go. Because the thought of like, yeah, we'll throw some pitches and see if we can get ahead of him, maybe think maybe we can get him to chase something. That's as dangerous as it is with any hitter in baseball today.
Yeah, because first off, for Skip, you're a liar, Skip. That ball was on the plate. That ball, it was a sweeper that did not sweep all the way off the plate. It was a sweeper. Like he barreled it and got his arms extended and hit it to straightaway center. It was not reaching. And we know Yordan and his eye at the plate, especially when he's hot. Yes, he had the green light, obviously, at 3-0, but it was a pitch that was hittable that you should have just held at 2-0. You should have pointed him down there. I wouldn't, like, we talked about this in the playoffs when he got real hot, when Scott Service's dumb ass kept – Scott is not a dumb person, but Scott was really dumb during that round of the playoffs where he just continued to let Yordan win. And we were like, it doesn't matter. If it is a one-run game or a tie game and he comes to the plate, he's in scoring position.
No question.
He's in scoring. Yesterday, 8th inning, 2-2. He comes to the plate, nobody on. I know. He's in scoring position. Especially, yes, Christian Walker is swinging a hot bat this year. Okay. But after him, it's Trammell. I don't care how many hits he had coming up into that point. I'd rather deal with Trammell and his two hits. All right, he laid down a hell of a bunt that caused him to throw the ball way around.
Small ball strikes again, boys.
But I'm taking. But we know Trammell, Shoemake, Cam Smith. That's lurking. Well, I'd rather deal with those guys than this. Why would you even?
If Walker and Trammell get me, my job's not on the line. If Alvarez continues to get me, people are questioning what the hell I'm doing.
If Alvarez gets me 3-0 and hits a ball out of the ballpark, I got like Jerry Jones, Mark Cuban, anybody associated with Arlington, Dallas sports, he should be fined. That was absolutely ridiculous. It was ridiculous that he let him pitch.
Yeah.
That they let him pitch.
Yeah, I'm an extremist when it comes to that. Like I'd be tempted to walk his ass in the first inning. You ain't finna get off to a big start for me.
Are you gonna walk him in first?
Damn sure if a pitcher gets to 3-0. Yes, I mean, damn sure if that first pitch you don't have doesn't have him fooled, and I can't see like, oh, maybe we got the best of him. Yeah, we're not going to get through throwing something to the plate. That's for damn sure. But again, I just think the bigger point. We all know how great of a hitter he is. I think the bigger point is this dude's just on a different planet. I mean, he hits good pitches that may be out of the strike zone, out of the park, effortlessly. Like the frequency of which he barrels up baseballs, which I think is the hardest thing to do in all of sports, is hit a baseball that's coming at you anywhere from 80 to 105 miles an hour and might be falling off a ledge half the time. To barrel that thing up at the rate that he barrels it up and then hits it as far as he hits it as often as he does is wild.
No, it is. And that's the thing that really separates him, and we've talked about this over the years, Clinton Tyler on this show, is unlike – this is going to be all over Tyler. Unlike, guys like Aaron Judge and Shohei at times, like it's like it increases in the big moment for him. Like his ability increases when – late innings and the game is tied or they need a big hit. Like he comes through far more than even other great players around him. It's crazy, and he's not getting a lot of pitches to work with because most are trying to.
Well, I think don't you think that he and Tyler, this is a good point. Maybe for a full segment. It's exactly like the Astros over the last 12 years or however long it's been, 10 years, 12 years, I don't know. It's been a while. But when you look back at those teams, you can say that same thing. Now, obviously a different hitter, but you can say that same thing about Springer. You can say the same thing about Carlos Correa. You can say the same thing about Altuve. Like Alvarez is I guess he's not the last man standing. He is right now because Altuve and Correa are hurt. But like he's got that with the power, obviously to a different level, but he's got that clutch gene, to your point, Ron, of where in the big moments, it's like you don't even think about the worst. You think about him hitting a bomb and changing the game every single time.
Yeah, man. Like, obviously in the World Series, he flipped that thing upside down.
Yeah.
With that, like
Where were we at? We were at Buffalo. No, we were at Twin Peaks. Were we at Twin Peaks?
No, that one I was in the midst of driving to Little Woodrow's because that was the clincher.
That was the clincher.
I was in it. Yeah.
Who hit the bomb at Twin Peaks when we were in?
It was him. It was the Seattle series.
Yes. Yeah, early. Yeah,
Again, yeah. And then he's sitting there. There's a video on IG when I just lost my mind later on in the series when Scott Service just allowed him to do it to him again. And I do. Clinton Tyler knows this. Even if it serves my team, I just get really annoyed with just stupid decisions. Just stupid decisions. 3-0. He threw that pitch up there like, first off, it should have been taken out of his hands. Take a walk. But he threw that pitch as if he was trying to like get back into the count.
Let me crawl back in his.
All right, let's say he does take it. What, you want to get to 3-1 with him? Like what? It is man. It is well. Someone texted in. This has to be a troll job, right? Tyler, what has Jock Peterson done this series? Yesterday, too. Come on, guys. Jordan ain't curing cancer. Here y'all go again. Jordan hand's about to start hurting after this series is over.
He's the best hitter in baseball, dude. What are you doing?
Jock comparing him to Jock Peterson.
Jock's got a great name and had a good little game.
He's got a good run.
Go back under your bridge, troll friend.
If this is not a troll job and this is how this person really is, I bet he gets on his friends' nerves
a lot.
And they probably don't. And they probably don't say it to his face, but they talk about him
as soon as he leaves.
They talk about, oh my God, man! You see Craig?
I didn't think he was ever going to leave.
Oh my God, Craig! Here he goes again, complaining about this.
He's the friend that when another friend texts you and is like, "Hey, some of us are going to get some beers, man. Let's meet up here." You're like, "Well, so and so going to be there?" Oh, I'm out.
Hey, Craig. Craig, did you just put Jock Peterson in the same category with Jordan Alvarez? I know it was just a conversation's sake, but did you just do that? Craig, take your punk ass.
I don't take tequila shots. I just take whiskey. Why take? Never drive.
Craig,
always try to get picked up. Never ready when it's time.
Sounds like you got a Craig in your world back in the day.
I'm combining friends.
Combining a couple guys.
This person has to be a troll. Jock Peterson, dude. His hand's gonna be hurting.
Had him a good game now.
Get out of here, man. No, man. That boy Jordan is something else. All right, coming up, D'Amico Ryans. He speaks about two players. If they are right, if they are themselves, could really be game changers for the Texans. And the big, I don't know, free agent, but a big acquisition that the Texans got this year. What should we expect from him? We'll discuss all that coming up next. Oh, it's 3:00.
Just how Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Berlin Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are in full effect right here as Clint Stoerner's in the building, Tyler Milner is in the building, and he is back from vacation, full beard.
The Drive is live.
Out there on the West Coast. Did you ever get used to the time change?
Yeah, that's not that didn't bother me or affect me too much.
I kind of like it. There is something like everything is like done at like 6 or 7. And then you can kind of roll on and do your stuff. I kind of like it a little bit.
Yeah, I guess I did too. It was a little weird to look up when I was at dinner the last night. We were over there in California and see the time it was and that the NBA playoffs were going on. I kind of had to do a double take, like.
Yeah. Right, yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. But welcome back. He is back in the building with us from the text line. Ocho, I not understand how you're so down on Davis Mills, who was more than competent, yet you're extremely high on shell-shocked C.J. Stroud. I mean, listen, I'm not extremely high on him. I'm just being honest about this is about trying to win a championship, I would think, and I just think you're to me much more limited with Davis Mills with Davis Mills than you are with C.J. Stroud. And I mean, I think the totality of their careers has shown that. And I would say Ocho, he was competent. He came in and played really good backup quarterback ball, pretty good backup quarterback ball. I would urge you to go look at his numbers they may surprise you. Like he didn't go out here and just light this sucker up. This wasn't Kurt Warner, where he came in and you just couldn't sit him down. I just to me, I think your chances to win big are much bigger with C.J. Stroud, especially if C.J. Stroud is right, than Davis Mills if Davis Mills is right. I think he's a good backup. But yeah, I mean, I'm not. I don't know. I feel like that one is an obvious one there. All right, Clint. Two guys that I think the Texans and Texans fans hope can be helped make impacts similar to when they were healthy, but it has been a while since we've been able to see them on the field. They are guys that have playmaking ability and have shown to be playmakers at times in their Texans career, but obviously have been injured the last couple of years. There's Brevin Jordan and Tank Dell. Here is the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, speaking on those two and where they are right now as they start OTAs.
Brevin's out. He's rolling, doing a great job, back to where he's been, always here, big smile on his face, excited to practice. We're easing him back in. He had a really big play yesterday on a choice route. He got to the proper depth, broke one of our safeties off, and had a really nice play. So, I mean, it was exciting, right, to see him just back on the field. We know how devastating it was for him to go down, and to see him back working is very encouraging. I'm proud of the work that he's put in. Tank is still working off on the side. When that time is, set for him to be back, he'll be back out there.
All right, that's an update on Brevin Jordan and Tank Dell. Brevin Jordan's on the field, Clint, and he is playing and in that tight end room. And then Tank Dell, they're obviously taking their time with him making progress from that knee injury he suffered in 2024. So it looks like obviously those two guys are on two different spaces and schedules right now, but
Those are two guys, Clint, that could change how this offense feels and looks if they can get back to where they were.
Yeah, look, I think there's four guys that we don't know of, and know whether it's because we're just never seen it. I think there's four guys that could change the dynamic of this offense if the offensive play caller and this offensive staff choose to use them in creative ways, in ways that is going to allow them to get specialty touches and packages, whether that's in the red zone or between the 20s or in no huddle, whatever it may be. There's four guys on this offense. You got Woody Marks, right? And you got Jalen Noel. Those two are healthy young guys that you're like, okay, we hadn't quite seen them do it yet, but we think based off of what they did in college and what we saw a little bit in OTAs, what we see in special teams from one guy, what we saw a little bit last year from Woody Marks, like those two guys can be used in exotic, creative ways and give this offense a boost that I think is much needed, right? The other two are the guys that you just played D'Amico speaking on right there, Brevin Jordan and Tank Dell. Now, these guys are both luxuries. We can't look at these guys and say, yeah, these guys are going to help us this year. They're both luxuries. I mean, they've been injured multiple times, and they've been injured in like brutal ways. Like we literally had to worry about, had to listen to people talk about how distraught guys were when Brevin Jordan got hurt. We saw how distraught guys were when Tank Dell got hurt. These injuries aren't just your run-of-the-mill, yeah, okay, he tore this knee up a little. These guys had some brutal injuries, and they survive, or they thrive, hopefully, off of twitch and explosion and speed, right? So we'll see if these guys get back to who they once were.
To that, they've both had multiple season-ending injuries, right? Tank had the broken leg before, and Brevin has had the knee problems before. Yeah. So this is this isn't like their first injury. Right? Yeah. They've had multiple injuries to go along. As you said, their game is predicated on speed.
Just not only do these guys have to get back healthy and join that four-horse race with Woody Marks and Noel, not only do those guys have to all be healthy and available to play, but the offensive coordinator is going to have to find a way to use them in packages. They're going to have to find a way to use them throughout a game plan, every game plan too. Not this crap of well this week this is what we want to do, and next week these guys that they should be a small part, at least a small part, right? Tank Dell, you can argue, needs to be an outside receiver, and if Tank Dell is what everybody thinks he is, and he's back to who he once was, then you can move Higgins over there behind Nico and give Nico a little rest from time to time and kind of load manage him if you want to. If Tank is back to who people think he is going to be, if he's back to who we once saw him being. But these guys, at the very least, there's going to have to be a special effort made to get them on the field and get them creative touches, right? Are they willing to do it? This offensive staff, are they capable and or willing to get that done? You got four different guys on this offense that can change the dynamic of this offense and would change the dynamic of an offense with an offensive coordinator that you knew had the ability, right? Will that happen in Houston? Yeah. That's the key. I know we're talking about Brevin Jordan, Tank Dell, their health, they're back. I'm excited about both of them being back. I think they're very, very valuable weapons. Neither one of those guys, if you're banking on either one of those guys to have an impact on what this team is trying to be and what they are trying to have carry them beyond the second round of the playoffs. Like, if you think Tank Dell's going to come in here and help them run the football, you're crazy. If you think Brevin Jordan's going to come in here and help them run the football, you're crazy. Like, they are hell bent on, they are all chips to the middle of the table on running the football. These guys are luxuries, and there's got to be packages built around them to get them touches. We'll see if they can get all of the above done in a season if they can stay healthy.
Yeah, and they're going to be ones to watch. But again, it is a good sign that Brevin Jordan is already on the field, and we'll see how long it is with Tank Dell. Obviously, just to again allow you to understand what we're talking about, why we've been serious about. Well, it's just hard to even put Tank Dell in the, well, you got Tank Dell and he'll do this. Brevin Jordan's injury was months months after Tank Dale's.
Yeah.
And Tank, they're still not ready to put him on the field yet.
Chief, Pat Mahomes is participating in Chiefs OTAs.
Yeah, he is.
I'm not saying he's getting hit. I'm not saying, but with his teammates.
Elements, he's running.
Tank Dale is still on the side. Right? I mean, what are we talking about? Like that's. I mean, I hope Tank is back, and I hope he's part of who he is. But if I see one more image about the rebuild of this offense and the support staff around, or the supporting group around C.J. Stroud, and it has the formerly number 3, I guess number 1 now on there, I'm gonna go crazy.
Yeah, it's just again to show how serious that injury is and how much they're taking their time with him. He is still not ready to go out there, and they're not hitting either. They're just running routes. He's still not ready to go and do that. All right, you talked about guys to impact this offense. Somebody they're going to definitely need to impact this offense is David Montgomery, and he spoke on NFL Network, and this is him talking about how he's excited about the opportunity to be here with the Texans and excited about what it is that he may be able to do here.
Most excited about kind of to showcase like my other abilities elsewhere on the field, on the side of the ball. So, Coach Cayley let me know every day, like, it's on. Like, you here now, it's time to go. And, I'm excited for that opportunity and be able to take full advantage of it so I can help this team and help us get to the Super Bowl like we gonna do. Army Swiss Knife.
There he is, as he talked about being able to show some of the things that we haven't really seen that he has the ability to do. And I'd like for the people to jump in on this as you always do. 713-246-10 on the text line, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. What should we expect from David Montgomery, Clint? And that's the thought here. And we kind of talked a little bit about things the last couple of days when you think this is a completely different situation. And the Texans have, what it appears, have upgraded some parts on their offense. But it is still a completely different situation that he was in over the last 3 years in Detroit. And last year he played all 17 games, had 158 carries. Obviously, I wouldn't even say split. I would think Jahmyr Gibbs got the majority of the carries. But he ran for 716 yards, 8 touchdowns, 42 yards a game, 24 catches, 192, no touchdowns receiving. The role you will think will be bigger, but also last year this was an offense that was 4th in points. This was an offense that was 3rd in total offense. Their offensive line was one of the highest rated ones over the last 3 years that he has been there. They had 2,000-yard receivers in St. Brown and Williams. They had Gibbs, the other back. They had Sam Laporta, as we talked about. This was a team that was led by its offense and led by running the football and passing the football. Well, everything complemented everything. You couldn't just focus on one thing. And his quarterback, threw for a ton of yards as well. That's different than what's here. He is coming here, and it would appear like, no, that's number one thing you got to stop. And it is a thought of what should we expect for him? What will he actually look like when he comes here in this system with this group?
Yeah, look, what David Montgomery's talking about, wanting to showcase this or that, no, man, I just need you.
I figured that would hit you.
I just need David Montgomery to be, the running back that he was in Detroit. I need you to be the downhill guy between the tackles. I need you to be the guy that go get the hard yard. I need you to be the guy that can punish defenses, and in the fourth quarter they feel that we don't. I need you to be the alpha leader in that huddle, similar to what Joe Mixon was when he was here. I don't think we're going to see all of a sudden some, how many catches you say he had? 24 catches.
Yeah.
I don't think all of a sudden we're going to see a back that's got 4 or 5 catches a game and is real explosive and dynamic in the pass game. Now we just need David Montgomery to be the David Montgomery that we all know is in there and what we've seen before behind this offensive line. But you're exactly right, Ron. That is extreme. You're talking about Ben Johnson, one of the best play callers in the game, if not the best at this point in time. Definitely in that conversation, top 3. I would say top 3 or 5. All the supporting cast that you just mentioned, great offensive line, and he put up good numbers. I'm not saying he can or he can't here in Houston. I'm saying it's going to look different. It ain't going to be what he's used to. It's not going to be as well-oiled a machine as it was in Detroit, especially in his better years. You mentioned the last 3 years. I'd say last year, as you mentioned, his numbers have slipped a little bit. Two and 3 years ago, he was special with Gibbs now. I think it's going to be a little more. It's going to be a little tougher treading here in Houston than it was in Detroit.
I just wonder where he was on the list in terms of a defense of game plan all week long. Like if DeMeco, when 2 years ago when they played the Lions here, I wonder where he was on the list of when DeMeco and Matt Burke put together a game plan of, all right, he is somebody like on the list of like in order of like he's the guy we got to stop. I would think Gibbs was probably up there number one. St. Brown, we can't let beat us. Maybe he was third.
I think it depends on how your defense is built. But to your point, I think when you're game planning defensively for the Detroit Lions, I think he's probably fourth or fifth on the list. Both of the wide receivers and the other running back were 1 through 3. And then you can argue the tight end who got to be better and better as he's gone along. Laporta, is it Laporta? He is really, really good. I think they got significantly easier to defend when David Montgomery was on the field, unless you had a problem with downhill running physicality and you couldn't stop that. Then that's when David Montgomery ate, which is exactly what Houston wants to do. I don't playmaker. Guy that threatens a defense in an explosive manner. I don't think he's that. He's definitely your power guy downhill.
Yeah, of course, Montgomery from the text line. Of course, Montgomery will have a different role in Houston. He's expected to save the run game. In Detroit, he was the backup. What I would say to that is there's two folds to that, right? Like now he is the guy that I think because it seems like we have an understanding of what the Texans want to do, that most teams may come into it saying, all right, we got to stop David Montgomery in the run game even before they would say Nico. And we believe Nico is the number one weapon they have, but just because of what it seems like the Texans want to do. And now he goes from, as you said, being the backup as being the focal point to the defense that they need to stop with maybe parts around him, with parts around him that at least right now, before the season starts, aren't up to the level of the parts that were around him that assist you.
Look, when you're a defender, when you're Azeez Al-Shaair and you've got to get people in the right position to defend, and at any point in time they could roll Gibbs out there or Montgomery out there, and you've got to go, all right, they're coming downhill in my face, or hey, I don't even know if I can touch this cat in the phone booth, right? Like that, the strain of having to read and recognize and notice that in itself is a game changer, right? Then you also add on they got Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's an All-Pro, and they got Jameson Williams who can run through the tunnel up there before you can blink. There's a different level of strain when you have all those pieces. Now you take all that strain, or the majority of that strain away, not taking anything away from Nico, but now you've got one guy over there, and you go, okay, boom. We know there's not another running back they're going to put in the game that we're going to go, how are we going to stop Gibbs? David Montgomery's all the focus. The run game is going to be all the focus. So it's definitely a different. The only point is not that it can't be successful, but the point is that it is
different.
It is different because folks are zoned in, keyed in on you instead of having to worry about all these other bells and whistles. Not to mention your play caller created more bells and whistles for the defenders.
Yep.
You're not going to get that here.
All right. At least it doesn't feel that way right now. All right, coming up. Last night, Yordan Alvarez was the big story, but he wasn't, to me, the most important story for the Astros. We'll discuss what that is coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard, y'all. Look, most home sellers get one offer, and that offer is somewhere between low ball and not good enough. And unfortunately, that's a tough spot to be in. I've been there, right? Here's the reality of it is Orchard, they change all that for you, man. Orchard's they got a new program. It's called Orchard Offers.
22. The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
OTAs started today. We'll let you hear from D'Amico, CJ a little bit later on throughout the show. But OTAs started. It feels like this thing is getting real, and we've been discussing and talking about it. And we will continue throughout the show. Speaking of that, Seth Payne is going to join us in studio. You hear him every morning on Payne and Pendergast. He will join us at 4:40 a little bit later on. He was actually out at OTAs today, and we'll get his thoughts. And I'm sure he was watching that group that they've made the most changes to and that is that offensive line. I'm sure he had his eye on that, and we will get his thoughts on what he saw today coming up at 4:40 here on The Drive. But listen, Yordan Alvarez was the big story last night as he continues his onslaught on Major League pitching and was allowed to win that game by Skip Shoemaker. By the way, Tyler, if you're scoring at home, Skip Shoemaker's not going to be able to attend tonight's game. He is going to California for his son's graduation.
That's too bad. In all seriousness, as an Astros fan, you should be upset because of what you're about to lay out. You want him there.
Yeah, you may want Skip there. You know what? Listen, I think Skip should do this, and I am down for Skip, and I support Skip on this. I haven't really heard that one a lot.
Yeah.
Like, baseball manager skipping like games due to important family events.
Boy, the 162 of them, that'd be the place you'd see it. It's hard for me to think that an NFL coach is going to need to miss a Sunday when you got 18 of them all year. 162 games, yeah. I'm with you. Like I said, I think he should do it. I don't know how many kids Tony La Russa has. I just don't get the feeling Tony La Russa is missing a game. Yeah, he missed much. He enjoys being away.
Skipping.
I don't know how many Joe Torre had. I don't think he's bouncing. I just don't remember hearing that a lot. I'm glad these guys are doing it. They should. If Joe Espada had a kid, maybe 8th grade graduation is a little too much, but if had a kid that was graduating, I would hope that he would bounce.
Yeah, I would too.
To it. Yeah. So good for Skip Shoemaker. Terrible last night, but good for Skip Shoemaker. But Yordan was the major story because it's just crazy what he's able to do, tied the major league lead with 19 home runs after he hit 2 and 5 in the series. But Mike Burrows, Clint, may have been the most important story. We talked about Mike, and Mike, he gonna go 6, but there's no telling how much he's gonna give up and how much you're going to be down by. And I ain't going to lie to you, it looked shaky at the start. There were some hard hit balls there.
The first inning was rough.
That first inning,
I thought, good God, he is fixing to get knocked off the mound.
Jake put on a cape and must have busted pad of the seams on the one that he ran straight away to catch. And it looked like it was going to be one of those days. Of course, Jock Peterson, he had to give up a home run, so he did that. But he held it. 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks, and 1 walk. That walk thing has been a bugaboo for him too, Clint. That wasn't just a good game for, hey man, just give us a shot, baby, just give us a chance. Yeah. No, that was like if Hunter Brown came out and pitched a game like that on the road, 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned, you would love. That was big coming off of what we've been seeing from some of the other guys in the rotation, because he's one that concerns you. But Mike Burrows coming in and not only giving the innings, but also holding it down and putting that performance. And I'm glad Yordan was able to hit that home run when he did, because it put him in line to get the win, which he ultimately did. But Burrows, his performance, that was ultimately, I think, the most important story we saw last night.
Yeah, look, I think it was huge. Let's be honest. If Paredes is playing third base, he don't give up a run in the first inning, and his line looks even better. So thanks, appreciate that, Joe. But that's my hack on Joe. But the compliment is that Joe's been telling us. Joe's told us multiple times about Mike Burrows. He's got good stuff. He's got good stuff, man. It's coming. He's got to hang in there with him.
I do like when he finishes his
Mike or Joe?
Mike. When he finishes his rotation on his pitch and that keeps that leg up in the air a little bit on them strikeouts. Yeah. I do like that.
You like that?
He's got his finish.
He's definitely one of those guys that you can see. It's he's got some stuff. It's a difficult track, I would imagine. And the bugaboo for him, really, we talked about it all. We talked about it multiple times this year. The bugaboo for him is the home run. I mean, the home run ball. It's not that they're constantly squaring him up and barreling up pitches. I mean, at the end of the day, most of his problems have come because one swing of the bat, in the 5th or 6th, right before he comes out, usually is the second home run, and that puts him under. So He was able to avoid that last night. I'll be honest with you. I thought after 5 innings, if I was Joe Espada, I'd have pulled him. I wouldn't have gave him the 6th and the 7th and gave him a chance to ruin that good start. But glad he did, because that was a big outing and we needed it. If Mike Burrows can come along and start finishing starts, I mean, that could be.
And that's
good, man.
That's the part is, like, what are some of the issues, major issues this rotation? They don't give innings.
Yeah.
Right? They don't, like, the part of the bullpen's problem is they've had to come in the third. They've had to come in the first, Imai. They've had to come in, early in games.
I think Christian, I think Lance, I think Imai, I think all of them have given up in the first or the second
turn. Yeah. But the one thing that Mike does do, well, there's not one thing. Mike gives up home runs at almost every start. But Mike is an innings eater. Over half his starts, he's going at least 6. I don't know if Joe's saying you're going to have to eat this one several times, but he's got a lot of 6 innings, 4 runs. He's got some 7-inning, 5 runs. He eats up innings, and that is huge for this team. And if he can pitch where he keeps the score down and he's in quality start range and he's eating up those innings, because, I'll be honest, even when Hunter Brown is back, that's the one thing you would look at. Spencer Arrighetti, too, we'll see about him tonight, is if they could go deeper in the games. Like they go 5 and 6 a lot. Like Mike will eat up innings, which is a really big deal for this bullpen and this staff, because I don't know if Imai does that. You don't feel great about Peter Lambert. They get careful with Peter Lambert. After about 5 innings, that could be a key point if he can find a way to keep running.
It'll be huge if any of these guys can. I'm just not going to get too greedy here. I mean, I'm with you. I'd love for him to chew up some innings. I'd love for him to keep 6 runs off the board in 3
6
innings.
Runs, yeah. Like if he can start pairing these 6 and 7 inning starts with 3 runs,
it'd be nice.
That'd be big. Like we say it, man. He gonna. I don't know Tyler. I don't know how much Tyler bets. How many outs? A guy like Mike Burrows will record when he goes and bets. Mike is good to get you. If there's five innings worth of outs, Mike gonna get you through that.
If that number's 15 to 18, Tyler, we got to get that, man.
No, he gonna roll through that. Now I don't know how many runs he gonna give up. I can give you that, but because Mike he's real good for it. You know what, man? He's run through like 2-3 straight solid innings. Then he just has that one where he may give up multiple home runs in an inning, and next thing you know, it's 3 or 4 on the board, and bam, you're out of it. All right, D'Amico Ryans, he spoke today and talked about where he thinks this team is compared to last year, and I think you will really like it. And there's a quarterback battle that is probably over, based off just listening to these two speak and their feelings on what's going on right now in OTAs. This quarterback battle sounds like it is over. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we
281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive. We appreciate you guys rolling with us as you are. We love the back and forth. We see you on YouTube and Twitch. We see you on the text line jumping in and having some fun with us. Last day of school, folks. At least for my kids.
It's good news for the traffic in town.
My 2 crumb snatchers have been out.
What? I heard the parents were supposedly attacking the kids with water balloons as they were coming out, but I see some photos, and it looks like some of the parents ate it.
It's a terrible idea. It's a terrible idea.
Is it?
Yes.
So you wouldn't be out there on the front lines lighting them up? Come on, Clint.
I don't want nobody lighting my ass up when I walk out of the building with no water balloons. What makes you think them kids want that?
Yeah, you do.
And leave them kids alone,
You'd have
man.
a great time.
Won't you have about 5 boxes out there in the playground and just let them go to town on each other? Get them old heads out there be pulling hamstrings and pulling pecs and bicep tendons and all kinds of stuff.
They was out there.
Stay y'all's old ass in the car.
They was out there getting drilled.
You got some videos of it?
Oh, I guess so, man. Yeah, they's out there allowing it to happen, boys. Just getting nailed right there. Just
them kids done turned on them.
Yeah, they got them turned on them. Parents that got themselves ate up. Well, enjoy the summer. Them kids in all them damn camps that you can get them into. All right, it is, speaking of camp, OTAs. As one thing about this, real quick, Clinton Tyler, is like this is a Texans team that they damn near had everybody there at voluntary OTAs.
Yeah.
And the 2 that really jump out that weren't there, I mean, Danielle Hunter and Sheldon Rankins are the 2 big ones. But I mean, like, you know, Tank was out there on the sideline watching. Some other guys who were injured, they were there on the sideline watching. Hell, you don't even know. Again, those 2 guys, you don't even. I mean, you're not worried about Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter doesn't look like he stopped working out or
yeah, you ain't worried about either one of those guys. Yeah. The truth of the matter is, look, we say it all the time. It doesn't get picked up because it's not controversial. But the truth of the matter is, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan's doing a hell of a job. Building this team, the character, the personnel, it's why the floor is so high. It's why I've said multiple times. Look, I think the floor is 10 wins. I think the floor is the second round of the playoffs. I think the beautiful thing about the Texans right now, being a Texans fan, is you're going to be entertained, and a big part of that is what you're talking about. You got guys that have been in the building for weeks now, creating the chemistry, and not only that, but also bettering themselves individually and allowing the organization to keep an eye on what progress they're making, whether it's just physically working out or it's some kind of rehab. I mean, that stuff is vitally important to an organization, especially when you got half the league is probably down at that level of commitment. You're gaining on those guys or increasing the gap between you and them if you're already better than them. It's a valuable reality that the Texans are as tight-knit and as committed as they are on a daily basis. So, yeah, it is. I don't want to in any way, shape, or form minimize the participation in all of these OTAs from the team. They've got a group that loves to work and loves to be around each other, and that's important.
It's the clear expectation of what it is. It's always the top. Will and CJ, those guys, whether they're in contracts where they want to be in or not, they're still there at all of these voluntary spots. But here was D'Amico talking about where he sees and the difference in this season starting OTAs as opposed to last season and years before starting OTAs.
Yeah, for us as a team, feel like we're much further along with our installs, what we're able to install in year 2 of the offense. Now going into year 4 of the defense, we're just able to speed things up when it comes to an installation process, and our guys are able to absorb a lot more, mentally. So when you can do a lot of the things that we're doing now on the first day, it's just we're light years ahead of where we were last year.
Which should be a big advantage and a big key, especially from the offensive side. Hell, defense, this is year 4, hell, and most of these guys are all back. I mean, with the exception of McDonald and some of the other younger players, most of these guys have been in this system. But we did see, Clint, the offense struggle throughout, start off slow throughout camp, start off slow throughout the season. And maybe that's a lot of that due to they were absolutely building, installing things. And this year, the way he said light years, I would imagine, to me, the expectation should be that the offense in particular should be further along and should have a better start and be in a better spot, not just right now, but even moving forward towards the start of the season when they have to play, those offenses right off the bat.
No question. I mean, there's just from look at it from a quarterback's perspective. I mean, last year at this point in time, C.J. Stroud was learning a new language and having to communicate in the huddle at a high level, and get 10 other guys in the right spot and command a huddle with a language that he more than likely hadn't spoken much of in his career. He hadn't been in the league long enough and experienced enough offenses to know the terminologies across the board. And so that's where you started last year in OTAs, not to mention the shoulder injury, so he's in a damn beanie half the time out there. But the reality of it is he's learning a language last year. There was probably multiple times where he had to give the signal to get the play call in his ear again because he couldn't remember it. There was probably multiple times where Nick Caley had to step in. Wait a minute, you said that wrong here. Boom, boom, boom. This is what we need, right? You don't have any of that this year. You shouldn't. I mean, you may. But you should not have any of that this year. It should be very easy to go out there, and especially at this point in time. They're not putting any specialty in. It's not like they're out there that they're putting a bunch of creative plays in. I wish they were, but they are. This is a very basic install, and you could damn near. CJ should be able to damn near do this by just what he receives in a meeting. Hey, here's the script for 7-on-7. Here's the script for 11-on-11. Go out there and command the practice. He should be able to do that at this point today. Last year at this time, no chance. Last year at this time, he needed somebody looking over his shoulder and making sure things were right and double checking. Not to mention, he's not able to command you. It's not a he thing. The quarterback in that initial phase of install on a new offense, when you're learning that new language, it is very, very difficult to command the huddle the way you need to, command the line of scrimmage the way that you need to. Right now, there's no excuse that he shouldn't know this offense like the back of his hand.
Yep. No, and him and the rest of the group. Maybe there's some of the old linemen that Rutledge in particular, but Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith are veterans, and I think they'll be fine to pick this stuff up.
Well, the interesting thing is like what you get to is when it's a first year in a system, or let's just say that the language is foreign to you. You got to listen to every single word to know what they want, right? Yeah. Whereas you may hear 525 H post, and I know that 525 can be ran out of 3 different formations. H post, when you tag it with the H post, it's got to be run out of a flank, right? So now, like I'm processing this in real time. I maybe didn't hear the whole the call, or maybe I wasn't listening to the entire call. But if I got 525 H post, I know it's flank right zoom. H post, F whatever. You know, just off of all I need is the meat. Just give me the middle of the play. I can put all the pieces together after that. And so you go back in time to where, hey, I don't even know what 525 really means. Like, what are we trying to accomplish with 525 H post? To now, not only do I know what it means, I just shoot. You could probably just let me hear 525 H post, and I got you. It's done. Right, to where before you didn't even know what the play was. You didn't even know what the play was trying to accomplish, much less who was getting the ball. But if you just hear the 525 H post, I know what protection goes with it. I know what formation we're starting in. I know what motion we're gonna. I know exactly where to snap the football. Yada yada yada. You know all of those things. That's where this offense is starting versus where they were last year at this time.
Speaking of something, I think we know is I feel like we know who's in the driver's seat in Minnesota. This is probably we thought coming in one of the biggest quarterback competitions in the NFL leading into the regular season, the one in Minnesota between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. But if you just listen to the two of these guys being hit with the same question, just basically, hey, what's it been like being in camp with Kyler Murray. What's it been like being in camp with J.J. McCarthy? If you listen to these two responses that Tyler's about to play, I think you got an understanding who was in the driver's seat when it comes to the starting quarterback job.
What's your relationship with JJ to this point?
It's been great. Obviously, I know he's a younger guy. Any way can help him. Obviously, I feel like, I've played 7 years now, going on 8. So I'm considered a veteran, even though I don't see myself as that. Give him any knowledge that he needs. Again, we're both competitors, and I know, we both want what's best for the team.
You've been receptive to hearing criticism? Of course. Yeah, he's overly acceptive, and he's always communicating, asking questions, stuff like that, so it's been good. JJ, what's your relationship been like with Kyler so far?
It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side, and it's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us. So,
is there any awkwardness between you two?
Awkwardness, it's just like the same feeling, when you're in high school and there's another person on the other side of the room. That's just kind of how it is. So I wouldn't say there's any awkwardness.
Come on, man.
Okay. All right.
Answers were a bit different there.
All right, so Kyler's the starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, those two people could not have had more different experiences. Like they weren't even there. JJ said
one of two things has happened. Right?
JJ's hot, man. He is pissed.
I mean, one of two things has happened. Number one, he may not be being told, but the writing is on the wall. We signed Kyler Murray, and he's going to be our dude. Kyler's probably getting all the 1 reps.
Every last one of them.
And the writing's on the wall, but they're not coming to JJ and going, hey, man, look, you're going to be the backup this year. They're not coming out saying it. They just know, everybody in the building knows that Kyler gets treated different. Kyler was brought in for a reason. Clearly, Kyler was told before he signed that contract that he was the dude. And JJ just was never let in on the plan. Right? Either that.
JJ's a fool then.
Or nobody talked to JJ and said, hey, man, look, here's how you need to handle it. You're gonna be asked about Kyler Murray being in the building and having 2 quarterbacks in a quarterback competition. Here's how you need to handle that. One of the two things, I cannot believe how he just answered that question.
God, especially Kyler. Man.
Kyler was smooth with it.
Oh, hell yeah, man. We basically go kick it. We went to the strip. My man JJ was thinking, I thought Joe was bringing in Joe Flacco as the next quarterback.
JJ just got through watching a 10-play, 11-on-11 period where he got 2 and Kyler got the first 8. Yeah, JJ got the last 2.
Yeah, he did.
And they interviewed him right after that.
Oh, he is hot, man. We sit on different – it's up to the coaches to teach us. What are you talking about?
What if JJ would have said when they asked him, did y'all just see that last set of plays? How many did Kyler get? 8? How many did I get? 2. What the hell you think is going on? You think think I'm good with it?
My man said, "Hey, yeah, man, he's very open to criticism, man. He asks questions and everything." That man JJ don't sound like he said a word to Kyler.
Other side of the room, I couldn't ask him a question if I wanted to. He's too far away.
What the hell is that about? What you got coming up?
CJ Stroud, baby. Look, the Texans are on the field. OTAs are underway. Today was open to the media, and CJ Stroud spoke. I'll put it this way. Well done, CJ Stroud. Well done. That's here on SportsRadio 610.
Just how big was Tatsuya Imai's performance in the Astros' combined no-hitter against the Rangers?
There's no minimizing what we watched. That was potentially a career change.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, y'all, big day in Houston, man. The Texans are on the field, OTAs, open to the media. I had big things to tend to this morning, so I could not make it, but there's a lot of folks out there watching OTAs. There's a lot to be seen, and the big part here is head coach DeMeco Ryans, as well as quarterback C.J. Stroud, and many of the players spoke to the media for the first time in a long time. So we're going to have content here for you today and tomorrow out of OTAs. There's a lot going on. There's a lot being said. Before we get there, I do need to let you know that Dirty's Daily is powered today by Exclusive Furniture. Look, I'm just going to tell you, I went by there to
where low prices live.
Is that what it is? We got one in Baytown. There's a lot going on over there now. I got a lot going on in my life right now, and I can't share everything, but we sold a home a lot quicker than we thought. We're getting to a rental property, and hey, man, instead of renting furniture, I think I'm better off buying. So, but the stipulation was it's got to be delivered within the next couple of days. And Exclusive Furniture said, yeah, we can make that happen. Why not? So there you have it, man. There you have it. I'm
shout out to them.
Big shout out. I walked in thinking that was a really long shot, and my man said, shoot, we may better get you delivered tomorrow afternoon. I said, oh, okay. I was thinking more like Saturday or Sunday, but you're talking about Friday evening. Come on now. Exclusive Furniture, big shout out. Boy, you don't know what you're doing for your boy. Boy, you're making me look good on the home front now. Making me look good on the home front now. Now we just got to get this thing across the finish line. We'll see if we can make that happen. But big shout out to Exclusive Furniture. Now, the Texans, as I mentioned, they are in OTAs. They're on the field, not literally right now, but they were today. And there's a lot to be cussed and discussed, and it always starts with the old QB. C.J. Stroud, I'm going to start it off like this. Well done, C.J. Stroud. Well done. The corner that C.J. Stroud has been put in, whether you agree with it or not, is a tough one, right? I agree. I want to see another year out of C.J. Stroud, and this ain't a new thing. Hell, I thought 90% of the quarterbacks, the organizations out there were star quarterbacks that weren't just, no doubt, no brainer type signs. I think they all should see one more year. So this isn't a C.J. Stroud. This is just a reality for me and kind of how I feel about quarterbacks. But nonetheless, I think the trend in the league is for quarterbacks cut from the cloth, or with the resume of C.J. Stroud, they typically expect to get re-upped or extended by the team that drafted them after year 3. They get that long-term commitment from the team. They get that life-changing money, and you feel free to take the field and practice hard and risk injury because you've got $50 to $60 million out there and a huge chunk of it guaranteed every year. C.J. Stroud's been backed into a corner where he didn't get that contract. He's got to take the field with no guarantee beyond a 5th-year option, right? And again, whether you agree with it or not, you got to acknowledge that C.J. Stroud is in a tough spot. He's going to be asked about this contract situation a million times. He's going to be asked about D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio a million times. He's going to be asked about this offense that he's being asked to embrace, and they keep emphasizing that he's taking ownership in the offense like that's not something that CJ's done before. It is an uncomfortable situation any way you slice it for CJ Stroud. I'll be honest with you, coming into this thing, Ron, I wondered how CJ Stroud going to handle it.
I think we all did.
How is he going to, what's he going to look like in the midst of this adversity? What's he going to sound like when he has to step to the mic and answer these questions? And I think he did an unbelievable job. I want to start with this right here because it wasn't just the last comment that he made, the mic drop comment that he made. I thought was very professional, but it was strong. We're going to get to that. I want to start with talking about Nick Caley's offense. He's talked about the offseason, talking about this offense. As I mentioned, we've heard we need C.J. Stroud to take ownership in this offense. We need C.J. Stroud to commit wholeheartedly to this offense. We need C.J. Stroud to the point where I believe they fired a mentor or moved on from a mentor in Gerard Johnson, a friend and a mentor first and foremost of C.J. Stroud. They moved on from him and put Nick Caley's guy in there. They put old Shaplinski in there that's been with Nick Caley and been in that New England organization for a while. They put their guy in there to keep better tabs on C.J. Stroud and how he's approaching football, right? So C.J.'s in a spot right there where who knows how he's going to answer this question. I thought he did this tremendously. Here's C.J. Stroud on incorporating Caley's offense this season, this offseason, ahead of year 4 for him.
I watched a lot of our self-scout, just try to, fix some things, try to introduce some things that I'm used to, that I've done in my past, that I like to do, so we can do that a little more. But I think we're both growing, we're great, creating a better relationship and, growing as an offense, and just trying to make it the offense for the 2026-2027 Texans, and trying to doing things that everybody, is good at, and doing things that, we've done in the past. So, we're growing in that area.
Hey, man.
There was a lot there.
There was a lot there. You got to listen to it multiple times to catch it all. I knew some of it was there the first time I listened to it. I just heard more. Hey, this offseason in Nick Caley's
some kind of an alert
in Nick Caley's system this offseason, we're doing things, incorporating things that I'm used to, things that I've done, things that I like to do. And then he went on a couple of seconds later to say we're doing things that everybody is good at, right? I think that is again in a very professional manner. I think that is hey man, the reality of it is I got to be better, but we also got to incorporate some things that I do well, that I've done well, that I'm super comfortable doing, whatever that may be. It could be as simple as something like playing with tempo. Right, we know C.J. Stroud likes to play with tempo. It makes the defense. It simplifies what the defense can do, and makes it a clearer picture for the quarterback. You can play faster. Boom, you can really attack. I'm not saying that's it. I'm just saying that is an example of what C.J. could be talking about. Something as simple as that. Could be a certain route that he likes to throw. Right, it could be using more motion or less motion. Right, it could be not letting the defense dictate up front and spending so much time at the line of scrimmage and letting the defense play with the communicators on the offense. Instead, just communicate something and let's go. It could be a million different things that CJ is comfortable with. It's important. I think his point is, Ron, that this is more about doing things that I'm super comfortable doing and incorporating those things into this offense. It's more about doing what our guys are good at than it is, quote unquote, Nick Caley's offense. I thought it was very, very professionally done to really emphasize what this offseason is consisting of.
At the very least, the hope is that there was some sort of a compromise on how this offense is going to be put together and what they're going to do. Because to me, the looks of things, Clint, was the way they're going about it is what it seemed is this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do, and you got to conform to this, and you got to buy in. That's what you got to buy in. From his comments, it sounds like at least at some point, which is something we had talked about all offseason, is they've got to at least sit down and come together and say, all right, how can we make this offense something that everybody is comfortable with. And if you want him to buy in, he's got to feel comfortable and feel like he is into some of the stuff that's happening. And it sounds like a conversation was had and there's some compromise on both ends is what it sounds like to me, which is a great thing to me for the Texans. And it looks like CJ, by his actions and how he's going about things, appears to be, into what's happening. This doesn't feel like he is being forced to try to conform to something. It seems like it is something that he is into as well.
Well, it would be borderline criminal, and I just mean that from a standpoint as a fan wanting my organization to win. It'd be borderline criminal for them to take the stance that it appears when you hear Nick Caserio talk about it's not about building around one guy. We just need him to buy in. We need him to take ownership. Like it sounds like they're saying, hey, it's our way or the highway, either get in or get out. It's good to hear from the quarterback that it appears really internally that it's a little bit more, to your point, a little bit more CJ-esque built. It seems like that CJ does have a little bit of input into what's going on. I'm not by any way, shape, or form going to sit here and tell you that I think CJ Stroud should have a ton of input given what we've watched and kind of what the struggles of late. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that CJ Stroud should be handed the reins of the offense.
Yeah, but it should be you just get in here and do what the hell we want you to do and shut up and
no question. If you want to win football games, it's in your best interest to do what your quarterback is built to do. He does all of it well, but it's in your best interest to do the things that he does at an elite level. Put him in position to do those things, right? So it's good to hear from the quarterback that it's less emphasis on him taking ownership or him buying in or him embracing, and it's more about we're going to do things. We're working on doing things that I'm used to, that I've done, that I like to do, and we're working on doing things that everybody is good at. That is what I want to hear. That organization doing. I don't want some hard line drawn in the sand from the offensive coordinator or the general manager talking about you buy into this or get the hell out kind of deal. And that's, to me, I'll be honest with you, it's unfortunate, but I wouldn't put anything past this group. Right, it's unfortunate that, but it wouldn't shock me one bit if that is kind of the approach offensively. It's good to hear that it appears from the quarterback's perspective that things are a little bit more quarterback friendly. That is great to hear. And again, the delivery by C.J. Stroud, not being afraid of not necessarily repeating the company line or being afraid of some kind of pushback. And the messaging not being exactly what they want it to be, just freely speaking, that's what it looked like and sounded like to me from C.J. Stroud on the whole interview.
Almost as if he walked in and at some point maybe led the conversation, guys, we need to – I need to have some part of this. I need to have some sort of something that I'm comfortable with. These are the things that I like to do. Almost as if he led in, was one of the ones leading into that conversation.
Right. Well, it's unfortunate that it's year 4 and we're still talking about this. This should be part of what the Texans' offense identity is doing what C.J. Stroud does well. You know what I mean? Here we are, second offensive coordinator, second quarterback coach, and all these different minds in the room that are supposedly great offensive minds, and we're still talking about our quarterback. We're just incorporating things that I do well, that I've done well. That should be the overall approach to this quarterback and this offense from jump, no matter who's calling. Here we are. C.J. Stroud, the big piece here, the big topic of conversation. I think this is – I said it a month ago. I hear people starting to say it now. I think this is going to be top 3 NFL stories discussed leading up to opening day in the NFL, and that is C.J. Stroud, young quarterback with a great resume, with no extension after year 3. And it took a little while, but eventually we got there today. C.J. Stroud was asked about his contract situation. This was the very last question. This was the last answer, and he walked off the stage. Here's C.J. Stroud kind of addressing the contract situation and the goings-on around it.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge. So, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
I thought that was so well played. You want to talk about a guy playing chess instead of checkers? I'll be honest with you. I expected C.J. Stroud to be a checkers player on this topic. I expected it to be a very reactive and very kind of woe is me or pass the buck or not really face the music's not the right but not really just stand up and say what you and your agent have been discussing or the way you feel. I thought this was a grand slam by C.J. Stroud. I thought it was a grand slam. He emphasized, hey, that's up to my agent. He emphasized professionally that, hey, I feel like I held up my end of the bargain. At least I think that's what he was trying to say. I've held up my end of the bargain. If it happens, it happens. I'm looking forward to being the Texans quarterback this year, which is a line out of Nick Casario's book that we've heard of from him. Whether he's doing it on purpose or not, he's saying, look, he's emphasizing he's our quarterback this year. Or this season or next year, whatever the hell it is, but it's very, very specific to one more year. He's taken a play out of Nick Casario's book. I thought he did it with taste. I thought he did it very professionally. I thought he did it with confidence. I mean, this is the C.J. Stroud that I think, for me personally, this is the C.J. Stroud that I've been waiting on. Not necessarily about the contract, but just about a very tough topic of conversation, one that your head coach and your general manager may not appreciate. But, hey, damn it, here's where I'm at on the deal, right? I feel like I've held up my end of the bargain. If y'all were wondering, I'm not sitting over here going, oh, well, I played bad and my game has regressed and maybe I don't deserve it. I feel like I've held up my end of the bargain, right? I'm looking forward to being the quarterback of the Houston Texans this season. Ron, I can't tell you how great I thought that was from C.J. Stroud. I thought that the press conference from the beginning to the end appeared to be a different dude with a different vibe and a different. It wasn't smiling and laughing and joyful C.J. Stroud. It seemed to be professional about the business and to the point. This was just appeared to be appeared and sounded like a different C.J.
You thought C.J. would go in a different route, or you thought he would do the nice.
I thought he'd be a good soldier. I thought he'd be a company man. I thought he would. And he didn't disrespect anybody.
Did you think David Mulligetta would though? Because this sounds like.
Oh, it sounds like he's been in school.
This sounds like they have clearly had a game plan and they are starting the early stages of the game plan. Yeah. And I think it includes something that you observed that I did too, is that he just has a different vibe and feel to him, which I don't know about you, Clint Tyler. I looked and I could tell, he's irritated by this.
Yeah, there's a chip on his shoulder.
He should be.
Yeah.
He's pissed about this. And it just popped up as a story. C.J. Stroud, quarterback of the Texans, said he has done his part in terms of a contract.
Yeah. There you have
it. It should be. He should be pissed off. Now, I understand you all have different feelings. Some of you all have different feelings about C.J. But if you sat there and didn't act like a fan, but acted like a person who is in line to get game-changing money, and you think about your entirety of your career and your time here, and then you weigh that against other people who have done what you've done, and everybody else in the organization is out there getting paid. Yeah, you probably kind of feel some kind of way.
Yep.
You probably feel some kind of way. But as you said, he's handling it. He's handling with the I see you.
Well,
that's what it feels like. He's like, I see you. All right, man.
But Ron, it's so good, man.
At some point, though, you're gonna have to come to me though.
But it's so good from the standpoint of, he could have held out and not be speaking to anybody. But instead he shows up, appears to be about that business, lets everybody know, sure, there's a chip on my shoulder a little bit. Let me create a little bit of buzz. I'm just going to sit here and eat it all. Let me create a little buzz, and then you just focus on playing well. Like it's so good, man. Damn, it's good. It's now he's got to go play well, or none of it matters. But it's just it's good. They're playing their hand.
He faked me out.
Who, CJ?
Yeah, they faked me out. I just assumed they had an understanding. Clearly on that one, nah, Jack.
Yeah,
nah. I should get paid.
Well, there may be an understanding, but which is to our point. I think. Well, no, there may be an understanding, or a handshake of like, all right, I get it, but he can still feel like he held up his end of the bargain.
But even if there is, it came with him being able to express whatever the hell he wanted to express the very first time that he spoke. I don't know, man.
I don't know if they had a talk. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll get you ready for the Astros as they try to win this 4-game series, which would be huge when you are in the hole that they've dug. Getting all of these series wins, especially a 4-game one, is huge. We'll get you ready for that, and then just relook at this dude right here, man. People talking about wanting to trade him. You sure? You sure you want to trade Yordan? I know Tyler's laughing to himself. You sure? Yordan Alvarez, man, he is insane. We'll get to that, discuss all of that as we continue on Drive.
What's the position the OG will be watching closest with Texans OTAs starting this? Something big is coming to H-Town. The Dynamo Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
It's your primitive and yet them.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, if you all could have seen the excitement that came over my face today at the Toyota dealership, Keating Toyota, the dealership out there, when I found out my tire that I drove over a nail in yesterday, my tire was under warranty, baby, and all I had to pay for was the labor and the taxes. Woo!
I mean, do you feel like you hit the lottery when it happens?
I don't want to tell you what I felt like. It's a children's show.
Oh,
it's a family show.
I got you.
I can't tell you completely what I felt like.
It's better than sex?
I wouldn't say better, but similar finish. I
before we get to that boner,
I rolled in there. I got that drove over a nail. Was able to get that puppy in there. I said, I don't know, man. I don't know if this bad boy's still under warranty. I can't remember the dates of when I bought it. He said, oh, yeah, we'll go ahead and look that thing up. And then the other guy came out, was like, hey, got your he said the tire that he needs is in stock. And I saw him had the printout there, and I glanced over there a little bit. Saw that tire was about $277.
Hold on, so.
Thinking to myself, all right, man, this is a big warranty check. Because clearly I can't leave off the lot without it.
The showman.
And that man came back. He said, "Oh yeah, he got it got this about 13 months ago. He's absolutely within warranty." He said, "It'll be about $45 for you, man. You want us to wash it?" I said, "Yeah, you know what? Why not? Go ahead." Yeah, give it a wash.
Game changing this.
What did that cost you?
Nothing. That's on the house.
What if he told you it was $20?
20? Oh, I could do that myself.
It ain't that dirty.
No, it ain't. 20. I can go do better than 20. I can drive off and go do better than 20. Shoot, easy.
On them bargains, baby.
But hey, when that man came back and said it'd be $45, man, give us about an hour. You want to stay? I said, yeah, I'll stay. I'll do some work here.
Is that my boy Ron?
And that was huge, man. Hey. That was big, man. Staring down $297 down the holster with labors. That's easily over $300. Taxes, whew, cost me $48 today. That's a blessing, damn it.
Hey, where do you think that?
That's good, man.
Like, what drives that? You think?
What do you mean? What drives it?
Like, I mean, you don't
get excited. You don't get
the smile. Tyler.
That's $250. You don't get excited about that.
The smile on his face.
Smile
made his day.
What would it not make yours when you run around that?
I'd be happy about saving the money, but I'm not sure I'd be quite as elated as you.
Hey, went out there, man.
It looks like
good time, man.
Looks like he just. I mean, look, he is amped, son.
Like he got some afternoon delight.
No question.
It was morning.
What do you think that?
Sitting there thinking, God, dog, man, this tire. If it ain't one thing, it's another.
But that's not. I know.
You know my man. You know my man tried to hit me with. He said, man, I can get you. I can get you. I got 4 of them right here. I can get you a deal. I said, nah, Jack, we good.
It doesn't matter if you got wire hanging out of there. I'm good. It doesn't matter.
Well,
if you see the wire
that one time I went in there, that man told me he can't let me off.
He wasn't gonna let you do it.
No, he wasn't gonna let me off.
But it's not. I mean, I feel like
I think it's an issue.
I feel like I know your situation well enough to know it's not like you're not gonna miss that $200 or $250.
$250.
You wouldn't like literally miss it. I know that's not the like your bills are going to get paid. Your kids are going to have nice gear for sports and all that. I mean, so do you think it's just a chemical imbalance in your head?
It's just that $250, man. There's something that you never know if you're going to miss that. You never know when it comes to an end.
Well,
you just don't know where that $250 could be used.
When you were doing
know.
70 on the highway with 7 pounds of air in your tires,
8
or 7 ounces or whatever the hell air is,
pressure, a little
pressure.
I just didn't believe it.
I mean,
there's no way I could be going
that was like you just really just don't know.
I did. I pulled off, man. I pushed it a couple of exits. Went to the one where I knew the gas station was right off.
You got to be thankful that thing didn't blow up and cause a wreck. Not that
Very
you saved.
thankful. Okay. Very thankful. And still, it would have been under warranty.
Hold on, so.
I'm happy, man. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
It's the cheese. Like, it's the joy that you get out of it.
You wouldn't be excited. You come in there and you didn't like you would. I look at her. I glance over there. I see $297 on that tire. And I said, "Damn, for one." Yikes! And I'm in there thinking, boy, that's a difference, man. 45, man.
Hey.
I'm sitting there thinking, here we go. Where we at?
Got him! The only reason I would have even taken note was because I've had to work with you for so long. Like, it would have been entertaining to come in and tell you, to brag to you.
I would have asked him to take another look. If he come back and said, no, man, just missed it. Just missed it by how many days?
God, I'd have been pissed. You'd have been sick with them tires that I chewed through driving that truck here the first couple of years.
Well, I wouldn't have been mad, man.
I mean, them things were $500 a piece.
That's yours, man. I've got a margin on every one of my tires. Just waiting them out.
Hey, everybody believes that, too.
A bargain on every one.
You go in there with wire hanging out of them, they feel for you. They're going to give you a bargain.
It was on the inside. I didn't really know. Text line coming in. These gas prices must be killing you. They ain't killing you?
Y'all should have seen them in California. Good hell, that was
starting
wild
with that
to see.
6?
Yes.
Come on, man.
Gas was
here,
like
man. I'm walking,
660.
man. I'm walking. I'm out here walking, man. I'm catching public transportation. You out of side your mind. Starting with a 6? Man, what are we even doing? Lineups are out, by the way. Astros, I just don't understand it.
What, gas prices or as spot as lineups?
None of them.
Both.
Here's the lineup tonight. The Astros have a chance to win this series, a 4-game series on the road. 3 out of 4. They've won 5 out of 6. Spencer Arrighetti going tonight against Nathan Eovaldi. I think Eovaldi is going. Is he going?
Yep.
I believe he is.
Yep.
And he's one of their best pitchers. Jeremy Pena leading off. Alvarez, who just try to win it again, I guess, by yourself. Luckily for us, Paredes gets back in the lineup, but he's playing first base tonight. So maybe that's a clue to you. He's playing first, and Alvarez is the DH. So maybe there's a clue for you on somebody who may not be in there. But guess what, Tyler? Taylor Trammell, second straight night, is your cleanup hitter, batting fourth and playing center. Cam Smith, who can't hit himself out of a paper bag, is batting fifth. Shoemake is at third base because why not? DeZenzo, Bryce Matthews, and Vasquez. That's the lineup. Somehow Christian Walker needed a day off.
The Christian combo.
Seawalk.
Again, I don't understand it.
Trammell cleanup, eh?
Oh, he's bad. He just came off the IL.
Clean up yesterday.
He came off the IL. He's been off the IL. This is the third game since he joined the club. He's bat 5th, 4th, and 4th.
Huh?
Had a good game last night, man.
Yeah,
contributed.
Sure. Yeah, your cleanup hitter's drag bunting, guys. And I understand it worked out. Come on. What are we doing?
That was a no-brainer for me.
I will continue to talk about this while we have these injuries going right now, Joe. Pena, Alvarez, Paredes, and Christian Walker just don't get days off. They got to play with the regular days off. They don't get days off. They just can't.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Why? And I don't know who's managing for Skip tonight, but you're a damn fool if you in any way pitch to Yordan Alvarez at any chance to lose the game.
Wouldn't it be great with the manager out of pocket if the old assistant, the old bench coach just says, "Hey, Yordan, he's on down to first, bub. You ain't gonna see one pitch tonight."
I mean, listen to this 4 through 9. Trammell, Sugarland. Smith playing like Sugarland. Shoemake,
Sugarland.
So good.
DeZenzo, Sugarland. Matthews, Sugarland. Vasquez, Journeyman. If they allow Yordan Alvarez to take it, I just don't understand it. Is Christian Walker asking for a day off?
What is going on?
He plays first base.
Christian don't have
He never wants days off.
Paredes and Walker never take days off. Paredes, Walker, and Correa never take days off.
Maybe I don't know what their record is. Maybe that's
Where art thou?
Coming up as we continue a little OTAs.
What happened to Jake?
I don't know, man. I mean, Jake's.
have they given up on Myers?
No, he's been playing, but Jake's now. Who cares?
I screwed it up.
So he's no Christian Walker. Made some nice catches. Can't throw. All right, OTAs. Seth Payne, our guy. You hear him every morning on Payne and Pendergast. We'll get his thoughts. He was out there on the ground. Hear his thoughts on what he saw coming up next.
Hey, look, whether it's your home.
Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Tyler Milner just texted me and said, "What's up, cracker?"
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
OTAs up and going, day 2 of OTAs, and we are happy to be joined by somebody who was out there. You catch him every morning from 6 to 10 on Payne and Pendergast. Seth Payne is in the building. Again, man, I missed it. We were about this break. I missed the tail. I came in on the tail end of the story. My kids were cracking up. They were like,
we said you'd be the most likely to defend to the death the bank you worked at. If somebody came up to the bank teller and says, "I've got a gun," and he's holding it, but he's holding it in the pocket of his jacket, and you don't know, is it like just a finger pistol or an actual gun? We felt like Ron would be the most likely, even if you hated the bank you worked at, just on principle, you'd be like, no, it's not happening.
You agree with that?
Not one bit.
Really? I misread it.
I believe Ron would. He'd hand that money over so quick. Hey, Bob,
what you need?
We said that you would take 7 bullets. That you'd still have the satchel of money clutched to your chest.
Hey, bro. Hey, Bart, you don't even need to pull that out, man. What do you need? I got
what you need, man. I don't care if it's real or not.
I'll help you carry it to your car.
Hell yeah, man.
What, can we talk a 10% cut here?
Hey, I promise you.
Let's make this an inside
I got the code on the safe, boy.
You see my hands. I ain't pressed nothing underneath that thing. Hey, no chance. Hey, I might think twice if it's my own money.
If it's his bank account and his bank account only.
I might think twice. No, man.
I think we felt like Clint would do the quarterback thing, which like make the smart decision. You know, I feel like you'd want to fight, but you'd just be like, I got to care. I say
Clint would be more liable to fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
a little.
If I was forced to, I would try the. Man, you're ruining your life here, man.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, look, man. Right now you're all right. Right now you can go out of here. You're fixing to ruin your life, man.
Sometimes I used to do that with the people that would call as phone scammers. I really would be like, when I could tell they're like from some, I could tell they're operating out of some country elsewhere or something. I'd be like, do you really feel good about this? Like, you don't. Do you have other options? I don't know what your conditions are. I can appreciate why you might have to do this, but I'm guessing you don't feel good about this.
You've ruined my day.
Yeah. Nicholas said, "Now, Dad, you robbed a bank?" I said, no. They're just. Lauren said they're just acting.
Oh man, I'll tell you.
They're just acting. They're just.
I told a story once about a teammate of mine who had been pulled over in bad circumstances. Like he got. It was not a good deal. He actually ended up like the policeman that pulled him over ended up getting reprimanded for it or something. But I was talking about it because it was in the story, my old teammate, and I'm not going to say his name, and I'll tell you why. I was talking about it, and in the story, he ends up being just fine. Like he's completely cleared of any wrongdoing and everything. But his kid was listening. That teammate still lives in Houston. His kid was listening at the time and thought that his dad had been arrested. Like didn't know he was too young.
Sure, yeah.
I
scarred him for life.
Yeah, like he called. He went to the teacher called. The teacher called from school. Because the kid was just melting down,
right? Like
he didn't know what it had. He just didn't get the whole deal. Yeah,
right. Never know who's listening.
You never know who is. All right, Seth Payne. No, you don't have to tell.
I just wanted to start on that sad note.
Maybe you tell us.
Get into that else.
Tell a story about another former teammate, D'Amico Ryans. Yours.
It was D'Amico.
I knew
it wasn't.
It was D'Amico. There it is. You caved that quick.
He got arrested for assaulting a little league football coach.
They tried to cover up before they hired D'Amico. Let me tell you,
the defensive coordinators.
He was verbally assaulting a little league coach.
One of the things I love to look at on the first days of training camp or OTAs is just the kind of level of what type of team that the team is. So this is year 4 in their system. They've been to 3 straight postseasons, won playoff games. What's the vibe? Because almost everybody was there.
Yeah.
What's the vibe of how the team operates and feels?
I know. Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. I'm glad you asked that way because I hadn't thought about it that way. I guess the most notable thing would be that there didn't seem to be anything notable, like in terms of, all right, and it's been like this since D'Amico's been here. But if I just kind of sit back and think about, okay, how's everything functioning, guys moving from drill to drill, how are guys operating within the drills and coaching? Yeah, it looks like a better run football team.
Yep.
Sometimes, I mean, because sometimes you have combined practices with teams, and you can just tell, like, whoa, they don't know what's going on over here. It's the opposite with the Texans. I think if you think about it from the offense's perspective, with no pads on, it's really hard to tell, obviously. I thought it maybe I'm just at this point, but I think we've got a chance to see a more competitive training camp. It looks like, CJ's connections with Dalton Schultz versus really tough coverage out there on defense. That was good today. Jalen Petrie got a pick. That was that was the only bad play I saw CJ make myself. The other negatives would be a couple times where CJ had to pull it down and run when they were in full team. But again, all right, they're not in pads. What was the action? I mean, Will Anderson is out there operating like he's an undrafted rookie free agent, and the coach. If I didn't know anything about the Texans, and somebody went up to me and they were like, "Hey, they told one of the defensive linemen that he's going to be cut today if he doesn't make a play," I'd be like, "Yo, it's that guy." Because that guy's out of his mind. Yeah, and it's cool to see though, because it kind of reminds you of all those stories of other athletes who have led their team, and you hear stories about how maniacal they are in practice and everything. That's who Will Anderson is.
Well, there's something about it, the saying that the most powerful thing is when your best players are your biggest leaders. I mean, and he is clearly that. I mean, that is extremely powerful. But what about, Seth, being out there with this new offensive line? I've heard some people, kind of some rumblings about that they look different. What kind of vibes do you get from that? All the newness there.
I would say, and I didn't notice this until I think Cody Stutes said it. They do look beefier.
Yeah,
it just looks like a more physically imposing offensive line, except for Blake Fisher. Like Blake Fisher looks like a bulked up tight end.
I said that last year, and then he played 6 offensive linemen. Seth, I don't know that his role isn't to become more of that instead of a tackle.
Oh, that's interesting. Because it was kind of jarring to me, and maybe it's just because I haven't seen him in a while. And maybe it's because the rest of the offensive line now is that much more physically imposing. But that kind of jumped out at me because I was surprised to see him playing at right tackle. But, Braden Smith I believe he had an offseason procedure of some sort, so they're probably bringing him along slowly. And, Trent Brown he's in his 30s and he weighs 370 pounds. And
top heavy.
Heavy. Like, they were out there in drills and everything, but I didn't see him in team at all. But I would think they're just more physically imposing. It looked like there was more beef. And then there was another time when I was looking at the D-line drills, and I was trying to figure out if Will Anderson, this is when I first got out there, and I don't know if Will Anderson was even out there. And because there was a group of defensive tackles that were going through some pass rush drills, and the Sarge, I think, told me, like, no, he's right there. And I looked at him, and it was Will Anderson is in this drill where there's nothing but defensive tackles and Will Anderson. Right. And he was kind of hidden, because he's relatively slender so Will Anderson, again, like, I don't know, like helping out the young guys or something going through that drill, even though they're defensive tackles. But when you look at like Naquan Jones and then obviously with Caden McDonald, I do think they're definitely wanting to have some more options or bulk on the defensive line by virtue of drafting Caden McDonald, and maybe Naquan Jones has a spot that, maybe there is a little bit more on the defensive side of the, as well as, we know on the offensive side of the ball, they want to be more physically imposing in the run game. And I think there's a little bit of that on defense where, like, hey, we got to tweak this thing a little bit. Like, we got to be ready for all situations, all types of teams, cold weather, all of that.
What was your first impressions of seeing Caden McDonald in person? Is that what's your take on him, and of when to see? Like, is he an immediate guy that can contribute, or do you think it's going to take? I
think I didn't watch as much of the defensive line today. When I did, I was pleased with some of the things with a big guy like that. Like when you're lined up in a 3 technique, when you're out over the outside shade of the guard, as opposed to being right on the center when you're a nose tackle. Sometimes it's tougher for the bigger guys to stay in their spots against zone runs. Because when offensive linemen are just turning and running laterally, he did a good job of that on the snaps that I watched. Like in terms of size, strength, technique, all of that, I think he looks like a really promising rookie. It's hard because his calling card is going to be his strength and power, and you can't see that much out of that without pads on.
Yeah, Seth Payne with us, who was out at OTAs today. As you said, it's hard to see the guys up front, the pads and stuff. You got something?
Oh, no. Go ahead.
It's hard to see the guys up front pads and things like that. But the guys on the outside and those two young receivers they drafted last year in Noel and Higgins seem to be impressed. D'Amico said that Higgins looks bigger, faster. It looks like there's going to be a bigger role for Noel. Maybe you can't see the pads popping with the bigs, but Kamari Lassiter and Eric Stingley out there with those young guys. What'd you see from the receivers who it feels like are going to have to step up alongside with Nico Collins?
I watched Jalen Noel. I thought was moving really well, and
that's something everyone thought and would see during camp and last year all the time during practice.
Yeah. Like, it's not necessarily a revelation or anything. He was already rocked up. He's a muscular dude for being a smaller guy, but I don't. I'd have to check my comps with the other guys out there. It looked like he might even be a little bit more muscular. But I think when it comes to the receivers and the tight ends are the one that jumped out at me just because, you talk about the offensive line being bigger and more physical. I feel like Foster Moreau is a solid dude. And then you look at Marlon Klein, and he's a big kid. He doesn't have like a really imposing physique or anything, but you can see the frame and the size and what they might think of him, where he could develop into a guy but he also he doesn't move with electric athleticism or anything, but he's a really rangy guy. So like with his length, I think that combo and what they might envision of him becoming, if he can be a good blocker, and then just by virtue of just having all that length, what they could do with him as a receiver. I'm really intrigued by him, and because he's perceived as such a reach. And I could kind of see it in person, what they're thinking with him, but there wasn't anything, and it's one day of OTAs. There wasn't anything that necessarily where it jumped out at me. It was like, I get it now. Yeah. So it's going to be, he'll be somebody to just watch and monitor and see how he progresses.
Mentioned about his frame, though. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's sitting they listed at 250.
Yeah. It was like every single tight end was 6'6", 250.
But it looked, he looked, to your point, he looks like even if you don't stack on a bunch of weight, if you just change the body comp, you add 10 pounds, that he can carry 260 easy.
Yeah. He looked, you know what he looked to me like? He looked like an offensive lineman who had lost a lot of weight after he retired. So that's you can take that I take that as a positive. Well, I feel like almost like I think he's got to put on a little, he's got to change his body composition a little bit, but you can see that the frame he's got a really big frame.
Well, that you can argue that's exactly what this offense needs, given what they want to do. And your highly paid guy is Dalton Schultz, who is a much more willing blocker now than he was a year ago.
Yeah.
The old offensive lineman that's lost a little bit of weight that can put his hand in the dirt at the end of the line of scrimmage, whether it's Blake Fisher or a kid like this, that's exactly what you can argue. That's exactly what they need.
Yeah. I don't know. Now I'm intrigued by your thought about Blake Fisher. They're turning him into like a versatile. It's a rare move from tackle to
well, I mean, he's already a tweener, right?
The tackle numbers are not adding up in his favor.
Right, yeah. So just being a gadget player of some sort.
Well, if they don't have, you think about they ran that sixth offensive lineman more than anybody in the league last year, and he was the guy that did that predominantly. And then you look at really what they want to do. Obviously, is run the football, and then do they really have a tight end that they trust they can put the hand in the dirt and get movement, get the corner? Do you really have that guy? I mean, Marlon Klein may be, Foster Moreau may be, I don't know. But if not, I mean, in that category, get it done.
Yeah. Oh, and then the linebackers, Wade Woodaz was out there a bunch with the twos. So for a fifth-round pick, I don't know what they did yesterday and who got the reps divvied up and everything. But that Marte Mapu, I'm intrigued by him. The guy they traded. Yeah, they traded from New England because, in New England, I like to listen to the fan base of a team when you get a guy that maybe hasn't played a whole bunch, and it seems like he was that guy that a lot of people in New England kept thinking, all right, boy, this is the Marte Mapu might really click this year.
Yeah,
and I can see just from watching him on defense in the last couple of years, I can see what D'Amico sees in him, and you hope that maybe he gets a little bit of that D'Amico glow up that linebackers in the past have gotten from him, because I think athletically he's the guy that I would look at and think should be most likely, unless it's one of the rookies, but amongst the veterans, he should be. He looks like he's most suited to fill in for EJ Speed.
All right. Seth Payne, you can catch him every single morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Payne and Pendergast will be there bright and early tomorrow, so wake up with him and you'll get more of his thoughts.
I'm going to go rob a bank.
From OTAs. He's going to rob a bank, gunless, of course. And
I'm going to be one of those guys that robs a bank without a gun and then starts citing the Constitution.
And then take his money to Whole Foods.
You need to know the law, sir. You don't even know the law.
And then take his money to Whole Foods and steal avocados at the self-checkout. There you go, the combination of it all. Fire coming. We'll get you ready for Spencer Arrighetti and the Astros as they try to win this series against the Rangers. We'll let you hear from D'Amico as he brings up updates with Brevin Jordan and Tank Dell and much more as we continue right here live on The Drive.
I have made fire! Just how big was
Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is the Astros. They are set tonight to win a 4-game series over the Texas Rangers. And they've got the guy on the mound that they would want to have it to try to secure this series win. You win a 4-game series in division. That is big, especially as I think you would call it the Astros are surging right now. Winners of 5 of their last 6, and the division coming back to them. Hell, the A's busted out of first place by the Mariners. Still, first place is under 500. And the Astros coming into the day are 3 games behind the Mariners. But Spencer Arrighetti gets the ball. Clint, he is 6-1 with a 1.32 ERA. That is big time for anybody, especially for the Astros, who have had starting pitching issues all season long. But this is the guy you want to see. You want to see him try to continue this role. If you were to say, like, something you'd like to see him maybe pick up on, and that is going deeper into games. He's got a lot of 5-inning games, but you love what you see from him, and he is exactly who you would want on the mound today.
No doubt. I mean, look, this is what you hoped would happen when the season starts and he starts out in Sugar Land, when he's your 6th starter potentially, and he's a guy that you could add when needed. Or when he's healthy or when he was ready, however you want to couch it. The expectations were for that guy to come in and be competitive in the 3 through 4, 5 type starter in a rotation. For him to come in Hunter Brown's absence and literally be the best in the rotation and be one of the better pitchers in baseball to this point is a beautiful thing, because you got to look at Spencer Arrighetti still. We saw such a small sample size over the last couple of years, is you still didn't know exactly who he was. I said it before. I felt like Spencer Arrighetti had the stuff of a 3-starter in a rotation. That's kind of where I could see him fitting, and I felt like if he could settle in, he'd be a key part to the Astros rotation post Framber Valdez and post Justin Verlander, and to kind of to fall in line behind Hunter Brown. And boy, he's been better. He's been better than that. He's been ace type material. So we'll see.
Pitching like an all-star, and it's not a small sample size at all. As we said, he is 6-1 currently right now, and he's made 7 starts. Right, this is big time. By the way, the lineup behind him, Clint Pena is at short, leading off with Alvarez, who let's see if he can continue to stay hot. Let's see if the Rangers will allow him to continue to stay hot. But he's batting second. Big to put pressure on him if Pena can get on base in front of him. Paredes behind him. He's back in the lineup after having some of the day off yesterday at first base. Taylor Trammell in center field. Cam Smith in right. Shoemake is at third base tonight. DeZenzo in left. Bryce Matthews at second base. And Christian Vasquez is catching. And Clint, the big thing here is the absence of your first baseman and your second hottest hitter and been your second best hitter in the lineup all season, and that is Christian Walker is not in this lineup when you get a chance to sweep the Rangers tonight. To win the series tonight. Well,
once again, man, I hate it. I mean, you got a chance to take 3 of 4 from a division opponent. You obviously are hot at this moment in time, so there's you want to take advantage of that. And I'm not saying you totally disregard load management, whatever your plan was, but damn, it just seems like one night Paredes is out, the next night Chris Walker is out. Meanwhile, you got guys like Alvarez, who I think have missed 2 games. One of them was due to sickness or something. So it just seems odd, man. The approach seems odd when you're in chase mode at this point early in the season. Yep. It just seems like an odd approach. I mean, let's get back into the thick of things and get back to a respectable position where you feel like you should be, and then maybe find some time to rest some guys. I don't like this approach.
You've said this before with this team before this year. Sometimes they make the decision to approach things as if they're the Astros of old that has a comfortable lead right now in the division, and they don't. I just don't think they've dug themselves such a hole that a part of the process of digging yourself a hole is you got to run these guys, and they got to go. And Christian Walker, whether he has to DH, if you've got to move Alvarez to the outfield or something, they've got to all 4 be in the lineup. I mean, that 4 through 9 just looks rough.
Yeah.
And it looks rough. I mean, you don't have Altuve, you don't have Correa, you don't have Yainer Diaz. You don't even they don't have Jake in the thing. Not that that matters as much, but they don't have Jake in there. This is just a bunch of Sugar Land player and Cam Smith, to be honest, and Vasquez, who's thought to be your backup. So, interesting decision. We'll see if it works out. I think that the Rangers are nuts if they allow Yordan Alvarez to make a huge imprint in this game when you have all of those better matchups, I would say, around him in the lineup.
Flip on this bird. 5 o'clock fire.
Like to have that guy. OTAs. We just talked to Seth Payne a little bit about it, and here was D'Amico just giving his thoughts to the start of OTAs.
Yeah, so far for where we are in our off-season program, I think we started off to a really good start, have some really great practices. Day 2, but it's good to just be out there, have everybody on the field practicing, going through some team drills, doing actual football, because I believe you get better at football by doing football. So having an opportunity to do that, our guys are taking advantage of it. Both sides being very competitive, offense and defense. Both sides are making plays, which is good to see from my perspective, and we're in a much better place than we were a year ago at this time. So I'm excited about the growth for where our team is, and I'm excited about the depth that we have and all of our young guys.
All right, Clint, some of the things that jump out to me from that is, and Seth kind of brought it up too, about he thinks this should be a more competitive training camp. We'll see more competitiveness between the offense and defense, and he brought it up there as well, and talking about there was some bickering back and forth and both sides kind of holding their own. Boy, I sure hope so. Yeah. I sure hope so, because last year at times was tough to watch, to just see the offense just get dominated and really, and as you said it last year, really get themselves off to a tough start because they really just didn't get done the work they needed to get done.
Impossible to get the work they needed to get done last year. They just got bullied around every day, and so I thought it was a terrible decision by D'Amico Ryans to approach it that way. I think it would be a terrible decision to approach it that way this year. But you're right. I think hopefully you see a more competitive group. Hopefully you see a group that can be more physical up front with the guys like Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter. And if you're not going to have Sheldon Rankins on the inside right now, you would like to think that this group could push around some of the others, if you will, up front. So we'll see. We'll see how physical this new unit up front is.
Yeah. And D'Amico also spoke about 2 players that obviously we're all going to be keeping an eye on from an injury standpoint: Brevin Jordan and Tank Dell.
Brevin's out. He's rolling, doing a great job, back to where he's been. Always here, big smile on his face, excited to practice. We're easing him back in. He had a really big play yesterday on a choice route. He got to the proper depth, broke one of our safeties off, and had a really nice play. So, it was exciting, right, to see him just back on the field. We know how devastating it was for him to go down, and to see him back working is very encouraging. I'm proud of the work that he's put in. Tank is still working off on the side. When that time is, set for him to be back, he'll be back out there.
All right, there's D'Amico talking about those 2 players, Clint, and again, those 2 players, if they are who they were, they add completely different elements to this offense. We've talked about the lack of playmakers, and those two guys have shown to have that ability. But, Clint, it is just if they are those players again.
Yeah. Well, I think these are two luxury guys. I mean, both of them are at, luxury players at this point. Whether you look at the skill set or you look at the injuries, if they come back and they're able to play with the same twitch, the same explosiveness, the same speed that they were before and do the same things, then, hey, man, you've hit the jackpot with these guys because their injuries have been serious injuries, and a lot of guys, more guys don't come back the same than do. And so if they come back the same and you've got them, that's one, is who are they when they come back full speed? Who is Tank Dell? Who is Brevin Jordan? And do they play with that same explosiveness that they played with before? Right, number one. Number two is, can Nick Caley actually game plan or build packages of plays that put these guys in position to win with their strengths? Right. I mean, that's ultimately, what's gonna determine whether these guys are playmakers for this team or they're just, again, roster spots with this team. I firmly believe that it's up to Nick Caley what he does with these guys.
And I am really intrigued to see Tank actually gets on the field and starts participating. I mean, it has been a long time. We're Brevin Jordan had obviously not the injury he had, but he had a tough injury, and he is already on the field and playing. This was 2024 when the injury occurred to Tank Dell. So again, they're taking it very, very slow at him. And one to really watch and see how long it's going to take him to actually get back from that devastating injury.
It's going to start a fire!
5 o'clock fire.
We'll take it. All right, tonight could be the end of the Western Conference Finals. The Thunder will take on the Spurs, the Oklahoma City Thunder, the champs. They got a chance to close out Wemby and the Spurs. They are 3.5-point underdogs. The Spurs are favored at home. OKC leads the series 3-2. It will be in San Antonio, 7:30 tonight. It should be a crazy crowd. I think they should probably go for the colorful look that they have done.
Why not?
And go that way. And Clint, this is a big one about the Stars. Wemby, who played a rough game, especially for his standards, and then SGA, who has not enjoyed the way he has played and feels like he has played beneath his standards. Gut feeling for you, Clint. Do you think the Spurs win tonight and force a Game 7?
I do. I think the Spurs win tonight, force a Game 7. This is as good a matchup as we thought it was after 5 games. It's as good a matchup as we thought it was when it first started. I think now the Knicks have played their way into the conversation, obviously, like legitimately, literally, but I still think these are the two best teams that the NBA has to offer, and I think we end up seeing 7 games. Look, I think Wemby, I think you're right. There's a lot of people who thought, boy, there was some fatigue set in on the road in Game 5. I think being as young as he is, I think if that's brought to his attention, I think the juice that the San Antonio crowd will bring it home, the fact that it's a win-or-go-home type of game, I think you get the best Wemby has to offer tonight. Now, Game 7 in Oklahoma City, well, I don't know about that, but tonight I think we get a hell of a game, and I think we get the best of Wemby.
That's what I feel like I know what SGA is. If you're going to be the face of the league, which it seems like Wemby either is already or trending towards that, like these are the moments you got to show up. Now, they may not win, Clint, but Wemby has to have a huge performance. I was just looking on Twitter, and I saw Nick Wright, formerly here at Sports Radio 610 now on FS1. He said they can't play Wemby 44 minutes. Now, that wouldn't be ideal, but damn it, he's got to do whatever the hell he's got to do tonight.
Yeah,
like that's what you got to do.
Yeah, the reality of it is you may not get to dictate his minutes. I mean, you may not have that luxury tonight.
No, yeah, he has got to come to play. That last game where he stood and just shot threes, and it looked like he just wasn't really into going in the paint. He has got to pick it up. I'll tell you, my gut feeling says this is the end of the line for the Spurs. I feel like the champs.
You think it's over, huh?
Yeah, I feel like the champs come out, show why they're champs, and they can smell blood in the water, and they'll withstand that storm. The Spurs, they play at home. They always come out hot. They got out 15-0, in Game 3 and then end up losing that game. So they'll come out hot, but to me it feels like the Thunder, they've been here. They know they got to close this thing out, and they're going to give a big-time effort. And I think this is going to probably start a rivalry that'll really pick things up. But I do think Wemby does play well, right? I don't think this is a 20-point, 4 for 15 type of performance. And by the way, that may bode well for whatever Tyler has for T-Mill's best bets. I don't know if he
looking forward to him, Bob.
If that's involved in it. But I like the Thunder tonight to go ahead and close this thing out, and set it up for the finals with the Knicks. But God, again, I said this last time. Can we see a good game? Can we see a game where it's coming down to something? Because it was double digits again mid-fourth quarter. All right, coming up as we continue, T-Mill's best bets. They are back. Yes, he can make a little cash here for you on Thursday and Friday. We'll get to that, as well as David Montgomery. He spoke to NFL Network, and it did get you to wonder how different his setup is going to be from when he was with the Lions to where he's going to be with the Texans. What should we realistically expect from David Montgomery? We'll discuss next.
David Montgomery.
What's the position the OG will be watching? games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents with Stoerner and Hughley.
The return of T. Mill's best bets coming up here momentarily as he jumps back on it. Pushed on Friday, the last time you had T. Mill's best bets. And we'll see what he's got tonight. So stay tuned. Coming up here in just a bit, the return of T. Mill's best bets. See if he can make you a little money to end the week. Stay a little green action on Thursday and Friday. So stay tuned for that. David Montgomery, he was on NFL Network, and he is arguably, at least not even arguably, on the offensive side of the ball. He is the big move that they made to try to help this offense, especially from a skill position. I know they revamped their offensive line, but David Montgomery, that trade brought a lot of excitement of what this run game could possibly be. This was him talking about how excited he is about the opportunity and to be able to show off on doing some things that maybe we don't see from him a lot.
Most excited about kind of to showcase like my other abilities elsewhere on the field, on the side of the ball. So, Coach Cayley let me know every day, like, it's on. Like, you here now, it's time to go. And, I'm excited for that opportunity and be able to take full advantage of it so I can help this team and help us get to the Super Bowl like we gonna do.
Cayley say, hey, man, it's on. I want to hear that.
You want to see how convincing that is?
I want to hear that. Nick Cayley, come on. Hey, Dave, it's on, baby. It's on every day. It's on.
Yeah. Dave's got it. Dave's got a lot of, which he should. Dave's got a lot of first off season out of Detroit. Been told he's the lead back. Got to get these offensive linemen. We're going to turn around. You're going to be that horse. He's got a lot of energy right now.
I think I think there's a lot of fair excitement to have in regards to David Montgomery, because I do think what it seems like how they've built their offensive line, Clint, and we just heard from many people. Seth talked about it a bit earlier as well. If you missed him, he was on with us at 440 talking about they do look beefier. They look bigger. They seem to want to be a power run team. And Clint, what we know of David Montgomery, he is a power runner, a physical runner. They called him Knuckles in Detroit. He is that. So I think there's a fair amount of excitement there. But this is a different offense, different surroundings, obviously, than it was in Detroit. So, you would look at it as him being the number one option. This may fare differently, and they just don't have the weapons that the Lions have had over the past couple of years. What for you is the realistic thing that you are expecting from David Montgomery this year?
Yeah, I think I just need to see David Montgomery be what we all saw in Detroit. Downhill back that can run with power between the tackles, that exudes a level of physicality at the running back position that is contagious, and your offensive line, your tight end, and everybody around you can feed off of. I think that you need him to be the alpha in the huddle, if you will, in a similar fashion to what kind of Joe Mixon brought to the table. You need that in your huddle, whether it's David Montgomery, Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, whoever it may be. You need that in your huddle. So I just need David Montgomery to be who he has been. Right? He doesn't need to all of a sudden come here and try to be David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs and what they were doing with him in Detroit. I need you to come in and focus solely on being a downhill running back and bringing some physicality to the Houston Texans organization. And I think it'll be money well spent at the running back position.
Yeah, and to be like what he had last year, he had 716 yards and 8 touchdowns last year. 24 catches, 192 yards. Obviously, I think he is going to get a lot more opportunities. He only had 158 carries last year. I think he has a lot more opportunities. But even with those opportunities, I don't necessarily think you would think like, oh boy, he is about to explode for 1,300 yards or something like that. That would be great. I do expect that with the amount that he is going to be used. I expect 1,000-yard season, which obviously
he can stay healthy. Absolutely
carries a different.
That's the floor.
Weight. Yeah, that's the floor. It carries a different weight than 16 games. But I would expect 1,000.
Look, if you can stay healthy for 17 ball games, you in an approach that's a run first organization, and you're the lead back. Absolutely, 1,000 yards is at the very least what you should put up.
Yeah, and I do, however, think when you start to look at everything, I do think Woody Marks may have a bigger role than some people may think. I'm not saying he's going to be their Jahmyr Gibbs or anything like that, but I do think he is going to have a bigger role back there in terms of the touches that he gets out there. I do think David Montgomery will be the lead back and will have the most carries. I think it'll be clear, but I do think this isn't just going to be a thing of we've seen in the past of, hey, man, you run like we saw last year. Woody Marks, you get 25 carries, and Nick, you get 3. Like I don't think it'll be that.
Well, the reality of it is Woody Marks has proven to be much more than just a third down change of pace back. I just happen to think that's where he best fits. I just happen to think that's where the Texans running back room is best suited, is if he is fresh, healthy, and ready to roll in those moments that you would need a third down back or a change of pace back or more of a weapon back that can do some things out of the backfield and catch the ball in the pass game. I think that's the best version of Woody Marks and the best version of the Houston Texans running back room. Now, I think he's earned the right, to your point, I think he's earned the right to be a true 1B or a true number 2 running back. You get him in there, he runs physical, he can run downhill. He can. That's a big piece, man. People don't realize how important that is. There's a lot of running backs that aren't playing in the league, never made it in the league, couldn't sustain in the league because they just could not, they weren't willing or they weren't able to pass protect. Woody Marks can pass protect with anybody out there. He's obviously a smart running back because he can decipher and communicate who he's got. I mean, I think there's maybe 2 or 3 times in all of his snaps last year where maybe you could say, well, the running back went the wrong way or should have had this guy or should have had that guy. He's sharper in attack. He can pass protect. He can run the rock. So, yeah, I think to your point, I think he's earned the right to be more than be viewed at the very least. Hopefully he's used like a third down change of pace, but he's damn sure from a value perspective, I think he's earned the right to be a true number 2 running back and not just a little scat back type of player. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. Extremely valuable player on the offense any way that he's used. I hope he's used in a way that down the stretch in the second half of the season he's super fresh, to be honest with you. But if you have to use him, you can believe he'd get the job done at any level.
Text line coming through. I don't think David Montgomery is declining at all. He had less rushing attempts because he was sharing carries with a younger, emerging, dynamic running back in Jahmyr Gibbs. If anything, this has him even more ready to go, fresh and considerably less wear and tear on his body over the past couple of years. I think that is one route to look at it, and I think that's, at 29 years old, a fair route to look at it, that he doesn't maybe have the miles that a physical back like that at 28, 29 would have. I think the other route to look at it is here over the last 3 years, will he have a weaker offensive line? Yes. Will he have a weaker set of weapons when you look at Jahmyr Gibbs on one side of him and Williams and St. Brown and Laporta? Yes. Quarterback play, Jared Goff, I would say they're about the same, but if you look at the production, Jared Goff has been better. And he had Ben Johnson for several years, and they were an balanced offense-led type of team. I do think when you move from that, where you were at times the 4th or 5th option, to being the number 1 option in a situation where there are less weapons, maybe a weaker offensive line, and a weaker play caller, how does he perform in that?
the supporting cast is definitely totally different any way you slice it in Houston than it was in Detroit. He had a lot working for him in Detroit that is either not working here or has just yet to be seen in a real game to that degree. So we'll see if the Texans can get there. But, yeah, he's going to have to do more with less, for lack of better terms, here than he was in Detroit.
All right, let's hit T-Mill's best bets. They're back. Check him out at T-Mill Real Deal. He's already got them puppies posted. Doing a little NBA tonight?
Yes. I thought about going baseball with some Astros picks, but this Western Conference Finals is just too
You're right.
good.
I wouldn't bet Jordan 1.5 bases. I don't even pitch too enough.
Oh, I have that bet in. It's just not on best bets.
I hope he gets pitched to Tyler.
But 3 quick ones for your Game 6 tonight between the Thunder and Spurs in San Antonio. I think this thing's going to go to 7. I think we are going to get a Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals, which means for your first bet tonight, I got the Spurs -1.5. Now, Ron mentioned the actual line earlier. It's hovering around 3.5. I teased
that
it.
sucker, didn't you?
Yeah, teased the hell out of it. Teased -1.5 for the Spurs to win and force a Game 7 against the Thunder. And then I got 2 player props for you, 3 bets in total, 1 from each squad, and it is the stars of each of these squads. SGA, your MVP, over on rebounds, which is set at a low 3.5. Over 3.5 rebounds for SGA tonight. Then your third best bet is going to be the alien, Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama over on points.
They need to.
Over 27.5 points. I think if the Spurs are indeed going to force a Game 7 with the Thunder, they're going to need more than 27.5 out of Wemby. So I like that one a lot as well. Those are your 3 best bets.
His coach said he needs to score more than 20 points, and he needs to shoot more than 15 shots. So I think Wemby comes out aggressive. This is why I hate the whole betting thing. That 3.5 rebounds.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, that seems low. Like it seems like as much as SGA plays, he just runs into 4.
Yeah, for the MVP.
Here it is. This series, Clint. 2 rebounds in game 5, 4 rebounds in game 4, 2 rebounds in game 3, 3 rebounds and 4 rebounds in the first 2 games. I mean, it is all around it.
Mm-hmm. I think we just give us 8 rebounds or something tonight.
It is all around it.
Blow it out of the water in the first half.
It is all. I mean, it is crazy how they look at it. That line is set perfectly. It seems like. All right, at T-Mill Real Deal, where you can find those best bets. C.J. Stroud, he spoke today, and boy, did he speak. You do not want to miss what he had to say. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, look, summer has arrived, and a lot of good to love about summer, but I'm going to tell you, the days are longer, the pools are full,
Get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and we just talked about him a bit in the last segment. Woody Harris. Not to be confused with Woody Harris or Wood Harris. Woody Marks, he will join the fellas tonight. The backup running back, and I think another potential weapon for this offense, Woody Marks, will join Mark and John coming up behind us. And then Area 45, they are all back together as Mid-C, Seabass. Colin is back with the fellas, Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani. And I see Sean Bijani head down, walking hard in the hallways, which means he's got a lot on his mind and he is ready to go.
He's got a lot of audio back there, man, to piece out.
Yeah, 7 to 11. Hell yeah, he's got football. He's got baseball, of course. You can hear the post-game show coming up after the Astros get done with the Rangers. Hopefully that results into a big, big night for Spencer Arrighetti. He continues to pitch the way he has, and the Astros can take 3 or 4. You'll be able to hear everything you need coming up with those fellas a little bit later on tonight on Area 45. Come 7 to 11, live and local, until 11 o'clock. All right, Clint, I want to play this for you because I found it interesting because C.J. Stroud spoke a lot today, and he had some things, I think 2 major things, and we'll talk about them here, Clint, that I think potentially cleared up some things that we wondered about. And I think the first one is the offense. The feel was, is this a deal of like, hey, they need him to conform to what it is. They need him to buy into the system, and he's got to be able to run this system the way they want to. I believe you said run the system, and then at the moments where they're going to need you to be Superman, go be Superman, and then come back and run the system. Here was C.J. Stroud on his thoughts of this Caley offense going into the start of OTAs.
I watched a lot of our self-scout, just try to, fix some things, try to introduce some things that I'm used to, that I've done in my past, that I like to do, so we can do that a little more. But I think we're both growing, we're great, creating a better relationship and, growing as an offense, and just trying to make it the offense for the 2026, 2027 Texans, and trying to doing things that everybody, is good at, and doing things that, we've done in the past. So, we're growing in that area.
All right, what's your takeaway when you hear that, Clint?
Love it. Bow your neck, be professional. Absolutely love what C.J. Stroud say right there. I mean, when you go down the list of, hey, C.J., this offseason, Nick Caley's offense, year 2 in that offense, what are you working on this offseason? Well, I went back and watched the film from last year and to correct my mistakes. And then other than that, we're going to do some things that I'm comfortable doing, some things that I like doing, some things that I've done well in the past. And then on top of that, we're going to do things that our players do well. There was no, well, I got to really commit to this offense, or I've got to embrace this offense, or I've got to take ownership in this offense, or there was zero weakness, there was zero doubt. I loved what the quarterback had to say for the entirety of his time, his meeting with the media today. But that is one part that really stood out to me was, how is he going to handle this Nick Caley offense? And the thought that everybody with any kind of power in the organization, it seems, has said, we just need him to either take ownership or to buy in or to have more command or yada, 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 where it's CJ conforming to the offense, when in reality, to hear the quarterback talk, which I'm glad this is what it is, by the way, it seems like the quarterback's like, nah, look, man, I went back and watched some mistakes, but we're going to do some things different that I've done well in the past. We're going to incorporate some of those things.
And he said, 2027 Texans.
Yeah.
2026, 2027 Texans.
Yeah.
Last year he was talking about watching Tom Brady film.
Yeah, in 04 or whatever, 02 or whatever it was. Yeah, no, I like the tone. I liked everything about his – and I thought he, in a very professional manner, I thought he bowed his neck a little bit and showed that he wasn't going to just bend the knee to the organization and you know, buy into – not buy into is not the right word, but lean into
just go
hey,
along
this is
with
all
it.
about me buying in or not buying into the offense kind of deal.
But it also doesn't feel like he's bowing his neck and he's going rogue. Like it feels like there's been communication and maybe a compromise on things.
Well, to me that's what makes it so beautiful is because you got choices, right? I mean, you can go in there in this situation, you can feel like you're being wronged and you didn't get the contract that you deserve, and you can be an a-hole about it, right? And you can put off those kind of vibes, and you can put off it's about me, not the team. It's about my money and why. And I feel like I did this or you could the way in which he communicated his points and the way in which he bowed his neck in a sense of I'm not just going to come in here and repeat the company line to you guys, right? I'm going to in a professional manner say what I need to say. And then we're going to keep this thing moving. And I think he did it throughout, again. But I do think there's two times when it really stood out, and you just played one of them. When it's talking about the offense in particular, right? All of the guys, I hadn't heard one other person. We've heard everybody with the Houston Texans talk at least once. I've not heard the general manager say, we got to incorporate some things that CJ does really well, and Haley got to kind of find a happy medium there to where they're complimenting each other instead of playing tough. That's a very football 101 thing to communicate. We ain't heard that one time. We've heard buy-in. We've heard show up, buy-in. We heard from D'Amico, he's shown up and he's taken ownership. Not one time have we heard somebody say, we got to work on doing things that our skilled guys are really, really, really good at.
We've heard we're not building around one person.
Yeah, we've not. C.J. Stroud is saying what all Texans fans should want to hear from everybody. That's good offensive philosophy. That's good offensive identity. That's good practices offensively if you want to have a winning offense. I don't care if you want to run it or throw it. I don't care about that. But what he's saying is exactly what the messaging should be, right? We're gonna put our quarterback in position to win, and to win with his strengths. We're just gonna wrap our arms around C.J. Stroud, and we're gonna make sure he's good and comfortable and we're gonna do the thing. We're asking him to do the things that he's really, really, really comfortable in doing first and foremost, right? That what he just said is exactly what I want to hear coming out of my organization. Period. We shouldn't be hearing always. I just want a quarterback to buy in. Year 4, man. It's year 4. If your general manager's talking about your quarterback buying in, you're behind.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if your head coach, which he did today, if he's talking about ownership and taking ownership, like, man, this is year 4 for CJ. This ain't his rookie year. I mean, those are things that I really don't like hearing about my offense and about my quarterback. What CJ Stroud just said is exactly what we ought to be dialed into.
And maybe the bigger kind of, I don't even want to say story, but the bigger thing that jumped out from what CJ had to say when he was asked the question about the contract and him not getting an extension, this was his response, which I thought said a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge. So, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
All right, I'm excited to be a Texan this year. I held what I believe he's meaning. I held my end of the bargain up when it comes to that. And I let my agent handle that. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If that's where we need to go, we need to